Chapter 1. The Temporal Wormhole. On a radiant morning in Queens, New York, Spider-Man swung gracefully between the buildings with his webbing, trailed closely by a bespectacled figure adorned with four mechanical tentacles, none other than Dr. Octopus. With a flourish, Dr. Octopus commanded his tentacles to assault Spider-Man. However, the agile hero deftly evaded each mechanical strike with his spider sense, occasionally turning back to jest, "Hey, Doc, your attack methods are rather antiquated. How about a fresh approach? Perhaps consider being a good guy for a change." Infuriated by Spider-Man's taunts, Dr. Octopus retorted, "You wretched spider. I shall make you my specimen for research. Perish." He then directed one of his mechanical tentacles toward Spider-Man with intent to strike. As the tentacle lunged, Spider-Man once again utilized his spider sense, narrowly dodging the attack. "Wow, now that was perilous. Honestly, I think I'm developing a fear of octopuses. Could you perhaps opt for a more modern decoration in the future?" He quipped. With a swift motion, Spider-Man shot a strand of webbing at Dr. Octopus. Caught off guard, the doctor found the webbing ensnaring his eyes. "What is this ghastly substance? I can't see anything. Get this sticky nuisance off me," he shouted, struggling to tear away the webbing that obscured his vision. Blinded, Dr. Octopus flailed with his four tentacles, causing chaos as terrified civilians scurried for safety. Observing the pandemonium, Spider-Man quickly fired his webbing in an attempt to restrain the wildly swinging tentacles. Yet as soon as his webbing latched onto two of the mechanical appendages, their immense strength yanked him along, resulting in a chaotic ride. "This is undoubtedly the worst roller coaster I've ever been on. I want off," he exclaimed. Just as Spider-Man felt the bile rising, Dr. Octopus managed to rip away the webbing obstructing his sight. Once his vision was restored, the flailing tentacles ceased their chaotic movements, while Spider-Man, still dazed, collided with a nearby wall. Noticing Spider-Man's disoriented state, Dr. Octopus maneuvered his mechanical tentacles to launch a stealthy attack from behind, extending a steel needle toward him. Just as the needle was about to pierce Spider-Man, his spider sense blared a warning. Reacting instinctively, Spider-Man extended his wrist upward, firing a strand of webbing from his wrist-mounted shooter, which adhered to the wall. With a powerful tug, he propelled himself upward, narrowly evading Dr. Octopus's lethal ambush. Seeing his stealthy maneuver thwarted, Dr. Octopus hastily attempted to retract the tentacle that had failed to extricate itself, intent on pursuing Spider-Man. However, no matter how he commanded it, the tentacle remained stubbornly lodged. Realizing the predicament, Dr. Octopus directed his remaining three mechanical arms to advance, step by step, towards the ensnared appendage. As Dr. Octopus approached, he was taken aback to see that one of his mechanical octopus tentacles had become irretrievably lodged in the structure of the building, its grip too deep to extricate. Frustrated, he attempted to regain control of the tentacle, eager to free it from its entrapment. Meanwhile, Spider-Man, perched atop the rooftop, swiftly fired a web to ensnare another of Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacles under his command. Upon witnessing this, Dr. Octopus looked up in alarm at Spider-Man, who was holding the other end of the web. "Hey, Doc, care to wager whether this mechanical tentacle possesses more strength than Spider-Man?" he quipped. Subsequently, Spider-Man leaped down, the weight of his descent pulling Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacle downward alongside him. In a swift motion, Spider-Man circled around Dr. Octopus, brandishing the captured tentacle. As he scaled the wall and turned to face Dr. Octopus, he observed that the villain had become ensnared by his own mechanical tentacle. "Oh, you fancy the new outfit I've fashioned for you? It certainly suits you, in my opinion," Spider-Man remarked with a grin. Then, without hesitation, Spider-Man shot two more webs to immobilize the remaining mechanical tentacles, which were intended for wall crawling. "Now that's much more satisfactory," he declared, contemplating his imminent departure as he noticed Dr. Octopus was entirely incapacitated. However, just as Spider-Man turned to leave, the previously trapped mechanical tentacle suddenly broke free. Dr. Octopus, seizing the opportunity, directed the tentacle to grasp Spider-Man as he turned. In that very moment, Spider-Man's spider sense tingled, alerting him to the impending danger. Reacting swiftly, Spider-Man spun around, but before he could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself ensnared by the mechanical tentacle. "Ah, do you always resort to such despicable tactics as ambushes?" he exclaimed. Dr. Octopus, watching Spider-Man ensnared, couldn't suppress a smirk. "No, I typically refrain from such methods. However, you may experience a modicum of discomfort shortly. Do bear with it," he replied ominously. Upon hearing Dr. Octopus' words, an unsettling thought crossed Spider-Man's mind. At that moment, a small spider extractor emerged from the tentacle that had captured him. It swiftly crawled to Spider-Man's chest and plunged a needle into him, extracting a small vial of blood. Feeling the sharp sting, Spider-Man began to writhe in protest. "Oh, how I loathe needles. I truly despise them," he lamented. In a burst of determination, he raised his free wrist toward Dr. Octopus's face. With precision, Spider-Man activated his web shooter, launching a web that struck Dr. Octopus squarely in the face. Instinctively, the mechanical tentacle relinquished its grip on Spider-Man, allowing him to break free. Seizing the moment, he swung onto the wall and turned back to face Dr. Octopus. Yet, as he did so, Spider-Man's spider sense flared once more, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He tapped his head in confusion and gazed at Dr. Octopus, who had yet to launch an attack. "Hey, what gives? Dr. Octopus hasn't attacked me. Yet why does my spider sense continue to resonate?" As Spider-Man pondered in confusion, a temporal wormhole suddenly materialized directly above him and Dr. Octopus, unbeknownst to either of them. Moments later, a figure plummeted through the wormhole, exclaiming, "Ah, help me!" Upon hearing the cries for help, both Spider-Man and Dr. Octopus instinctively looked up, but by the time they did, the wormhole had vanished without a trace. Seeing someone fall from the sky, Spider-Man swiftly shot out his webbing and swung into the air, preparing to catch the person. However, just as he reached midway, Dr. Octopus seized him by the right foot with his mechanical tentacle. Spider-Man watched helplessly as the individual descended before him. Just as the person was about to meet a grim fate, Spider-Man shot out his web, adhering it to the individual's back, and with a powerful tug, he flung them into a nearby trash bin, where the refuse provided a much-needed cushion, preventing a catastrophic impact. Afterward, as Spider-Man swung back to the wall, he realized Dr. Octopus had already vanished. TSK, he really does move quickly. Chapter 2. Have I traversed dimensions? Spider-Man prepared to check on the individual he had unceremoniously tossed into a garbage bin for cushioning. As he descended, the person emerged from the trash can, gasping for breath. Huff, huff, huff. Who on earth has the audacity to throw me into a garbage bin? It reeks. Upon hearing this exclamation, Spider-Man felt a twinge of embarrassment and scratched his head awkwardly. However, noticing that the individual hadn't recognized him, he quickly greeted, "Hey there, my friend. I apologize for the inconvenience. It was an emergency, and I had no choice but to use you as a cushion." Upon hearing the voice, the individual turned around and was startled to see Spider-Man clinging to the wall. In shock, he stumbled out of the trash can, exclaiming, "Ouch. Wait, hold on, what the heck?" Spider-Man, just give me a moment to gather myself." Seeing the person's alarm, Spider-Man attempted to offer reassurance. It's all right. I was engaged in a battle with Dr. Octopus, and you fell from above unexpectedly. Hence, I had to toss you into the garbage bin for your safety. By the way, what is your name?" The individual, now more confused than ever, wondered how he found himself in such a situation. Wasn't I just at home watching Spider-Man? He pondered, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Indeed, he was a dimension traveler named Bai Ze. An orphan of handsome appearance, he favored white attire. Sporting a white t-shirt, black pants, and white sneakers, Bai Ze was originally a high school student who, while binge-watching Spider-Man at home, had unwittingly been swept through a temporal wormhole leading him to the Marvel Universe. This wormhole fortuitously connected to the very moment when Spider-Man was battling Dr. Octopus, allowing Bai Ze to arrive in this peculiar scenario where Spider-Man rescued him. Once Bai Ze regained his composure, he looked at Spider-Man skeptically and asked, "I am Bai Ze. But may I inquire where exactly this is? And who are you?" Spider-Man, adopting a comforting tone, replied, "Greetings, Bai Ze. Your name suggests you are from Huagua. You have arrived in Queens, New York, and I am your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. It is almost unbelievable that you have never heard of me before." After hearing Spider-Man's words, Bai Ze became increasingly convinced that he had indeed traversed dimensions. Goodness, have I actually crossed over? I was merely watching a Spider-Man show at home. How did this happen? If this is New York, then I must be in America, but why can I understand what Spider-Man is saying? He doesn't appear to be from Huagua, does he? Observing Bai Ze's flustered demeanor, Spider-Man offered a few more words of comfort before preparing to depart. "All right, Bai Ze, it would be wise for you to return home promptly. Queens can be a perilous place. Remember, I am your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Farewell." Bai Ze, eager to stop him, raised his gaze, but Spider-Man had already vanished from sight. Alas, relying on others pales in comparison to relying on oneself. I find myself neither traversing through a system nor experiencing a soul's journey. Rather, I have been transported entirely through a wormhole. Here, I possess neither identity nor wealth, which truly feels like a hellish beginning. I remain uncertain about which universe I have entered, but judging by Spider-Man's attire, reminiscent of a child's pajamas, this must be the Marvel Universe. Yet, has Spider-Man ever faced Dr. Octopus in this realm? Never mind. It is wiser to seek means to earn some money and find shelter first. Beneath a high bridge, submerged in the ocean, lies an octagonal base. This base is bustling with advanced technology, yet it stands eerily deserted. Suddenly, the elevator within the base opens, and Dr. Octopus emerges, controlling mechanical tentacles. In his grasp is a vial containing a blood sample. With Spider-Man's blood sample, I shall undoubtedly complete my experiment and earn the admiration of many, he exclaims. He strides directly to a prepared workstation, placing the vial of Spider-Man's blood into a designated container. Before long, Dr. Octopus begins typing furiously at the computer station before the lab bench. In mere moments, Spider-Man's DNA appears on the laboratory's grand display. Dr. Octopus gazes at the DNA showcased on the screen, a sinister smile creeping across his face. I will utilize your DNA to create your nemesis and manipulate him to bring about your demise. Ha! Thus, Dr. Octopus embarks on the transformation of Spider-Man's blood. Days pass, and the blood within the container visibly diminishes. However, simultaneously, a dark symbiote emerges from its depths. Upon its birth, the ebony symbiote violently crashes against the confines of its container, striving for escape. Dr. Octopus, observing the aggressive symbiote within, bursts into laughter. Ha! It is complete, finally complete. This is the perfect pesticide to combat Spider-Man. Henceforth, you shall be known as Venom. Chapter 3. The Assault of Venom in a hamburger restaurant located in the Queens district of New York. Bai Ze enthusiastically served meals to the patrons. Table 15. Here is your burger, he cheerfully announced. Bai Ze found himself in this job because the owner, upon encountering him, mistook him for a destitute traveler who had been robbed and left without funds or identity, thus offering him employment. Table 37. Your fries are ready. Hurry up. Upon hearing the call, Bai Ze promptly set aside the burger he was serving and rushed to the counter to retrieve the fries for guest 37. Today is exceptionally busy. I'm utterly exhausted, Bai Ze lamented. Upon hearing his complaint, his colleagues chuckled and teased him. Is that so? You'll have your fair share of it from now on. They continued. But it's true, today's clientele is indeed plentiful, far surpassing previous earnings. Let us hope it remains this way, Bai Ze, just don't wear yourself out. Haha. Meanwhile, in Dr. Octopus's laboratory, the doctor chuckled as he observed a container that once held venom being overturned, with the toxic substance now vanished. Has it fled? Is it seeking its original host? How intriguing. So, Spider-Man, what will you do now? He laughed maniacally. Back in the hamburger restaurant, Bai Ze was bustling about serving meals when a new customer entered just as he completed an order. With a professional smile, he greeted the newcomer, only to be taken aback midway as he recognized the figure entering, the young Peter Parker from the latest Spider-Man iteration, accompanied by Aunt May. Bai Ze stared in astonishment at the two, but his reverie was abruptly interrupted by a shout. Hey, Bai Ze, what are you doing? Hurry up with table 48's order. Responding quickly, Bai Ze dashed to the counter, grabbed the meal, and placed it in front of table 48. Thank goodness I snapped back to reality. I certainly don't want to lose this job. After serving the meal, he merrily returned to the counter to prepare for the next order. Upon his return, he overheard Peter Parker and Aunt May's conversation. Wow, I never imagined you would bring me to a place like this. Aren't you the one who usually forbids me from eating junk food? Peter exclaimed. Oh, come on. It's your day off, after all. Consider this a little reward. Indulging occasionally isn't a crime, Aunt May replied. Really? You aren't just using me as an excuse to indulge, are you? Peter teased, prompting Aunt May to shyly turn away and place her order. I'd like a burger combo, and add extra ketchup, please. Having listened to their entire exchange, Bai Ze rolled his eyes in exasperation but continued with his duties. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, several chefs busily grilled patties, unaware of the sinister black liquid that had emerged from the depths of the sink, a manifestation of the escaped venom. The creature swiftly crawled out of the drain and into the dishwashing basin. Emerging from the sink, the venom symbiote stealthily slithered behind a chef engrossed in grilling meat, directly adhering itself to the chef's foot. Noticing an unusual sensation beneath him, the chef glanced down, only to witness the symbiote rapidly enveloping his entire body. Before he could utter a scream, he was completely ensnared and parasitized, transforming him into a monstrous entity of venom. The creature was covered in a copious amount of the viscous substance, entirely shrouding the chef. Its face bore eyes reminiscent of the mask worn by the original Spider-Man, capable of expanding and narrowing at will. A long tongue protruded from its mouth, and its teeth appeared grotesque and numerous, devoid of the iconic spider emblem on its chest. After examining its own hand, the venom creature lunged at another unsuspecting chef still focused on grilling. As it tackled one of the chefs, a cacophony ensued, prompting the others to turn and behold the monstrous figure. The pinned chef instinctively attempted to push the creature away, but it clung tenaciously, impervious to his efforts. In desperation, he called out for help. Help! Someone save me, please. Upon hearing the cry for assistance, the symbiote on the parasitized chef instantly detached and transferred to the pinned chef. With all of the symbiote substance having vacated the former host, he began to feel faint, overwhelmed by a wave of nausea, exclaiming, "I feel so sick, ugh." Subsequently, he collapsed into unconsciousness. As the fallen chef was about to be crushed beneath the weight of the venom creature, he too was swiftly enveloped and transformed into an identical monstrosity. The newly formed entity then struck the chef who was nearly atop him, sending him crashing into the wall. The impact rendered the unfortunate chef unconscious as he crumpled to the floor. The remaining chefs, now seized by terror, hastily fled towards the exit. The first chef to burst through the door cried out for help. "Help! There's a monster! Everyone run!" His frantic pleas drew the attention of all within the restaurant, including Bai Ze, who turned curiously to observe, and Aunt May, who looked bewildered at the commotion. Peter Parker, standing beside May, felt an unsettling tingle from his spider sense, sensing something amiss. Before long, the venom creature crashed through the wall behind the ordering counter. In that instant, Peter Parker instinctively shielded Aunt May, pushing her to the ground just in time to avoid the debris that flew in all directions. The patrons, witnessing the chaos, scrambled towards the exit in a panic. Enraged at their frantic escape, the venom creature raised its arm and unleashed a torrent of symbiotic webbing towards the fleeing crowd. The venomous web instantaneously sealed the exit, crafted from the very venom itself, rendering it extraordinarily resilient. Unlike Spider-Man's white webbing, this venomous strand was black. Caught off guard, Bai Ze hastily retreated to the blocked exit, exclaiming in frustration, "Why must I encounter such misfortune after only a few days? Where are the Avengers? Surely they should intervene. I do not wish to meet my demise so soon. I have yet to experience the thrill of being a superhero." He paused, correcting himself. No. In moments like this, I must remain composed. There must be a solution. I wonder if the Peter Parker I encountered earlier is indeed Spider-Man. As the patrons anxiously tugged at the venomous web sealing the exit, Bai Ze, having regained his composure, turned to see Peter Parker, the very one who had tackled Aunt May, discreetly assisting her into a nearby restroom. Bai Ze cast a skeptical glance at the restroom sign. "Wait, that's the men's room?" Peter Parker gently guided Aunt May into a stall before exiting. Aunt May, noticing his departure, anxiously reached out to grasp his arm. "Wait, Peter, what are you doing? There's a dark creature out there." Upon feeling Aunt May's grip and hearing her concerned words, Peter offered reassurance, patting her hand. "Do not worry. I will just be next door. It would be a bit cramped for both of us in the same restroom." Aunt May, though reluctantly releasing her hold, continued to express her concern. "Listen carefully. You stay hidden next door. Please wait for help." Peter, smiling at Aunt May's worry, replied, "Rest assured. I swear I won't wander off." He then proceeded to close the visible restroom door and retrieved his suit and web shooter from his backpack. Peter first donned the web shooter on his wrist, swiftly aiming it at the door of the stall where Aunt May was sheltered, shooting out a line of webbing. After ensuring the web was secure, he began to remove his current attire, replacing it with the Spider-Man suit and the mask with eye holes made from diving goggles, which he had kept in his backpack. Chapter 4. Vulnerability. As Peter Parker swiftly donned his Spider-Man suit, he dashed out of the restroom. Outside, the patrons were frantically pounding on the sealed door. Except for Bai Ze, no one noticed the superhero's hasty exit. Observing Spider-Man emerge, Bai Ze silently turned away, feigning ignorance. Unaware of Bai Ze's actions, Spider-Man focused on the monstrous Venom, who had already leaped from the front desk towards the customers. With precision, he shot a web to ensnare the creature, declaring, "Hey, monster, you'd best refrain from proceeding any further. This is your warning." The Venom creature, caught by Spider-Man's web, turned angrily to face him. "Spider-Man!" It bellowed. In a swift motion, Venom seized the web tethering him, and, with a powerful yank, pulled Spider-Man towards him. As Spider-Man drew near, Venom swung his arm with force, sending the hero crashing onto the counter. "Wow, this is astonishing. My spider sense didn't even tingle. Ouch. Alright. That genuinely hurt. Have you been on steroids or something?" Seeing Spider-Man in such a disheveled state, Venom licked his lips hungrily, as if anticipating a sumptuous feast, and began to advance towards the fallen hero. Upon reaching Spider-Man, Venom grasped him by the throat, lifting him with ease. The superhero immediately felt the constriction. "Whoa. This is troublesome. Ease up, or I might actually suffocate." Venom ignored Spider-Man's pleas, extending his grotesque, elongated tongue to lick Spider-Man's face. The hero began to thrash his head in protest. "No way. This is even more revolting." Meanwhile, the customers who had been frantically banging on the now ensnared exit turned their anxious gazes towards this alarming scene. Among them, Bai Ze felt the most trepidation. "Oh no. That motion resembles Venom's feeding behavior. He wouldn't be intending to consume Spider-Man's head, would he?" In a state of urgency, Bai Ze began to search for any tools that could assist Spider-Man. In his search, he suddenly spotted a wrench in the hands of a customer dressed as a mechanic. "Hey, why do you have a wrench?" he inquired. The mechanic, startled by the question, replied. Can't you tell? I'm a mechanic. It's perfectly normal to carry a wrench. Bai Ze nodded in understanding, then swiftly snatched the wrench from the mechanic's grip. This is a critical moment. I need to borrow this wrench. I'll return it once I'm done. Before the mechanic could react, Bai Ze dashed beneath the table with the wrench in hand. The furniture in the hamburger restaurant is crafted from iron, and as Bai Ze gazed at the iron base, he could not help but chuckle. All right. Let me test whether the concept of Venom's fear of noise in Spider-Man 3 still holds true. Without hesitation, Bai Ze forcefully brought the wrench down upon the underside of the table. The resounding clamor of the wrench striking the table resonated in the ears of the Venom creature, who was currently devouring Spider-Man's head. Upon hearing the noise, Venom's body became agitated and unstable, providing Spider-Man, who was being throttled, the opportunity to aim his web shooter at Venom's mouth and unleash a strand of web. Venom was instantly ensnared by the webbing. As the noise subsided, Venom attempted to remove the web from his mouth, but before he could act, Spider-Man leapt up and delivered a powerful kick to Venom's head. The force of the blow caused Venom to momentarily loosen his grip on Spider-Man's neck. Observing the effectiveness of the noise, Bai Ze quickly resumed his vigorous pounding on the table's underside. The cacophony produced by the table and wrench caused the still-dazed Venom to clutch his head in agony. Before long, the noise provoked the Venom within Venom to undergo violent convulsions, resulting in the parasitic chef emerging from within. Seizing the moment, Spider-Man swiftly shot a web to ensnare the chef and, with a forceful tug, extracted the chef from the clutches of Venom. Catching the chef as he was pulled free, Spider-Man gently set him aside to rest. Now devoid of a host, Venom transformed back into a puddle of black liquid, rapidly advancing towards the unsuspecting Spider-Man. This scene did not escape Bai Ze's notice, who was still beneath the table. He immediately resumed his forceful strikes against the table to generate noise. The sound inflicted pain upon Venom, who was poised to parasitize Spider-Man, and soon enough, Venom became motionless. Observing Venom's stillness, Bai Ze ceased his pounding. Finally, I've resolved this troublesome matter. Just as Bai Ze began to relax, the previously inert Venom lunged at him with sudden ferocity. Turning around, Spider-Man sought to intervene, but he possessed no means to ensnare Venom. As Bai Ze relaxed, he was startled to see the once motionless Venom suddenly charge towards him. What the hell? Is this thing feigning death? In a frantic attempt to strike the table again for noise, Bai Ze was too late and was swiftly enveloped by Venom. As Venom consumed him, Bai Ze felt a surge of power coursing through his body. Yet, concurrently, his consciousness began to fade into a haze. Once Venom had completely enveloped Bai Ze, the creature was reborn. Upon the emergence of the Venom creature, it swiftly rose and overturned the table, subsequently casting an enraged gaze towards Spider-Man. The latter, upon meeting the creature's furious stare, was instantly struck by an ominous foreboding. Why do I suddenly feel an unsettling premonition? Chapter 5. The Escape, revised. The Venom creature, without granting Spider-Man a moment to react, charged forward, sending him crashing into the counter and wall behind him. As Spider-Man struggled to rise from the kitchen floor, wincing in pain, the Venom creature loomed over him. Suddenly, it seized Spider-Man by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. Spider-Man! 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 Desperately wriggling in the creature's grasp, Spider-Man exclaimed, All right, buddy, did I offend you somehow? I don't believe we've met before. In the midst of his struggles, Spider-Man's gaze fell upon a wrench that had fallen to the ground behind the Venom creature. I think I've devised a clever plan. Noticing Spider-Man's apparent disregard, the Venom creature opened its gaping maw, poised to devour Spider-Man's head. Just as the threat loomed, Spider-Man shot a web towards the wrench behind the creature, securing it with a swift motion. With a powerful tug, he yanked the tool towards himself. Upon catching the wrench, Spider-Man turned to face the monstrous maw that threatened him. Wow, your mouth is enormous. I imagine you must eat quite a lot. But alas, Spider-Man is not on the menu. Then, mimicking the antics of Bai Ze, he hurled the wrench towards the metal cabinet, creating a loud clatter. The noise startled the Venom creature, causing it to release its grip on Spider-Man, clutching its head in anguish. As the creature writhed in pain, Bai Ze, who had been dormant within, was abruptly awakened by the creature's piercing cries. Upon waking, Bai Ze gazed in horror at the grotesque, writhing form of Venom. Goodness, this is truly revolting. In a moment of panic, Bai Ze recognized the entity as Venom. Damn it, Venom, is it? You wish to control me? Get out of my body now. Thus began Bai Ze's struggle within the Venom creature, which only intensified the creature's agitation, causing the venomous substance to writhe and surge outward. Spider-Man, taken aback by the creature's sudden volatility, scratched his head in confusion. What on earth is happening with this monster? Is it malnourished? As Spider-Man pondered, the creature's head suddenly retracted, and from its depths emerged Bai Ze's own head. Upon witnessing the scene outside, Bai Ze's struggles grew fiercer. Come on, you wanted to control me, didn't you monster? What's the matter? Can't handle it. If you can't, then get out of my body. As Bai Ze wrestled and hurled insults at Venom, Spider-Man, witnessing the chaos, quickly shot a web, intending to extract Bai Ze from the creature's clutches, just as he had done with the chef earlier. Just as the web was about to reach Bai Ze, the Venom creature's head lunged forward, swallowing Bai Ze once more, and with a swift motion, it captured the approaching web with its left hand. Upon noticing that his webbing was ensnared, Spider-Man sought to sever it. However, before he could act, the Venom creature forcefully swung him to the right, slamming him against the wall. "Ouch, my friend, that truly hurts," Spider-Man exclaimed, seeing that Spider-Man remained unharmed. The Venom creature swiftly aimed its right arm and unleashed a torrent of venomous webbing, pinning Spider-Man to the wall. Desperate to free himself, Spider-Man exerted all his strength but found the venomous strands, far sturdier than ordinary silk, unyielding. Well, it seems I cannot tear this away. This might be the end," he lamented. As the Venom creature approached, it leaned forward with its gaping maw, intent on devouring Spider-Man's head. Just as it opened its mouth, a sudden cacophony erupted, causing the creature to recoil in agony, clutching its head. When the Venom creature regained its composure, it turned in fury to identify the fool who had interrupted its meal. To its surprise, it beheld the chef it had previously parasitized, struggling to rise while clinging to a metal cabinet. The noise emanating from the chef's accidental activation of the fire alarm in his disoriented state. The instant the alarm was triggered, sirens blared throughout the restaurant, disturbing the Venom creature and prompting it to roar in distress. Meanwhile, within the creature, the spirit of Bai Ze seized the moment to resist fiercely. "Now is the time. Who dares to attempt to parasitize me without my consent? What audacity!" The blaring fire alarm rendered the webbing binding Spider-Man increasingly fragile, and seizing this opportunity, he broke free and regained his mobility. Witnessing this, the Venom creature was consumed by rage. Yet, as it took a step forward, it suddenly faltered and collapsed in pain. Newly born and weakened from a lack of sustenance, coupled with the exertion from battling Spider-Man, the creature found itself severely drained. Struggling to rise, it cast a glance back at Spider-Man. Just when Spider-Man believed the creature had succumbed to its weakness, it unexpectedly charged at him, braving the piercing alarm. Before Spider-Man could react, the Venom creature struck him with a powerful blow, sending him crashing through the kitchen wall and onto a table in the dining area. Seizing the moment after sending Spider-Man flying, the Venom creature leapt forward, demolishing yet another wall of the kitchen. Without a backward glance, it swiftly utilized its venomous webbing to escape from the scene. Chapter 6. The making of the serum. Once Spider-Man regained his composure, he hurriedly descended to the ground, racing towards the opening from which the Venom creature had fled. However, as he reached the kitchen's entrance, he found no trace of the monstrous entity. Has it escaped? What on earth was that thing? Just as Spider-Man pondered these questions, a droplet of the creature's venom fell onto his foot. Noticing the peculiar sensation beneath him, he glanced down to discover a small, writhing mass of venom at his feet. Is this what the creature left behind? He mused, observing the venom with contemplation. Turning his gaze to the chef, who had managed to regain his footing, Spider-Man asked, Could you fetch me a container? Any kind will do." The recovering chef, upon hearing Spider-Man's request, rubbed his head and retrieved a paper cup, handing it over to him. After accepting the cup, Spider-Man knelt down to collect the wriggling venom, stating, "I must examine this closely." While he was still engrossed in thought, May, who had been pulled into the men's restroom by Peter Parker to evade danger, began knocking on the door and calling out, "Hello? What is happening outside? Peter, are you there? Please respond. Peter, hello." Her anxious cries jolted Spider-Man back to reality. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he swiftly covered the cup with a lid and waved goodbye to the chef. I need to pursue that creature now. Farewell." With that, he launched himself into the air using his web shooters. After swinging outside the restaurant for a while, Spider-Man reached the rooftop. Utilizing the ventilation system, he returned to the men's restroom, quickly changing back into his original attire. Just as Peter Parker finished donning his clothes, Aunt May continued to knock on the door, inquiring, "Peter, are you out there? Hello, is anyone there? Is that you outside, Peter?" May's persistent calls prompted Peter to hastily stow away his spider suit in his backpack. He then tore off the webbing that had stuck the door shut and opened it, exclaiming, "Hi. Yes, it's me." Emerging from confinement, Aunt May scrutinized Peter with a hint of suspicion. "What were you doing just now? Didn't you say you were hiding next door? Why didn't you respond when I called for you? And how did you end up outside?" Feeling a twinge of guilt, Peter stammered an explanation. Well, actually, it was Spider-Man who let me out. I witnessed him chase off the creature, and everything is safe now." He offered Aunt May an awkward smile. Despite recognizing the holes in Peter's excuse, Aunt May chose not to press the matter further. Instead, she rushed forward and enveloped him in a tight embrace. "Oh my goodness. Peter, I just want you to be safe. If you ever find yourself in danger, please tell me. Don't bear it alone, all right?" Upon hearing Aunt May's concerned words, Peter Parker could not help but shed a few tears as he embraced her tightly, assuring her, "I promise I won't lie to you. Trust me." Before long, the dawn of a new day arrived, and on this particular morning, Aunt May violently yanked the covers off Peter. "All right, Peter, listen carefully. Hurry to the living room. Have your breakfast, and then get to school. No more sleeping." Startled from his slumber by Aunt May's formidable voice, Peter's spider sense began to tingle ominously. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he hastily rose to dress and head for breakfast, knowing that any further delay would result in a lesson of tough love. Rushing into the living room, Peter snatched a piece of bread from the table and stuffed it into his mouth, quickly grabbing his backpack as he dashed out the door. "Aunt May, I'm leaving. Bye." Just as he exited his room, Aunt May caught sight of Peter fleeing and sighed. "Oh, this boy. When will he ever make things easier for me?" Upon arriving at school, Peter made a beeline for his classroom to find his good friend Ned. As he entered, he spotted Ned, a chubby boy with a friendly demeanor, seated at his desk in a red shirt that accentuated his wholesome appearance. Approaching him, Peter greeted, "Hey, Ned." Turning at the sound of his name, Ned joyfully extended his fist for a friendly bump, replying, "Hey, Peter, I've saved your seat for you. Hurry and sit down." Once Peter settled in, the two engaged in lively conversation, but their banter was soon interrupted by the ringing of the class bell. Meanwhile, in a dark alley, a petty thug scrambled in fear, desperately attempting to escape. However, as his hand grazed the sunlight, he was ensnared by a tentacle from behind, dragging him back. The thug was seized by Venom's monstrous grip, slammed against the wall as the creature declared, "Delicious prey." Surrounding Venom were the lifeless bodies of several decapitated victims. The thug, trembling in terror, pleaded, "No, please, I don't want to die. I'll give you anything you want, just spare me." Before he could scream, Venom devoured his head in a swift motion, savoring, truly delectable. Just as Venom prepared to hunt for his next victim, he sensed the presence of Peter Parker nearby, at Midtown High, Spider-Man. With a gluttonous anticipation, Venom licked his lips, eager for the impending feast. Meanwhile, as classes at Midtown High concluded, Peter made his way to the laboratory at Midtown Tech. As he walked, he retrieved a sample of Venom from his right pocket, contemplating. "This substance is undoubtedly problematic. I must investigate further." The Venom was securely contained within a sealed bag. As Peter Parker entered the laboratory, he made a beeline for the microscope. The teacher in charge of the experimental equipment, noticing Peter's approach, issued a warning. "Ah, it's you again, Peter. Just remember to remain quiet like last time, and do not damage any of the lab equipment." Upon hearing the admonition, Peter nodded in acknowledgement. Satisfied, the teacher returned to a nearby book. Once Peter reached the microscope, he opened a sealed bag, pouring the symbiotic substance, Venom, into the sample observation area. After emptying the contents, he immediately began his examination through the lens. Peter was astounded by the peculiar structure of Venom. "My goodness, this structure. It's a living organism. How extraordinary. I must conduct further research." At that moment, an ant, which had been confined within a box, stealthily escaped and curiously made its way toward the Venom. However, as the ant approached the substance, it was swiftly enveloped by Venom, becoming parasitized. Peter, witnessing this unsettling transformation, quickly looked up. He observed a flowing black liquid coursing through the ant's body. As the ant succumbed to its fate, it became aggressive, now a venomous creature. The venom-infused ant turned its gaze toward Peter and lunged at him. Startled, Peter instinctively swatted it, killing it with a resounding thud that caught the attention of the supervising teacher. "Hey, what is going on in there?" Peter, hearing the inquiry, anxiously replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Everything is perfectly normal." Reassured by Peter's response, the teacher resumed reading. With the teacher distracted, Peter exhaled in relief, his focus shifting back to the writhing venom that had emerged from the ant. "This substance is incredibly dangerous. Yet, it appears to be a symbiote. If it were to infect me, that would spell trouble. Wait, I could attempt to create an antidote. Then I wouldn't have to fear being taken over by this thing." Determined, Peter concentrated on using the laboratory equipment to concoct a serum to combat venom. Meanwhile, atop Midtown High School, the venom creature revealed a sinister grin, showcasing its sharp, white fangs. Chapter 7. The monster attack within the confines of a male restroom. Two boys engaged in casual conversation while attending to their needs. Above them, a humanoid creature of venom loomed ominously in the ventilation duct. Upon spotting the chatting boys, the grotesque figure extended its repulsive, elongated tongue to moisten its lips, driven by an insatiable hunger. Their dialogue did not escape the creature's keen ears. "Have you heard about that incident?" "What incident?" "What? You haven't heard? It was on James' broadcast. Come on. Just tell me, stop teasing. What's the news?" "Well, I heard from someone that Spider-Man attacked a burger joint, and one of the employees mysteriously vanished, someone named Bai Ze. It seems, according to James, it appears to be the work of Spider-Man. Is that so?" I thought it was something serious. It must be James just talking nonsense. Don't dismiss it. I assure you, it's true. The humanoid creature, overhearing their exchange, felt its hunger intensify. Slowly, it parted its mouth, revealing long, sharp teeth, while saliva dripped onto the floor below. The sound of its drool landing on the ground caught the attention of the two boys. One boy, having finished his business, walked over to investigate the yellowish puddle. What is this? Is there a leak? He leaned down to sniff the substance, only to recoil in disgust as the foul odor assaulted his senses. Ugh, what is that smell? It's horrendous. The other boy, also finished, approached to see what the commotion was about. However, before he could draw near, the humanoid creature in the duct swelled ominously. In an instant, it transformed into its original monstrous form. The weight of the creature caused the ventilation duct to collapse. The boy witnessed the very companion with whom he had been conversing being crushed to the ground by the falling monster, rendered unconscious. As the creature rose, it turned to see the other boy staring at it in sheer terror. Instantly, the monster felt a surge of hunger. It reached out with its elongated arm, forcefully slamming the petrified boy against the wall. The boy, in pain, squeezed his eyes shut and flailed helplessly, observing its prey, now nearly devoid of resistance. The monster eagerly licked its lips in anticipation of feeding. Just as it prepared to strike, the boy's phone, which had been jostled loose from his pocket, fell to the ground, emitting a cacophony of electronic music. Upon hearing the cacophonous electronic music, the venom creature instantly clutched its head in agony, letting out a tormented roar. Meanwhile, the boy who had been pinned against the wall managed to fall to the ground. As he landed, he painfully opened his eyes in bewilderment, gazing at his seemingly intact body. Am I not dead? No sooner had the boy spoken than the venom creature approached in fury. In fright, the boy shut his eyes tightly and covered his head, yet the creature disregarded him and instead seized the mobile phone, blaring the discordant music nearby. With a swift motion, Venom crushed the phone, rendering it utterly useless and silent. After realizing the phone could no longer emit sound, the creature hurled it behind him, preparing to relish his prey. However, the tossed phone fortuitously struck the fire alarm on the ceiling, triggering a deafening alarm that echoed throughout the restroom. This sudden noise caused Venom to once again clutch his head and howl in torment. The boy, still on the ground and reassured by his survival, cautiously opened his eyes only to be met with the sight of the anguished creature. Stunned, he quickly maneuvered around the wailing Venom, driven by fear. He dashed towards his unconscious companion, unhesitatingly discarding the metal ducting that covered him, and then hoisted his comrade onto his back, fleeing the restroom. Not long after their escape, the alarm's incessant ringing drove Venom to locate its source. Without hesitation, he shot a strand of venomous webbing at the alarm, ensnaring it before forcefully pulling it apart, silencing the cacophony. Once calm, Venom noticed a throng of students who had gathered outside, drawn by the fire alarm. However, the sight of the monstrous creature left the students paralyzed with fear, none daring to approach. One curious student took out his phone to snap a picture of Venom, and as the shutter clicked, the creature lunged toward the group. The students, terrified, scattered in all directions, just as they had put some distance between themselves and Venom. The creature burst through the restroom door and wall, pursuing the fleeing crowd. Among them was a portly boy lagging behind, none other than Ned, a close friend of Peter Parker. Unfortunately, Venom caught up to Ned, pinning him forcefully against the wall. With his strength overwhelming, Ned closed his eyes in resignation. Just as Venom opened his gaping maw to devour Ned's head, a web shot forth, striking the creature's nape, the other end of which was being vigorously tugged by Spider-Man. As the fire alarm echoed through the restroom, Peter Parker, diligently concocting a serum in the laboratory, also heard the blaring warning. With a sigh, he gazed at the solitary vial of serum he had painstakingly created. Without delay, he departed the lab, clutching the vial, and, seizing the moment when no one was around, dashed towards his locker. In a swift motion, he lifted the locker with one hand and retrieved his spider suit hidden beneath it. Once clad in his iconic attire, Spider-Man prepared to rescue those in peril. Upon arriving at the scene, he witnessed fleeing students and the menacing Venom, poised to devour his dear friend. Relieved that he had arrived in time to thwart the creature's appetite for his comrade, Spider-Man swiftly yanked Venom to the ground. Ned, forcefully pinned against the wall by Venom, fell limply to the ground. Noticing this, Spider-Man quickly leaped to Ned's side. He grasped Ned's hand with one hand while using the other to shoot a web, swinging them both to safety. Once safely on the ground, Ned looked up at Spider-Man, admiration shining in his eyes. Wow, that was so cool. Who are you? Why did you save me? Oh, wait. I remember now, you're Spider-Man. Can you show me your real face? Exasperated, Spider-Man rubbed his temples and replied, all right. You need to get out of here, quickly. He gestured towards a nearby exit. But as soon as Spider-Man suggested this, Ned switched to his chatty mode. No. Don't worry, I won't be a hindrance. I can help you. I can hack into his data? Spider-Man shot Ned a disbelieving look. No, that big monster is not made of data. Then I can assist in evacuating the crowd. Ned insisted. Upon hearing this, Spider-Man surveyed the desolate surroundings and replied, sorry. That won't work. You're the only one left here. Just as Ned was about to protest further, the fallen Venom rose and let out a fierce roar directed at Spider-Man. The sound startled Ned into silence, prompting him to heed Spider-Man's advice and flee in haste. With Ned gone, Spider-Man turned his full attention to Venom. All right, it's just you and me now. Can you tell me your name? And which filthy sewer did you crawl out from? Oh, forgive me, that wasn't meant as an insult, but you do have quite a foul breath. Honestly, after you licked my mask, I had to wash it 3 times. Well, actually 4 times. It was only after the 4th wash that the smell finally vanished. In response to Spider-Man's taunts, Venom let out an enraged roar. Chapter 8. Serum. As the Venom creature continued to roar, Spider-Man aimed directly at its mouth and shot out a web. Once ensnared, the creature ceased its cacophony. Enraged, it forcefully tore the web from its mouth and turned its furious gaze towards Spider-Man. However, as it did so, it was met with a powerful kick from Spider-Man, which left the creature momentarily disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Spider-Man swiftly shot webs to both sides of the Venom monster and, with a vigorous tug, propelled himself onto its back. Once the creature regained its composure, it reached out to grasp Spider-Man, who, sensing danger, fired a web towards the creature's back. This is perilous. By the way, how did you grow so large? I recall you were rather small before your parasitic transformation, weren't you? After uttering these words, Spider-Man grasped the web and made a nimble leap, swinging beneath the creature. When the Venom monster attempted to seize him as he descended, Spider-Man yanked on the web with all his might, causing the creature to tumble to the ground. Oh, that looks quite painful. Now, let us proceed to the next step. With that, Spider-Man unleashed a torrent of webs upon the grounded Venom creature. In no time, the creature was bound tightly, resembling a zongzi. Observing his handiwork, Spider-Man scratched his head, pondering, why does it seem so peculiar? Just as he was lost in thought, the bound Venom monster exerted itself and shattered the webs with ease. Spider-Man, taken aback, exclaimed, wow, how is it possible to break free even when so tightly bound? The creature then performed an agile maneuver and sprang to its feet. Noticing this, Spider-Man aimed his web at the Venom monster once more. However, the creature deftly caught the web with its right hand. Realizing the precarious situation, Spider-Man attempted to sever the web, but was too late. The Venom monster yanked him forward, gripping his neck with its left hand and forcefully pinning him against the wall. Feeling the pain radiate through his body, Spider-Man coughed. I think my ribs are broken. Could you allow me a moment to recover? He glanced up at the Venom monster, only to be met with a mocking expression. Ah, it seems you won't agree to that. However, with you squeezing my neck, I find it increasingly difficult to breathe. As the Venom creature loomed over the incapacitated Spider-Man, it prepared to indulge in its meal. Just as it reached out, Spider-Man raised his right hand, intent on shooting a web. Yet, before he could act, the wary creature seized his wrist, declaring, such a delectable morsel. I suddenly have a foreboding feeling. As soon as Spider-Man's words echoed in the air, Venom, the monstrous entity, forcefully crushed the web shooter on Spider-Man's right wrist, causing the web strands to burst forth from the damaged device. That was quite expensive. Could you perhaps pause for a moment? It hurts a bit. Just as Venom relaxed, preparing to feast upon Spider-Man's head, the latter swiftly aimed the web shooter in his left hand at Venom and unleashed a torrent of webbing, ensnaring Venom's mouth with the unexpected strands. Seizing the opportunity, Spider-Man delivered a powerful kick to Venom's head with both feet, igniting a fury within the creature. In retaliation, Venom grasped Spider-Man's hand and hurled him with great force against the wall. Spider-Man crashed through the barrier, which fortuitously led into the chemistry classroom. He came to a halt upon colliding with a desk, coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. Crashing into walls is certainly not advisable. Cough, cough, cough. As Venom approached with deliberate steps, Spider-Man struggled to rise from the ground. Well then, let us see what resources are available. Uninterested in Spider-Man's words, Venom charged at him. In the split second before impact, Spider-Man nimbly leaped to the adjacent wall, while Venom barreled through, scattering numerous desks and chairs. Clinging to the wall, Spider-Man couldn't resist a quip. Those seem rather valuable. You'll be footing the bill. Just a heads up, I'm broke. And Aunt May won't be giving me any allowance until payday. Amid his jesting, Spider-Man suddenly noticed a syringe lying on the ground. Alright, not sure if this will be of any use. Hearing Spider-Man's taunts, Venom turned his gaze towards him. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, Spider-Man. In a fit of rage, Venom lifted a nearby table and hurled it at Spider-Man. However, with his spider sense tingling, Spider-Man deftly evaded the attack and managed to snag the syringe from the floor with a web. Having dodged the onslaught, Spider-Man leaped to a nearby electrical box, but Venom, undeterred by the obstacles, charged at him with fury. As Venom closed in, he swung a fist toward Spider-Man, who bent backward to avoid the blow. Venom's fist struck the electrical box with a resounding crash, damaging it and exposing live wires that electrified him. The jolt sent Venom's body into a state of instability, and within him, the being known as Bai Ze writhed in agony. Ah, why must I suffer as well? No, if this continues, I'll surely perish here. Curse you! Get out of my body, you monster! In a fit of rage, Bai Ze seized the moment while Venom was momentarily destabilized, beginning to struggle against the parasitic bond. You wish to parasitize me? Think again. Before long, Bai Ze gradually emerged from the clutches of the Venom creature. Upon witnessing this, Spider-Man swiftly shot out his webs in an attempt to pull Bai Ze to safety. The unstable Venom creature seemed to comprehend their scheme, and it immediately directed its venomous tendrils to reintegrate Bai Ze back into its body. At that precise moment, the power supply in the electrical box was entirely depleted, causing the Venom creature's form to stabilize, and Bai Ze was on the verge of being absorbed once more. In this critical moment, Spider-Man relinquished the webbing that held Bai Ze and swiftly redirected his web shooters to latch onto the now mostly restored Venom creature. Without uttering a word, he produced a serum and loaded it into a syringe. Once the serum was prepared, Spider-Man noticed that only Bai Ze's head and neck remained outside the Venom creature's body. He promptly plunged the needle of the syringe into Bai Ze's neck and pressed down, allowing the serum to rapidly enter Bai Ze's bloodstream. Once the serum was fully injected, Bai Ze was completely engulfed by the Venom creature. At that moment, Spider-Man leaped away from the creature, turning back to observe its transformation. Not long after regaining its form, the Venom creature began to writhe in agony. The venom within it began to separate, and soon, it completely expelled the venom that had engulfed Bai Ze, who, utterly exhausted, nearly collapsed. Ugh, this is truly unpleasant. It feels as though my very essence has been drained. As Bai Ze lamented, a colossal shadow loomed over him. Terrified, he turned to see the massive, writhing form of Venom. In just a few days, this creature has grown to such an immense size. Behind Venom, Spider-Man gazed in trepidation at the gargantuan entity, realizing, I should have prepared more serum. Chapter 9. Venom. Once Spider-Man recovered from his shock, he swiftly leaped aside and shot a web at Bai Ze. As the web ensnared Bai Ze, Spider-Man yanked him forward, exclaiming, No time to dawdle, we must flee. Before Bai Ze could comprehend the situation, he was hoisted on a Spider-Man's shoulder, who swung towards the exit with agility. As they soared outside, Spider-Man glanced back, only to be met with the grotesque sight of Venom slithering in pursuit. Yikes, how revolting, he remarked, while Bai Ze, unable to suppress his nausea, clutched his mouth in distress. Upon reaching a corner, Spider-Man halted abruptly. The moment he stopped, Bai Ze managed to break free and rush to a nearby window to vomit. Observing Bai Ze's predicament, Spider-Man felt a twinge of embarrassment. My apologies. I forgot how jarring swinging could be. After regaining his composure, Bai Ze shot a resentful glance at Spider-Man. Unaware of Bai Ze's ire, Spider-Man's attention was drawn back to the quickly approaching Venom. Wow, he's really closing in. Turning to Bai Ze, who was still glaring at him, Spider-Man pleaded, All right, enough with that look, okay? Just as Bai Ze was about to respond, Spider-Man shot another web, pulling Bai Ze back onto his shoulder. Not done yet, are we? Ugh, fine, I'll remain silent. Instead of swinging again, Spider-Man dashed to a nearby cabinet and flung it open, promptly shoving Bai Ze inside. Before Bai Ze could grasp what was happening, Spider-Man shut the cabinet door firmly. There, he should be safe now. I need to devise a plan to deal with that parasite. As Spider-Man pondered his next move, a dark tendril brushed against him, diverting his attention. Turning, he was confronted by the colossal figure of Venom. Have you had your fill? He stammered before swinging away once more, with Venom hot on his trail. Inside the cabinet, Bai Ze glimpsed a massive shadow darting past. Wow, that shadow is enormous. That must be Venom. I wonder if Spider-Man can handle this alone. What a pity. Why don't I possess even a hint of superpower? Not even a system after crossing over. What a frustrating predicament. As Bai Ze lamented, a murky black liquid began to seep up from beneath his feet. Noticing the peculiar sensation, he looked down to find the liquid slithering upward. What on earth is this? Wait, could this be residual venom? Before he could finish his thought, the venom clinging to the sole of his shoe swiftly enveloped him. In an instant, he was overcome by the same surge of power and drowsiness he had experienced before, as Bai Ze's consciousness was on the brink of succumbing to slumber once more. The venom enveloping him suddenly emitted a sizzling sound, akin to being scorched. The moment that sound resonated, the overwhelming drowsiness dissipated. Bai Ze gazed in astonishment at his own palm. My awareness still persists. Have I successfully tamed the venom? As doubts swirled in his mind, the venom that cocooned him began to undergo a visible transformation, rapidly shifting from its original black hue to a brilliant white. Bai Ze stared, astounded, at his newly whitened palm. Why does this sensation feel so familiar? Have I encountered this before? Wait, Could this substance be an anti-venom? In a moment of clarity, Bai Ze instinctively touched his face, only to discover that the texture was not the familiar feel of skin, but rather akin to a second skin, resembling a form-fitting suit. At that moment, Bai Ze's appearance mirrored that of a spider-themed costume. He was now clad in a suit predominantly white, accented with black around the eye sockets, featuring two completely white eyes and adorned with a large black spider emblem on his chest. Bai Ze marveled at his attire. I recall the spider emblem on the Venom suit being white, yet mine is black. Could it truly be the anti-venom? I have acquired the anti-venom. No. I must pause and ponder. What on earth is happening? Why have I inexplicably gained the anti-venom? While Bai Ze was lost in contemplation, a memory surfaced of the serum Spider-Man had injected into him. What exactly did Spider-Man administer? Could it be a serum designed to combat venom? Did the serum react chemically with the venom coursing through my veins? No, I cannot dwell on this. My CPU is overwhelmed. Just as a headache began to brew, Spider-Man's voice echoed from outside the cabinet. No way. Why is this thing so tenacious? It has circled the school, and I still can't shake it off. Hearing Spider-Man's voice, Bai Ze glanced at his palm once more, and without a moment's hesitation, he kicked open the cabinet door and emerged. Since I possess the anti-venom, let me see how effective it truly is. Turning his head to the right, Bai Ze witnessed Spider-Man struggling to evade the onslaught of Venom's attacks. It's indeed challenging to avoid contact with Venom, for if touched, one could become parasitized. However, this predicament holds no sway over me, now that I possess the anti-venom. Without delay, Bai Ze dashed towards Venom. As Spider-Man, grappling with the immense threat of Venom, leapt onto the wall, he suddenly noticed a figure in white spider attire that had emerged unnoticed. Wait, who is that? Am I being imitated? No. That can't be right. Don't approach it. That thing will parasitize you. Bai Ze, heedless of Spider-Man's warning, charged forward and leaped into the writhing mass of Venom. Observing this, Spider-Man felt a sense of foreboding. This is a serious problem. With no alternative, Spider-Man swiftly evaded Venom's attack and followed suit, jumping in alongside Bai Ze. As Spider-Man plunged into the viscous embrace of the symbiote, he was immediately overwhelmed by the nauseating writhing tendrils surrounding him. This is truly revolting. Hey, don't touch me, he exclaimed, struggling to fend off the probing appendages. However, a glance revealed the formidable presence of Bai Ze, who was wreaking havoc within the symbiote's mass. Bai Ze's anti-symbiote battlesuit was specifically designed to counter the venomous tendrils, which recoiled with a sizzling sound upon contact, disintegrating as they approached him. Without hesitation, Bai Ze seized a nearby tendril, which promptly dissolved in his grasp. Time to try something new, he declared, positioning himself as if to launch webs like Spider-Man. With a swift motion, Bai Ze unleashed a stream of anti-symbiote webbing that ensnared the surrounding tendrils. Spider-Man, observing this spectacle, felt a pang of envy. Wow, how is that webbing made? He pondered, but his curiosity distracted him from the encroaching symbiote, which swiftly enveloped him. Meanwhile, Bai Ze noticed the diminishing number of tendrils. What is going on? There's no way this much symbiote could be dispatched so quickly. Just as he contemplated the situation, a chilling scream pierced the air, causing him to turn abruptly. To his shock, Spider-Man had been completely engulfed by the symbiote. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged from the mass, and Bai Ze recognized it with dread. This isn't fair. Why does the symbiote manifest as a fully formed entity on Spider-Man? This defies logic. Its height rivals that of the Hulk. The fully formed symbiote, muscles rippling and towering like the Green Giant, bore hauntingly white eyes and razor-sharp teeth, adorned with a massive white spider emblem on its chest. Fixating on Bai Ze, the symbiote licked its elongated tongue across its mouth, declaring, "Food." It lunged towards Bai Ze. But just as it approached, a sudden buzzing erupted in Bai Ze's mind, leaving him bewildered as he rubbed his head. Hey, what is going on? Amidst the cacophony, the symbiote collided with Bai Ze, slamming him against the wall. The brutal impact sent pain coursing through him. Oh, now I understand why my head is buzzing. This is my spider sense. In that instant of realization, the symbiote swung a fist towards Bai Ze's face. Once again, the buzzing intensified in his head, prompting him to stick his hand to the wall and leap away just in time to evade the blow. As he vaulted over the symbiote, he marveled at his own leaping ability and agility. Wow, I can jump higher than Spider-Man. This sensitivity is incredibly strong, but I like it. At this moment, the empty punch of Venom turned to gaze at Bai Ze, exclaiming, "Food, food, food." Bai Ze, upon hearing Venom's address, squinted his eyes in displeasure and retorted, "I am not your food. Please refer to me as, it seems I haven't quite settled on a heroic title for myself. Never mind, just call me White Spider." In response to Bai Ze's words, Venom merely grinned, displaying a complete disregard for his counterpart, and repeated, "Food." Chapter 10. The complete form. Bai Ze and Venom locked eyes, neither willing to make the first move. After a brief moment, Venom, unable to contain itself, lunged at Bai Ze. In response, Bai Ze shot several strands of webbing towards the walls on either side. He then forcefully crossed the strands in front of him and tied a knot, remarking, "I hope you enjoy trampolines." Just as Venom was about to collide with him, Bai Ze released his grip on the web, and the knotted strands catapulted Venom away. Sent flying, Venom crashed through the roof of the teaching building, landing on the top floor. Observing the gaping hole above him, Bai Ze couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, that was a bit too much power." He swiftly shot webbing to both sides of the damaged roof, pulling himself up to the top. Upon arriving, Bai Ze found Venom rising to its feet, gazing at him intently. Venom charged towards Bai Ze, who wasted no time in firing webbing to ensnare Venom's feet. However, Venom effortlessly lifted its foot, tearing the webbing apart. Realizing the danger, Bai Ze attempted to evade, but before he could react, Venom shot its own webbing, binding Bai Ze's legs and body tightly. "What? All right, I admit, restraining others isn't exactly a good habit." Bai Ze struggled to break free from the venomous webbing. But regardless of his efforts, it remained unyielding. Venom approached him, seizing Bai Ze and forcefully slamming him to the ground, exclaiming, "Food, food, food." It opened its massive jaws, preparing to devour Bai Ze's head. Observing Venom's gaping maw, Bai Ze felt a twinge of panic. "Oh my goodness, when was the last time you brushed your teeth? Can you please close your mouth? I'm not seeking your opinion." Bai Ze then channeled the anti-venom within him to corrode the web binding his legs. Summoning all his strength, he broke free from the constricting webbing. "Oh, fine, this stuff is indeed quite sturdy. Care for some web cookies?" Just as the words left his mouth, Bai Ze shot strands of anti-venom webbing directly into Venom's mouth. Venom, caught off guard, found its mouth sealed by the sticky strands, allowing Bai Ze to seize its arms. However, before Bai Ze could secure his grip, Venom rose and shook him off, then forcefully hurled Bai Ze toward the edge of the rooftop. Bai Ze was propelled off the roof, hurtling towards the ground. In a moment of desperation, he shot out a web, swinging to the wall. Yet, before he could catch his breath, the spider sense granted by the anti-venom activated. As he processed the warning, the wall he clung to shattered, revealing a thick, venomous tendril that yanked him back into the teaching building. Venom grasped Bai Ze firmly, pressing him against the wall with tremendous force. Bai Ze winced in pain, gasping, "Cough. Could you not be so rough? Rest assured, I shall be gentler." Upon hearing Venom's words, Bai Ze was instantly gripped by an ominous premonition. At that moment, an insidious smile crept across Venom's face. "Well, I was merely jesting. Could you possibly let me down?" Bai Ze inquired nervously, but this time, Venom responded with action. With forceful determination, Venom slammed Bai Ze against the wall and swiftly darted down the corridor to the right, leaving Bai Ze to be rubbed against the wall. This is anything but gentle. After a brief sprint, Venom abruptly halted and carelessly tossed the now smoldering Bai Ze to the ground. Bai Ze, feeling a surge of intense pain, swore to himself, "I never wish to endure such an experience again. Oh, my back." Observing Bai Ze helplessly sprawled on the ground, Venom revealed another wicked grin. Just as Bai Ze began to recover from the pain, Venom leapt onto him, causing the very ground beneath them to collapse. They plummeted from the second floor of the educational building to the first, with Bai Ze feeling excruciating agony as Venom pressed down upon him. Truly, I feel as though 3 of my ribs have broken." After a moment, Venom finally rose from Bai Ze's body. Gazing down at the incapacitated Bai Ze, Venom seized him once more and, before Bai Ze could fully grasp the situation, slammed him violently into the ground. "Oh, now I truly understand how arduous the role of Spider-Man is." Perceiving Bai Ze's utter lack of resistance, Venom grew bored. He then grasped Bai Ze and opened his gaping maw. The somewhat dazed Bai Ze, upon detecting the foul odor emanating from Venom's mouth, became instantly alert. "Oh, you are indeed replete with deadly weapons, especially that foul breath of yours." Bai Ze then began to survey his surroundings, hoping to find something that could aid him. As he scanned the area, he spotted a fire alarm not far above his head. "I hope this proves useful." With renewed determination, Bai Ze lifted his feet and kicked towards Venom's yawning mouth. The unexpected assault startled Venom, causing him to instinctively release his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Ze shot a web towards the fire alarm. Please, do not malfunction." Regaining his senses, Venom sensed the impending danger and attempted to intervene. But it was too late. Bai Ze's fist struck true against the alarm. The cacophonous shriek of the fire alarm plunged Venom into profound anguish. Simultaneously, Bai Ze, having triggered the alarm, experienced a similar torment. Damn it, wasn't it said that the anti-venom has no weaknesses? The symbiote of the anti-venom within Bai Ze began to writhe uncontrollably. Overwhelmed by the pain induced by the noise, Bai Ze could no longer withstand it and fainted, crashing to the ground from the ceiling. Disturbed by the incessant noise, Venom felt an overwhelming urge to dismantle the fire alarm. However, before he could take action, the anti-venom symbiote lying on the ground unleashed a sharp projectile, obliterating the alarm entirely. Once the alarm was destroyed, Venom anxiously turned his gaze towards the unconscious Bai Ze, as the anti-venom symbiote on him began to stir with newfound energy. In a short span of time, Bai Ze rose from the ground, his body gradually swelling as powerful. White muscles erupted forth. His hands expanded in size, and the anti-venom mask grotesquely tore open, forming a mouth adorned with razor-sharp teeth and a lengthy tongue. Mirroring that of Venom, Bai Ze's height swiftly increased, and in mere moments, he was enveloped in robust white musculature, matching Venom's stature. The mask was enshrouded in a black liquid, resembling a dark visage, from which terrifying red eyes emerged. Connected to this black mask was a mouth that bore an uncanny resemblance to Venom's, complete with a tongue that mirrored its counterpart. The emblem of a black spider on his chest elongated and broadened, and this creature, resembling Venom in nearly every aspect, was the fully realized anti-venom. At that moment, the anti-venom turned its gaze towards Venom, who was observing from a distance, and let out a fearsome, beastly roar that echoed through the air. Chapter 11, Venom vs. Anti-Venom. Without uttering a single word, Anti-Venom charged at Venom with the ferocity of a wild beast. Before Venom could react, he was struck squarely in the face by a powerful punch from Anti-Venom. Feeling the sting of pain, Venom retaliated with an equally furious blow aimed at Anti-Venom's face. In a swift motion, Anti-Venom seized Venom's incoming fist, executing a shoulder throw that sent the bewildered Venom crashing to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, Anti-Venom positioned himself atop the fallen Venom and unleashed a barrage of rapid punches, punctuating the assault with guttural roars. Incensed by the relentless blows, Venom opened his mouth wide and let out a furious howl. Seizing the opportunity, Anti-Venom thrust his hands deep into Venom's mouth and forcefully pulled apart his jaws. In a matter of moments, Venom's head was brutally torn away, revealing not Spider-Man's visage, but yet another head of Venom. Anti-Venom, momentarily stunned by this unexpected revelation, was quickly met with a counterattack as Venom seized the chance to deliver a powerful punch, sending Anti-Venom flying. Rising to his feet with a fierce roar, Venom charged toward the still-recovering Anti-Venom. With a mighty leap, Venom landed atop Anti-Venom, who instinctively sought to retaliate. However, before he could act, Venom unleashed a flurry of punches to Anti-Venom's face. In a fit of rage beneath Venom's relentless assault, Anti-Venom raised his hands to intercept the incoming strikes. Upon realizing that his punches were being caught, Venom swiftly grasped Anti-Venom by the neck and hoisted him off the ground, then hurled him forcefully against a wall. The impact sent shockwaves through Anti-Venom's body, and before he could recover from the pain, Venom charged at him once more. The collision was brutal, sending Anti-Venom crashing through the wall, which crumbled under the force. Struggling to rise from the ground, Anti-Venom attempted to push himself up, only to find Venom looming over him. As their gazes met, Venom wasted no time. He grasped Anti-Venom's head, lifting him effortlessly. With a mocking glare, Venom taunted, "What's wrong? Is this too much for you? Weren't you fierce just a moment ago? Ha ha." With that, Venom hurled Anti-Venom out of the school's confines, sending him crashing through a row of bicycles. Observing the modest height of the school's wall, Venom effortlessly utilized his tendrils to propel himself over it. As he cleared the barrier, he spotted Anti-Venom, incapacitated and lying among the fallen bicycles. Well then, it appears it's time to feast. At this moment, Venom advanced step by step towards Anti-Venom, who, still reeling from the impact, was seized by the throat with a powerful grip. Without hesitation, Venom forcefully slammed Anti-Venom onto the ground. Before Anti-Venom could regain his composure, Venom thrust his hands into Anti-Venom's mouth, exclaiming, "Let me see just how delectable that defiant little brat truly is." Subsequently, Venom began to stretch Anti-Venom's jaw apart. And within mere seconds, Anti-Venom's head was torn asunder by Venom. From within, the unconscious head of Bai Ze was revealed. Upon sighting Bai Ze, Venom leaned in, licking Bai Ze's face and declaring, "Now, it is time for me to feast." He then opened his massive jaws, inching closer to Bai Ze's head. In that moment of peril, Anti-Venom sensed his host's danger and swiftly enveloped Bai Ze's head once more, biting down hard on Venom's extended tongue. Feeling the sharp pain in his tongue, Venom instinctively tried to shake off Anti-Venom. Seeing this, Anti-Venom tightened his grip, successfully dislodging himself, while simultaneously ejecting a segment of Venom's tongue from his mouth. Not long after losing a portion of his tongue, Venom's severed part began to regenerate. Seizing the opportunity while Venom was preoccupied with regrowing his tongue, Anti-Venom rose and delivered a powerful punch to Venom's face. Stung by the blow, Venom sought to retaliate. But as he turned to face Anti-Venom, he was swiftly tackled to the ground. After a fierce roar directed at Venom, Anti-Venom unleashed a flurry of punches aimed at Venom's body and face. When Anti-Venom severed Venom's tongue, the blood that flowed from the wound was consumed by Anti-Venom, igniting a primal aggression within him. Now, Anti-Venom resembled a ferocious beast devoid of reason. Venom found himself utterly incapable of countering the relentless assault. He attempted to strike Anti-Venom away, but as soon as his left hand extended, Anti-Venom seized it with his right hand, resulting in a hissing sound emanating from Venom's left hand. Upon feeling the excruciating pain in his left hand, Venom sought to retract it, yet before he could, Anti-Venom yanked it down forcefully. Venom's severed left hand reverted to its liquid symbiotic form. Observing the writhing mass of symbiote in his grasp, Anti-Venom opened his enormous jaws and began to gnaw at the squirming substance. Venom, now on the ground, swiftly rose and charged, sending Anti-Venom hurtling away, while the symbiotic mass that had been bitten fell to the ground, eventually returning to Venom. Once the symbiote reattached to Venom, his left hand regrew. Anti-Venom, having been hurled away, crashed through a wall. Venom gazed towards the direction in which Anti-Venom was thrown. After colliding with the wall, Anti-Venom brought it down, causing debris to scatter and a cloud of dust to rise. Venom remained vigilant, eyeing the area obscured by the smoke. At that moment, a figure emerged from the swirling smoke. Venom focused intently and soon recognized the familiar form of Bai Ze, who had reverted to the Anti-Venom suit. "What is happening? How did you break free from the control of the symbiote?" Venom inquired. Clad in the Anti-Venom suit, Bai Ze regarded Venom with amusement and replied, "Who can say? Perhaps I possess an innate talent for controlling symbiotes." Bai Ze would never reveal to Venom that after being struck by Venom, the Anti-Venom had lost its grip and was beginning to falter. The violent movements had awakened Bai Ze, who, upon regaining consciousness, felt a sense of unease at the familiar symbiotic tendrils surrounding him. However, upon noticing that these tendrils were white, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Consequently, Bai Ze decided to attempt to exert control over these symbiotes, and to his surprise, he successfully transformed the Anti-Venom symbiotes back into the suit form. Shortly after, Bai Ze stepped out of the smoke to find Venom gazing at him with a look of confusion and astonishment. Chapter 12. A temporary conclusion. Bai Ze charged towards Venom, who retaliated with a powerful punch. However, Bai Ze, with his agile physique, effortlessly evaded the blow through a swift slide, maneuvering beneath Venom's outstretched arm and positioning himself behind the creature. Seizing the moment before Venom could react, Bai Ze unleashed a strand of webbing, ensnaring Venom's feet. Venom, noticing the webbing on his legs, attempted to tear it away, but before he could act, Bai Ze shot another strand towards the wall he had just shattered, declaring, "That cannot be pulled." With a forceful tug, Bai Ze propelled himself forward, delivering a decisive kick that sent Venom sprawling to the ground. Observing the fallen Venom, Bai Ze remained vigilant, utilizing the Anti-Venom tendrils to bind the creature. Yet, as a fellow symbiote, and with Venom having been born before Anti-Venom and having regained strength from the remnants of a small-time thug Bai Ze had consumed, Venom now possessed a significant advantage over Anti-Venom. With a surge of strength, the bound Venom snapped the tendrils asunder. Taking advantage of Bai Ze's momentary distraction, Venom lunged forward, seizing Bai Ze by the throat and hurling him against the school wall. Cough, cough. All right, I think my ribs are really broken, and not just two of them. Disregarding Bai Ze's complaints, Venom charged again, crashing through the wall and sending Bai Ze back into the confines of Zhongqing High School. Venom approached the fallen Bai Ze, extending his right hand to grasp Bai Ze's neck, lifting him off the ground. As Bai Ze felt the constriction around his throat, he gasped, "Cough, cough. Could you please let me down?" "Of course," Venom replied, before forcefully throwing Bai Ze against the wall of the classroom building. Bai Ze crashed through the wall, rolling several times along the corridor before collapsing on the ground, gazing painfully at the ceiling. "Cough, cough. This job is certainly not for an ordinary person. To be honest, I have some regrets." Taking advantage of Bai Ze's moment of introspection, Venom approached him, reaching out to seize Bai Ze's battle suit, lifting him from the ground once more. With a sinister glint in his eyes, Venom regarded Bai Ze. "I am quite hungry now, so it is time for me to feast. Wait, before I meet my end, could you answer me a small question? Consider it my last request, all right?" Venom, intrigued by Bai Ze's inquiry, listened intently. Bai Ze posed his question. "When exactly did you gain self-awareness?" "I recall that when you controlled me, all I felt was an overwhelming hunger and a loss of self." Upon hearing Bai Ze's question, Venom smiled ominously. "It's quite simple. When I was first born, I experienced an instinctual state due to a lack of nourishment. As for you, I sense no self-awareness from the symbiote within you. To put it bluntly, the symbiote you carry is merely an incomplete life form, driven solely by instinct and devoid of self-awareness." Upon hearing the words of Venom, Bai Ze was momentarily taken aback as he glanced at the Anti-Venom on his body. "So that's it," he mused. "No wonder this thing inflicts damage on you inconsistently. In that case, let us proceed with Plan B." Venom, slightly bewildered, inquired, "Plan B?" Just then, Bai shot a strand of webbing towards the ceiling above. Once he secured the web, he pulled it taut before Venom could react. Bai Ze swiftly shot another strand, which adhered to Venom's face, obstructing his vision. Struggling to remove the web, Venom found himself ensnared as the webbing retracted, yanking him upward and crashing through the ceiling, his head becoming lodged in the corridor floor above. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Ze slipped from Venom's grasp. Turning back to the ensnared Venom, he exclaimed, "Wow, that looks painful. Now, let us begin your transformation. Can you hear me? Spider-Man, if you can hear me, break free from that monster's grasp. I know this creature is not the true you. You are a hero. What drives your fight against crime? Think of your family and how they worry for you. Reflect on the reasons behind your battle against evil." Within the confines of Venom, Peter Parker began to awaken, disoriented. Where am I? What are these writhing things? They look revolting. Sensing Peter's awakening, Venom frantically struggled to escape the damned ceiling that trapped his head. Observing the effectiveness of his persuasion, Bai Ze quickly shot webbing to secure Venom's neck, preventing him from breaking free. "Hurry and emerge from that monster," he urged. "Think of your family and friends, quickly." Peter Parker, hearing these words, began to fight against Venom's parasitic hold. As he struggled, tendrils of venom surged outward in response. However, the intensity of his movements caused Venom to crash down along with the ceiling, sending debris and dust billowing into the air, prompting Bai Ze to cough. As the smoke began to clear, Bai Ze opened his eyes, catching a glimpse through the anti-venom mask of a weakened Venom pushing against the fallen ceiling. Wow, Plan B has truly succeeded. Once the smoke had dissipated entirely, the frail Venom, upon seeing Bai Ze, lunged forward and seized him, leaping upwards. The ceiling shattered once more as Venom ascended to the second floor of the classroom building. Without a moment's pause, Venom hurled Bai Ze towards a classroom window. Bai Ze crashed through the interior glass, continuing his momentum without stopping. Bai Ze crashed into several desks and chairs, shattering a window on the outer side of the classroom before managing to precariously halt at the window's edge. Indeed, foreign glass cannot compare to the quality of Chinese manufacturing. At this moment, half of Bai Ze's body was outside the window, while Venom, with a fierce roar, charged towards him once more. Bai Ze's spider sense tingled, prompting him to flip backward and adhere to the wall outside the teaching building. Seeing Bai Ze tumble down, Venom attempted to halt his relentless pursuit, but the distance to the shattered window had narrowed significantly, leaving him no time to stop. Consequently, Venom barreled out of the window. Observing this, Bai Ze shot out webs towards Venom, exclaiming, "Is it really necessary to be so determined just to feast on my brain?" Once ensnared, Bai Ze exerted a forceful pull. Jesting, "I hope you enjoy swinging." Venom was yanked back to the first floor along the web, and due to his uncontrollable speed, he skidded along the ground, toppling the metal lockers in the corridor. After Venom crashed onto the first floor, Bai Ze released the web that bound him. Enhanced by the anti-venom serum, Bai Ze's keen hearing captured the cacophony of collapsing objects below. He glanced down in curiosity and shot a web towards the wall, gradually sliding down to the first floor. Upon his descent, Bai Ze gently swung into the corridor, where he found Venom, tormented by the noise of the surrounding metal lockers that had fallen. Above Venom loomed a ceiling on the verge of collapse. Despite his weakened state, Venom attempted to rise and retaliate upon seeing Bai Ze. Bai Ze, struck by admiration for Venom's tenacity, remarked, "Impressive. It's no wonder you are universally acknowledged as an anti-hero, even in such a dire condition. Your relentless spirit to devour my head commands respect. However, you shall be disappointed. I am not foolish enough to offer my head to someone intent on my demise." With that, Bai Ze aimed his webs at the ceiling above Venom and pulled with all his might, causing the ceiling to crash down. Just as Venom shakily regained his footing, he was once again overwhelmed by the descending debris. The impact raised a cloud of dust, obscuring Bai Ze's view. Once the dust settled, he beheld Venom, now in a humanoid form, forcefully pushing the ceiling off. "No way, he is fine?" Feeling a surge of tension, Bai Ze readied himself for combat once more. However, the humanoid Venom only managed a few steps toward Bai Ze before collapsing to his knees in agony. "Help me. Help me. This thing is trying to reclaim me. I need assistance." Upon hearing Peter Parker's voice emanating from the humanoid Venom, Bai Ze instinctively moved to aid him. In an inadvertent glance, he noticed a fallen locker bearing a familiar name, Flash Thompson. Well, that might prove somewhat helpful. Immediately, Bai Ze lifted and opened the locker of Lightning Thompson. As he swung it open, his eyes fell upon a white tracksuit emblazoned with a large number 8, alongside a baseball bat and a basketball. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Ze seized the baseball bat, muttering to himself, "I'll just borrow this. I doubt I'll soil it." Armed with the bat, he dashed towards the kneeling figure of the humanoid Venom. Upon reaching the creature, he glanced at another fallen locker nearby and thought, "This must be quite uncomfortable." After a brief moment of hesitation, Bai Ze swung the bat against the down locker, the noise resonating sharply, allowing him to feel the agony and weakness emanating from Venom. Yet, he did not cease his assault. Rather, he intensified his efforts, for he beheld Venom. Equally tormented and frail, now's the time. Tear Venom away from you. Remember, do not fear this monster, Spider-Man. Do you recall why you fight crime? With great power comes great responsibility. Hearing Bai Ze's words, Spider-Man gritted his teeth and began to tear at the venom encasing him. With his left hand, he grasped the venom on his face and began to pull vigorously. In no time, the venom was ripped from his visage, attempting to reattach itself. But Spider-Man denied it the chance, forcefully casting it aside. Next, he gripped the venom on his suit with both hands, pulling it outward with all his strength. Venom clung desperately to Spider-Man's attire, but the intermittent sounds of impact weakened it significantly, and soon Spider-Man tore it free. As the detached venom sought to re-establish its bond with Spider-Man, the latter was unyielding, tightening his grip on the substance and delivering a powerful punch to the ground. Venom gradually slipped away from him. Simultaneously, as Bai Ze collapsed from exhaustion after striking the locker, Spider-Man removed his mask, gasping for fresh air. The fallen venom had shrunk to the size of droplets. As it attempted to escape, Peter Parker, now unmasked and inhaling deeply, spotted it. Without hesitation, he retrieved a small vial of backup web fluid from his waist, though modest in size. The vial contained enough webbing to allow Spider-Man to swing between buildings for an entire month. Peter Parker swiftly opened the vial and poured out its contents. Just as Venom was about to crawl into a vent to flee, Peter scaled the wall and covered it with the empty vial. Successfully capturing Venom within the web fluid container, he quickly sealed it shut. Observing the writhing mass within the vial brought him some relief, but it was short-lived, as dizziness soon enveloped him. Immediately thereafter, Peter Parker plummeted from the wall, collapsing to the ground, utterly exhausted and succumbing to unconsciousness. The bottle containing Venom, which Peter held, rolled to the side of the fallen Bai Ze. Chapter 13. The conversation with the Supreme Sorcerer shortly after Peter Parker and Bai Ze succumbed to unconsciousness. An orange-yellow portal, ablaze with light, materialized beneath Bai Ze. He, along with a vial containing Venom, tumbled into the abyss, and the portal gradually sealed itself, as if it had never existed. Upon awakening, Bai Ze opened his eyes to behold an unfamiliar ceiling. Where am I? My body feels so weak. Struggling. Bai Ze propped himself up with his hands and surveyed his surroundings, discovering a decor reminiscent of a cathedral. Is this a church? Shouldn't I be in Spider-Man's school? Feeling a surge of anxiety in this strange environment, the Anti-Venom sensed its host's trepidation and swiftly enveloped Bai Ze, manifesting itself as a protective suit in an instant. Empowered by the Anti-Venom's strength, Bai Ze felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He cautiously descended from the bed, just as the door to his chamber creaked open. Entering the room was a bald man clad in a yellow robe, his features strikingly refined. Upon recognizing the familiar visage and attire, Bai Ze instantly identified the figure before him, the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One. Taken aback by Bai Ze's exclamation of his name, Ancient One paused momentarily before resuming his warm smile. It seems you are acquainted with me, outsider. Feeling slightly awkward at the title, Bai Ze replied, You can call me Bai Ze. After uttering his name, he offered a somewhat bashful smile, and the anti-venom that had encased his head receded back to the suit adorning his body. Ancient One chuckled at Bai Ze's demeanor, who continued to smile in response. As the atmosphere settled into a quiet, yet awkward silence, Ancient One broke the tension by lifting a wooden tray on his right hand. Would you care for something to eat? Noticing the tray laden with bread and a bottle of milk, Bai Ze was about to decline when his stomach audibly protested, leading him to sheepishly pat his abdomen. I must have expended too much energy during the battle. I suppose I will have a little. Seeing Bai Ze's embarrassment, Ancient One shook his head in mild amusement. He placed the tray on a nearby table and stepped out of the room. As he turned back to glance at Bai Ze, he remarked, Once you have satisfied your hunger, someone will come to escort you to me. I have matters to discuss with you. Seizing the opportunity while Ancient One turned away, Bai Ze ravenously devoured the bread, rendering him unable to speak. Upon hearing Ancient One's words, he could only nod in acknowledgement. After Ancient One exited the room, Bai Ze finished the last morsel of bread and proceeded to drink from the bottle of milk. The reason for his insatiable hunger stemmed from the effects of the semi-finished anti-venom. While this incomplete formula possessed the capability to purify all ailments, it was not without its flaws. The semi-finished anti-venom has inherited the innate fear of noise and flames characteristic of all symbiotes. Each uncontrolled battle of the semi-finished anti-venom consumes a substantial amount of energy from its host. Coupled with the considerable duration of previous conflicts between the anti-venom and venom, this is why Bai Ze feels an overwhelming hunger in his belly. However, the semi-finished anti-venom possesses two remarkable traits. It does not require the consumption of another's head like other symbiotes. Instead, it merely needs ordinary food to replenish energy. And it does not alter the host's subconscious. After finishing his meal, Bai Ze still felt somewhat hungry and patted his stomach, realizing he hadn't eaten enough. He thought to himself, well, I'm on someone else's turf. I should find a way out and buy something to eat later. As Bai Ze was muttering to himself, the door to the room swung open from the outside. Turning around, he saw a woman in a blue training suit with braided hair. She flashed a professional smile at Bai Ze and said, "Hello, Mr. Bai Ze. The Supreme Mage has sent me to escort you. Please follow me." Upon hearing this, Bai Ze followed her. The woman led the way while Bai Ze curiously glanced around, exclaiming, "Wow, what are all these? It feels so fantastical. Do you know magic? Can you teach me a few tricks? Why aren't you speaking? Where are the others? Are they practicing? Magic is so cool." As the woman walked ahead, she listened to Bai Ze's chatter without a hint of annoyance, yet she offered no response. Shortly thereafter, she brought Bai Ze to the hall. In the center of the hall, Bai Ze gazed around with wide-eyed curiosity, marveling, "I can't believe I'm actually in a temple. I only saw a small part of it in movies before. Never did I think I would truly be inside a temple. This is amazing." Upon entering the hall, the woman paid no heed to Bai Ze's musings but slightly bowed and announced, "Supreme Mage, I have brought the person you requested. I shall take my leave now." Bai Ze, still surveying his surroundings in curiosity, did not notice that the woman had exited the temple. The Supreme Mage, Gu Yi, observed Bai Ze's inquisitive demeanor and shook his head in resignation. As Bai Ze continued to explore the temple, a small portal suddenly appeared behind him, from which a hand emerged and patted his shoulder. Startled by the unexpected touch, Bai Ze turned around only to see a solitary hand. "What the hell, a ghost?" he exclaimed, frightened, and accidentally collided with a small tower made of goblets behind him. Realizing he had caused a mishap, Bai Ze quickly controlled the Anti-Venom's tendrils to restore the goblets to their original arrangement. Just as he sighed in relief, the portal expanded, and Gu Yi stepped through, now standing behind Bai Ze. "Well done. Can we discuss the matter at hand now?" Gu Yi's voice prompted Bai Ze to turn around quickly, to which he stammered, Of course." Upon hearing the response, Gu Yi nodded thoughtfully, and with a graceful wave of his hand, a river-like stream of golden sand materialized between him and Bai Ze. Bai Ze gazed at the flowing sands in bewilderment, prompting Gu Yi to discern his confusion and begin to elucidate. "You may perceive this as a timeline." After hearing Gu Yi's explanation, Bai Ze nodded in understanding. Gu Yi continued, "Before your arrival in this universe, I could glimpse countless futures through the Eye of Agamotto. However, once you arrived, all timelines underwent transformation. Each universe, each node, and every future became indistinct, akin to an uncharted and pristine future. Your existence has irrevocably altered myriad timelines." At this juncture, Bai Ze recalled his previous encounters with Venom and Dr. Octopus. "I remember that these two characters were absent in the original Marvel Avengers films, yet they have suddenly appeared. Has my arrival truly reshaped the entire Marvel universe? I am uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Wait, something seems amiss. Gu Yi knows I am a traveler." Observing Bai Ze's self-dialogue and his astonishment, Gu Yi sighed in exasperation. With a flick of his hand, the golden sands that had been suspended in mid-air vanished. Alas, everything in this world has its destiny. Perhaps your arrival is not entirely a misfortune. By the way, is this feisty little creature yours? Bai Ze, lost in thought, turned his gaze toward Gu Yi with a hint of confusion as Gu Yi produced a glass container, no larger than a palm. Inside the container was venom, the size of raindrops, thrashing about. Bai Ze, with a wry smile, took the container from Gu Yi's hand. Once in possession of the container, Bai Ze began to admire the furious yet powerless venom within. It is quite remarkable that such a small bottle can confine venom. No, I have added an additional layer of protective magic to it. Initially, I intended to speak with you, but unexpectedly, I brought this little one along. For security's sake, I reinforced the container with a defensive spell. Upon hearing Gu Yi's explanation, Bai Ze nodded. No wonder such a small bottle can contain venom. It could serve as an interesting decorative piece at home. There shouldn't be any issues, right? Gu Yi chuckled and shook his head. Rest assured, this little creature cannot breach my magic. Also, it is nearly time for you to return. Before Bai Ze could inquire further, a portal materialized beneath his feet, causing him to tumble directly into a garbage bin in an alley. Struggling, Bai Ze emerged from the bin. Is this my daily fate, to be entangled with garbage bins? I believe I need to return for a bath. He secured the container, holding venom to his waist, where the anti-venom mechanism instantly adhered to it. Bai Ze looked at the secured container with satisfaction, nodding. Now I can avoid holding it all the time. Subsequently, Bai Ze enveloped his head with the anti-venom, which transformed into a white Spider-Man mask. He then shot out webs and began to swing between the buildings, eventually coming to a halt against the exterior wall of a window in Queens. Extending his right hand, Bai Ze gently opened the window and cautiously crawled inside. Once inside, he carefully descended from the ceiling to the floor. Bai Ze had entered a somewhat cramped rental apartment, a modest abode he had secured with the earnings he had saved over the past few days. Finally, A moment of respite. First, a shower was in order. Glancing at the anti-venom suit clinging to his body, Bai Ze felt a pang of frustration. How was he to remove this? Just as he found himself at a loss, the suit, sensing its host's thoughts, promptly retracted back into Bai Ze's body. Well, that was rather convenient. After resolving the issue with the suit, Bai Ze, feeling quite fatigued, shed his outer garments and made his way into the bathroom for a shower. Meanwhile, in a laboratory situated 5,000 meters underground, a dark-skinned bald man with an eye patch was conversing with a Caucasian individual. This bald man was none other than Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The laboratory was bustling with numerous scientists diligently studying the Tesseract, which was emitting a faint glow from its central apparatus. Chapter 14. The Avenger. As the personnel of S.H.I.E.L.D. conducted experiments on the Tesseract, it emitted a blinding radiance, leaving the researchers bewildered by the data displayed on their screens. What was happening? All values were off the charts. It was not merely an anomaly in the readings. The Tesseract was activating. Something was coming. Everyone, brace for impact. Nick Fury and Hawkeye Barton, who were nearby, also noticed the commotion. However, before they could respond, the energy of the Tesseract erupted violently, knocking them both to the ground, coinciding with a blaring alarm that filled the laboratory. Red lights flashed ominously throughout the lab, and all the computers and machinery designated for the experiment were rendered inoperative. At the center of the laboratory, the Tesseract opened a swirling blue vortex, and Fury, struggling to regain his composure, gazed at the portal with trepidation. To his astonishment, a figure emerged from the vortex. Once the figure fully stepped out, the vortex vanished behind him. The figure was strikingly handsome, clad in armor adorned with gold and accented with green, crowned with a long, golden headpiece, and wielding a staff resembling a spear. This was Loki, the Prince of Asgard. Upon stepping forth, Loki surveyed the fallen individuals around him with disdain. Hear me, all you insignificant humans. Before you stands Loki, the god of mischief, Prince of Asgard. After delivering his haughty proclamation, he glanced around to find that the crowd was not heeding his words. Instead, they were in a state of chaotic retreat. Loki's fury ignited at their disrespect. Since you choose to disregard me, I shall demonstrate the consequences of provoking my wrath. He then turned his attention to the incapacitated Barton nearby and strode towards him. As Loki approached, Barton suddenly opened his eyes and swiftly reached for an arrow, intent on retaliating. Yet, with astonishing speed, Loki pressed the Mind Stone staff against Barton's body, causing his gaze to cloud into an abyss of darkness. Welcome to my ranks. Ha 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 ha. During Loki's maniacal laughter, Nick Fury stealthily crawled to the center of the laboratory to retrieve the Tesseract from the circular device. But when Fury turned around, he found Loki using the Mind Stone staff to control Professor Selvig, who was responsible for the research and development. Seeing this, Fury anxiously took cover behind a research table. He cautiously rose, opened a box on the table, and placed the Tesseract inside, before slowly closing and locking the box. With the box secured, Fury intended to slip away unnoticed. However, just as he reached the door, Loki, conversing with Professor Selvig, pointed the Mind Stone staff towards Fury at the entrance and unleashed a beam of blue energy. Fury was struck down, losing consciousness as the box tumbled a short distance away. Loki strode forward, seizing the box from the ground without casting a glance at the unconscious Nick Fury. Confident that his earlier laser had dealt a fatal blow, he approached the door, opened it, and before exiting the laboratory, turned to Professor Selvig, commanding, "Initiate the self-destruct sequence here." Upon delivering his directive, Loki departed with the mind-controlled Barton in tow. Following Loki's instructions, Professor Selvig approached a relatively intact computer and entered a series of codes, initiating a countdown to the base's destruction. Self-destruct mode activated, 1 minute remaining until detonation. Personnel who have not evacuated should do so immediately. Hearing the countdown, Professor Selvig hastened his own escape. Just 10 seconds before the explosion, one of Nick Fury's female subordinates rushed in. Spotting Fury on the ground, she quickly crouched beside him, shaking him vigorously. After several shakes, Fury gasped awake. Phew. Good thing I was wearing the titanium chest armor. Otherwise, I would have been done for. Upon hearing his words, the female subordinate swiftly pulled him up, urging, "No time for chatter, Director. We must run, or we'll truly perish." Confused by the situation, Fury was startled by the self-destruct alarm blaring again. 5 seconds remaining until self-destruction. What? That fiend actually initiated self-destruct mode. Fury exclaimed in disbelief. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second remaining until explosion. At the very moment before the blast, the female subordinate and Fury successfully reached the outside, though they were still knocked to the ground by the force of the explosion. Other subordinates who had already escaped rushed over to assist the two. Fury, now filled with anger and concern, Furious that Loki had destroyed the costly base he had built and anxious about Loki potentially wielding the Tesseract to threaten Earth, fixed a piercing gaze on the nearby S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. Activate the Avengers Initiative immediately. Meanwhile, in a rental apartment in Queens, a peacefully slumbering Spider-Wa had his spider sense suddenly tingle, forewarning him of imminent danger. Instinctively, he opened his eyes, and the anti-venom suit enveloped him in an instant. Transforming into the white spider, he swung through the buildings, following the direction indicated by his spider sense. On the rooftop of Stark Tower, one of Tony Stark's assets, the Iron Man suit descended onto the disassembly platform. Taking measured steps towards the villa on the rooftop of the Avengers Tower, where a multitude of mechanical arms emerged to begin dismantling the Iron Man armor. In no time, the Mark VI armor was completely removed from Tony's form. Entering the villa, Tony heard the calm voice of his AI assistant, Jarvis, greet him. "Welcome home, Mr. Stark." As he stepped into the villa, Tony casually grabbed a bottle of wine from the counter and took a swig. "Jarvis, this wine is delightful. Be sure to stock up on more of this variety." Just as Tony was about to take a second sip, his girlfriend Pepper emerged from the private elevator, exclaiming, "I'm utterly exhausted today." Ignoring Tony's presence, she cast aside her high heels and asked, "Are you drinking?" "Indeed, would you care for some?" Tony replied. Pepper, uninterested in a response, strode over, seized the drink from Tony's hand, poured it into a glass, and began to sip. Observing Pepper's fatigued demeanor, Tony approached to offer consolation. "Oh, well, darling, today marks our, what anniversary is it, Jarvis? "Sir, it is your 7th anniversary of affection." "Ah, splendid. May I have a drink?" "Sir, someone has come to visit you." "No, Jarvis. I explicitly stated that I do not wish to see anyone today." "Sir, according to my memory banks, you did not articulate such a statement." "Fine. I shall eventually dismantle your memory banks." Just as Tony and Jarvis engaged in their banter, the private elevator opened once more, revealing a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Irritated, Tony poured himself another drink. The agent produced a transparent tablet from his bag to present to Tony, who waved his hand dismissively. "Apologies, but I prefer not to accept things handed to me, and you have completely interrupted my date. Would you kindly leave?" Before Tony could finish, Pepper thrust the glass into his other hand and took the tablet from the agent. "All right, just hand it over to me." "Hey, that's not fair," Tony remarked, a hint of displeasure in his gaze. Unfazed by Tony's reaction, Pepper swiped the tablet, instantly projecting the information through Jarvis. Tony's expression shifted to one of seriousness upon seeing the projected data. "The Tesseract? It seems tonight's date is off. I truly have no time to rest." He then set down both glasses, kissed Pepper gently on the forehead, and headed towards the helipad. Jarvis. Immediately locate the source of the strongest energy fluctuations. "Understood, sir. The strongest energy signature has been pinpointed to downtown Manhattan." "Downtown? How intriguing." Donning the Mark VI armor, Tony soared towards the city center. Watching Tony depart, Pepper turned to the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent with a resigned expression. "Would you care for a drink?" In a boxing gym, a handsome man clad in a white tank top, showcasing a perfectly sculpted physique, was rapidly striking a punching bag. At that moment, Nick Fury entered through a side door, asking, "How's the adjustment going, Captain?" The man delivering the blows was none other than Captain America, Steve Rogers. Upon hearing Nick's question, Steve unleashed a powerful punch that sent the bag swinging. "Still adjusting. To be honest, some things are truly beyond my comprehension. Everything will be all right. We need you." Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, Steve's expression instantly turned serious. "When do we depart?" "Now." After informing Steve, Nick Fury retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Before long, the call was answered by two masked men. "Who is this? I do not recognize the voice." Nick Fury, undeterred by the unfamiliarity, swiftly got to the point. "I am looking for Natasha. Put her on the line." The two men appeared momentarily confused, yet obediently brought the phone to Natasha, who was bound to a chair. With her flowing red hair and alluring figure, Natasha was undeniably beautiful. However, Nick Fury wasted no time with pleasantries. "You need to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha. So soon? I am still dealing with Hydra agents." Natasha's sultry voice resonated through the phone. Yet, Nick Fury simply replied with a note of urgency. "Barton has been captured." Upon hearing this, Natasha's gaze hardened. "I will return immediately." With that, she stood up, and before one of the men could react, she executed a sweeping kick that took him down. The other man attempted to flee, but Natasha, moving with remarkable speed, intercepted him with a swift scissor kick, bringing him to the ground. She then effortlessly untied the ropes binding her hands. "All right, It's done. I will be there shortly. Chapter 15. The God of Trickery in the heart of New York City. A grand ballroom was alive with the chatter of countless affluent guests. At the entrance, Loki strode in with a swagger that commanded attention. A security guard quickly approached him, raising a hand to halt his progress. "Excuse me, sir. May I see your invitation?" Loki regarded the guard with a sudden, mischievous smile. Of course. Before the guard could react, Loki wielded his scepter like a club, striking the guard with overwhelming force, rendering him unconscious. "It appears I may enter the soiree after all." The attendees, witnessing Loki's display of power, felt a twinge of fear. Without hesitation, Loki approached a portly gentleman in a suit with a receding hairline. "Good evening, Dr. Eric." Loki seized Dr. Eric by the collar, and before the man could comprehend the situation, he was forcefully thrown to the ground. With a flourish, Loki retrieved a scanner from the pocket of his magically conjured suit. "This may sting a bit." He pressed the device firmly against Dr. Eric's eye, eliciting an immediate reaction of pain from the doctor. Just 5 minutes prior, a controlled Barton had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D.'s network to locate the device that activated the Tesseract, securely locked within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s storage room. Accessing the storage room required Dr. Eric's retinal scan. Recognizing the urgency, Loki used his magic to personally seek out Eric at the gala, simultaneously exerting pressure on the world to indulge in a fleeting sense of pride. The retinal data was transmitted to another scanner in Barton's possession, who had stealthily infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. With ease, Barton dispatched the guards monitoring the storage room and pressed the scanner against the retinal password. Upon successful verification, the door swung open. Without a moment's hesitation, Barton delved into the storage room, rummaging through the contents until he unearthed the device to activate the Tesseract. Grasping it, he made his swift exit. After completing the retinal scan, Loki tossed the scanner aside. The guests were taken aback by his earlier aggression towards Dr. Eric, and panic ensued as they rushed toward the exit. Observing the fleeing crowd, Loki smirked. The game has only just begun. He advanced toward the throng, his attire transforming into his Asgardian battle garb. Mirroring his form, illusions of Loki appeared among the fleeing guests. "Everyone stop. Assume a crouch position." The terrified crowd halted in their tracks, complying with his command. As Loki reveled in his triumph, an elderly man rose defiantly from the group. "I refuse to crouch. Who do you think you are? At my age, I've seen far worse." Loki glared fiercely at the elderly man who had suddenly risen to oppose him. "Do you wish to be a hero? To stand out among the rest? Then I shall show you the consequences of defying me." With that, Loki aimed his mind scepter at the old man. In an instant, a laser beam shot forth, but just as it was about to strike its target, Captain America, Steve Rogers, leapt down from above, shielding the old man with his presence. Immediately, Steve raised his shield, and the laser collided with it, rebounding back toward Loki. Observing this, Loki swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the returning beam. "That was rather perilous. Pray tell, what is your name?" At this moment, Steve lowered his circular shield. Clad in his blue spandex suit adorned with a silver star emblem on his chest, "I am Captain America, though you may also refer to me as Steve Rogers." Quite intriguing, Loki retorted, charging directly at Steve. In response, Steve swung his shield at the advancing Loki, who expertly bent backward to evade the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Loki struck upward with his scepter towards Steve's midsection, catching the unaccustomed fighter off guard and sending him sprawling to the ground. Eager to press the advantage, Loki took a step forward, only to be struck by another laser beam that sent him crashing to the ground, causing the Mind Scepter to tumble away. Descending from the air in his Mark VI Iron Man armor, Tony Stark landed gracefully nearby. "I arrived just in time, it seems. The party should still be in full swing." Tony glanced at the fallen Steve, and in that fleeting moment, Loki attempted to retrieve the Mind Scepter to retaliate. However, before he could act, a web shot forth from above, ensnaring his feet and hoisting him upside down before he could react. Tony, turning just in time, witnessed the spectacle. "Wow, how did you end up hanging like that?" At that moment, a white figure alighted on a nearby utility pole, capturing Tony's attention. Activating the lights on his armor, he illuminated the arrival of Bai Ze, clad in an anti-venom suit. "I wonder if I might catch a ride." Chapter 16. Hijacking. Tony gazed at Bai Ze as a S.H.I.E.L.D. armed fighter jet soared through the sky. Bai Ze, Steve, and Tony were captivated by the turbulence generated by the aircraft's arrival. It appeared they had a ride. The young man clad in white pajamas, "Your ride has arrived." "Well, it's a rather large vehicle, and please, call me White Spider." "All right, little pajama-clad one. To be honest, the name White Spider feels a bit odd. What on earth are you talking about? I can't comprehend a single word." After a while, Loki was secured in high-tech handcuffs and escorted onto the plane. Tony and Steve followed suit, and as Tony stepped aboard, he turned to Bai Ze, who still lingered on the ground. "Hey, little pajama-clad one, aren't you coming up? Or have you changed your mind about hitching a ride? No, it's just a bit overwhelming. It's my first time on a plane. Bai Ze slowly ascended the steps. Once he boarded, the aircraft's door sealed shut. Bai Ze was immediately struck by the array of advanced technology within. Wow, this is absolutely luxurious. Try not to look so wide-eyed, and take off the mask, Tony replied. Maybe not. I feel fine wearing it. Hearing Bai Ze's response, Tony shrugged in resignation. Suit yourself. At that moment, Steve approached Tony. Hello, I know you, Steve Rogers, also known as Captain America. This is easy to look up, Bai Ze interjected, interrupting Steve's introduction. Embarrassed, Steve retreated a step. Bai Ze chuckled at the situation. This is quite amusing. If we follow the line of seniority, Steve should technically be Tony's uncle. Curious about Bai Ze's mutterings, Steve walked over. Hi, I'm Steve Rogers. What is your name? I'm Bai. No, I'm White Spider. Yes, you can call me White Spider. Steve observed Bai Ze's flustered demeanor with confusion. What is going on? White Spider. Sounds like a venomous spider. It feels odd. Not wanting to disturb Bai Ze further, Steve quietly moved to the side. At this moment, the plane soared at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and Bai Ze, unable to contain his restless nature, soon found himself bored. However, he had already examined every visible aspect of the aircraft and discovered no entertaining devices. Bored, Bai Ze strolled over to Loki, who was firmly restrained on a bench. He regarded Loki, whose hands were tightly shackled, but despite Bai Ze's scrutiny, Loki remained silent. Sitting beside Loki, Bai Ze began to idly play with his fingers. Loki glanced casually in Bai Ze's direction, only to be astonished as Bai Ze's fingers sprouted living like tendrils, which he was now manipulating out of sheer boredom. Just as Loki was about to speak, he was interrupted by the escalating argument between Steve and Tony. White Ze was also drawn to the commotion, as Steve and Tony were embroiled in a dispute aboard the aircraft for reasons unknown. Loki, observing their quarrel, found it somewhat amusing. However, at that moment, he sensed a familiar energy surge. Before he could react, the pilot spotted an individual flying towards them, wielding a large rectangular hammer. In a matter of moments, this person entered the aircraft, and Loki instantly recognized him, his brother. The newcomer was none other than Thor, the Prince of Asgard. Thor approached Loki directly, declaring, "Brother, it is time for you to return with me." White Ze, seated beside Loki, immediately stood up to intervene, exclaiming, "Is that Thor? Wait, no, you cannot take him." Thor regarded White Ze, who was attempting to block his path, and remarked, "You are quite brave, warrior, but no one can stop Thor, the Prince of Asgard." No sooner had Thor spoken than White Ze's spider sense began to tingle rapidly. Before he could respond, Thor swung his hammer with great force, sending White Ze hurtling out of the aircraft. The impact created another hole in the plane, as the breach allowed air to rush in, causing the aircraft to tremble precariously. Inside the plane, Tony and Steve, having witnessed the entire sequence of events unfold, regained their composure. Tony swiftly activated the visor of his Iron Man suit, while Steve readied his shield, prepared to counter any threat. Thor, ignoring the two men now poised defensively behind him, seized Loki by the collar. Loki barely had time to react as Thor spun his mighty hammer. In an instant, both Thor and the captured Loki soared out of the aircraft. Tony and Steve exchanged bewildered glances. Steve, unsure of the situation, reluctantly rushed to the cockpit to stabilize the plane. As Thor entered the aircraft, the hole he created in the glass allowed a torrent of air to rush in, causing the pilot to faint from asphyxiation. Noticing Steve heading towards the cockpit, Tony followed Thor's trajectory, stating, "I'll chase after that hammer-wielding fellow. The situation is in your hands, Captain. Jarvis, initiate a comprehensive search for the individual with the hammer." "Understood. Sir, I am currently identifying the most probable locations for the individual you described, and I will project the results onto your screen," Jarvis responded. In midair, a white figure plummeted rapidly, and White Ze, surrounded by swiftly passing clouds, felt a profound sense of helplessness. "I should have packed a parachute." "Aya," he exclaimed, fear causing him to shut his eyes tightly. Before long, White Ze felt a jarring pain. He had fallen from a height of 10,000 meters into a tree, breaking several branches before finally coming to a stop, precariously hanging from one. However, the impact caused him to lose consciousness, and his visor opened wide, revealing his robust white muscles. After a while, Venom transformed once again into its complete anti-venom form. The anti-venom effortlessly broke free from the branches and, driven by instinct, began to attack its surroundings. At that moment, the spider's sense of anti-venom tingled, prompting it to run in the direction indicated by the sensation, where Thor and Loki stood atop a cliff. Thor, gazing at Loki before him, intended to bring him back. Sensing Thor's approach, Loki retreated a step. Observing this, Thor sought to persuade Loki to return with him. "Loki, cease your childish antics. You must come home with me. Our father and mother are waiting for us." Upon hearing Thor's words, Loki was instantly consumed by fury. No, that is not my home. It is yours. Those are your mother and father. I do not belong there. Enough, Thor exclaimed loudly, but Loki fell silent at once. Just as Thor was about to speak again, he was suddenly knocked aside by the arriving Tony. Having vented his frustration, Loki quietly regarded the empty air. I am listening. Chapter 17. Misunderstanding resolved. Tony, without hesitation, collided with a grand tree, the impact severing it as both he and Thor tumbled to the ground. Annoyed by the abrupt encounter, Thor rose and glared at Tony, clad in his iron suit. At that moment, Tony showcased all the weapons of his armor, aiming directly at Thor. Hands up, I'm not joking. In response, Thor hurled his hammer. But Tony effortlessly dodged it with a swift sidestep. Is that all you've got? Tony quipped, only to be perplexed when he noticed Thor still holding his hands aloft. Curiosity got the better of him, and as he turned, he was met with the rapid return of the hammer, striking him and sending him crashing a short distance behind Thor. After reclaiming his hammer, Thor turned to see Tony sprawled on the ground in a rather undignified manner. Mortal, you should not meddle in the affairs of gods. Is that so? To me, you resemble a jester in costume, Tony retorted, prompting Thor's ire. As Thor stepped forward, Tony seized the opportunity to unleash his repulsor blast, propelling Thor backward. The god of thunder rolled upon impact before regaining his footing. Extending his right hand, Thor attempted to summon Mjolnir, but Tony reacted swiftly, igniting the thrusters in his suit, propelling himself toward Thor. Before Thor could react, Tony delivered a powerful punch directly to his face, inciting Thor's anger. Clenching his fist, Thor retaliated, striking the iron mask with considerable force, leaving a noticeable dent. Recovering quickly, Tony raised his left hand, ready to fire another repulsor blast. However, Thor swiftly grasped Tony's left hand, preventing the attack with a fierce grip that sent sparks flying from the armor. Mark 6 armor energy at 50, left arm energy concentrator damaged by 40. Repulsor blast no longer operational, sir. Tony, astonished by Jarvis's report, wondered, how strong is this guy? While he was still taken aback, Mjolnir had already returned to Thor's grasp. Raising it skyward, Thor summoned a tempest of lightning that crackled down upon the hammer. Seizing the moment while Tony was distracted, Thor pointed the hammer at him, unleashing a surge of electricity that sent Tony hurtling through the air, crashing through 5 trees before finally coming to rest. Detected excessive energy levels, automatically replenishing armor energy, current energy at 1000, exceeding safe limits. What? Tony exclaimed, bewildered by the overwhelming energy coursing through his suit. Observing the seemingly unscathed Iron Man, Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir, preparing to charge forward once more. Tony, recognizing the impending threat, immediately raised both hands, aiming at Thor. Return the energy to him, now. As soon as Tony's voice fell, the palm cannons of the iron armor swiftly unleashed a barrage of fire towards Thor. Yet, Thor showed no inclination to evade. Instead, he absorbed the relentless onslaught with his formidable physique. The moment the palm cannons ceased their assault, Thor prepared to charge forward and continue the fight. Just as he was about to advance, Steve suddenly leapt down from a nearby tree, positioning himself squarely between the two combatants. Please, stop. We may not be enemies. Could you lower your hammer for a moment? That's not a wise suggestion, Captain. He is quite fond of his hammer, Tony retorted, activating the jet propulsion in the palm of his armor, propelling himself rapidly towards Thor. Before Thor could react, Tony tackled him to the ground. Without a second thought, Tony pinned Thor beneath him. He raised his relatively intact right hand to the armor, the palm cannon poised and ready to obliterate Thor's head. However, Thor was no pushover. With a swift swing of his hammer, he sent Tony flying off him. Thor quickly regained his footing, spinning his hammer, the rotation increasing in speed. Staggered from the earlier blow, Tony barely had time to recover before he was sent hurtling to Steve's side by the rapidly whirling hammer. Steve glanced at the fallen Tony beside him. How do you feel? Come on, that hit nearly cost me half my life. It feels dreadful, Tony replied. At that moment, Jarvis conducted another scan of the iron suit's condition and reported to Tony within the armor. The Mark 6 armor's chest plating is damaged by 67. The visor is compromised by 48. The right arm is damaged by 25, and the left arm is at 56. Most functions of the suit are no longer operational. Stunned by the damage report, Tony thought, all right, this guy is definitely out for my life. My armor is almost in ruins from his hammer. Before Steve could respond, Thor lifted his hammer and charged forward. Realizing the peril, Steve rolled in front of Tony just as Thor leapt up, preparing to strike down on both of them. Steve hastily raised his shield for defense, but just as he did, Venom appeared suddenly from the surrounding forest. However, before Venom could comprehend the situation, Thor's hammer collided with Steve's shield, producing a shockwave that instantly incapacitated Venom, who then reverted to his original form, clad in the armor of Bai Ze. The iron armor on the ground was also affected by the electric pulse, causing the screen before Tony to flicker with static before returning to normal after a few seconds. Following this tumultuous encounter, Thor regained his composure. Looking at Steve, who had removed his helmet, he said, "I sincerely apologize. I became a bit too overzealous." "That's all right. I'm Steve Rogers," Steve replied. "I am Thor, the Prince of Asgard, the God of Thunder. I have come to Earth with the intention of retrieving 2 items. Upon hearing Thor's words, Tony, who had already risen and removed his helmet, became intrigued. "What is it that you seek on this planet?" After a moment of contemplation, Thor provided his answer. "It is my brother Loki and the Tesseract, both hailing from Asgard, and I intend to take them back." Upon learning that Thor wished to take the Tesseract, Tony grew discontented. "No, absolutely not. The Tesseract is far too perilous. Precisely because of its danger. I have come to reclaim it." At that moment, tension once again escalated between Thor and Tony. Caught in the middle, Steve attempted to defuse the situation. But after a moment's thought, he refrained from interrupting the unwavering gaze shared by the two. "It is truly perplexing." Steve then walked over to the unconscious Bai Ze, watching the unfolding drama, while Tony and Thor remained steadfast in their standoff. At that juncture, Tony was the first to relent. "Very well, do as you wish. But we must first locate the elusive Loki. Captain, please carry the unconscious Bai Ze. Let us proceed." Upon hearing this, Steve hoisted the unconscious figure and made his way toward the direction of the aircraft he had landed. Chapter 18, The Aircraft Carrier in the Slums of Brazil. A little girl encountered a man dressed in a suit, his hair curled and his visage somewhat aged. This man was Banner. The girl tugged at Banner's sleeve, her eyes filled with a pleading innocence. "My mother is ill. Could you save her?" Banner, now aware of the girl's desperate gaze, replied, "Very well. Lead me to her. I believe I may be able to assist." The girl, encouraged by his response, grasped his hand and hurried down a narrow alleyway. Before long, Banner found himself pulled into a diminutive room. He surveyed the surroundings but saw no sign of an ailing person. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he turned to look back at the girl, only to see her swiftly fleeing through the window. Banner, startled, attempted to follow, but as he turned, he faced the ominous barrel of a gun. "Next time, I shall insist on an emergency fee," he thought wryly. Natasha stood there, gun drawn, regarding him intently. "Hands up, Dr. Banner. We are surrounded by armed personnel, and we need to talk." With a resigned smile, Banner settled himself onto a relatively intact chair. "I presume you're not here for me, but rather for that green behemoth," he remarked. "It seems you cannot evade the truth. We require Hulk. The Avengers Initiative of S.H.I.E.L.D. has been activated, and Hulk is on the list. Am I allowed to refuse?" "You cannot. Unless you wish to be turned into a pincushion." Banner raised his gaze to meet Natasha's steely determination, feeling the weight of the moment. He understood that if he transformed into Hulk now, even Natasha would be at risk. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he rubbed his temples in resignation. "Very well. You have one. I shall join you." Upon hearing this, Natasha swiftly lowered her weapon. "A wise choice, Dr. Banner. Welcome aboard." Meanwhile, in a forest, Iron Man and his companions dragged the unconscious Bai Ze to the precipice of a cliff. Upon arrival, they discovered Loki, who had not fled. "This fellow remains. Does he not understand the concept of escape? Regardless, it simplifies our task. Inform Fury to prepare a new aircraft." Before long, Loki was escorted before Nick Fury. Facing the ocean with a small button in hand, Fury remarked, "I had hoped to avoid using this, but it seems unavoidable." He pressed the button, and a colossal aircraft carrier surged forth from the depths of the sea, the mighty airborne carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D. Loki was subsequently brought aboard and confined within a vast chamber of tempered glass. Observing his surroundings, Loki turned to Nick Fury with a smirk. "Let me guess. This room was originally intended for Hulk, was it not?" His gaze then drifted thoughtfully to Banner, who had just boarded the carrier. Banner was about to speak when Natasha abruptly pulled him away, instructing him to follow her to the conference room where everyone was waiting. I know, but please don't tug at my collar. I might slip," he protested. Loki and Nick Fury watched as Banner was dragged out of the room. At which point Loki turned to Fury with a sardonic smile and said, "Well, now that everyone has left, perhaps you could enlighten me on your intentions with the Tesseract." Meanwhile, in the conference room, Bai Ze had already awakened and was quietly awaiting their arrival. Moments later, he spotted Banner being led in by Natasha by the collar. "They do resemble a married couple," he remarked. Tony, thinking he misheard, looked at Bai Ze with confusion. "What did you say?" "Nothing." "No, you definitely said something. Spit it out, White Pajamas Baby." "I truly said nothing, and please refrain from calling me White Pajamas Baby. Refer to me as White Spider instead." "All right, suit yourself. White Pajamas Baby. No, you are being rather unreasonable." Just as Bai Ze was about to argue with Tony, Thor intervened, pushing the two apart. "I must bring Loki back. Even if he has lost his senses, he is my brother. Yes, he has killed nearly 80 people in the last 2 days. Thor, feeling embarrassed by Natasha's words, turned his head away. Loki was adopted. While the Avengers were still debating Loki's fate, Bai Ze noticed a staff member covertly playing a game on a computer while no one was watching. Well, it seems every world has its share of slackers. Never mind. I want to stir up trouble. As the Avengers engaged in heated discussion, Tony suddenly pondered a peculiar question. What does Nick Fury need the Tesseract for? The Avengers fell into silence, realizing they all shared the same ignorance regarding Fury's intentions. Uninterested in overthinking, Tony decided to act and promptly moved to a nearby workstation, prompting the other Avengers to disperse and commence their own investigations. At the workstation, Tony discreetly instructed Jarvis, hack into SHIELD's local network and find out what Fury is up to. Understood, sir. Turning around, Tony noticed Bai Ze sleeping in a chair. Having already known the plot of the Avengers from before his arrival, Bai Ze had dozed off out of boredom. Even though the storyline had deviated somewhat, he felt unperturbed, knowing that if trouble arose, the Ancient One would not stand idly by. Even if the Ancient One were to perish later in the story, Doctor Strange would be there to take her place. As Bai Ze recalled the plot, he drifted into a peaceful slumber, still clad in his anti-venom suit. What a carefree soul, Tony remarked before continuing his investigation. Chapter 19. Conversation. Tony gazed at the slumbering Bai Ze, exasperatedly muttering, "How can you sleep at a time like this? It's simply outrageous." As he expressed his discontent, he discreetly placed a miniature intrusion device on the SHIELD computer. Meanwhile, Steve paused in the corridor after exiting, glancing back at the SHIELD agent who had just passed by. After surveying his surroundings, he quietly followed suit, contemplating, what am I doing? Oh well, it is what it is. Before long, in the SHIELD laboratory, Dr. Banner was collaborating with Tony on their research. Tony had forcibly awakened Bai Ze, who was now reluctantly assisting, exclaiming, "Honestly, Mr. Stark, could you not let me sleep a bit longer? I am utterly exhausted. I barely slept at all yesterday." Tony retorted, "But I recall you were quite energetic on the plane, weren't you? Forget I said anything. Thank you." At that moment, Dr. Banner approached and patted Bai Ze on the shoulder. Encouraging, "Do your best, young man. By the way, isn't that tight suit a bit warm?" Bai Ze replied, "I quite enjoy wearing this, and besides, I prefer not to reveal my identity." "Suit yourself," Banner conceded. As Bai Ze and Banner engaged in conversation, Tony, feeling somewhat neglected, interjected, "Hey, do you think Steve might be the same guy my dad has always revered? Perhaps we should consider freezing him again." Banner, upon hearing Tony's remark, helplessly moved to adjust the nearby computer screen, stating, "No, I believe he is correct. Loki possesses a more intricate thought process than we do." Bai Ze, curious about Banner's comment, scratched his head. "Why do I feel as if I've just been reprimanded? It sounds as if you're implying we are rather foolish." Banner quickly waved his hands in denial. "No, I meant no offense. Please do not misunderstand. Thank you." Tony then moved to the side to begin tinkering with the computer. "But when I see him, he appears to be nothing more than a clown from a circus, destined to fail. Wouldn't you agree? By the way, Banner, why don't you join us in disguise?" Banner, still focused on the computer adjustments, promptly declined. "Oh please, I lack your armor. I can't just charge into battle with my bare hands. That is absurd. I am somewhat in the same boat. A multitude of tiny shrapnel is currently attempting to pierce my heart. Thankfully, this little apparatus on my chest protects me. This small halo has become an indispensable part of my being," Tony explained as he stepped closer to Banner. "This little halo is not merely a power source for my armor. It is a formidable gift. Is that so? Yet, you have complete control over it." "Indeed. I have learned a method to master this thing." "No, my situation is different," Banner replied, intent on continuing his adjustments. Tony, however, reached out with his left hand and swiped all functions on the screen aside, stating, "I understand you well. After all, such immense gamma radiation could easily be fatal for you." Beneath a veil of helplessness, Banner found himself continuing the conversation with Tony. "Are you implying that another version of myself, the Hulk, saved my life? It's an intriguing notion, but why would he choose to rescue me? What could his motives possibly be?" Beside them, the ever-silent Bai Ze seized the opportunity to interject, promptly offering an answer. "Perhaps his sole intention was simply to save you. Much like my own." "What?" Both Tony and Banner turned curiously towards Bai Ze, who was now toying with a small device. Bai Ze, noticing their inquisitive gazes, elaborated. "Can you guess how I can shoot webs and leap so high?" Tony, slightly taken aback, responded, "Wait a moment, are you saying you shoot webs? I assumed it was some sort of high-tech cable." "No, it's because I possess a symbiote, colloquially referred to as a parasite." "A parasite? Oh, What a pitiful situation you find yourself in, Tony chuckled, observing Bai Ze's plight with amusement. Yet, Bai Ze, perturbed by Tony's nonchalant demeanor, retorted, no, it's this suit, the symbiote, the parasite. It bestowed me with abilities, transforming me from ordinary into extraordinary, just like you. Tony, sensing Bai Ze's rising agitation, felt a flicker of anger ignite within him. He swiftly approached Bai Ze, pressing a finger against his chest. Listen closely, young man, you are not like me. You have two chances. Should you lose that suit, you can still lead a mundane life. I, however, cannot exist without this arc reactor on my chest, or I shall perish. If you aspire to be a hero, I must tell you that you are simply not ready. Bai Ze, stunned by Tony's rebuke, struggled to comprehend the weight of his words. Tony, unwilling to grant Bai Ze a moment to respond, turned away and continued, mark my words. When you are stripped of that suit, joy will elude you. If you wish to be a hero, be prepared to make sacrifices. If I were granted such a choice, I would unhesitatingly discard my armor to embrace a life of normalcy, a free and unencumbered existence, rather than one fixated on becoming a hero at the cost of my life. Silenced by Tony's fervent declarations, Bai Ze fell into contemplative quietude. At the entrance of the S.H.I.E.L.D. secure warehouse, Steve gripped the edges of the door, exerting all his strength to pry it open. With a determined effort, he managed to swing the door wide. Once inside, he glanced back momentarily before stepping boldly into the depths of the warehouse. Upon entering, Steve was greeted by a plethora of military-style crates. His attention was drawn to the overhead catwalk. He leapt upward, grasping the railing with a firm grip. Successfully landing on the catwalk, Steve surveyed his surroundings before delving deeper into the shadows. In an underground tunnel of a garage, a large truck sped along, harboring the experimental personnel and Dr. Selvig, all under Loki's sinister control. Dr. Sel held a pair of tweezers, delicately grasping the device that Barton had brought back, and slowly made his way towards another port where the Tesseract was placed. With great care, he positioned the device into the port, which illuminated gradually with a crimson glow upon receiving it. Meanwhile, in the control room aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier, Agent Coulson was viewing a photograph of Jane, the girlfriend that Thor had encountered upon his arrival on Earth. I understand your concerns, he reassured, but rest assured, someone has already approached her to serve as a consultant. The compensation is substantial, with a private jet and a luxurious residence, and it's situated in a remote area where she will be exceedingly safe. Thor nodded in response to Coulson's words, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. But Loki's abduction of Dr. Sel is surely no mere coincidence. My worry lies in the possibility that Loki may turn against him after achieving his goals. Dr. Sel is a good man. Coulson, intrigued by Thor's statement, replied, are you aware that Sel is merely a shorthand for him? Some prefer to call him Dr. Selvig. Very well. Selvig is indeed a good man, Thor concurred. Coulson nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he often speaks of you. You have transformed his life, as well as everything here. As Coulson spoke, he moved towards the window, with Thor following closely beside him. I must admit, I felt better before my arrival here. In Asgard, we feigned advancement, but upon reaching Earth, we seemed to engage in battle like colossal avian creatures. Coulson, puzzled by Thor's analogy, inquired, wait, what do you mean by that? Thor, somewhat bewildered by Coulson's confusion, explained. Giant avian creatures, enormous, with scales and a pair of great horns. Surely you have such beings here? Coulson shook his head. No, we likely do not have those. Thor, observing Coulson's response, grumbled as he approached the window to gaze outside. Those creatures are quite bothersome. They wreak havoc wherever they go. I recall the first time I arrived on Earth. Loki's hatred accompanied him, and your people paid a price for it. Now, it appears to be the same. In my youth, I craved warfare. Just as Thor lamented, Nick Fury's voice echoed. The war has yet to commence. Upon hearing the voice, Thor turned to see Nick Fury standing at the staircase, regarding him intently. Do you believe you can persuade Loki to reveal the Tesseract's location? Thor shook his head in response to Fury's query. I am uncertain. No one can decipher Loki's intentions. He seeks not only power but also vengeance against me. To achieve his aims, he can endure any suffering. Nick Fury, undeterred by Thor's words, descended the staircase slowly, stating, There's an old adage. One does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Thor, adopting a serious demeanor, fixed his gaze upon Fury. What is it that you wish for me to do? Fury, recognizing Thor's seriousness, met his gaze earnestly. Perhaps the question is, what do you intend to do? Thor instinctively responded, Loki is a prisoner. Is he? Fury retorted. Yet, why do I feel that he is the only one who wishes to remain aboard this vessel? Upon hearing this, Sol too fell into a deep contemplation. Chapter 20. Infighting in the chamber where Loki was confined, he paced restlessly. Suddenly, he turned to gaze at Natasha, who had appeared at the doorway unbeknownst to him. This room is quite impressive. Few can approach me in such stealth, he remarked. Natasha, observing Loki's smile, replied. You knew I would come. Loki chuckled softly at her assertion. Is that even a question? No matter the torturous methods Fury employs, you always arrive punctually like an old friend. It truly warms my heart. Natasha, her expression tinged with distaste, scrutinized Loki. I merely wish to know what you did to Barton. Loki paused momentarily, a hint of amusement in his eyes. What could I possibly do to him? I merely expanded his horizons. Natasha approached the reinforced glass, peering intently at Loki. Then, once you achieve victory, what will become of Barton's mind? Loki regarded her with a playful curiosity. Why do you inquire? Do you harbor feelings for him, Agent Romanoff? Immediately denying it, Natasha asserted, love is for children. I merely owe him a debt. Seeing her refusal, Loki, with a resigned demeanor, retreated to sit on the bed behind him. Then enlighten me, he urged. After a brief moment of contemplation, Natasha settled into a nearby chair and began, before joining S.H.I.E.L.D. I had a notorious reputation. I possessed certain unique skills, and I cared little for whose life I took or whose service I rendered, which led to my being placed on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s blacklist. Agent Barton was dispatched to eliminate me, yet he refrained from doing so. If I were to agree to release him, what could you offer me? Without hesitation, Natasha shook her head resolutely. I will not release you. Loki chuckled at her response. How amusing. You bargain with me while you yourself are no less ensnared. Politics hold no interest for me. I have never cared for such matters. I was Russian. Loki, unfazed by Natasha's continued opposition, pressed on with their conversation. And what are you now? A killer? Or an intelligence-gathering operative? As soon as he finished speaking, Natasha rose from her chair and slowly approached him. It is not as complicated as you presume. I simply have a debt that must be repaid. Loki nodded, a smile gracing his features as he replied, Is that so? Can you truly atone for all the blood you owe? Dracov's daughter, St. Paul, taken aback by his words. Natasha fell silent, prompting Loki to elaborate. That inferno in the hospital, Barton divulged everything to me. Your ledger bleeds profusely. Your debts are numerous. Do you believe that a person no more noble than you can effect any change? Such a sentiment is the most base form of pity, utterly childish, laughable, and tragic. Loki, filled with fervor, stood up from his bed and approached Natasha, exclaiming, You are a fountain of deceit, your hands stained with blood, serving the murderous deceivers. You pride yourself on your integrity, believing that your self-imposed principles can absolve you of your sins, but that is your true nature, an indelible mark that will never fade. With this, Loki clenched his fists and struck the tempered glass, glaring fiercely at Natasha. I shall not harm Barton, at least. Not until he has taken you down slowly and gently. He is all too aware of his dread for you. I will grant him ample time to comprehend the gravity of his actions, and when he lets out a howl to the heavens, I shall shatter his skull. This is the price I offer you, you wretched creature. Startled by his words, Natasha turned and gasped for breath. Once she regained her composure, she seethed, You madman. Loki, unfazed by her accusation, chuckled as if he were watching an exquisite performance. No, the true lunatic has yet to emerge. Upon hearing this, Natasha pivoted towards Loki. So, Banner is your true objective. What? Loki was momentarily taken aback, but Natasha swiftly made her way toward the exit. Communicating through her earpiece to the other staff, Loki intends to manipulate Banner, keeping him confined within the laboratory. Have Thor come immediately. After relaying her message, she cast a glance back at the still-dazed Loki. Thank you for your cooperation in providing this information. With that, she departed. In the laboratory, Nick Fury rushed in from outside. What are you doing, Mr. Stark? Hearing Fury's voice, Tony turned to him. I happen to have the same question for you. Fury strode directly to Tony, reprimanding him sternly. You should be considering how to locate the Tesseract. No sooner had Fury finished speaking than Banner's voice echoed from the background. I'm working on it. The device is complete and currently scanning for gamma radiation signatures. Once located, it will lock onto the target within half a foot. Tony chimed in. Yes, then we can retrieve your Tesseract, so there's no need to rush. Just then, a puzzled voice from Bai Ze interrupted. I've been pondering a question. What do you intend to do with the Tesseract once you recover it? Haven T clarified this, which raises suspicions about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intentions. Although Bai Ze was a traveler from another realm, he had nearly forgotten the intricacies of Marvel's narratives, hence his inquiry. As Bai Ze voiced his confusion, Tony's gaze fell upon the data displayed on the screen after J.A.R.V.I.S. successfully infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., prompting him to reflect. The boy has a point. You indeed owe us some transparency. What is Phase 2? Just as Tony finished speaking, Steve entered the laboratory, holding a firearm. As Steve entered the laboratory, he forcefully slammed his weapon down upon a table. The second phase involves S. utilizing the Tesseract to manufacture weapons. I apologize, but the computer's processing speed is far too sluggish for my needs. Everyone in the room was captivated by Steve's words, and Nick Fury could only approach him, attempting to elucidate to the assembly. Gentlemen, we have gathered everything related to the Tesseract, but that does not signify anything substantial. Just as Nick Fury was about to continue his explanation, Tony interrupted him directly. Enough, Nick, do not feign ignorance. As he spoke, Tony turned the screen towards the audience, revealing the missile designs and data produced by SHIELD, utilizing the Tesseract. Steve then fixed a serious gaze on Nick Fury. I was mistaken, Commander. This world has not changed in the slightest. While Steve was still speaking, Thor and Natasha entered through the doorway. Banner, noticing the pair, looked at Natasha and gestured towards the screen displaying plans and information. Are you aware of this situation? Natasha promptly responded. Do you not wish to leave this place, Doctor? Banner, adopting a joking tone, replied, I was in Calcutta at the time. It has nothing to do with me. Natasha, upon hearing this, regarded Banner with a serious expression. Loki aims to exploit you. Banner, however, treated her words lightly, responding with amusement. And what is your objective? Natasha grew somewhat agitated, retorting. You did not come here because I was flirting with you. Banner, now visibly irritated, exclaimed, I am leaving not due to your wariness, but rather because I wish to understand why SHIELD intends to use the Tesseract to create weapons of mass destruction. Nick Fury, after a moment of silence, angrily pointed at Thor, who had been observing the exchange. It is because of him. Thor, bewildered, looked at Nick Fury. Me? Nick Fury began to explain to the group. Last year, an extraterrestrial visitor arrived on Earth, but due to personal grievances, a small town was obliterated. We learned that the universe harbors other forms of life, far more powerful, advanced, and developed than we are. Thor, upon hearing this, vehemently retorted. The people of my planet harbor no malice towards you. Yet the universe is not solely populated by you. You are not the only threat. Many exist who cannot be controlled. Steve, overhearing, sarcastically countered Fury's claims. Just as you control the Tesseract, I presume. Thor, now incensed, responded. It is your exploitation of the Tesseract that has attracted Loki and his extraterrestrial allies. To other worlds, this signals that you Earthlings are preparing to wage a high-level war. At that moment, Bai Ze interjected. In fact, I believe that utilizing the Tesseract to manufacture weapons is a grave error. We should not be harnessing the Tesseract. It ought to be utterly destroyed. Nick Fury unequivocally rejected the suggestion put forth by Bai Ze, stating, Listen here, young man, this is simply impossible. The Tesseract is far too precious. If developed correctly, humanity could harness boundless energy. But such power would only bring calamity to Earth. Enough. I never invited you aboard the aircraft carrier, and I have shown you mercy by not casting you overboard. You would do well to temper your arrogance. After imparting this lesson to Bai Ze, Nick Fury composed himself and resumed his debate with Thor. It is your actions that compel us to take measures for our own protection. Just as Nick Fury continued his argument, Tony Stark interjected. Let us set aside the nuclear option. That would certainly bring calm to the situation. Nick Fury turned to Tony. Then perhaps you could enlighten us on how you amassed your wealth, Stark. At that moment, Steve approached Nick Fury's side, adding, if he were still producing weapons, he would undoubtedly be the largest arms dealer. Upon hearing this, Tony quickly retorted, wait a minute, how did this become about me? Wasn't this always directed toward you? Yet, I feel that Mr. Stark isn't all that bad. And could you all refrain from arguing? Shut your mouth, you brat. This is none of your concern. At that moment, Thor strode over in a huff. I had thought the minds of Earthlings could be more open. Bai Ze, upon hearing this, was immediately displeased. Hey, Thor? What do you mean by that? Are you insulting us? Nick Fury swiftly raised his right hand to push Bai Ze back, who was eager to argue with Thor. We do not engage in the reckless behavior you do. Do you lack confidence in your own teammates? Thor cast a scornful glance at Nick Fury. Natasha, standing nearby, could no longer contain her frustration and erupted. How can you all be so childish? We are merely monitoring potential threats. Banner, leaning against the table where the scepter was placed, couldn't resist adding a quip. So Captain America is also a potential threat. Don't concern yourself with him, Doctor. I truly cannot believe you all. Can't you listen to reason? Who are you shouting at, kid? Distrusting your teammates is a recipe for imminent collapse. Indeed, even the captain is a threat. We have already stated that I am simply observing potential threats. Potential. Do you not understand the words being spoken? We require formidable weapons to defend ourselves. No. Fury, listen closely. I possess greater knowledge regarding weapon manufacturing than you. That will not resolve wars. It will only exacerbate casualties. Therefore, I believe we should destroy the Tesseract and halt the development of weapons. Enough, kid. If you wish to be a hero, Toss aside that ridiculous costume that resembles a clown. Amidst the heated arguments, none noticed the gem on the scepter atop the table beginning to emit a faint glow. The scepter's influence directly affects the human psyche, while the anti-venom grants Bai Ze a spider sense that is only capable of detecting physical attacks, rendering it utterly ineffective against mental assaults. Consequently, even as a time traveler, Bai Ze remains oblivious to the scepter's effects and unwittingly begins to quarrel with those around him. Chapter 21. The ambush. Amidst the escalating discord among the crowd, a fighter jet approached the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier at an alarming speed, piloted by two individuals under Loki's control. As the aircraft neared the carrier, a voice from the carrier's personnel inquired, "Hello, aircraft 666. Your information is in the system, yet your flight records are absent. What cargo are you transporting? Over." Upon the conclusion of the inquiry, the pilots responded, "Weapons and ammunition." Over. After delivering their reply, the pilots resumed their focus on maneuvering the fighter jet, while the cargo hold contained 2 rows of mercenaries under control. The mercenaries hastily donned their bulletproof vests, their firearms fully loaded. Among them was Barton. Barton, not clad in a bulletproof vest nor wielding a firearm, opened a nearby crate and retrieved a grip. Gazing at the grip, he swung it forcefully, causing it to unfurl into a complete bow. After taking a moment to admire the bow, he continued to inspect the crate, which also contained an abundance of arrows. He extended his right hand, collecting all the arrows from the crate and stowing them in a high-tech quiver strapped to his back. The base of the quiver featured a myriad of arrowheads with varying functionalities. Once the arrows were placed within the quiver, they automatically fused with the distinct arrowheads at the bottom. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, the Avengers were embroiled in a heated argument. Thor disdainfully regarded Nick Fury, stating, "You advocate for order, yet here we are, in utter chaos. What is your management method? Are we a team? No, we gather only to create turmoil. Akin to a ticking time bomb. Indeed, I feel as though this place could explode at any moment." "Kid, shut your crowing mouth. Your words are truly vexatious." Fury interjected. "All right, kid, I must send you back. Return from whence you came. Your presence on this ship is a grave mistake." "Enough, Stark." Nick Fury interrupted Tony's admonishment of Bai Ze, turning anxiously to Banner. "Dr. Banner, you must calm down." Just as Fury sought to soothe Banner, Tony's voice cut through once more. "What is it? Why can't we big men vent our frustrations properly?" He draped his right arm over Steve's shoulder. Steve, disgusted, swatted Tony's arm away. "Are you intent on sowing discord? Step aside. Is that so? You want me to move? I'm curious to see how you intend for me to do so." Steve taunted, stepping behind Tony. "Yes, hiding behind your armor like a hero. Without that suit, what are you?" In response, Tony turned to face Steve, delivering a merciless counter. "A genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist. Many who are nothing at all surpass you tenfold. Having witnessed much, I perceive that you are solely driven by self-interest. And you are certainly not the type to engage in self-sacrifice, lying on the barbed wire to allow your comrades to pass." Tony listened in silence to Steve's words. "I believe I should cut the barbed wire." Steve was momentarily rendered awkward by Tony's remark and turned his gaze elsewhere. Just when everyone assumed Steve had been left speechless, he suddenly turned back to Tony. "Tony, you always come up with bizarre ideas. While you may not pose a significant threat, you had better not consider yourself a hero." Upon hearing Steve's words, Tony chuckled at him. "A hero? Like you? You are merely an experiment, Rogers. All your abilities stem from a small blue vial." As it seemed that Tony and Steve were about to argue once more, Bai Ze, who was still somewhat in control of his emotions, hurriedly intervened to pull Steve away. "Enough, Captain. We are a team now. Let us cool down." Steve, already seething with anger, was further provoked by Bai Ze's mediation and the influence of the scepter, causing his fury to erupt. "Kid, you'd best let go of me. Do you wish to fight?" Bai Ze's spider sense immediately tingled following Steve's declaration, and before he could react, he was struck in the face by Steve's fist. Collapsing to the ground, Bai Ze, who had been barely managing his emotions, found himself unable to contain his rage after being knocked down. "Fight? I'm already seething with anger." The onlookers were momentarily stunned, but before they could comprehend the situation, Bai Ze sprang up, raising his right hand towards Steve. In an instant, a multitude of anti-venom tendrils erupted from Bai Ze's hand, forcefully propelling the unsuspecting Steve against the wall. Steve, caught off guard, was violently hurled into the wall and then fell heavily to the ground, coughing loudly. The other Avengers were startled, but upon seeing Steve on the ground coughing, Nick Fury rushed over to assess his condition. Meanwhile, the rest of the Avengers, ignited by Bai Ze's outburst, began to bicker even more. Having knocked Steve down, Bai Ze managed to regain a semblance of calm. With his composure returning, he swiftly restrained the anti-venom that threatened to erupt due to his emotions. As the arguments intensified among the others, outside the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier, fighter jets had aligned their speed with that of the carrier, and the rear hatch of the jets suddenly opened. Barton emerged, undeterred by the imposing S-H-I-E-L-D aircraft carrier, and without hesitation. He drew an arrow from his quiver, aiming it directly at the carrier. The arrow, as expected, struck the exterior of the carrier, and at the moment of impact, for small grappling hooks deployed from the arrowhead, securing it in place. In the laboratory, Tony approached, intending to console Steve, but was abruptly seized by the collar. "All right, Tony. This is the caliber of person you brought along. Don your armor, and let us settle this one-on-one." At that moment, Thor's laughter reached Steve in Tony's ears. "Ha ha 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 ha. You people are so stingy, utterly miserly." Banner, not wanting to miss the opportunity, chimed in, "Indeed. This is a team." Nick Fury immediately halted Banner's antics. "Agent Romanoff, take Banner too." Before Fury could finish his sentence, Banner incredulously interjected, "My room. Didn't you lend it to Loki? This is just a precaution." Upon hearing this, Banner's demeanor shifted to anger. "Are you trying to eliminate me? That might disappoint you. I know, I've tried." The others looked at Banner in shock, and as he felt their scrutinizing gazes, he gradually calmed down. "I've tried, because I cannot foresee the future. I shot myself, only to have another version of me spit the bullet out. I have attempted to simply survive or help others. But you dragged me into this freak show, putting everyone at risk. Do you want to know my secret? Want to know how I maintain my composure?" As Banner spoke with increasing intensity, the others regarded him with caution. Nick Fury and Natasha had their hands poised over their holstered weapons, prepared to eliminate Banner if necessary. At that moment, Steve's voice reached Banner. "Dr. Banner, put that down." Upon hearing this, Banner glanced at his hand and was incredulously surprised to find the Mind Scepter in his left hand. He looked at the scepter and then raised his gaze to the others. "Do you believe me when I say I know nothing?" Just then, the device searching for gamma energy suddenly activated, causing everyone to turn their attention to it, momentarily forgetting about Banner. Seizing the opportunity, Banner placed the Mind Scepter back on the lab table and approached the control panel, apologizing to the group. "Sorry, guys, I think I got a bit carried away." Thor, uninterested in Banner's apology, eagerly asked, "Did you locate the Tesseract?" "Yes, perhaps," Banner replied. Hearing this, Thor immediately turned to Nick Fury. "The Tesseract belongs to the realm of gods. You cannot control it." As soon as Thor finished speaking, Steve seized Tony, who was attempting to leave the lab. "No, you can't go alone." Tony impatiently shook off Steve's grip. "What? Do you want to stop me from donning that ridiculous armor?" "Tony, calm down, listen," Steve urged, but Tony was unyielding. "Come on, this is far better than some antiquated relics being easily tossed aside by the younger generation." Steve's temper flared. "Oh really? Would you like to test that?" Meanwhile, Bai Ze, having completely subdued the anti-venom, appeared bewildered. "What just happened? How did I get dragged into this?" At this moment, Banner, seated at the console, incredulously removed his glasses. His astonishment directed towards the data and coordinates displayed on the screen. "My goodness," he exclaimed, gazing at the monitor before slowly turning to face the others. On board the fighter jet, Barton surveyed the S-H-I-E-L-D aircraft carrier and, without hesitation, pressed the detonation button on his bow. The arrow shot by Barton, upon receiving the signal, detonated with a tremendous explosion that obliterated one of the carrier's propellers. The Avengers in the laboratory were instantly caught in the blast, flames and shockwaves erupting from the lab floor. Natasha and Banner were hurled against the glass, shattering it as they tumbled into the pipes below. Steve instinctively dropped to the ground to mitigate the impact of the shockwave on his body. Tony, however, was knocked down by the force of the blast, sustaining minor injuries. Unfortunately, Bai Ze fared far worse. The anti-venom coursing through his veins writhed in agony from the intense heat and shockwaves of the explosion, causing him immense suffering. Unable to endure such torment, he succumbed to darkness and fainted. As the explosion subsided, Steve and Tony, both sprawled on the floor, hastily rose to their feet. "Quick, get into your armor," Steve urged. "All right," Tony replied, swaying slightly as he stood, leaning against the doorframe for support. Observing this, Steve rushed to steady him. But as soon as he did, he sensed an unusual noise from behind. Realizing the danger, Steve seized Tony and lunged toward the door, toppling them both to the ground. Tony, thinking Steve was seeking revenge, helplessly protested, "There are always opportunities for retribution. Can we not do this at such a critical moment?" As Tony continued to voice his grievances, Steve swiftly covered his mouth with his right hand. Tony attempted to pry Steve's hand away, but it was futile. Noticing Steve's tense expression, he followed his gaze, only to behold a muscular creature standing at the doorframe. It wore a black mask, though its visage was dominated by a terrifying, gaping maw lined with sharp, menacing teeth, and its eyes glowed a dreadful red. Notably, a large black spider emblem adorned its chest. Tony subtly gestured for Steve to release his hand from his mouth, and Steve gradually complied. Why does this creature bear the mark of a giant black spider? It seems familiar, Tony pondered. I can't say for certain, Steve replied. Just then, the anti-venom, in a sudden fit of agony, clutched its head and dashed away without a backward glance. Tony and Steve exchanged bewildered glances. Do you have any idea what just happened? Tony asked. Steve slowly shook his head. I didn't catch a clear view. Chapter 22. Hulk at the heart of the aircraft carrier, S-H-I-E-L-D. Personnel scurried about, tirelessly adjusting the data on their computers. Alarms blared, signaling an urgent alert. All personnel, attention. We are under attack. In the laboratory, Nick Fury stood up, pressing his earpiece. Hill, what is the situation? A massive explosion occurred outside the carrier, causing the number 3 engine to cease functioning. Agent Hill, gazing at the data displayed on the screen, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She hurried to another staff member. Can the engine be repaired? Respond to me. The technician, maintaining his composure, scrutinized the data on the monitor. The turbine appears largely intact, but if we remain airborne, we cannot send anyone out for repairs. Hill, noticing the damage displayed on the screen, grew increasingly solemn. If we lose another engine, we're finished. She quickly pressed her earpiece to report back to Nick Fury. While rushing to assess the situation, someone must go out to fix the engine. Losing another one would be disastrous. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury promptly connected with Tony's earpiece. Stark, do you hear me? Good. I'm heading to make repairs. By the way, there's a white alien with sharp fangs aboard your ship. Fury, now unconcerned with Tony's mention of the alien, quickly ended the conversation and contacted Coulson. Coulson opened the defensive blockade in the sealed area, then head to the armory. Coulson complied with Fury's orders, rushing to a computer and inputting commands, which successfully opened the blockade. He then sprinted toward the stairs leading to the armory beneath the carrier. Fury exited the laboratory swiftly, dialing Natasha's number, Romanoff. Meanwhile, Natasha, who had been blasted into a conduit alongside Banner, found her legs trapped beneath a massive iron pipe. Assessing her situation, she pressed her earpiece to respond. I'm fine. Just as she finished speaking, Banner, lying on the ground, clenched his fists in agony. Natasha, noticing his distress, inquired, Dr. Banner, are you all right? On the deck of the S-H-I-E-L-D aircraft carrier, fighter jets had safely landed, and the mercenaries, along with Barton, stealthily prepared to infiltrate. Leading the group, Barton guided them to the vent, where a mercenary boldly kicked down the iron grate. The grate clattered to the ground, and without hesitation, the mercenary jumped down, successfully entering the carrier. Once all the mercenaries had descended, Barton followed suit, sliding down a rope. He quickly regained his composure and began to direct the operation. We cannot allow them to repair the engine. Yes, sir, came the reply. Wait in the sealed area until the cameras are off. Understood. The remaining personnel followed his lead as he advanced forward. In the corridor, Steve and Tony hurried towards the location where the Iron Man suits were stored when a staff member rushed past them, exclaiming that Engine 3 required repairs. Upon hearing this, Tony halted Steve and pointed with his left hand in a specific direction. You go there to fix Engine 3, and we shall meet there later. Without hesitation, Steve dashed toward the direction indicated by Tony. Observing this, Tony nodded and continued his journey toward the storage area for the Iron Man suits. As he approached the iron gate, Tony slowly retrieved a controller from his waist and pressed a button, causing the gate to open instantaneously, revealing the Mark 6 Iron Man suit. Gazing at the suit before him, Tony pressed the controller once more, activating the Mark 6, with its reactor and eyes gradually illuminating. Meanwhile, in the pipeline, Banner writhed in discomfort on the ground, while Natasha anxiously watched him. Doctor, Banner, you must hold on, otherwise, you will fall right into Loki's trap. We will be fine. Hearing Natasha's comforting words, a slightly calmed Banner continued to struggle. At that moment, two S-H-I-E-L-D agents, noticing Natasha in distress, rushed over to assist. Are you all right? Upon hearing their voices, Natasha quickly turned to their direction, spotting the two agents approaching. Stealing a glance at Banner, who was on the verge of transforming into the Hulk, Natasha gritted her teeth and urgently gestured for the agents to leave. Understanding Natasha's signal, the two agents hesitated for a moment but ultimately turned away. With a sigh of relief, Natasha redirected her focus to comforting Banner. We will be fine. Listen, I will do everything in my power to get you out safely. You can hide far away. Just as Natasha attempted to offer further reassurances to Banner, he suddenly roared in anger. Your life? As the words escaped his lips, Banner's head tilted back in agony, his limbs slowly bulging with muscle, his skin gradually shifting to a vibrant green, and his body visibly growing in size. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Natasha strained to free herself from the iron pipe weighing down on her. In the throes of transformation, Banner, overwhelmed by pain, stumbled and fell to the side. struggling to maintain his consciousness as he cast a final glance back at Natasha. Shocked, Natasha looked at Banner and uttered his name, Banner. Ultimately, Banner succumbed to the transformation, becoming the Hulk. Towering at 3 meters with the same hairstyle as Dr. Banner, the Hulk swayed and crashed into a small gas canister, causing it to leak gas upon impact. As the Hulk regained his composure, he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings with fury. He clenched his right hand tightly and struck the small gas canister with immense force, unleashing a primal roar. At that moment, Natasha, finally managing to free herself from the iron pipe, emerged from her confinement. As Natasha regained the freedom of her legs, she swiftly rose, glancing at Hulk with a hint of panic. At that moment, Hulk turned to face her as well. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, Natasha immediately dashed towards the staircase, with Hulk hot on her heels. Just as Hulk was about to seize her, Natasha leaped and grasped the railing above, performing a swift somersault to reach the upper level. Meanwhile, Hulk collided with the staircase where Natasha had just stood, causing it to shatter under the force of his impact. Frustrated by his failure to capture Natasha, Hulk let out a furious roar. Natasha caught a glimpse of him and, noticing his rage, quickly rolled backward. However, she had no time to rest after rolling to the side. She promptly sprinted away. The floor where Natasha had just rolled was seized by Hulk, who, with a mighty tug, caused it to collapse. In a leap of agility, Natasha grasped the handrail on the opposite side, executing another somersault to descend below. Without hesitation, she dashed forward upon landing. Hulk's enraged roars echoed in the ears of the imprisoned Loki, who, upon hearing them, lifted his head with a triumphant chuckle. In the aircraft carrier's command center, Nick Fury rushed to the console, commanding, quickly, return the carrier to coordinates 180, head south, and ascend to the surface. Upon hearing Fury's orders, the crew swiftly responded, we are currently flying blind, sir. The navigation system is recalibrating. Fury, incensed, strode forward, demanding, has the sun risen? Yes, sir, came the reply. Then use the sun to find our direction. We must ascend to the surface. Another turbine failure, and we will plummet. At engine 3, Steve had yet to exert force on the iron door when it was suddenly pushed open by a crew member from within. Hurry in here. Steve, noticing the urgency, quickly entered, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. He dashed inside, maneuvering around 2 others who were assisting another crew member, and reached the devastated area. Stark, I'm here. Steve shouted, his astonishment growing as he beheld the significant destruction of engine 3. At that moment, Tony heard Steve's call and rapidly soared over. Got it, I see you. He responded. Tony swiftly approached the wreckage, activating the propulsion device in his palms to hover in midair. While suspended, he utilized JARVIS to scan the damage to the engine. All right, I need to get this superconducting cooling system operational again. Clear away those obstacles before I begin my work. With that, Tony maneuvered towards the small propeller on the verge of falling and forcefully pushed it back into place. After securing the propeller, he turned to direct Steve. I need you at the engine control box. Tell me which switches are in overload status. Once Tony finished speaking, he soared to the other side to clear the debris blocking the entrance. Steve, upon hearing this, could only nod in resignation before taking a powerful leap, grasping a suspended iron rod midair, and swinging himself to the opposite side. At that moment, Tony successfully cleared the accumulated rubble at the entrance and, without a moment's hesitation, flew inside. Meanwhile, Steve swiftly opened the iron box on the aircraft carrier's wall and pulled out a substantial circuit board, adorned with numerous glowing red switches, leaving him momentarily bewildered by their presence. Tony's voice echoed through Steve's earpiece. How's it looking? It seems to be just some circuit boards. Oh, quite technical indeed. Within the aircraft carrier, Natasha cautiously crouched as she moved forward, occasionally peeking around. Suddenly, the blue light ahead flickered, prompting Natasha to become instantly alert and scan the area before quickly glancing back. Noticing nothing behind her, she relaxed slightly, yet remained vigilant, drawing her pistol as she proceeded cautiously. After a short while, Natasha's attention was drawn to a shadow on the ground, causing her to break into a cold sweat. She quickly turned and raised her gun, only to be met by Hulk's furious roar. Instinctively, she fired at him. Hulk dodged the bullet, which instead struck the frozen gas pipeline behind him. The freezing gas drenched Hulk, igniting his fury, and he charged headlong into the pipeline. Seizing the opportunity, Natasha turned and fled. Natasha dashed into the SHIELD corridor, but Hulk relentlessly pursued her, disregarding whether his massive frame could fit within the passage. The corridor suffered severe damage from Hulk's rampage, and Natasha exerted all her strength to continue running, with Hulk's enraged roars growing ever closer. Shortly, Natasha burst out of the corridor, only to have Hulk follow suit, completely demolishing the passage behind them. Just as Natasha was about to be struck by Hulk's massive hand, Anti-Venom suddenly surged in from the side, forcefully pinning Hulk against the wall. Anti-Venom, reveling in the triumph of subduing Hulk, emitted a primal roar, while Hulk, unwilling to concede, retaliated with a fierce growl. Natasha, who had been fleeing moments earlier, halted in bewilderment, watching the two similarly sized behemoths exchange roars. Just as a confrontation between Anti-Venom and Hulk seemed imminent, Thor appeared, having flown swiftly from an unknown location. Before either Anti-Venom or Hulk could react, Thor collided with them, sending them crashing into the wall and tumbling into the hangar. The hangar staff, startled by the sudden arrival of the trio, hurriedly fled in panic. Chapter 23. The enraged Hulk. Once he regained his composure, Thor swiftly lifted his gaze to behold Hulk, who had also risen and was now roaring loudly. Thor regarded Hulk with keen eyes before gradually standing up. At that moment, the overlooked Anti-Venom, lying nearby, suddenly surged towards Hulk. Upon hearing the commotion, Hulk reached out to grasp the incoming Anti-Venom. To Thor's astonishment, he witnessed the two titans engaged in a fierce contest of strength. Initially, the struggle between Anti-Venom and Hulk seemed evenly matched. However, as Hulk's strength escalated with his anger, it was not long before he began to overpower Anti-Venom. Sensing the shift in momentum, Anti-Venom swiftly extended numerous tendrils from his body. The moment these tendrils appeared, they ensnared Hulk's body and limbs. Seizing the opportunity, Anti-Venom forcefully slammed Hulk to the ground. Glaring down at Hulk, Anti-Venom let out a primal roar. Enraged by the fall, Hulk attempted to rise and retaliate. But before he could regain his footing, Anti-Venom tightened his grip and unleashed a flurry of punches to Hulk's face. Observing Hulk's plight, Thor rushed to assist. He sprinted towards Anti-Venom and, clenching his right fist, delivered a powerful blow to Anti-Venom's face, declaring, "This green behemoth is mine. You, white gorilla, step aside." Staggered by Thor's forceful strike, Anti-Venom's head tilted, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the side. After incapacitating Anti-Venom, Thor intended to help the fallen Hulk. However, Hulk, far from appreciative, stood up and clenched his right fist, preparing to strike Thor. Realizing the impending danger, Thor raised his hands in a desperate attempt to block Hulk's mightiest blow. "Stop. I'm not your enemy, Banner. Calm yourself." Hulk, irked by Thor's resistance, lifted his right hand. With a sudden motion, Thor found himself lifted off the ground, brought to a height comparable to that of Hulk. "What do you intend to do?" Thor questioned. Hulk offered no response, merely grinning malevolently. A surge of dread washed over Thor, but before he could react, Hulk clenched his left fist and struck Thor with devastating force, sending him crashing through a shipping container. In the midst of Hulk's triumph, Anti-Venom suddenly lunged onto Hulk's back, entangling him once more. Below the deck of the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier, Iron Man utilized his repulsor beams to obliterate the debris obstructing the engine's entrance, emerging through the wreckage. Tony surveyed the damaged engine number 3 just as Steve's voice resonated. "All right, all the switches are functioning properly." While returning the circuit board to its original position, Steve inquired of Tony, "What's next? Even if I fix those gears, this thing won't start without a boost. I need to get inside to give it a push." "Initiate the acceleration, and you'll be torn to shreds," Tony warned. The unit controlling the stator can reverse the magnetic poles, thus providing sufficient time to disengage from magnetic levitation. Steve, listening to Tony, grew increasingly bewildered. "Speak in terms I can comprehend." "All right, do you see that red wrench?" Upon hearing this, Steve glanced to the side and spotted a long red wrench on the opposite steps. Tony's voice soon reached him again. "That tool can reduce the rotation speed, giving me the time I need. You stay there and await my command." After Tony finished speaking, Steve accelerated and leaped to the opposite steps. Meanwhile, in the hangar, Thor emerged somewhat disheveled from a container. Observing the struggle between Venom and Hulk, Thor wiped the blood from his mouth with irritation. He then raised his right hand, and before long, Mjolnir soared towards him. As the hammer flew, it toppled a significant number of boxes. Thor caught the rapidly approaching Mjolnir. "Now it's our turn, mate." He sprinted towards Hulk and Venom, who was clinging to Hulk's back. Without hesitation, Hulk flung Venom towards the approaching Thor. Thor, witnessing Venom being hurled his way, struck with Mjolnir, sending Venom flying until he crashed into a transport aircraft within the hangar. Hulk then charged towards Thor, who tightened his grip on the hammer. With a swift spin, he brought Mjolnir down upon Hulk's head. Hulk was sent hurtling towards Venom, who had just regained his footing. However, as soon as he stood, he was once again slammed back by the charging Hulk, causing the wreckage of the aircraft to shift 2 meters backward. As Hulk attempted to rise, countless tendrils of Venom ensnared his limbs and body. In a daze, Hulk was gradually lifted into the air by Venom's tendrils. Enraged, he began to struggle. Yet, no matter how fiercely he fought, there were no signs of the tendrils loosening. Rather, they tightened further. The constriction became painful for Hulk, prompting an angry roar. Regardless of his outcries, the venom controlling the tendrils remained unyielding. Witnessing this, Thor shouted a warning to Venom. "I caution you, white creature, release the big guy, or you shall experience my wrath." Infuriated by Thor's audacious tone, Venom retaliated with a roar. Seeing that Venom was unresponsive to reason, Thor wasted no time in hurling Mjolnir at him. Amused, Venom prepared to catch the incoming hammer, but as soon as his hand made contact, he was propelled away. Not far from the launch point, Mjolnir struck the ground with tremendous force, dragging Venom down with it, and Hulk, lifted by Venom's tendrils, was also flung farther away. The Anti-Venom swiftly attempted to seize the Mjolnir lying on the ground, but despite its strenuous efforts, the hammer remained immovable. At that moment, Thor dashed over and, with a powerful leap, struck the Anti-Venom squarely in the face with his knee. The impact dazed Anti-Venom, allowing Thor to grasp Mjolnir and deliver a heavy blow to its head. Enraged, Anti-Venom turned its head back to glare at Thor. Undeterred, Thor aimed to continue attacking, but Anti-Venom seized Thor's right hand that held the hammer. Just then, Hulk charged in, colliding with both Anti-Venom and Thor, sending them sprawling. They tumbled several times before coming to a halt, and during the collision, Thor inadvertently flung Mjolnir away. The hammer struck the alarm system of the hangar, triggering a piercing alert that echoed throughout the space. Upon hearing the cacophony, Anti-Venom clutched its head and howled in agony. Countless tendrils erupted from its body, writhing outward. Thor, startled by this sight, quickly regained his composure and seized the opportunity to rain punches upon Anti-Venom's head while it writhed in pain. The relentless assault left Anti-Venom powerless to retaliate. Inside Anti-Venom, Bai Ze was jolted awake by the barrage of blows. What is happening? Before Bai Ze could grasp the situation, Thor's fist struck again, causing Anti-Venom to revert to Bai Ze's battle attire. Stunned, Thor halted, exclaiming, "How could it be you?" Before he could inquire further, Hulk lunged forward, grabbing Thor and leaping upward. Bai Ze, bewildered, gazed at the opening above. What on earth is transpiring? Just then, Bai Ze felt a sharp pain coursing through his body. All right, I'd better retract this entity. Otherwise, it truly feels as though it will be unbearable. Bai Ze quickly commanded the Anti-Venom to retreat within him. As he relaxed, he noticed a pair of headphones lying nearby, seemingly discarded by someone. Curiously, he approached and picked them up, scanning the surroundings. Whose headphones are these? Hello, is anyone there? If no one claims them, I might just keep them. After a few calls went unanswered, Bai Ze shrugged in resignation and placed the headphones over his ears. Quite fitting. Surely no one is watching? Meanwhile, in the control room of the aircraft carrier, alarms blared incessantly as Nick Fury anxiously adjusted the ship's operations. Hill, evacuate all personnel immediately. Upon hearing this, Hill hastily made her way to the exit, but just as she approached, a round object rolled out before her. Upon closer inspection, panic set in. It's a grenade. As Hill's panicked voice echoed, a grenade detonated instantaneously, sending Hill crashing to the floor. Nick Fury swiftly drew his pistol and concealed himself behind a wall, while two mercenaries, armed with rifles, cautiously entered the control room. As the last mercenary stepped in, Nick Fury seized the barrel of his gun and yanked him forward, delivering a powerful knee strike that felled the mercenary. Simultaneously, without hesitation, Fury executed a sweeping kick behind him. The mercenary's weapon was instantly knocked from his grasp, and Fury, denying the mercenary any chance to recover, advanced and landed a punch to his abdomen, followed by a shoulder throw that sent both the mercenary and another, who had just begun to rise, crashing to the ground. Just as Fury believed he had neutralized the threat, another mercenary emerged at the exit, raising his rifle to shoot. Observing this, Fury immediately crouched down. At that moment, Agent Hill appeared behind him and fired at the mercenary, who collapsed lifelessly. Agent Coulson, wielding a weapon resembling a cannon, approached the area where Loki was imprisoned. Upon reaching a large door, he scanned his fingerprint and then leaned in to scan his iris. In the laboratory, Hulk, accompanied by Thor, crashed through the floor and re-entered, both landing heavily on the ground. Thor, fatigued, attempted to rise, but Hulk quickly lifted him back up. In the control room, Nick Fury and Agent Hill were firing at the mercenaries entering the exit, while the remaining personnel swiftly evacuated under their cover. A report came through. Hulk and Thor were in the laboratory on the 4th floor, while the monitors on the 2nd and 3rd floors were damaged. As Agent Hill continued firing at the mercenaries, she turned to Fury and said, "Hulk is going to destroy this place, sir. Divert his attention." Reluctantly obeying Fury's orders, Agent Hill pressed her earpiece and began directing the remaining agents. Escort 60, proceed to the laboratory, engage hostile targets, but do not get too close. Outside the aircraft carrier, a fighter jet moved slowly towards the laboratory, responding to the orders received. As the jet approached the laboratory, the pilot pulled the lever. The jet's rear thrusters angled downward, suspending the aircraft in midair. The pilot then lifted the visor, observing Hulk and Thor in the laboratory, visual on target. Inside the laboratory, Thor was unceremoniously hurled towards the exit by Hulk, who, noticing Thor's precarious position, seized a nearby table, preparing to smash it down. Meanwhile, the pilot of the fighter jet was poised to press the fire button. Target locked. Fire. The jet's bullets swiftly flew towards Hulk. The table in Hulk's grasp was reduced to mere remnants by a relentless barrage of bullets, while the projectiles that struck Hulk merely ricocheted off his resilient skin, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Provoked by the aircraft's gunfire, Hulk pivoted and charged towards the fighter jet hovering in the sky without a moment's hesitation. The pilot within the jet stared in astonishment as Hulk barreled toward them, exclaiming, "The target has gone mad." With remarkable speed, Hulk shattered the cockpit glass and, with a powerful leap, effortlessly landed atop the fighter jet. He began to climb the aircraft, almost losing his grip as he clutched the glass. Fury ignited in his eyes as he glared at the jet, and he clenched his fists, unleashing a frenzied assault upon its fuselage. The jet was immediately engulfed in black smoke, spiraling downwards toward the earth. In the chaos, Hulk wrenched one of the wings from the aircraft, flames erupting from its body. Sensing the dire situation, the pilot activated the parachute mechanism, but as he ejected from the cockpit, Hulk's left hand seized him with formidable strength. With a furious roar, Hulk flung the pilot away, who managed to deploy his parachute just in time. Meanwhile, the fighter jet erupted in a violent explosion midair, sending Hulk hurtling away from the fiery wreckage. Chapter 24. The defeated Barton Tony meticulously severed the damaged propeller blades using the laser cutter embedded in his armored arm. Upon completion, he ejected the spent laser storage canister from his suit. With a leap, he crushed the severed blade beneath his foot and activated the thrusters in his palms and soles, propelling himself into the air as the blades plummeted from the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier. At that moment, two mercenaries swiftly entered through the door of Engine 3. Steve, stationed beside the red wrench, noticed the two armed mercenaries. The one in the lead pulled a grenade, removed the pin, and hurled it towards Steve. Reacting swiftly, Steve leaped and swatted the grenade away, landing on the opposite platform just as it detonated midair. From his new vantage point, Steve sprang towards the mercenary, delivering a decisive kick that sent him sprawling. The second mercenary attempted to fire at Steve, but with remarkable speed, Steve kicked the weapon from his grasp and seized the mercenary, forcefully yanking him backward. "Come here." The mercenary was unceremoniously tossed off the aircraft carrier, plummeting into the abyss below. As Steve turned back, he spotted another mercenary at the entrance, poised to take aim. Realizing he had been detected, the mercenary opened fire. Steve adeptly dodged the bullets, grabbing the rifle of the fallen mercenary beside him and hurling it at the entrance. The mercenary narrowly evaded the thrown weapon, which instead struck the circuitry behind him. Regaining his composure, the mercenary peeked out and resumed firing at Steve, who quickly retrieved the rifle of the mercenary he had just dispatched. He then leaped onto the overhead walkway. The mercenary continued to fire at him. However, Steve ducked to avoid the onslaught and returned fire at the mercenary at the entrance. Unfortunately, his aim was somewhat lacking, allowing the mercenary to take cover behind a nearby wall. Steve continued to shoot, determined to prevent the mercenary from re-emerging, all the while retreating toward the red wrench. In the main control room, Nick Fury fired his handgun at the relentless stream of mercenaries attempting to breach the entrance. They've never been here before. What are they plotting? Both Nick Fury and Hill were preoccupied with the mercenaries outside, thus oblivious to Barton lurking above in the shadows. Barton drew his bow and, with precise aim, loosed an arrow towards the main control room. Upon impact, the arrow detonated, sending numerous personnel flying to the ground. Without hesitation, Barton knocked another arrow and aimed directly at the control console's interface. Nick Fury, noticing the threat, rose and fired at Barton, who swiftly turned and retreated. The arrow, having struck the console interface, released two connectors that embedded themselves into the data ports of the control panel. The virus contained within the arrows surged directly into the control console, causing all computers to crash simultaneously. Agent Hill, in a state of urgency, pressed her earpiece and called for support. "Report, emergency situation, we require assistance." At that moment, the remaining propellers of the aircraft carrier began to falter, gradually ceasing their rotation due to the viral infiltration of the console. The first engine was shut down. Upon hearing this, all personnel rushed to their respective consoles, desperate to regain control, but found every computer infected, frozen, and rendered inoperable. Nick Fury maintained his composure as he observed the frantic staff around him. Some were attempting to restore functionality to the consoles, while others were focused on rescuing colleagues who lay unconscious from the explosions. The aircraft carrier began to tilt ominously, plummeting rapidly from the sky. "Commander, we have completely lost power to Engine 1. Nick Fury's voice crackled through the earpiece. "Barton has sabotaged our systems." He's headed for the containment area. Do you copy? Natasha, in the corridor, quickly responded, "This is Romanov. I hear you." After acknowledging, she sprinted towards the containment zone. Outside the carrier, Tony flew to the stalled wing engine, gently placing his hands upon it. In a moment of urgency, Nick Fury contacted him. "Stark, we are descending." "Yes, I'm aware." Tony increased the power to the repulsors in his suit, striving to manually rotate the engine. The energy surged, and the massive blades began to turn under the enhanced thrust. Meanwhile, Steve was still engaged in a gunfight with mercenaries, who occasionally peeked to fire at him. He could only evade in haste, but as he attempted to retreat, he found himself stepping off the edge. Just as he was about to fall from the carrier, he grasped a severed wire, preventing a disastrous descent, yet he was left hanging precariously. Inside the carrier, Thor dashed to the cell where Loki was imprisoned, only to witness the reinforced glass door slowly opening. Loki was on the verge of stepping out when Thor hurriedly intervened. No. Just as he was about to reach Loki, the latter unexpectedly crouched down, causing Thor to collide with him and tumble into the glass enclosure. When he regained his senses, he quickly stood and turned. But the glass door had already sealed shut, with Loki standing outside, smirking. "This trick never fails with you." In the corridor leading to the containment area, Barton strode forward confidently, but after only a few steps, he suddenly turned and drew his bow. Natasha swiftly seized the bow, sidestepping to evade the arrow that was shot, and engaged Barton in combat. As Barton attempted to strike her with the bow, Natasha retaliated with a swift kick to his face, then deftly vaulted over him to land below in the corridor. As Barton leaned against the railing, gazing in the direction Natasha had fallen, she seized the opportunity to leap from the opposite side onto the corridor. Upon landing, Natasha swiftly delivered a kick to Barton's abdomen, causing him to stagger back. However, he quickly regained his footing and drew an arrow from his quiver, aiming once more at Natasha. Grasping a nearby iron pillar, Natasha executed a graceful somersault to evade the attack, with Barton promptly pursuing her to continue their fierce confrontation. Using his bow, Barton unleashed a series of powerful strikes towards Natasha, who adeptly shielded her head with her arms, effortlessly parrying his relentless blows. As Barton attempted to retreat, Natasha seized the bowstring and advanced rapidly, prompting him to thrust his knee into her abdomen with force. Gritting her teeth in pain, Natasha retaliated by forcefully striking Barton on the head, causing him to turn away, nearly losing his balance. Seizing the moment, Natasha broke free from Barton's grasp and swiftly re-established their standoff, now wielding the bow she had snatched from him. Barton, wary, readied an arrow, keeping a vigilant eye on her. In the tempered glass chamber, Thor relentlessly struck the glass with his hammer, but only managed to create a minor crack. Realizing he could not break through, he decided to compose himself. Outside the door, Loki observed and chuckled, as though mocking Thor's futile efforts. He then approached the control panel, pondering aloud. "Earthlings believe we are immortal gods. Shall we put that to the test?" As he reached for the screen, a sudden scream pierced the air, causing him to look up toward the source of the cry, revealing a fallen mercenary on the ground. Behind the mercenary stood Coulson, wielding a high-tech weapon. "Apologies. Please step aside," he said. Sensing the shift in the situation, Loki cautiously retracted his hand from the screen and moved aside. Coulson approached slowly, weapon in hand. "Do you like this? We began studying it after you sent the destroyer to Earth. I'm unsure of its capabilities." He pressed a button on the device, and the barrel illuminated with a red, molten-like energy. "Care to see what it can do?" Just as Coulson relished the moment, a piercing thrust from the mind scepter penetrated his chest. Witnessing this, Thor pounded the tempered glass in fury, exclaiming, "No." Meanwhile, Loki began to dissolve into a mere wisp beside the control panel, as Coulson, in agony, collapsed against the wall. The true Loki approached the control screen with triumphant strides, lifting the glass cover that concealed the red button. Extending his left hand, he prepared to press it, glancing back at Thor with a smirk. "Let us wait and see, brother." Loki gently pressed one of the small buttons above, and the hatch beneath the tempered glass chamber immediately opened. With a wicked grin, Loki pressed the final red button. As soon as the button was activated, the entire tempered glass chamber plummeted downwards, swiftly exiting the aircraft carrier and hurtling towards the ground below. In the enclosed passage of the aircraft carrier, Natasha and Barton were engaged in a fierce struggle. Barton tightened his right fist, aiming a punch at Natasha's head, but she swiftly bent down, evading his powerful strike, and quickly seized his wrist. Barton felt a sharp pain radiate from his arm and hurriedly swung his other hand towards Natasha. Once again, she ducked, successfully dodging his attack. At that moment, Barton seized Natasha's hand, forcefully twisting it. Unyielding, Natasha matched his strength. Seizing the opportunity, Barton yanked at Natasha's hair, but sensing the precariousness of her position, she executed a swift maneuver, flipping him over. The force of her action sent Barton crashing against the railing, his head colliding with it, leaving him dazed and sprawled on the ground. Struggling to prop himself up, Barton gazed at Natasha and uttered her name. Natasha looked at him silently, then delivered a powerful punch directly to his head, rendering him unconscious on the floor. Chapter 25. Confusion within the plummeting tempered glass chamber. Thor exerted all his might, striking the glass with Mjolnir. However, no matter how fervently he struck, the tempered glass remained unyielding, and Thor tumbled helplessly within the chamber, losing his grip on gravity. In a moment of desperation, he found his footing on a pane of glass that bore a fissure. As the glass chamber neared its catastrophic descent to the ground, Thor summoned every ounce of strength for a final leap, Mjolnir extending forward, shattering the glass with a resounding impact. In that fleeting instant, he escaped the crumbling chamber just before it crashed to the earth, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air, safely grounded on a patch of grass. Thor's descent sent clods of earth flying, yet he was unable to control his momentum, rolling uncontrollably to a distance, with Mjolnir landing squarely at the center of the lawn. Meanwhile, Loki aboard the aircraft carrier released his grip from the ominous red button. As he turned to depart, Coulson's voice pierced the air. "You are destined to lose." Confounded, Loki turned back, questioning, "I have lost?" Coulson, with an air of exhaustion, retorted mockingly, "It is fate." No longer inclined to leave, Loki sauntered closer to taunt Coulson. "Your heroes are in disarray. Your fortress is about to plummet from the sky. What have I to fear? You lack conviction." Loki fell silent for a moment, contemplating. "But I do not feel." Before he could complete his thought, Coulson discreetly activated the high-tech weapon he still held, unleashing a powerful energy blast that sent Loki hurtling into a wall. Rising amidst a haze of crimson smoke, Loki struggled to regain his footing as Coulson, with a hint of realization, remarked, "So, this is what it's for." In the main control room, Nick Fury swiped at the still-functioning screen, while the surrounding staff anxiously prepared for the impending crash. Prepare for impact immediately, brace for collision. Meanwhile, within one of the aircraft carrier's wings, Tony exerted every effort to maneuver the blades. The speed escalated until it reached supersonic levels, and the entire carrier began to stabilize under Iron Man's manual guidance. Upon achieving success, Tony urgently communicated through his earpiece to Steve. "Captain, pull the lever." Still suspended midair, gripping a wire, Steve hastened towards the platform. "Wait. The lever now?" As Steve climbed back onto the platform, mercenaries resumed firing at him. Just then, a web shot forth, obscuring the mercenary's vision. Another web ensnared the mercenary's leg, pulling him down to the ground. At that moment, Bai Ze emerged from the ventilation shaft above Steve, declaring, "I believe someone is in need of assistance." Bai Ze swiftly ensnared the fallen mercenary with threads spun from the antidote, and with a powerful leap, he landed before Steve. Gazing at Steve on the ground, he extended his hand, saying, "I trust you won't mind if I send you flying with a punch." Steve could only chuckle resignedly as he grasped Bai Ze's hand, conceding, "All right, I shall overlook it this time." Meanwhile, Tony, still within the aircraft, perceived the approaching blades that had surpassed the speed of his jetpack, immediately sensing an ominous premonition. Before Iron Man could react, he collided with the rapidly advancing blades behind him. "We're doomed," he thought, as he was abruptly pulled beneath the blades, caught in the relentless friction of their swift rotation. "Help!" he cried out. At that moment, Steve urgently activated the red lever, and Tony, yanked beneath the blades, swiftly emerged. Upon exiting, Tony found that the thrusters on his suit had sustained considerable damage, with one or two occasionally faltering before resuming operation. Once he acclimated, he hastened toward the aircraft carrier, which was slowly gliding forward. Tony quickly reached the entrance where Steve was located, crashing onto the ground, causing the Mark 6 suit to power down, its lights extinguished. Both Steve and Bai Ze sighed in relief upon witnessing this. On the deck of the carrier, a fighter jet ascended slowly before swiftly departing, with Loki aboard. As the carrier receded into the distance, Loki chuckled, and the jet's hatch closed. Nick Fury hurried into the room housing the reinforced glass, accompanied by numerous personnel. Upon entering, he spotted Coulson slumped against the wall. Fury rushed over, and Coulson, weak, looked up at him. "I'm sorry, boss. I let that plague slip away." Fury quickly moved the high-tech weapon, pinning Coulson aside, anxiously gazing at the fading agent. "No. This is not your fault. Stay awake. It's all right. Look at me." "No, I need to rest." "No, you cannot rest." "I'm fine, Chief. If we don't give them a push, they will never unite." After uttering these words, Coulson smiled reassuringly at Fury and then closed his eyes forever. Fury bowed his head in silence, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. At that moment, medical personnel approached, and Fury quietly stepped aside as they covered Coulson with a white sheet bearing the insignia of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the main control room, medical staff were tending to Hill's facial wounds with alcohol when Nick Fury's voice crackled through her earpiece. "Agent Coulson has fallen. The medical team has already arrived. They are here." In the enclosed corridor, two medics carried the unconscious Barton away, while Natasha clenched her fists in silence. Within the confines of Engine 3, Steve, Tony, and Bai Ze were enveloped in a shroud of solemnity. In the conference room, Tony and Steve sat in silence, while Nick Fury stood, rummaging through items extracted from Coulson's clothing. Bai Ze grasped the railing, silently gazing through the large glass of the main control room at the blue sky and white clouds. At that moment, Nick Fury tossed a stack of photographs onto the table. These were found in Agent Coulson's coat. He will never have the chance to seek your autograph. We are in a state of blindness. Communications are down, and we cannot locate the Tesseract. Banner and Thor are also missing, and I find myself powerless. I have lost my finest confidant. Perhaps I have brought this upon myself. Steve silently picked up a photograph, glanced at it, then set it down quietly. Fury began to pace around the conference table. Indeed, we initially intended to utilize the Tesseract to create weapons. However, I did not place my bets on that. Instead, I invested in a more perilous project. It was my vision. Stark should be aware. We call it the Avengers Initiative. The idea is to gather the most extraordinary individuals in the world and see if they can unite to confront adversaries we cannot hope to defeat alone. Coulson believed in this ideal until his last breath. He believed in the existence of heroes. At this point, Tony stood up, directing his gaze towards Bai Ze. I cannot bear to see more lives lost. Nick, return that boy to me. After speaking, Tony turned and left in silence. Nick Fury could only nod resignedly. Very well, it is somewhat of a cliché concept. Bring that boy back. Bai Ze did not protest this time, but quietly allowed the staff to escort him onto the plane, departing from the aircraft carrier. He felt a sense of fear creeping in, realizing that he might have merely treated all of this as a mere game. Perhaps he never truly aspired to be a hero. Bai Ze understood that all his superpowers were granted to him by the antidote. Without it, he would not have survived this far. Chapter 26. The Power of Unity. Thor ambled towards the mighty hammer that lay upon the lawn. His gaze firmly fixed upon it as he clenched his fists. In the ruins of an abandoned factory, an old man observed Bruce Banner amidst the debris, remarking, "You fell from the heavens." Upon hearing this, Banner stirred from his stupor, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings, only to realize he was devoid of clothing. Struggling to sit upright, he turned to the source of the voice and beheld an elderly man clad in a security uniform, watching him intently. With a pained expression, Banner rubbed his forehead and inquired, "Did I harm anyone?" The old man shook his head, responding, "There was no one to be harmed. Though you certainly startled a few pigeons." A wave of relief washed over Banner. "That's good to hear." The old man added, "You're fortunate. You were awake when you fell. Did you witness it?" The entire spectacle, crashing through the ceiling, a bare-bottomed green giant. From beside him, the elder retrieved a pair of purple stretchy pants and tossed them to Banner, saying, "Here, I reckon once you return to your normal size, you'll be able to wear these." Gratefully, Banner donned the purple attire. "Thank you. Are you an extraterrestrial?" "What?" The old man replied. "An alien from outer space." "Not at all. Young man, you appear to be quite unwell." With a resigned sigh, Banner merely nodded in agreement. In the medical bay of the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier, Clint Barton found himself bound by ropes, writhing in agony with his eyes tightly shut, his face slick with cold sweat. Natasha sat nearby, her expression laced with concern as she observed him. In that moment, Barton felt the oppressive control in his mind and grimaced in torment, clenching his fists. Natasha could only offer words of comfort. "Clint, you will be all right." Upon hearing her reassurance, Barton opened his eyes, but the tension in his arms revealed his continued suffering. "How can you be so sure? I'm running out of time. I must expel him from my mind." After uttering these words, he briefly regained his composure. Natasha rose and poured herself a glass of water. "You will need time to return to normal. You wouldn't understand. You've never had someone commandeer your mind, forcing the true essence of you to retreat while implanting something else. Do you know what it feels like to be shattered?" "I know, I've endured it too," Natasha replied. Lowering his gaze, Barton inquired, "How did I awaken? How did you expel him?" With a calm demeanor, Natasha took her seat once more. "I recalibrated your consciousness. I gave your head a good thump." "Thank you." Natasha regarded Barton silently for a moment, and after confirming he had regained his awareness, she began to untie the ropes that bound him. Barton then asked, "Natasha, how many agents have I?" "Don't dwell on it. Do not burden yourself with guilt. It was all Loki's doing. They are monsters. We have not undergone such training." "Loki, has he escaped?" "Indeed. You ought to be aware of his whereabouts." Barton shook his head. "No, he never confided in me, nor did I inquire." After unbinding the ropes that had constrained Barton's limbs, Natasha rose and made her way towards the door. At that moment, Barton turned to get out of bed. He should soon execute his plan today. We must thwart him. After taking a sip of water, Barton looked at Natasha with a puzzled expression. "We? Who else?" "I don't know. Perhaps the others." "Well, if I could shoot an arrow into Loki's eye, I would sleep more soundly." Natasha, with a reassuring smile, sat beside Barton. "You are finally back to your usual self. However, Barton gazed at Natasha with a serious demeanor. But you are not yourself. You are a spy, not a soldier. You were not like this before. Now you seek to go to the front lines. Why? What has Loki done to you? He hasn't done much to me, it's just... Natasha wished to say more, but words failed her, and her gaze fell. Barton, concerned, looked at Natasha. Natasha. She then turned her gaze back to him. I have been shaken. I owe too many debts of blood, and I wish to repay them. In the fortified glass chamber, Tony silently surveyed the vast pit. At that moment, Steve entered from another entrance and leaned against the railing. Has he gotten married? No. He has a girlfriend who plays the cello. Are you certain it's wise to send him back? Perhaps, I don't know. I am merely doing what I can to save innocent lives. I don't wish for him to meet the same fate as Coulson. It saddens me. He seems like a genuinely good person. He is far too naive. Why? For the sake of his beliefs. He confronted Loki alone, fulfilling his duty. But it exceeded his capabilities. He should have awaited reinforcements. He should have. Tony spoke as he walked, but Steve quickly interrupted him. Sometimes, you cannot help but act. I have heard that before. Is this your first encounter with a fallen soldier? Upon hearing Steve's words, Tony turned back in anger. But we are not soldiers. Realizing the weight of his words, he softened his tone. I refuse to be manipulated by fury. I feel the same. Both he and Loki must be held accountable for Coulson's death. Yet now, we must prioritize the greater good. Loki requires a power source. If we could fabricate one. Tony glanced at the pit before turning back to interrupt Steve, but he seeks to assert his individuality. That is inconsequential. It is of utmost importance. This defines his character. He knows our backgrounds intimately. Why? To incite discord among us. Yes, to defeat us individually. How clever. But he understands that the only way to win is to conquer us all. He desires witnesses to this moment, an audience. Indeed, that is precisely how it is with Stuart. Indeed, that was merely a trailer. Today marks the main event. Loki epitomizes arrogance, yearning for accolades and desiring a monumental edifice to elevate his name to the heavens. At this thought, Tony suddenly recalled something. That scoundrel. He dashed outside with great urgency. On the helipad of a towering building in New York, a fighter jet gracefully descended. Once the hatch opened, Bai Ze emerged with measured steps. After he fully exited, the escort waved goodbye, and the hatch closed once more, allowing the aircraft to ascend towards the S-H-I-E-L-D aircraft carrier. Bai Ze stood still, watching the jet fade into the distance, hoping his mood wouldn't hinder his ability to shoot webbing. Otherwise, today would indeed be disastrous. He longed to return swiftly for some rest to improve his spirits. Bai Ze approached the edge of the building and, without hesitation, leaped off. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, he shot a web towards one of the buildings, swiftly grasped the line, and swung towards Queens. On the rooftop of Stark Tower, Dr. Hillwig was adjusting the data on a launcher. In the medical bay of the S-H-I-E-L-D aircraft carrier, Steve opened the door and looked at Natasha. Where to now? I'll tell you on the way. Can you fly? At that moment, Barton emerged from the medical bay's restroom, towel in hand. I can. Steve regarded Barton with curiosity before turning back to Natasha, who nodded in response. Seeing this, Steve turned to Barton again. Do you have a uniform? Yes. Then put it on, Steve instructed before turning to leave. On the lawn, Thor, quietly observing his hammer, reached out to grasp it. In the S-H-I-E-L-D aircraft carrier's hangar, Steve picked up his shield, while Barton slung his quiver over his shoulder. And Natasha equipped her charged electric gauntlets. In the laboratory, Tony was hastily repairing the Iron Man helmet with a screwdriver and welding gun, while Thor on the lawn lifted his hammer high. The previously clear blue sky abruptly transformed into swirling dark clouds, and countless bolts of lightning struck the hammer. Meanwhile, Bai Ze, preparing to swing back to his rented apartment in Queens, paused atop a building, feeling the frantic vibrations of his spider sense directed towards Stark Tower. Inside the hangar of the S-H-I-E-L-D aircraft carrier, Steve, Barton, and Natasha resolutely approached a fighter jet. As the three boarded, a S-H-I-E-L-D staff member rushed forward to stop them. You can't board. Sorry, kid, said Nick Fury, standing in the central control room, flipping through a photo of Captain America, a favorite of Coulson. Agent Hill approached. Director. Agent Hill, he replied. Those cards, they were in Coulson's closet, not in his coat. Nick Fury gazed sadly at the photo in his hand. They need a bit of motivation. At this moment, Nick Fury noticed a small red dot outside the glass below, followed swiftly by a fighter jet taking off. Simultaneously, his earpiece crackled with reports from the staff. Someone had taken off unauthorized from the 6th hangar. Locate Loki at all costs and restore the communication system immediately. I must be kept apprised of the situation, commanded Nick Fury, turning to stride toward the main control station. With Hill nodding in agreement, understood, Director. Above New York, Tony soared swiftly towards Stark Tower. However, due to the makeshift repairs on his Mark 6 armor, it occasionally sputtered sparks and exhibited a few malfunctioning parts. Atop Stark Tower, the Tesseract hovered ominously within its apparatus, seemingly poised to activate a portal at any moment. Dr. Selvig stood nearby, exhilaration evident in his gaze as Tony approached the tower. The voice of Jarvis echoed in Tony's ears. "Sir, I have shut down the arc reactor. But the Tesseract continues to provide energy." Once Tony reached the rooftop, he hovered in midair, asserting, "Shut it down, Dr. Selvig." Turning to face the airborne Tony, Selvig replied, "It's too late. It cannot be stopped now. It intends to reveal to us an entirely new universe." "Very well." Tony, recognizing Selvig's unwillingness to listen, ceased further dialogue and raised his hand, unleashing a repulsor blast at the machine. Just as the blast was about to strike, the Tesseract emitted an energy shield. Upon impact, the repulsor was instantly rebounded, causing Tony to narrowly evade being struck by his own blast. As Jarvis elaborated, "Sir, it is composed of pure energy. It cannot be penetrated." Slowly descending toward the disassembly platform, Tony acknowledged, "Right, I see it. Plan B." As he landed, he spotted Loki watching from outside the villa room, prompting Jarvis's concerned voice, "Sir, the Mark model is not yet combat ready." "Never mind that. We are pressed for time." Upon reaching the disassembly platform, Tony walked purposefully toward the villa. The mechanical arms on the platform commenced their task, removing his armor while he remained vigilant, glancing at Loki. Loki, smiling, ascended the stairs and entered the villa. As Loki disappeared inside, Tony's armor was fully disassembled, and Loki strode confidently toward him, declaring, "You've come to plead for my mercy, haven't you?" Tony casually moved behind the bar, selecting an expensive bottle of liquor. "Actually, I'm here to blackmail you. You should at least be wearing your armor." "Indeed, but unfortunately, it's not functioning well, and you're wielding that ostentatious scepter. Care for a drink? Delaying me won't save you." No, it's a threat. Are you truly not going to drink? Then I shall partake myself." At this moment, Loki turned toward the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the city outside. "My people will arrive shortly. Your fate is sealed. What is there for me to fear?" Loki turned around and beheld Tony casually uncorking a bottle of wine, subsequently retrieving a glass from beneath the bar to pour himself a drink. "The Avengers," he declared. "That is how we refer to ourselves, a collective, the mightiest assembly of heroes on this planet." Loki regarded Tony with a mocking gaze. "Indeed, I have witnessed it. However, it took us some time to comprehend the situation fully. Allow me to enumerate your companions. Your brother, that dashing lad, a superhero of unparalleled renown, an immortal legend. A formidable giant with a temper that could be deadly, and a pair of elite assassins. And you? Poor unfortunate soul. You have managed to irk each and every one of them." As Tony spoke, he discreetly donned a bracelet from the bar onto his left wrist. Loki, amused, observed Tony's subtle maneuver without a hint of suspicion. "That was my plan," he remarked, "a rather poor plan." Tony mocked as he emerged from behind the bar with his wine glass. "They will undoubtedly come for you, to settle the score. I possess an army. We have Hulk. I thought that creature had gone astray. You still fail to grasp the gravity of your predicament. You shall never ascend to the throne. And there exists no conceivable possibility of your success. True, your army may indeed approach, and we might struggle against them, yet we will come for you. The earth may fall, but we shall seek our vengeance." Tony took a sip of his wine as he spoke. At that moment, Loki advanced menacingly towards Tony. "If you turn against your friends, they will have no time to seek me out." Loki raised his staff and jabbed it against Tony's chest, but after a moment, there was no reaction. Skeptical, Loki repeated the action, still met with silence. "I have never erred before. Occasional lapses in performance are inevitable. Do not be so hard on yourself. Everyone has their moments." Before Tony could finish his sentence, Loki seized him by the throat and slammed him to the ground. Struggling to rise, Tony gasped, "All right, Jarvis. What are you waiting for?" Yet, before he could finish, Loki tightened his grip and lifted him once more. "I will make you kneel before me. Activate quickly." With a forceful throw, Loki hurled Tony toward the floor-to-ceiling window, shattering the glass as he plummeted downwards. When Loki turned back, he was startled to discover that a wall behind him had mysteriously opened. Before he could discern what was happening, a crimson object surged forth, colliding into him and darting towards the falling Tony. Chapter 27. Invasion. The crimson object rapidly ejected its side casings, revealing the nascent form of an iron armor. From either flank of the armor, an infrared scanning device emerged. After swiftly scanning the bracelet on Tony's wrist, the suit advanced towards him, seizing his wrist and rapidly enveloping him in its mechanical embrace. As the ground loomed closer, the helmet of the armor swiftly encased Tony's head, while the internal systems ignited into action. Even at the brink of a catastrophic fall, Tony deftly aimed his palms toward the ground, where flames erupted from the center of his hands, halting his descent midair. He then ascended rapidly towards the apex of Stark Tower. On the rooftop, Loki had just risen after being knocked down by the suit when Stark's voice echoed. "You've also offended another." Loki turned to face the source of the voice, just as Tony, clad in the Mark 7 armor, soared into view. Pausing in midair with his thrusters. "Hi," he greeted. Loki attempted to raise his scepter to strike, but Tony, faster than the eye could follow, unleashed a repulsor blast, sending Loki crashing to the ground. At that moment, the rooftop apparatus had fully charged, unleashing a colossal blue beam into the sky. This beam swiftly opened a portal, eliciting Tony's gaze upward in response to the commotion. On the other side of the portal stood the eager Chitauri army. As the soldiers beheld the gateway, they activated their flight devices and surged forward, rapidly descending upon New York's skyline. Tony, encased in his armor, anxiously observed the scene, urging, "Come on, army." He ignited all thrusters of the suit, propelling himself toward the approaching Chitauri forces. The soldiers, upon spotting the rapidly advancing Iron Man, roared like beasts and unleashed their laser weaponry. Tony adeptly maneuvered through the barrage of incoming laser fire, occasionally retaliating with his repulsor blasts. A handful of alien warriors fell victim to his firepower, yet the majority of the Chitauri continued their descent towards the city below. Tony struggled to evade the onslaught of laser projectiles and the descending aliens, just as he narrowly avoided a laser shot. One of the aliens piloting a craft collided with Iron Man. He nearly lost his balance, but regained stability, frowning at the increasing tide of extraterrestrials pouring forth from the portal. At that moment, the armor's shoulder compartments sprang open, revealing a plethora of small missiles. Without hesitation, Tony activated all the missiles on his shoulders, unleashing a barrage that soared towards the alien horde, swiftly decimating those nearing the city of New York. As the number of extraterrestrials surged, the small missiles struggled to swiftly strike all targets, allowing a significant multitude of aliens to evade destruction and draw nearer to New York. The terrified inhabitants of the city cast their gazes skyward, witnessing the unprecedented sight of a colossal vortex and the impending assault of the aliens upon the unsuspecting populace below. In a panic, the residents began to scatter in all directions as alien laser projectiles struck the ground, resulting in catastrophic explosions that propelled numerous vehicles into the air, while countless lives were tragically lost amidst the chaos. A taxi on the highway was struck and violently hurled into the air, while a little girl, separated from her mother, stood bewildered, observing the frantic crowd fleeing in terror. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped her, prompting her to turn around in dread, only to behold the taxi careening towards her. Paralyzed by fear, she squeezed her eyes shut, bracing herself for the end. At that moment, Bai swung in with remarkable speed, utilizing his webbing to target the descending taxi, rapidly firing an abundance of strands that adhered to the vehicle. The other end of the webbing anchored itself to the towering buildings flanking the road, effectively arresting the taxi's descent. Bai landed on the ground, panting heavily, his heart racing as he gazed up at the taxi he had managed to secure with his webs. Relieved by his timely intervention, just as he uttered his relief, a laser projectile struck one of the buildings to which his webbing was attached, triggering a massive explosion that severed the strands holding the taxi. Realizing the imminent danger, Bai exclaimed, "No way, this can't be happening." He rushed forward, attempting to reinforce the webbing, but before he could shoot new strands, the remaining ones snapped, sending the taxi plummeting toward a group of residents who had yet to escape. In a desperate bid, Bai sprinted forward, using his anti-venom tendrils to lift the taxi with great effort. "This taxi is heavier than I anticipated. I should have acted sooner." Meanwhile, the residents beneath the vehicle scrambled toward Bai's direction, and he painstakingly lowered the taxi to the ground with careful precision. However, just as he succeeded, a sudden explosion erupted on the other side of the street. Resigned, Bai grumbled while swiftly shooting webs toward the site of the blast, lamenting, "My workload has truly exceeded its limits. If only I were compensated for this." On the Stark Tower, Loki, wielding the Mind Stone, strolled upon the disassembly platform, observing the Chitauri forces invade the city. A green glow gradually enveloped him as his battle armor began to materialize. At that moment, Thor appeared, landing on an adjacent platform, his eyes blazing with fury as he confronted Loki. "Loki, close the Tesseract at once, or I shall obliterate it." Upon hearing the voice behind him, Loki turned mockingly to face Thor, declaring, "You cannot prevent what is inevitable. Only war remains." With that, Loki brandished his scepter and leaped forcefully onto the platform where Thor stood, engaging him in a fierce struggle. Loki swung the Mind Scepter downwards, but Thor deftly sidestepped the blow. Undeterred, Loki raised the scepter once more, launching another attack. Thor swiftly bent low to evade, and in a moment of opportunity, Loki pivoted, resting the scepter upon his shoulder. Before Thor could react, Loki unleashed a beam of blue energy towards him. Thor had no choice but to hastily raise Mjolnir to block the strike. Frustrated by his failed ambush, Loki readied the scepter for another assault. Yet Thor struck with even greater speed, causing both the scepter and Mjolnir to collide with the platform. The energy from their clash shattered part of the Stark Tower's signage, sending letters cascading to the ground. Ordinary citizens below fled in panic, while numerous police cars swiftly converged in the street. Officers hastily opened their doors, only to witness Tony soaring above, trailed by a horde of invading extraterrestrials. In the skies over New York, A-S-H-I-E-L-D. Fighter jet approached the ground with urgency, and Natasha quickly contacted Tony, stating, "Stark, we are to your right." Engaged with the aliens, Tony lamented, "Did you arrive in a horse-drawn carriage? Head to Parker Street. I'll lure them there." With that, Iron Man darted towards Parker Street. On the balcony of Stark Tower, Loki and Thor continued their relentless combat as Tony zipped past them, pursued closely by the Chitauri forces. Tony flew towards the building below, executing a sharp maneuver just before colliding with the wall. A portion of the pursuing Chitauri warriors, unable to adjust in time, crashed into the wall, resulting in a fiery explosion that claimed their lives. Meanwhile, Barton and Natasha, piloting the S-H-I-E-L-D jet, activated the aircraft's weapon systems, deploying a Gatling gun from beneath. The jet sped towards a central hall, with Tony swiftly passing by its side, closely followed by the Chitauri warriors. Seizing the moment, Natasha and Barton pressed the attack button, unleashing a torrent of bullets from the Gatling gun, mercilessly mowing down numerous Chitauri warriors. At that moment, J-A-R-V-I-S reported to Tony, "Sir, more incoming." "Good. Don't let them rest." Chapter 28. The whale warship Natasha and Barton deftly maneuvered their fighter jet through the skies, targeting the airborne Chitauri warriors with precision. On the platform of Stark Tower, Loki evaded a mighty swing from Thor and retaliated by thrusting his scepter towards him, causing Thor to crash against the glass railing, which shattered instantly. Meanwhile, Barton and Natasha in the fighter jet caught sight of the fierce confrontation between Thor and Loki on the platform. "Natasha, look." They gradually adjusted their trajectory to align with the platform and commenced firing without hesitation. In that moment, Thor was caught off guard and was brought down by Loki's cunning strike. As Loki subdued Thor, he swiftly turned and launched a blast from his scepter towards the fighter jet. The aircraft, too close to evade, was struck, igniting flames from its wing. Natasha and Barton scrambled to regain control to prevent a catastrophic crash. Inside the cockpit, Steve struggled to grasp the overhead handle, fighting to maintain his balance amidst the turbulence. Just as Loki reveled in his triumph, Thor suddenly surged forward, charging at the unsuspecting Loki. The impact nearly knocked Loki off his feet, providing Thor the opportunity to unleash a flurry of powerful punches to Loki's face. Loki attempted to retaliate, but Thor's relentless assault left him no time to react. Meanwhile, in the fighter jet, Barton and Natasha hastily navigated the out-of-control aircraft towards an emergency landing, but the surrounding skyscrapers left little room for descent. They skillfully maneuvered the jet to avoid collision with the buildings. As they neared one of the residential towers, they executed a sharp turn, narrowly gliding past it. To their right, they spotted a vacant park, and seizing the moment, Natasha and Barton yanked the control lever, directing the aircraft urgently towards the open space. Just as they were about to touch down, strands of webbing appeared, intricately binding the struggling fighter jet to the nearby structures. The webbing softened the impact, allowing the jet to land without excessive damage, though Steve was unprepared and found himself sprawled on the floor. Once the aircraft had safely landed, Barton and Natasha quickly unfastened their seatbelts and made their way to the rear cabin, where Steve hastily rose and approached the hatch. He extended his right hand to press the red button on the side. The moment he did, the cabin door began to open slowly. Steve glanced back at the vigilant faces of Barton and Natasha. As the door fully opened, the trio wasted no time and swiftly exited the fighter jet. Just as they reached a lamppost, White Spider suddenly emerged from above, hanging by a strand of web. "Hi there, Captain America. That was quite the jolt in your jet. I've lost several strands of webbing because of it." Steve was startled and took a step back at the sudden appearance of Bai Ze, but he soon relaxed upon recognizing him. "Kid, what are you doing here? Didn't Stark send Fury to escort you back?" "Well, it's a long story, but I can summarize it if you prefer," Bai Ze replied, still with a hint of humor. Steve, exasperated by Bai Ze's lightheartedness, retorted, "All right, let us not waste any more time." He swiftly led Natasha and Barton around Bai Ze and made their way toward the city center, adding as he departed, "I choose you. Don't cause any trouble." Upon hearing Steve's words, Bai Ze, feeling indignant, rolled back to his feet. "Who would cause trouble?" he exclaimed, shooting a strand of web in a random direction, which fortuitously latched onto a Chitauri warrior soaring by on a hovercraft. Before Bai Ze could react, he was yanked rapidly toward it. Whoa. Meanwhile, Steve, Barton, and Natasha hurriedly made their way to the city center, where a throng of residents were frantically evacuating. The trio assisted the fleeing populace while advancing toward the heart of the city. Upon their arrival, they were met with the sight of a massive blue vortex portal in the sky, from which numerous Chitauri warriors emerged. Suddenly, a colossal alien whale descended through the portal, outfitted with heavy weaponry, flanked by countless Chitauri soldiers. This alien whale was none other than the Chitauri's biological weapon, the whale battleship. As it passed through the portal, it plummeted downward before veering upward just before reaching the ground, entering the city. Astonished, the trio watched as the whale battleship soared into the city, causing buildings to collapse as its fin brushed against them. The Chitauri warriors positioned on either side could no longer contain themselves, leaping onto adjacent buildings, using their claws to scale the walls. Some even smashed through windows to enter the structures, firing upon the remaining residents with their alien firearms, prompting widespread panic as people scrambled to escape. With a furrowed brow, Steve gazed at the increasing numbers of descending Chitauri warriors. "Stark, did you see that?" he called out. Tony, flying toward the rampaging whale battleship, responded, "I see it, but it's still hard to believe. Where's Banner? Has he not returned yet?" "Not yet. Keep me updated." As Iron Man spoke, he barely managed to match the speed of the whale battleship. "All right, Jarvis, scan for its weak points." Meanwhile, on the platform of Stark Tower, Thor attempted to persuade Loki to reconsider his path. "Look around you. Do you think this destruction will cease with your reign?" Hearing this, Loki glanced at the devastation engulfing New York, shaking his head as he replied, "It's too late. It's too late to stop it. No, we will stop it together." Upon hearing Thor's words, Loki was momentarily incredulous. Just as Thor believed he had succeeded in swaying him, Loki suddenly revealed a sinister smile. In an instant, Thor sensed something was amiss, yet before he could react, Loki treacherously plunged a blade into his side. Thor gazed at Loki with a mixture of agony and disbelief, his hammer slipping from his grasp and tumbling onto the platform. Bent over in pain, he clutched his wounded abdomen with his left hand and staggered back a few paces. Observing Thor's face, which was etched with disbelief, Loki couldn't resist taunting him. Such sentimentality. Upon hearing Loki's mockery, Thor was consumed by rage. He sprang to his feet, gritting his teeth, and delivered a forceful kick that sent Loki sprawling to the ground. Seizing Loki with both hands, Thor hoisted him above his head and then slammed him down with tremendous force. As Thor glared at the fallen Loki, the latter unexpectedly rolled away in the opposite direction, tumbling off the platform. Alarmed, Thor rushed forward to peer over the edge, only to discover that Loki had landed squarely in the rear seat of a Chitauri warrior's hovering vehicle. Chapter 29. Fortune. As Loki landed on the hovercar, he swiftly extended his right hand, firmly grasping the handle of the rear seat. Behind the hovercar he was riding, 3 more hovercars appeared, closely trailing him. The last of these vehicles bore a long strand of webbing, which Bai Ze clutched in panic, unable to let go. "Damn it. The 4 hovercars, traveling at breakneck speed, failed to register Bai Ze's exclamations. Suddenly, the vehicles began to descend, startling Bai Ze into gripping the webbing even tighter as they sped into the city. "I hate roller coasters." On the platform of Stark Tower, Thor glared furiously at Loki, who was entering the city. His left hand instinctively moved towards the right side of his waist, where Loki had stabbed him. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully withdrew the blade. The moment the blade was pulled free, Thor inhaled sharply, yet he remained silent, discarding the bloodied weapon to the side. On the ground, Steve dashed to take cover behind an overturned taxi. Natasha and Barton quickly followed suit, with Barton glancing at Steve, slightly strained. There are still many people trapped inside. Upon hearing this, Steve looked up and saw 2 hovercars approaching. They unleashed a barrage of blue energy projectiles, which struck a construction site, causing a massive explosion. Reacting swiftly, Steve ducked back, but the Chitauri soldiers piloting the hovercars did not notice the trio hiding behind the taxi. When Steve peered out again, he saw the 2 Chitauri soldiers maneuvering their vehicles rapidly towards another street, launching a widespread assault. The ground erupted in explosions as the blue projectiles struck, sending numerous cars tumbling and leaving the road in ruin. A handful of ordinary citizens, still unable to evacuate, were frantically fleeing in terror. One shop was directly hit by a projectile, resulting in a devastating explosion that obliterated its merchandise. The police, still assisting with the evacuation, hurriedly led the residents away, as vehicles and debris were sent soaring into the air. Loki, seated in the rear of one of the hovercars, watched this chaos with a sinister smile. At the tail end of the slowest hovercar, Bai Ze struggled to inch forward, determined to seize his moment. "Just a little more. I've come this far. I will be a hero, even if it costs me my life." As soon as he finished speaking, he found himself perilously close to the hovercar. With determination, Bai Ze extended his right hand, and upon making contact with the vehicle, he clung to it tightly. Seeing his chance, he hastily began to climb aboard. As Bai Ze ascended onto the hovering vehicle, he hastily grasped the handle of the rear seat, slowly rising while his gaze, filled with fury, fixed upon the Chitauri warrior manipulating the craft ahead. Moments later, Steve, Barton, and Natasha, who were on the ground rescuing civilians, were astonished to witness a Chitauri warrior ensnared by webbing, mouth sealed and body tightly bound, crashing against a utility pole. After dealing with this Chitauri adversary, Bai Ze successfully commandeered the hovering vehicle. However, the craft was cluttered with an array of inexplicable levers and a blue screen displaying a multitude of data in an alien language, which Bai Ze could not comprehend. Thus, he resorted to a series of trial and error. How does one control this contraption? What purpose does this lever serve? What do the figures on this screen signify? In a frenzied rush, Bai Ze fumbled with the controls, causing the entire vehicle to careen wildly through the skies, the spider sense buzzing erratically. Upon encountering a corner, Bai Ze had no choice but to shoot webbing at a nearby building to effect a forced turn. Honestly, I do not relish this sensation. Just as he managed to stabilize the flight, the spider sense erupted into a cacophony once more. Startled, Bai Ze glanced forward, only to find a residential building looming perilously close. With rising panic, he hastily experimented with the vehicle's controls. Just as impact seemed imminent, he suddenly gripped the central handle with both hands and yanked it backward. The vehicle, guided by his grip, soared upward, skimming the wall. After brushing against the structure, the hovering vehicle descended amid a cloud of black smoke onto the balcony of the residential building. The force of inertia sent Bai Ze hurtling toward the edge of the balcony, his eyes behind the mask tightly shut, a testament to the excruciating pain he felt. I swear, I shall never again pilot a hovering vehicle. Once he regained his composure, he painfully clutched his aching waist, struggling to rise. It seems I must stretch a bit. However, just as he attempted to alleviate the discomfort in his back, a loud crack echoed, and Bai Ze emitted a piercing cry. It hurts so much. Overwhelmed by pain, he knelt on the ground, his left hand pressed against his aching waist. Moments earlier, he had merely stretched, but the force had been too great to control. Had it not been for the potent healing properties of the Anti-Venom, Bai Ze's back would undoubtedly have been broken. As he struggled to his feet once more, he made his way toward the staircase leading down from the balcony. Suddenly, an explosion resonated from below, prompting Bai Ze to hesitate. After a brief moment of contemplation, he cursed under his breath, gritted his teeth, and, enduring the pain radiating from his waist, leaped from the balcony. Chapter 30. The First Assembly on the Ground. Natasha unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the soaring Chitauri warriors with her dual pistols, while Barton seized the opportunity to swiftly lead the trapped civilians to safety. Hurry, hurry, he urged, pulling residents up from the ground and dashing toward a secure area. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from a nearby bus, and Barton turned to see a young boy being lowered from the window by his parents. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, extending his arms to catch the boy and gently placing him on the ground, where the child promptly took off running. As Natasha observed the increasing swarm of Chitauri warriors on the ground, she felt a sense of desperation. The bullets in her handguns dwindled, while the enemy numbers surged. At that moment, Barton grasped the bus door with both hands and, with a swift motion, pried it open, allowing the ordinary civilians trapped inside to escape rapidly. Once the evacuation was complete, Barton swiftly retrieved his bow from his back, selecting an arrow from his quiver, and approached Natasha's side, launching an arrow toward the advancing Chitauri. The arrow struck one warrior, instantly dispatching him, and its tip released 4 smaller projectiles that swiftly eliminated 4 additional Chitauri. As Natasha continued to fire at the Chitauri ahead, she anxiously remarked to Barton, "This scene reminds me of Budapest." Barton replied, "It seems our memories of Budapest differ entirely," as he quickly knocked another arrow and aimed forward. Meanwhile, Steve maneuvered deftly over obstructing vehicles while a panicked crowd fled in all directions, some even cowering behind cars, too afraid to escape. The police drew their firearms, firing at the Chitauri warriors soaring above. Among them, a relatively young officer dashed past a barricade of police cars, rushing toward an elderly officer. "Sir, the National Guard won't arrive for another hour." Before the elderly officer could respond, a blue energy projectile struck the police car behind them, causing the officer to stumble back in fright. "Does the military know about this?" he exclaimed. "How should I know?" Just then, as the two officers fell into an argument, Steve descended from above, landing atop a police car. "Quickly, deploy personnel in these buildings. There are still many people inside, and their situation is dire. Get them to the basements or the subway to evacuate. Keep them off the streets. I need you to maintain a perimeter from here to 39th Street. Why should we take orders from you?" The elderly officer expressed his skepticism towards Steve's command. At that moment, 3 vehicles behind Steve exploded, and 2 Chitauri warriors leaped beside him. Without a word, they attacked him with their alien weaponry, prompting Steve to swiftly block their assault with his shield, retaliating against one of the Chitauri warriors with a powerful shove. The Chitauri warrior was instantly sent flying, and another warrior sought to launch a surprise attack. However, Steve swung his shield forcefully behind him, causing the would-be assailant to collide headfirst with the shield and fall to the ground. At that moment, another Chitauri warrior lunged at Steve, who quickly extended his left hand to seize the incoming weapon. With a deft maneuver, he countered with a powerful strike from his shield, knocking the Chitauri warrior down. As the assailant attempted to rise, he was met with a swift blow from the shield to the face, sending him sprawling. Observing Steve's formidable prowess, the elderly officer turned to instruct the remaining officers, select a few to enter the building and escort everyone to the basement. Secure the area from here to 39th Street immediately. In the sky, Tony executed a sharp turn towards the building ahead, only to see the whale-shaped battleship hurtling towards him. Without hesitation, he activated a barrage of tracking missiles from his armor, launching them at the battleship. The missiles struck the whale battleship with little effect, akin to stones sinking into the ocean, yet they successfully diverted the vessel's attention towards Tony. Hovering in the air, Tony remained unfazed as he observed the approaching battleship. Well, I've captured its attention. What should my next move be? He mused as he quickly retreated, with the battleship in hot pursuit. On the ground, Barton executed a sweeping kick that toppled a Chitauri warrior and swiftly drew an arrow from his quiver, readying it for action. Natasha, with agility, flipped onto the back of another Chitauri warrior, using a rope to tightly constrict the creature's neck. However, Barton was suddenly knocked to the ground by a charging Chitauri warrior, who pinned him down, unwilling to let him rise. Struggling, Barton managed to draw another arrow just as the Chitauri warrior was caught off guard, delivering a powerful kick to the creature's lower region. The Chitauri warrior fell to the ground in pain, and Barton seized the opportunity to shoot him down. Natasha, wielding the stolen alien weapon as a makeshift staff, valiantly battled two encroaching Chitauri warriors. They were unable to close the distance, but before they could be dealt with, two more Chitauri warriors descended from above, landing atop a dilapidated car hood, which crumpled under their weight. The warriors, standing on the car, quickly raised their weapons and unleashed blue energy blasts towards Barton. He had no choice but to sprint to the side to evade the incoming projectiles. Just as one of the energy blasts was about to strike him, Barton bent his knees and executed a sliding maneuver, narrowly dodging the attack. Seizing the opportunity before the two Chitauri warriors could react, Barton swiftly turned, knocking an arrow and drawing his bow. The arrow struck one of the Chitauri warriors squarely in the head, instantly releasing a second arrow that dispatched the other warrior as well. Just as Barton believed the threat was neutralized, two more Chitauri warriors leaped from behind him. At that moment, Steve swiftly sprang atop the hood of an abandoned car, using his shield to successfully deflect the surprise attack from both warriors. Drawn by the commotion, Barton turned to witness Steve landing and striking one of the Chitauri warriors with his shield, sending the creature crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment, Barton unleashed another arrow at the remaining Chitauri warrior, delivering a fatal blow. However, just as they both exhaled in relief, three more Chitauri warriors descended from above, prompting an immediate state of alert. Suddenly, three bolts of lightning struck from the heavens, obliterating the three warriors in an instant. As the lightning subsided, the defeated Chitauri lay lifeless on the ground. Both Steve and Barton gazed skyward, where a figure accompanied by thunder descended before them. Thor had arrived. Upon landing, Thor immediately felt a sharp pain in his side, forcing him to lean against the toppled car as he rose slowly. Steve approached, inquiring about the situation above. The energy surrounding the Tesseract cannot be penetrated. Just as Thor finished speaking, Tony's voice crackled through the earpiece. Yes, right. We need to deal with these guys first. Having dispatched two Chitauri warriors, Natasha turned her attention to Thor, asking, "What should we do? I still have unfinished business with Loki." Barton, who was calmly preparing his arrows, shot a curious glance at Thor. "Is that so? Then you'll have to wait your turn." "All right. Loki will surely concentrate his forces against us. Eliminating him will throw them into disarray. Stark is in the sky. He can assist us." As Steve spoke, a sound reminiscent of a roaring engine echoed from behind. Curious, Steve turned to see Banner approaching on a motorcycle. The group moved forward to greet him as he dismounted, smiling at everyone. "Hi, it looks like things are pretty dire." Natasha glared at Banner, anger etched on her face. "I've seen worse." "I'm sorry. It's all right. We could use something worse right now." "Stark, we found him." "Wait, yes. It's him." Upon hearing Steve's voice, Tony, luring the Leviathan in the sky, soared towards the group. "Tell him to be ready. The festivities are about to begin." Just as Iron Man finished speaking, a thunderous explosion resonated, and they all looked up to see Iron Man soaring around the corner of a towering building. Behind them, the rampaging whale battleship pursued relentlessly, prompting the assembled crowd to adopt a defensive stance. Natasha anxiously observed the approaching Leviathan, exclaiming, I feel this is not a cause for celebration." However, it was too late for second thoughts as Tony began to gradually descend in altitude. The whale battleship followed suit. But due to its immense size, Its descent brought it perilously close to the ground. Without hesitation, Banner turned and strode toward the oncoming behemoth. At that moment, Steve's voice reached Banner's ears. "Dr. Banner, now is the perfect time for you to unleash your fury." Upon hearing this, Banner turned back with a grin, replying, "Let me share a secret, Captain. I have always been angry." As soon as he finished speaking, Banner clenched his fists and, with a surge of rage, transformed. His skin rapidly turned green, his height and muscle mass expanded visibly, and his shirt was torn to shreds. Hulk swung a powerful punch at the whale battleship, the impact sending him staggering back several feet. Yet, Hulk's strength was formidable. The battleship could not withstand the assault for long before it toppled over, its body crashing toward the ground where the crowd stood. At that moment, Bai Ze swiftly emerged from a nearby building, launching a multitude of webs at the overturned whale battleship and the surrounding structures. Instantly, the battleship was ensnared by the webbing, tethered to the buildings. Meanwhile, Tony raised his left arm, which transformed as a projectile emerged from his suit. He quickly aimed for the exposed armor of the whale battleship, remarking, "Kid, I remember telling you to head back. We'll discuss this later." Just as the two exchanged words, the projectile was fired, piercing into the belly of the whale battleship, which detonated spectacularly, scattering armor and debris in all directions. The onlookers quickly crouched for cover as the Chitauri warriors, who had been clinging to the walls with grappling hooks, removed their masks to reveal skeletal visages upon witnessing the battleship's demise. They unleashed furious roars at the Avengers below, to which Hulk responded with an even louder growl. Tony observed the enraged Chitauri warriors with a calm demeanor as he descended slowly. Barton remained vigilant, drawing back his bowstring, while Thor raised his right arm, gripping Mjolnir tightly. Natasha, her gaze fierce, loaded her pistol with bullets, and Bai Ze landed gracefully, striking a signature Spider-Man pose. Steve tightened his grip on his shield, ready for the impending confrontation. Chapter 31. The title derailed by the Chitauri warriors. Loki, seated in the rear of a hovering vehicle, gazed indifferently at the scene below. "All units, mobilize." No sooner had Loki uttered these words than two colossal whale-shaped warships emerged from the vast vortex in the sky. Natasha, stationed on the ground, lifted her gaze to the unfolding situation. Everyone, just as Natasha began to speak, all eyes turned towards the azure whirlpool above. Bai Ze, squinting with tension, sensed the ominous hum of his spider sense. "I suspect this is far from good news." "Indeed. Issue the orders, Captain." "All right, listen closely. Before we close the portal, we must hold them at bay. Barton, ascend to the rooftop and ascertain their trajectory. Stark, hold the line. Anything that approaches these three streets must be repelled. Allow me to confront them." As Steve finished speaking, Barton turned to Tony. "Can you give me a lift?" "Hold on tight," Iron Man replied, swiftly seizing Barton by the collar and soaring towards the building's apex. Observing this, Steve resumed delegating tasks to the remaining members. "Thor, you must find a way to obstruct the portal and delay them. You can summon lightning, incinerate them." Upon hearing this, Thor swiftly twirled his hammer and ascended into the sky. Steve then turned to Bai Ze. "And you, young man, how many of those white threads can you launch to ensnare the fighter jets?" "You mean my webbing?" "As many as I desire." "Then weave several large nets between these buildings. Contain them as best as you can." "Understood, Captain," Bai Ze responded playfully, saluting before shooting a strand of webbing towards the skyscrapers, pulling himself upward with vigor. With a hint of exasperation, Steve pivoted to Natasha. "You and I must control the battlefield down here." Just then, he turned to see Hulk, hands clenched and eager, fixated on the Chitauri warriors. "Hulk." Upon hearing his name, Hulk looked at Steve with a hint of confusion. Steve, with utmost seriousness, replied, "It's up to you." In response, Hulk flashed a mischievous grin and leapt powerfully toward the towering structure above. Before the Chitauri warrior, still clinging to the building and poised to attack, could react, Hulk forcefully slammed him into the wall. Without hesitation, Hulk seized the defeated Chitauri warrior's head and launched himself towards another building's wall. A nearby Chitauri warrior, oblivious to the impending danger, witnessed in horror as his comrade was suddenly crushed into the wall by the colossal green figure. Before he could mount a defense, Hulk executed a swift somersault and delivered a devastating punch, sending him crashing into the wall as well. The Hulk, without a moment's hesitation, grasped a building and leaped powerfully towards another, still clutching a Chitauri warrior embedded in the wall. As he propelled himself towards yet another edifice, three hovering vehicles suddenly surged forth, intent on knocking him down. Unfazed, the Hulk swung his fist mid-air, obliterating one of the hovering cars in an explosion. Meanwhile, Thor soared to the edge of a tower's pinnacle, wielding his mighty hammer. Steadying himself against the iron ledge, he directed Mjolnir towards the heavens. Above, ominous clouds rapidly coalesced, swirling with electric fury as bolts of lightning struck towards the hammer. Mjolnir swiftly absorbed the descending energy, causing arcs of electricity to erupt from the tower's walls, emanating from Thor's very being. Once sufficient power was amassed, Thor bellowed, unleashing the accumulated lightning towards a vast blue vortex in the sky. Chitauri warriors attempting to emerge from the portal were met with instant obliteration upon contact with the unleashed electricity. A whale-shaped warship attempted to break free, but was immediately struck by a torrent of lightning. As it turned to retreat, it was too late. The ship was engulfed in a cataclysmic explosion. Amidst the chaos between the buildings, White Tiger swung precariously on webs, muttering to himself, "Honestly, I am not cut out for web slinging. I should have sought out Spider-Man, the true expert." He quickly landed on a building's wall and shot out a strand of webbing. Swiftly, he propelled himself towards another building, securing the web to its wall, while simultaneously kicking down a Chitauri warrior who was clinging there with a grappling hook. The Chitauri warriors, suspended as they were, found themselves at a disadvantage, sprawled helplessly compared to White Tiger's agile stance. Even as they attempted to retaliate with their alien laser weaponry, White Tiger's spider sense alerted him to their movements, thwarting their attacks. In the control room of the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier, Nick Fury furrowed his brow, anxiously observing the unfolding events in New York on his screen. Just then, Hill approached hastily, exclaiming, "Sir, the senators are on the line." Fury, with disbelief etched in his one remaining eye, processed the gravity of the situation. On a rooftop, Hawkeye swiftly unleashed arrows at the Chitauri warriors seated in their hovering vehicles. "Stark, we have quite a few tailgaters," he shouted. As Tony Stark maneuvered sharply between buildings with a throng of Chitauri in pursuit, he replied, "I'm trying to shake them off. Their turns are abysmal." As Hawkeye readied another arrow, he shot without looking, successfully dispatching a Chitauri warrior. "Find a sharp turn." "Got it," Tony replied, executing a sudden turn in front of him. From atop the building, Hawkeye caught sight of Tony and the pursuing Chitauri warriors behind him. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Barton swiftly approached the edge of the building. Drawing an arrow from his quiver, he knelt partially and took aim, releasing the arrow towards one of the Chitauri warriors' hovering vehicles. As soon as the arrow struck, sparks erupted, and before long, the vehicle began to disintegrate amidst the fiery display, causing the Chitauri warrior to plummet from the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Tony quickly descended in altitude, attempting to shake off his pursuers, yet the Chitauri warriors relentlessly followed in close pursuit. With no other choice, Tony navigated through a towering structure, only to ascend once more. The Chitauri warriors mirrored his ascent, but some of the pursuing forces collided with the walls during their passage, resulting in several explosive casualties and diminishing their numbers significantly. As Tony continued his flight forward, he executed a sharp turn into a building's corridor, prompting the Chitauri warriors to follow suit. However, one unfortunate warrior failed to maneuver in time, crashing into the wall and meeting a fiery demise due to the explosion of the hovering vehicle. Tony adeptly maneuvered within the confines of the corridor, while the larger Chitauri vehicles collided with the walls, causing further explosions. Upon exiting the corridor, Tony again made a sudden turn towards the looming building ahead. The last of the pursuing Chitauri warriors met the same fate, crashing into the wall and exploding. Well done. What lies ahead? Meanwhile, on 666th Street, a certain entertainment venue had neglected to extend an invitation to me. On the other side, Bai Ze, weary and breathless, continued to shoot webs at the walls, propelling himself towards another building. In the interim, he had spun nearly 3 or 4 large webs between the skyscrapers. Yet his energy and stamina were rapidly depleting, compounded by occasional interference from Chitauri warriors riding their hovering vehicles. Thanks to his spider sense, Bai Ze adeptly evaded all attacks, simultaneously ensnaring several Chitauri vehicles by wrapping their exhaust ports with his webs. Those ensnared plummeted to their doom, while the others became ensnared in the webs he had woven, rendered immobile. Just as Bai Ze secured another strand of webbing and prepared to shoot again, he was struck with confusion when no web emerged. Staring incredulously at his wrist, he stubbornly attempted to shoot multiple times, and finally, the webbing materialized with each effort. At that moment, a Chitauri warrior on a hovering vehicle charged towards him at high speed. Just before impact, his spider sense blared a warning in his mind, prompting Bai Ze to execute an urgent backflip to evade the attack. Having narrowly escaped, Bai Ze resumed his position against the wall, but the exertion from the backflip left him gasping for breath. Huff, 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 huff. He felt utterly dreadful. Huff, huff. Due to Bai Ze's complete disregard for his own physical and mental exhaustion while weaving his web, his spider sense and agility had become exceedingly dull, reaching the very limits of his physical capabilities. At that moment, a tremendous crashing sound suddenly erupted from a nearby building behind him. What was that? An explosion? Bai Ze, puzzled by the noise, found himself without the luxury of time, as the Chitauri warrior, undeterred, piloted his hovercraft with a swift turn and charged back towards him. As the warrior approached once more, Bai Ze was compelled to cast aside the earlier sound from his mind. With narrowed eyes filled with trepidation and sweat glistening on his face beneath his mask, he realized that his spider sense had reached its threshold. It could no longer provide him with accurate warnings, leaving him to rely solely on his instincts. As the Chitauri warrior drew nearer, and with a distance of less than 10 meters remaining, Bai Ze suddenly leaped valiantly towards the opposite building. In that critical moment, he successfully adhered to the wall, and without hesitation, he tightened the web in his grasp. The web stretched taut under Bai Ze's formidable strength, and the Chitauri warrior, unable to evade in time due to the proximity, collided headfirst into the taut web. The hovercraft was sent spiraling away, and the warrior, having struck the web, plummeted towards the ground, reminiscent of Harry's heavy fall in the opening of Spider-Man 3. Seeing the Chitauri warrior motionless on the ground, Bai Ze finally felt a sense of relief and began to breathe heavily. Huff, huff, huff. Damn, I think I need to eat something to replenish my energy. This is truly exhausting. Huff, huff, huff. Chapter 32. The emergence of the imitator in the city. The whale battleships soared effortlessly between the towering buildings, toppling them with every brush of their fins. Inside one building, the remaining civilians, witnessing the colossal whale battleships flying outside, were seized by terror and scrambled backward. At that moment, Hulk suddenly charged in from the opposite side, prompting the panicked crowd to scatter in all directions. Without uttering a word, Hulk let out a thunderous roar and lunged through the shattered glass toward the whale battleship. However, as he attempted to leap onto its back, the distance proved too great, and he fell short. Yet, just before plummeting, Hulk seized the battleship's neck with both hands, causing it to thrash wildly in response to the pain. Buildings were demolished by the flailing fins of the whale battleship, and the terrified civilians below screamed and fled in chaos. Meanwhile, on the ground, Steve and Natasha were engaged in a fierce struggle. Natasha, blood seeping from her forehead, was hurled onto the hood of a car as a Chitauri warrior raised its alien spear, aiming for her head. With great effort, Natasha tilted her head to the right, narrowly evading the spear's thrust. The Chitauri warrior, realizing its attack had failed, attempted to withdraw the spear for another strike. Seizing the opportunity, Natasha retaliated with a powerful kick that sent the warrior staggering back. In a swift motion, Natasha regained her footing and wrapped her hands around the warrior's neck. As the Chitauri struggled for breath, it attempted to pry her arms away. Unyielding, Natasha tightened her grip and activated the electric gauntlet on her wrist, the current surging to life. Before the Chitauri could react, Natasha delivered a punch to its head, the electric shock causing immediate pain. Before it could cry out, Natasha swiftly snatched the spear and aimed it at the warrior. The Chitauri, sensing an imminent counterattack, braced itself, but the spear's tip suddenly glowed with a violet light. Before it could comprehend the danger, a purple energy blast struck, killing it instantly. Breathing a sigh of relief, Natasha relaxed momentarily. But a noise behind her quickly shifted her demeanor to one of vigilance. She spun around, raising the spear to confront the source of the sound. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Natasha exhaled in relief and lowered her weapon. It was Steve. As Steve approached, he joined Natasha in gazing skyward at the ceaselessly emerging blue vortex of Chitauri warriors. Unless we shut that down, they will never cease their assault. Every weapon we've tried has proven futile. Perhaps it's not about the weapons at all, Natasha remarked. Hearing her words, Steve sighed in resignation and turned his gaze aside. Just then, 2 more Chitauri warriors descended nearby. We need to get up there. We require a vehicle, he declared. Upon hearing this, Natasha contemplated for a moment before discarding the spear in her hand and advancing forward. I believe I have a plan, but it requires some assistance. Steve, understanding Natasha's intent, nodded and began to retreat slowly. Once he had moved back a sufficient distance, Steve knelt down and raised his shield, assuming a defensive stance. Are you really going to do this? Absolutely. This will definitely be exhilarating. As Natasha spoke, she quickly turned around to adjust her stance. Gazing at the ready Steve, without a moment's hesitation, Natasha sprinted towards him. When they were in close proximity, she leapt powerfully onto Steve's shield. Feeling the impact, Steve quickly propelled Natasha upwards with all his strength. Natasha swiftly activated her legs, soaring into the air, just as a hovering vehicle approached from above. Without any hesitation, she reached out and grasped the vehicle, soaring away with it at great speed. Steve let out a sigh of relief upon witnessing her escape, but before he could rest, 2 light projectiles exploded behind him. Drawn by the explosions, Steve turned to see 2 Chitauri warriors advancing towards him, laser guns in hand. Resigned, he sighed and swiftly moved to confront the 2 Chitauri. Meanwhile, Natasha exerted herself to climb onto the hovering vehicle, unbeknownst to the Chitauri driver, who remained oblivious to her presence. Without wasting time, Natasha swiftly drew a small knife from her waist and plunged it forcefully into the right foot of the Chitauri driver. Reacting to the pain, the warrior instinctively released his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Natasha swiftly let go of her knife and advanced. The Chitauri, regaining his senses, attempted to throw her off the vehicle, but Natasha countered his move, wrapping her arms around his waist. Caught off guard, the Chitauri was unable to react before Natasha forcefully threw him backward. In a moment of surprise, he was flung off the hovering vehicle. Natasha then stood up and approached the driver's seat, but unlike Bai Ze's tentative efforts, she had no time for hesitation. Grasping the vehicle firmly with both hands, she pulled back with all her might, causing the front of the vehicle to tilt upwards due to inertia. At that moment, Tony flew past the side of Natasha's vehicle, pursued by a horde of relentless adversaries. The paint on his armor was nearly stripped away, yet it did not hinder the agility of the Iron Man suit in the air. Tony dodged the incoming light projectiles, occasionally turning back to fire repulsor blasts at his pursuers. However, this relentless chase was not a sustainable strategy. As he soared, Tony contemplated his next move when he suddenly noticed a building ahead. All right, J-A-R-V-I-S. Purchase the building in front of me as quickly as possible. Upon hearing Jarvis's response, Tony, shedding his earlier hesitations, increased the energy to the thrusters of his armor. The jet boosters on the back of the Iron Man suit ignited, propelling him forward at an accelerated speed. Observing this, the pursuing Chitauri warriors likewise intensified their flight, hastening towards Tony. As the towering building loomed closer, Tony showed no signs of slowing down. At that moment, Jarvis announced, "Sir, the acquisition has been successfully completed. The building before you now belongs to Stark Industries." "Well done, Jarvis," Tony exclaimed, swiftly executing a sharp turn towards the building. The Chitauri warriors, caught off guard, collided with the structure, meeting their demise in a fiery explosion. Tony exhaled in relief at the sight of the vanquished foes. But his moment of respite was short-lived as he turned to see Steve grappling with numerous Chitauri warriors on the ground. Realizing the urgency, Tony descended rapidly. Steve was engaged in a fierce struggle against the Chitauri when one stealthy assailant approached from behind, poised to strike. Yet before the attack could unfold, Tony barreled in, sending the would-be attacker flying. Coming to a halt, Tony landed and began firing his repulsor beams at the encroaching Chitauri. However, their numbers swelled, and Tony recognized the futility of his efforts. "Captain, perhaps you should pay attention to your rear." As he spoke, he turned to face Steve, who had just retrieved his shield after slamming it into a Chitauri's head. With his shield in hand, Steve replied, "I beg to differ. I have faith in my instincts." "Oh, do you wish to test that?" Tony retorted, preparing to unleash a barrage of repulsor blasts at Steve's shield. The beam struck the shield and ricocheted outward, effortlessly dispatching the surrounding Chitauri warriors. After ensuring no enemies remained, Tony reignited his thrusters and ascended once more. Meanwhile, perched atop the building, Clint Barton spotted Tony rising from below. Ignoring him, he swiftly drew an arrow from his quiver and shot it into the face of a Chitauri attempting to scale the wall. The warrior let out a wretched cry before plummeting to its death. Without missing a beat, Barton retrieved another arrow, turning swiftly to draw back his bow. In mere moments, he released the arrow, which soared forth like a hawk diving for its prey, instantly executing a Chitauri pilot in a hovering vehicle. The Chitauri warrior, struck down by a fatal blow to the head, began to topple backward. At that moment, a strand of webbing shot forth, hurling the lifeless body of the Chitauri against the wall. Before the corpse could even begin its descent, it was ensnared once more by another web, launched by Bai Ze, who had yet to fully recuperate his strength and stamina. Bai Ze swung on the web, swiftly attaching himself to the wall of a towering building, and began to catch his breath. Huff, huff, huff. "Each day presents its own challenges. Can't I have a moment of peace? What if that body falls and crushes a resident? Refuse belongs in the trash bin, though I suppose a landfill suffices as well. But what category does an alien corpse fall under? Alien refuse?" Having not rested long, Bai Ze felt somewhat weak, yet infinitely better than when he was utterly exhausted. After a brief reprieve, he prepared to resume his actions, but at that moment, his spider sense suddenly tingled. Confused, he glanced rapidly around. What is going on? Where is the danger? Left or right? Wait, could it be below? Bai Ze scanned left and right, when suddenly, a dagger came slicing down from above. Just as it was about to pierce his neck, Bai Ze instinctively executed a backflip, narrowly evading the ambush. Once back on the wall, his eyes narrowed dangerously as he focused on the white figure standing ahead. The figure's shoes shimmered with a purple glow, their body clad in bulletproof armor, a white hood obscuring their head, and in their right hand, the very dagger that had sought to strike Bai Ze. "Now, kindly turn around, assailant," Bai Ze commanded. His eyes narrowed behind his mask as the familiar silhouette evoked memories of a troublesome character from the Marvel Universe. Upon hearing Bai Ze's words, the white figure slowly pivoted. When Bai Ze discerned the face beneath the skull-like mask, his expression shifted to one of heightened tension. The figure's visage was concealed behind a mask reminiscent of a skull, and this individual was none other than the last person Bai Ze wished to encounter, the Mimic. Upon hearing his code name, the Mimic paused momentarily. "You know me?" he inquired. Yet Bai Ze remained vigilant. "I know a thing or two. But I doubt you came here to assassinate me without cause. All right, someone has indeed spent a considerable sum on your head. However, based on your agility moments ago, I concede you are significantly more capable than the average person, but that is all there is to it, Spider-Man." Bai Ze, taken aback by being addressed as Spider-Man, stammered. "What? Spider-Man? Are you referring to me? Your timing for feigning madness is quite off. Even if you are truly deranged, you'd still be a fool down there." No. Wait, is there a misunderstanding here? I am not Spider-Man. Well, that may not be entirely accurate. I possess all the abilities of Spider-Man, but wait. Why does it feel like I'm digging myself deeper? The imitator gazed at the perplexed Bai Ze, who struggled to articulate his thoughts and soon lost his patience. Bai Ze sought to clarify the situation, but the imitator swiftly advanced, brandishing a dagger and launching a series of strikes at him. The spider sense rang out sharply, prompting Bai Ze to hurriedly evade. Each of the imitator's attacks was aimed squarely at Bai Ze's vital points, executed with remarkable precision and speed that far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Bai Ze could only rely on his spider sense to narrowly avoid the onslaught. "Wait, my friend, perhaps you should first consider the color of Spider-Man's attire before attempting an assassination," Bai Ze shouted desperately, but the imitator paid no heed, instead accelerating the tempo of his dagger strikes. Chapter 33. Unaware of the wheel within the hub, Bai Ze struggled against the wall of the building, evading the lethal strikes of the Mimicur with great difficulty. Just as the Mimicur swung menacingly towards him, Bai Ze seized the opportunity, executing a swift backflip to distance himself from his foe. "Well, it seems you truly cannot heed advice. How could anyone hire you for an assassination? You hardly meet the standard. I've seen films with far more professional portrayals. Shouldn't you possess some expertise?" he declared. Upon hearing Bai Ze's remarks, the Mimicur tightened his grip on the dagger, adopting a defensive stance. Bai Ze narrowed his eyes at the poised Mimicur as seconds ticked away. The Mimicur, puzzled by Bai Ze's inaction, found himself caught off guard when Bai Ze suddenly charged forward, exploiting the gap in his defense. Just as he was about to close in, the Mimicur reacted with remarkable speed, executing a spinning kick aimed directly at the approaching Bai Ze. Given their proximity, even Bai Ze's instinctive reflexes proved insufficient. He took the full brunt of the powerful kick and was forcefully sent flying. As he plummeted downward, the fierce wind jolted Bai Ze from the pain he had just endured. "No way. I'm going to die," he exclaimed in panic. Swiftly, he lowered his head and shot out strands of webbing towards the wall above, just as he was about to splatter onto the ground. The webbing successfully adhered to the wall, halting his descent. Phew, that was close. I almost became a spider pancake. And I can only imagine how unappealing that would look. Bai Ze now hung precariously, less than 10 meters from the ground. Although his constitution would prevent fatal injury, the impending impact would still be excruciating, a pain he wished to avoid. Yet, with no structures nearby, he found himself suspended in midair. Meanwhile, the Mimicur, standing on the wall, was not inclined to let Bai Ze escape so easily. Observing the webbing clinging to the wall, the Mimicur pondered, "Interesting, an unfamiliar material. I wonder how resilient it is." As he contemplated, he lunged forward with his dagger, severing the webbing with a swift strike. Bai Ze, caught off guard once again, began to fall helplessly. "Mimicur, damn you. Help." Just as Bai Ze was about to make intimate contact with the ground, a blue energy orb suddenly shot towards a nearby push-type garbage bin beside a car. Upon impact, the car erupted in a fiery explosion. The force of the blast propelled the garbage bin swiftly in Bai Ze's direction, and he fortuitously landed within it, narrowly avoiding a painful collision with the ground. Once the garbage bin came to a halt, Bai Ze emerged, peeking out with a bemused expression. "Well, I never imagined that I would be saved by a garbage bin one day, but honestly, it reeks." He waved his hand dismissively, shooing away the flies buzzing around him, before slowly climbing out of the bin. Observing all of this, the impersonator contemplated continuing the assassination. However, at that moment, a whale-shaped warship soared past the buildings, capturing the impersonator's attention. On board the warship were a massive green figure and a burly man wielding a hammer, wreaking havoc around them. Realizing that this was not an opportune moment for assassination, the impersonator remarked, "Today, fortune favors you. We shall meet again, Spider-Man." With that, he produced a smoke bomb from his waist and hurled it to the ground. Instantly, he was enveloped in smoke, and by the time it dissipated, he had vanished. Meanwhile, Bai Ze, who had just leaped out of a dumpster, sensed something and looked up. He was gone. Has he fled? Truly a troublesome character. I'll have to take another shower upon my return. After this quip, Bai Ze swiftly shot out a web, swinging away to another location. For he could not afford to delay, knowing that every second could cost a life. On another front, clad in his iron armor, Tony Stark was engaged in battle with a throng of Chitauri warriors. However, due to their sheer numbers, his suit was running low on energy and slowly succumbing to disadvantage. Meanwhile, Steve was grappling with a Chitauri soldier to protect the civilians, and perched atop the building, Barton found his quiver severely depleted due to continuous firing. Hulk and Thor were currently wreaking havoc atop a whale-shaped warship, unable to extricate themselves, while Natasha had successfully reached the summit of Stark Tower via a hover vehicle, awakening Dr. Selvig's consciousness. Yet, upon gazing at the device shielded by an energy barrier, Selvig realized he was powerless without the Mind Stone. In midair, Loki sat in the hover vehicle, relishing the cries and pleas of the crowd below. Yes, pray now. Beg for mercy from your new king. Pray to me. Allow me to be your sovereign. His laughter echoed, but suddenly a voice pierced through to him. Look to your right. Please present your license. Reacting instinctively, Loki glanced to his right, only to see Bai Ze swinging towards him at great speed. Before Loki could comprehend the situation, Bai Ze forcefully kicked him out of the hover vehicle. As Loki plummeted, his robust frost giant physique cushioned his descent, resulting in little more than a dull ache upon impact. Bai Ze landed shortly after. Casting his gaze upon the almost unscathed Loki sprawled on the ground. Your physique is indeed formidable. You must be at least 10,000 meters high. The constitution of an alien is quite extraordinary. Furious, Loki rose from the ground, declaring, What alien? I assure you, I am a god. I am not one of you wretched. However, before he could finish, Bai Ze, slightly exasperated, silenced him with a web that adhered to his mouth. You talk too much. Attempting to retaliate with the Mind Stone, Loki found himself thwarted as Bai Ze, without hesitation, shot 2 more webs, binding Loki's body and arms. The Mind Scepter, having been precariously dropped, clattered to the ground. Bai Ze promptly approached, retrieved the scepter, and affixed it to Loki's back. Before Loki could react, Bai Ze grasped his shoulder and propelled him towards Stark Tower, exclaiming, Hold on tight, it's time for takeoff. Consequently, Loki found himself being swung forward and upward by Bai Ze, his gaze fixated in alarm upon the distant ground. He attempted to scream, but his mouth was ensnared by webbing, rendering him voiceless. You truly are quiet, aren't you? Bai Ze remarked, further igniting Loki's fury. Upon reaching the pinnacle of Stark Tower, Bai Ze yanked the Mind Scepter free and unceremoniously hurled Loki into the penthouse. Someone will be along shortly to attend to you. I hope you enjoy your stay, Bambi. With that, Bai Ze leapt towards the rooftop. Struggling to regain his footing, Loki slowly made his way to the terrace, only to be unexpectedly tackled by Hulk, who had just dispatched a whale battleship and sent Thor flying with a punch. Loki was once again sent sprawling. Yet the webbing binding him was shattered by Hulk's forceful impact. Hulk, having leapt into the penthouse, surveyed the surroundings until he spotted Loki on the ground, rushing toward him in a fit of rage. As the webbing that had silenced and restrained him disintegrated, Loki stood up in fury, glaring at the approaching Hulk. Enough! He bellowed, prompting Hulk to instinctively halt. I am a god, not one of you wretched insects. However, before Loki could finish, Hulk seized his foot and hoisted him aloft, an ominous premonition washing over Loki. With a sinister grin, Hulk began to toss Loki around like a rag doll, causing the floor to shatter beneath them, leaving numerous cracks and pits. Eventually, tiring of his play, Hulk slammed Loki down with great force and ambled away, muttering, What a pitiful god. Struck by Hulk's words, Loki ceased his impetuous shouting, his gaze vacantly fixed on the ceiling. Meanwhile, Bai Ze, having reached the rooftop, tossed the Mind Scepter to Natasha. It's in your hands now. I believe this can close the portal. Natasha caught the scepter, casting a hesitant glance at Dr. Selvig. Understanding her uncertainty, Selvig nodded. I have previously analyzed that scepter shares a source of power with the Tesseract. We simply need to overload the machine, and the portal will close automatically. With newfound determination, Natasha strode confidently to the device, aiming the Mind Scepter at it and thrusting forward. An energy barrier swiftly emerged. Yet this time it did not prove effective. The Mind Scepter began to slowly tear through the barrier, drawing closer to the device. It's working, Natasha noted, her resolve strengthening as she pushed harder against the resistance. On the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier, Nick Fury found himself in a dimly lit communication room, engaged in a heated debate with several individuals on the screen. You cannot proceed with this. A nuclear strike would obliterate New York, he exclaimed. I regret to inform you, Director Fury, that this is the consensus reached by several of our Congress members, and it is, regrettably, the most viable option, one replied. Indeed, Director Fury, you cannot think solely of New York. You must consider the world at large. A nuclear strike is the most effective solution. Losing New York is but a small price to pay. We can rebuild the destroyed structures, but the lives lost are irretrievable. Fury's anger intensified upon hearing their words. I will never endorse this proposal. This is my jurisdiction, and I have my own plan. I will categorically not resort to nuclear weapons. Is that so? Are you referring to the Avengers Initiative? That plan has long been terminated. Please reconsider. This conversation is concluded, the congressman stated before the screen went dark. As Fury simmered with frustration, a voice crackled through his earpiece. Director, we have a situation. Someone has unauthorizedly initiated the fighter jets. Fury's expression shifted to disbelief. What? That fighter jet must not take off. Intercept it. He dashed out of the room. Arriving at the weapons chamber, he seized a rocket launcher and sprinted toward the deck. Upon pushing the door open and stepping onto the deck, Fury spotted the fighter jet preparing for takeoff. Without a moment's hesitation, he aimed at the aircraft and fired, successfully striking it and causing a spectacular explosion. Just as he began to relax, a second fighter jet roared to life. Fury aimed to obliterate it, but to his dismay, the rocket launcher was devoid of ammunition. With frustration boiling within him, he watched helplessly as the jet soared towards New York. In that moment of despair, a thought of Tony Stark flashed in his mind. Of course, Stark. Fury quickly dialed Tony, who was currently engaged in a fierce battle on the ground, grappling with several Chitauri warriors. Tony, with barely any energy left in his suit, glanced at the incoming call from Fury and answered, "What is it?" "I'm currently, engaged in combat. I don't have time for idle chatter, Stark. A nuclear missile is en route, and I need you to prevent it from detonating in New York. That doesn't sound like an easy task. Please, I implore you." Fury concluded before abruptly hanging up. Tony then turned to J.A.R.V.I.S. J.A.R.V.I.S. Report the damage to the suit and how much energy remains. Sir, the Mark 7 armor's dual arms have sustained 60 damage. The helmet has suffered 40 damage, the left leg is damaged by 70, and the backup thruster has incurred 80 damage. A significant number of functions on the suit have completely failed, and currently, less than 13 of energy remains. After listening, Tony nodded. It seems I have no choice but to take a gamble. J.A.R.V.I.S. Redirect all power to the propulsion system. Understood, Sir. J.A.R.V.I.S. responded, and flames erupted from the thrusters on the back of the armor and the centers of its limbs. Before several Chitauri warriors could react, Iron Man swiftly soared out of the encirclement. One unfortunate Chitauri soldier was violently thrown aside. Iron Man ascended rapidly into the sky, and J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice echoed again. Nuclear weapon signal detected. Subsequently, a map illuminated on the armor's display, marked by a small red dot. Well done, J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony quickly flew toward the direction of the glowing dot. Meanwhile, on the ground, Bai Ze, who was searching for civilians, suddenly felt a disturbing premonition. The spider sense began to buzz rapidly, and Bai Ze looked in the direction indicated by the spider sense, his pupils narrowing swiftly beneath the mask as the world around him seemed to recede. Soon, a fighter jet, still thousands of miles away, came into view, and the cockpit began to open slowly, revealing a nuclear bomb that Bai Ze recognized all too well. Damn it, is it really happening again? Those politicians are blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Chapter 34. The conclusion of war. The nuclear missile soared rapidly towards New York, while Tony swiftly maneuvered past it, executing a sharp turn just behind. As he aligned his flight with the missile, he began to descend gradually, positioning himself beneath it, gazing up at the ominous projectile. A wave of anxiety washed over him, yet he resolutely deactivated the thrusters on his arms and slowly raised his hands to grasp the missile mid-flight. All right, Jarvis. Chart a suitable flight path to deliver this gift to our extraterrestrial friends. Understood, sir. A perfect trajectory has been established for you, Jarvis replied, revealing a map of New York marked with the designated flight path on the interface of the Iron Man suit. Well then, the celebration must come to an end. Using the thrusters on his back, Tony deftly directed the missile towards New York, struggling to maintain control of its trajectory. Fearful that a miscalculation might lead to a catastrophic collision with a building that could detonate the warhead. On the rooftop of a building adjacent to the planned trajectory, Bai Ze stood, having waited in anticipation. Well, this is certainly not going to be a pleasant experience. I should not have attempted to play the hero, he muttered to himself. At that moment, Tony approached with the missile at an alarming speed, causing Bai Ze to feel a surge of anxiety as he instinctively took a few steps back. As Tony drew closer, Bai Ze's spider sense began to tingle, and he quickly steeled his resolve. Just as Tony was about to fly past him with the missile, Bai Ze seized the opportunity, sprinting forward and leaping high to shoot a web at the missile. Upon contact, the webbing ensnared him, propelling him into the air alongside the missile. I told you this would definitely not be a pleasant experience, Bai Ze exclaimed, feeling the fierce winds buffet him, as if he might be blown away at any moment. This is rather suffocating. He tightened his grip on the webbing and began to crawl forward. This is truly not a task for humans. Before long, He had managed to climb atop the missile, while Tony remained blissfully unaware of his unexpected companion. Straining his eyes against the wind, Bai Ze finally glimpsed the Stark Tower ahead. Sometimes, I really can't fathom what my mind is thinking. He repositioned himself, gripping the missile tightly with both hands, and began to inch downward. Tony, fixated on the flight ahead, was startled by the sudden appearance of Bai Ze's head. "Kid, what are you doing here?" "I'm here to help. Do you believe me?" "All right, but please, get down from there. That thing is extremely dangerous." "Ah, I see. To be honest, my intention is precisely that. Suit yourself, but this is not the time for idle chatter. Hurry down." No, I have other plans." "What?" Tony had yet to respond when Bai Ze instantly shot strands of webbing towards the Iron Man suit. Due to Tony's necessity to guide the missile's flight, he had no opportunity to evade. Thus, the webbing easily adhered to the suit. "Honestly, you really shouldn't be doing this. You have a family. Whereas I am left here all alone, a mere outcast struggling for survival. So, farewell." Upon hearing Bai Ze's words, Tony grasped Bai Ze's intentions. But before he could utter a word, Bai Ze shot the other end of the web towards a nearby building. The inertia from the web yanked Tony backward. "Don't forget to call your, loved one?" "Never mind, just remember to check in." After speaking, Bai Ze took a deep breath and climbed back atop the missile. With a resolute gaze fixed ahead, Bai Ze called out, "All right, come on, come on." He shot 2 strands of webbing towards the missile, and as they latched on, he began to pull with all his might. "Get up." The sections of the missile tethered by the webbing began to swell slowly, and suddenly, a portion of the metal skin was torn away, nearly causing Bai Ze to lose his balance and fall. Once he regained his footing, he looked curiously at the torn section, remarking, "No wonder it's foreign. The quality is certainly subpar." With a resigned sigh, Bai Ze half knelt atop the missile, gradually placing his hands on its surface. The moment his fingers made contact, they adhered firmly. "All right, let us get to work, partner." Once he was ready, Bai Ze began to pull back forcefully, causing the missile to ascend slowly. As the missile approached Stark Tower, it was lifted upward, grazing the edge of the building and soaring towards the blue vortex above. The remaining letters on Stark Tower fell away, leaving behind a solitary A. Observing that the missile was now properly aligned, Bai Ze nodded and prepared to leap off. However, he was suddenly struck with panic as he realized that the adrenaline had caused him to grip the missile tightly, showing no signs of loosening. "Damn it! I didn't mean to truly die." Bai Ze hastily began to breathe deeply, attempting to regulate his heart rate. But the missile's speed left him no time to adjust as he was swept through the vortex and into space. Once in the void of space, Bai Ze immediately experienced difficulty breathing. "Shit, this is terrible." As his breaths grew weaker and his heart rate began to decline, his grip on the missile slackened. Yet, he lacked the strength to struggle, slowly descending towards the blue vortex. Just before consciousness slipped away, he managed to witness the missile collide with the Chitauri warship, resulting in a massive explosion that engulfed the vessel in a fiery inferno. At that moment, Bai Ze resolutely closed his eyes, and the anti-poison suit retreated back into his body due to the host's unconsciousness. On the ground, Steve anxiously gazed at the blue vortex in the sky, yet managed to use his headset to contact Natasha at Stark Tower. "It's too late. Shut it down." Upon hearing Steve's words, Natasha hesitated for a moment, recalling how she had just witnessed Bai Ze ascending with the nuclear bomb as it flew past Stark Tower. After a brief pause, her gaze became resolute as she forcefully plunged the Mind Scepter into the device. The device, overwhelmed by the power of the scepter and the inherent energy of the Tesseract, could no longer withstand the strain. The blue vortex in the sky began to close rapidly, but just as it was about to seal completely, Bai Ze fell out. Seeing the falling figure above, Thor, who had just reached Steve's side, was elated, but soon realized something was amiss. He was not slowing down. Thor swiftly began to spin his hammer, intending to fly up and catch Bai Ze. However, before he could act, Tony suddenly swooped in, grabbing Bai Ze. Unfortunately, the iron suit, having expended most of its energy, began to descend due to insufficient power. "Damn it, I need to get a backup energy source." Just as the two were about to crash into the ground, Hulk leaped out from a nearby building, using his left hand to catch both of them, while his right hand gripped the adjacent structure. The building seemed poorly constructed as Hulk slid down it rapidly. When he was just a short distance from the ground, Hulk executed a tremendous leap, flipping in midair to cushion the fall of the two with his own body. Once Hulk set them down, the Avengers quickly gathered around. Looking at the two on the ground, the iron suit was merely low on energy and unable to fire its repulsor blasts, posing no significant problem. However, Bai Ze's complexion was far from favorable, as the anti-poison liquid had also retreated into his body in space. His eyebrows and hair were now encased in ice, and he appeared exceedingly pale. The Avengers, gazing at Bai Ze's youthful face, fell into a heavy silence. Tony looked at him with a sense of guilt, while the other Avengers averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight. Noticing the somber mood among Steve and the others, Hulk seemed to understand and let out a furious roar towards the sky. At that moment, the noise of Hulk's roar reawakened the anti-poison liquid within Bai Ze, swiftly enveloping him and transforming into the anti-poison suit. With the suit, Bai Ze's heartbeat accelerated dramatically, and the visor that had previously concealed his eyes suddenly opened wide. Huff. Huff. Huff, what just happened? Are aliens invading? As Steve and the others beheld the resurrected Bai Ze, they were momentarily taken aback. But soon their faces lit up with joy, leaving Bai Ze perplexed. What has transpired? Why is everyone smiling? Calm down, it's all right. By the way, young man, you must refrain from such reckless behavior in the future. Upon hearing Tony's words, Bai Ze nodded sheepishly. Oh, understood. Tony removed his helmet and gazed at the bashful Bai Ze, exuding a sense of exasperation. By the way, I have a particular craving for a barbecue place. I wonder how it tastes. Shall we go together to sample it? Upon hearing Tony's suggestion, everyone nodded in agreement, though Bai Ze's expression soured slightly. This was because, at the mention of barbecuing, he recalled the movie scene where everyone sat in silence during a barbecue. Surely it can't be that unpalatable, Bai Ze muttered to himself. At that moment, Tony stood and approached Thor, patting him on the shoulder with his left hand. Then it settled. However, before we proceed, let us first deal with the brother of our explosive lead, Bambi. Thor nodded in response. Indeed, but who exactly are the explosive lead and Bambi? Tony chuckled at Thor's bewildered expression, saying nothing further, merely placing his hand near the helmet. Jarvis, please search for this fellow's information in the data network. Understood, sir. In the penthouse of Stark Tower, Loki lay prostrate on the ground, slowly crawling towards the steps, cursing under his breath. Damn insect. How dare you treat me this way? As Loki reached the second step, Barton's voice echoed to him. Please refrain from moving, or I shall shoot your head clean off with an arrow. Upon hearing the voice, Loki instantly halted, slowly turning his head back to see Barton with his bow drawn. Alongside the Avengers standing behind him, if possible, I would like to have that bottle of wine. Before long, Loki found himself handcuffed, while Bai Ze stifled a yawn, feeling a wave of drowsiness. However, in a moment of inattentiveness, he noticed someone leap off the edge of the balcony, prompting him to rub his eyes in disbelief. Am I hallucinating from fatigue? Bai Ze stared incredulously at the balcony's edge. Just then, Tony approached and patted him on the shoulder. All right, let us go, and you might want to remove that tight suit of yours. Your identity has been compromised. You're quite youthful, by the way. I acknowledge you, so you are now an Avenger. After Tony finished speaking, he proceeded towards the elevator. Upon hearing Tony's words, Bai Ze finally grasped the situation. Exposed? Why didn't you inform me? This isn't fair. At that moment, Steve walked over and simply stated, if we had told you, it would have lost its charm. After Steve spoke, he followed Tony, leaving Bai Ze feeling utterly defeated. This isn't how you play the game. Loki, leaning against the wall, smirked at the unfolding scene. Just as he was about to utter a remark, Bai Ze swiftly shot a strand of webbing towards Loki's mouth, silencing him with a curt, shut your prattling lips. I crave some peace. Once Loki was securely escorted back to S.H.I.E.L.D., the group made their way to the barbecue restaurant Tony had mentioned. However, upon receiving their food, they were all rendered speechless by the meal, even Bai Ze, who, despite having just emerged from a fierce battle and in dire need of replenishment, found himself lost in silence. If Bai Ze were to describe the barbecue in his hands, he would say it was charred on the outside yet raw on the inside, its appearance deceptive, betraying a taste reminiscent of undercooked fare. After finishing their meals, the group hastened to leave the restaurant, with Tony settling the bill. Once outside, they exchanged a few pleasantries before dispersing to attend to their individual matters. Bai Ze utilized his webbing to swing back home, and upon crawling through his window, he collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to slumber. 2 days swiftly passed, and in a park in New York, the Avengers convened once more, with Tony carrying 2 boxes. A drowsy Bai Ze gazed at the boxes in Tony's hands, puzzled. I recall the original film featured only 1 box. Wait, did it even have a box? He dismissed the thought, his mind foggy. Tony approached, opening one of the boxes and presenting it to Thor. Inside was a device resembling a glass container, encasing the Tesseract. Nodding, Thor took hold of the device and approached Loki, who remained shackled and silent. Brother, Loki acknowledged as Thor approached. Without a word, Thor lifted one end of the device. In response, Loki silently grasped the raised end with his right hand. Once Loki had a firm hold, Thor gripped the other end, and Tony waved goodbye, quipping, farewell, leading man of the explosive climax, and little Bambi. Thor, taken aback, could only roll his eyes. He then rotated his end of the device counterclockwise, activating the Tesseract, which emitted a beam of blue light, transporting both Thor and Loki away. Observing this, the others nodded in understanding, turning silently to depart the scene. Farewell. Yes, farewell. I trust S.H.I.E.L.D. IELD, will provide me with refuge. Farewell, everyone. After exchanging farewells, they all left, leaving Tony and Bai Ze alone in the park. Bai Ze, now nearly dozing off, was about to head home for a brief rest when Tony called out to him, "Sleepyhead, this box is for you." Bai Ze paused, perplexed, and turned to face Tony, who promptly approached, thrusting the box into Bai Ze's hands before hastily retreating to his Ferrari. With a swift press of the accelerator, Tony sped off, leaving Bai Ze in a state of bewilderment. Bai Ze gazed at the departing Tony and the box in his hands, engulfed in perplexity. Curiosity compelled him to open the box, revealing an identification card, a household registration book, and an admission notice. As he examined these three items, his drowsiness dissipated. What is this? An ID card, a household registration book, and an admission notice? Bai Ze withdrew the three objects from the box, casting a glance toward the direction Tony had vanished, feeling a flicker of emotion. However, his sentiment was swiftly extinguished upon reading the name and birthdate inscribed on the ID card. Tony Stark. How dare you? The source of Bai Ze's outrage stemmed from the name on the ID card, Bai Ze Stark, alongside a birthdate indicating he was merely 14 years old, while in reality, Bai Ze was 18. This fraudulent identification meant that Bai Ze would have to endure an additional 4 years of age. Just as Bai Ze simmered in frustration, his spider sense abruptly buzzed to life, and the symbiote rapidly enveloped him, transforming into an anti-venom suit. Bewildered, Bai Ze stared at the spontaneously materializing suit. What on earth? It appeared automatically. In a state of confusion, he observed the emergence of the anti-venom suit, when suddenly, a series of metallic clangs against the ground erupted from behind him. Instinctively, he turned around, only to be met with a portal sparking with energy, from which emerged a procession of silver-skinned, red-eyed robots. Recognizing the mechanical beings at once, Bai Ze muttered, "Sentinel robots? No, they shouldn't exist at this time." Chapter 35. The Multiverse Crisis. Bai Ze gazed anxiously at the ever-increasing number of Sentinel robots emerging from the portal. Just when I thought I could catch a break after Loki's mess, another one appears. He lamented, though his body was already poised for combat. At that moment, however, Bai Ze noticed an unusual robot standing behind the other Sentinels. This particular robot bore a striking resemblance to a helmet, adorned with 5 gemstones of various colors embedded in its chest armor, and it sported a flowing red cape. As Bai Ze fixated on the 5 gems, a chilling realization struck him. Those gemstones were the Infinity Stones. "I hope my suspicions are unfounded," he muttered, just as he was lost in thought. The helmet-like head of the robot suddenly opened, revealing a familiar crimson visage, crowned by the Mind Stone on its forehead. Bai Ze's expression shifted to one of alarm. Well, it seems I truly have a knack for foreboding. What appeared before him was Vision, albeit a version that had been successfully subjugated by Ultron within the Marvel Universe. As several Sentinel robots surged forth from the portal, they ascended into the sky, wreaking havoc upon the city. Yet, Bai Ze had no intention of intervening, for a far more formidable presence loomed before him. Ultron stepped through the portal, locking eyes with Bai Ze, and nonchalantly offered a relaxed smile. "There's no need to be so tense. I am merely here to save this world, just as I have done in the previous universes where I eradicated all life, restoring peace and harmony." Bai Ze's anxiety intensified upon hearing this. "To hell with your so-called peace. You're nothing but a butcher," he cursed, charging at Ultron. But just then, his spider sense buzzed ominously, and before he could react, a Sentinel robot lunged at him from the side, propelling him through the air. Bai Ze collided forcefully with the skyscraper, coming to a halt. "Ouch, cough, it feels like my sternum is fractured," he groaned, his face contorted in pain. The Sentinel robot, witnessing his state, raised its right hand, preparing to finish him off. In that instant, Bai Ze clenched his fist and struck the robot's head with tremendous force, shattering its helmet as if it were made of paper and driving his fist deep into the robot's cranial cavity. Seizing the moment, Bai Ze relentlessly clawed within the robot's mind, and upon feeling something graspable, he yanked it out with vigor. A tangle of wires was extracted, and in that instant, the Sentinel robot lost all power and collapsed to the ground. Wow, that was surprisingly effective. By the robot's perspective, could this tangle of wires be considered brain matter? I can no longer bear it. The thought alone makes me feel nauseous. Bai Ze shook his head vigorously, casting aside the previous notion. However, before he could discard the wire in his hand, a youthful and robust voice suddenly resonated in his mind. "You have been chosen." Bai Ze, momentarily taken aback by the voice, was startled further as a colossal hand emerged from the sky, reaching towards him. His spider sense tingled, prompting him to instinctively gaze upwards, where he beheld the immense palm drawing nearer. Goodness, is God manifesting? As the hand approached, Bai Ze attempted to evade, but it seemed to anticipate his intentions, accelerating suddenly to ensnare him within its grasp. "Damn it, Almighty, you lack chivalry." Bai Ze cursed aloud, though fear compelled him to shut his eyes. After a brief pause, when he sensed no immediate danger, curiosity led him to open his eyes, only to find himself within the interior of a tavern, flanked by several individuals: Thor, Eric, Stephen, Carter, and Chala. Upon recognizing them, Bai Ze felt a wave of confusion but cautiously extended a greeting. "Hello, everyone." The group exchanged bemused glances at his greeting, yet they nodded in acknowledgement. Encouraged, Bai Ze began to scrutinize them. His gaze first landed on Stephen, whose appearance was strikingly reminiscent of the Stephen he had seen in the Marvel films, complete with a goatee and the eye of Agamotto hanging around his neck. However, two notable differences caught his attention: the pronounced dark circles under his eyes and the peculiar red cloak draping over him. Next, Bai Ze turned to Thor, instantly noting a stark contrast. The Thor he knew embodied maturity, yet this version was flamboyantly consuming ale, particularly with a hammer embellished with vibrant, whimsical inscriptions. "This is certainly not the Thor I am acquainted with." Shaking his head, he then observed Eric and Chala engaged in conversation. In Bai Ze's recollections, Chala was the heir of Wakanda and one of Marvel's heroes, the Black Panther. Yet, Chala now donned unfamiliar attire that bewildered Bai Ze. After a contemplative moment, an image of Star-Lord flashed in his mind. Isn't that Star-Lord's outfit? Did the Black Panther strip it from him? Bai Ze stared at Chala in disbelief, when suddenly, he noticed Eric's attire. In his memories, Eric was supposed to wear a golden vibranium suit resembling a leopard, yet he was now clad in what appeared to be Chala's Black Panther armor, shimmering faintly with a purplish glow. Bai Ze currently feels rather unwell, as he has largely deduced his present location. With a sense of desolation, he turns his head and catches sight of Carter, who is diligently polishing a circular shield. Carter possesses a strikingly handsome appearance, clad in attire reminiscent of the fitted suit worn by Steve in Bai Ze's memories. The shield in Carter's hands bears an uncanny resemblance to the one Steve wielded. Damn it, my worst fears have come to fruition. How on earth did I get entangled in this alternate universe? And of all things, the greatest Ultron crisis. With his head bowed, Bai Ze wearily takes a seat at the counter. Well, Dark Stephen, I shall address you as such. Could you fetch me a glass of milk?" Upon hearing Bai Ze's request, Dark Stephen, who is polishing a glass behind the counter, nods and places an empty cup before him. With a mere wave of his hand, the empty cup is instantly filled with milk. "Here is the milk you ordered. Enjoy," Dark Stephen remarks before returning to his task of cleaning another empty glass. Author's note: recently, I revisited some of my earlier works and encountered some perplexing comments. Allow me to clarify that traversing dimensions inevitably brings about certain butterfly effects, thus resulting in alterations to the storyline and the introduction of characters that were previously absent. Chapter 36. The Raven's Curse. Bai Ze gazed into the cup of milk, his mind wandering into the depths of existential contemplation. It dawned upon him why protagonists in the time travel novels he had perused longed to return to their former lives. This is indeed a cumbersome predicament. Clearly, I am unfit to be a hero. Why must it be me who traverses realms? Despite his relentless pondering, Bai Ze could not unravel the mystery. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the futility of his thoughts and downed the milk in one gulp. Well, I suppose I shall take one step at a time. As Bai Ze mulled over the uncertainties of the future, a voice, imbued with sanctity and authority, resonated from behind him. "You are the chosen ones. I require your assistance." Upon hearing the voice, Bai Ze turned to behold the arrival of the observer. Just as he expected, but what precisely is this power? Could it be teleportation? Adopting a contemplative demeanor, Bai Ze began to ponder, but soon abandoned his musings. What am I even thinking? After all, he is the observer. Possessing some teleportation ability seems rather unremarkable. Yet, as the observer of the world, he falters against Ultron, who merely wields the Infinity Stones and possesses a phantasmal form. This disparity in strength feels rather unsettling. Bai Ze muttered under his breath, but before he could finish his remarks, the thunderous clatter of beer striking the table interrupted him. Thor, seated to his left, rose abruptly. "Enough of this, Loki. I have seen through your illusions. If you intend to prank me, I suggest you devise something more plausible." As Thor spoke, he brandished his hammer and strode toward the tavern's entrance. Observing this, Carter attempted to intervene, but before she could act, the observer interposed. "No, fear not. He will not escape." The others, apart from Bai Ze and the Dark Stephen, felt a twinge of confusion upon hearing the observer's words. Yet clarity soon followed as they comprehended his intent. Just as the observer finished speaking, Thor flung open the grand door, revealing not a familiar locale of Earth, but rather a vibrant realm with an allure akin to that of a black hole. Upon sensing the gravitational pull, Thor was startled and instinctively sought to retreat. However, as he turned, his footing faltered, and he was drawn toward the enigmatic space. Just as he teetered on the brink of being consumed by the void, Thor swiftly extended his left hand, gripping the tavern's doorknob tightly. "Help!" Hearing Thor's cry for aid, Bai Ze quickly shot a strand of webbing toward him. Once the web adhered to Thor, Bai Ze exerted a forceful tug, pulling him back. Simultaneously, Carter rushed forward, slamming the door shut as Thor was reclaimed. Phew. It seems we have reached an impasse. Nodding at Carter's words, Bai Ze's gaze fell upon Thor, who had inadvertently exerted too much force and found himself sprawled on the floor, face down. By the way, is he all right? Should we call for an ambulance? By the way, do you know the emergency number for this space? As soon as Bai Ze's words escaped his lips, an air of silence descended upon the tavern. Except for Sol, who lay face down, the rest of the patrons turned their gaze toward Bai Ze. Feeling the weight of their attention, Bai Ze awkwardly averted his eyes and whistled, adhering to his personal philosophy that as long as he was not embarrassed, the discomfort lay with others. The observer, with a hint of exasperation, shook his head before addressing the crowd. There is no need for alarm. I am the observer of this world. During a routine observation, I made a comment that inadvertently caught the attention of a robot known as Ultron, a being capable of annihilating all civilizations. For reasons unknown, Ultron possesses power comparable to mine. I have chosen you to assist me, appointing you as the guardians of the multiverse. Upon hearing the observer's explanation, the crowd, excluding Bai Ze and Dark Steven, fell into contemplation. Bai Ze, however, could not suppress a roll of his eyes and muttered to himself, such eloquent words. Isn't this simply offloading responsibilities? The predicament you created is now ours to bear. You just mentioned that Ultron's strength rivals your own. How can we not be utterly doomed if we confront him? As Bai Ze continued his tirade, a sobering thought struck him, causing him to freeze. He turned to the observer and asked, you mentioned that Ultron's power is on par with yours, yet you brought me here directly. Won't Ultron be able to trace us? The observer, upon hearing Bai Ze's inquiry, shook his head. He will not pursue us. This place is not merely a universe. It is a pocket anchor formed from a universe that has already been destroyed. Moreover, my powers conceal our location from the outside, unless someone from within attempts to escape. As the observer finished his explanation, everyone's gaze shifted to Sol, who remained face down, seemingly unaware of the scrutiny. Perhaps feeling the weight of their stares, Sol gradually awakened, his expression one of confusion. Bai Ze looked at him, his forehead lined with exasperation. Did this guy just open a door? Just as Bai Ze voiced his thoughts, a sudden buzzing of his spider sense surged through him, and he instantly became alert. Everyone be cautious. We have intruders. No sooner had Bai Ze issued his warning than a swirling blue portal opened at the tavern's entrance, from which emerged a series of sentinel robots. All too familiar to Bai Ze. Damn it. I truly am a harbinger of misfortune. I find myself missing the soul I once knew. Author's note. Although I feel somewhat guilty for the hiatus, there was little I could do as the plot seemed to falter. Upon revisiting the Marvel Universe, I discovered that the protagonist appears somewhat superfluous within it. Chapter 37. Thor's single move to conquer the battlefield. Bai Ze observed as sentinel robots emerged one after another from the Azure Vortex, instantly summoning his Anti-Venom battlesuit and entering combat mode. Except for Thor, who remained dazed on the ground, oblivious to the unfolding events, the others swiftly donned their gear, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. Carter, gripping his shield, fixed his unwavering gaze upon the advancing sentinel robots. Seizing an opportunity when one of the newly emerged sentinels was caught off guard, he hurled his shield with precision. The targeted sentinel, having just stepped out of the blue vortex, was unable to react in time and was abruptly bisected, collapsing to the ground. The shield, having struck the sentinel, rebounded off the wall and returned to Carter's grasp, fortuitously intercepting several other sentinels that had raised their hands, poised to attack. Witnessing the shield's impressive return and the fallen sentinels on the floor, Bai Ze couldn't help but commend. Remarkable. Your shield skills rival those of Steve. Thank you for the compliment. By the way, do you know Steve? Are you his friend? Carter inquired. I suppose I could be considered a friend, Bai Ze replied. Recalling the moment on the S-H-I-E-L-D aircraft carrier when he had, under the influence of the Mind Stone, inadvertently knocked Steve out with a punch. Carter raised an eyebrow at the hint of guilt on Bai Ze's face, but before she could press further, Dark Steven interrupted. You two can continue your chat later. There are matters at hand that remain unresolved. Once we've dealt with them, I will arrange a private conversation for you both. As he spoke, Dark Steven advanced, raising his hands and forcefully clapping them together before pulling them apart, causing two luminous shields inscribed with enigmatic symbols to materialize in his grasp. Oh, and could someone assist in lifting that drunken brute still sitting on the floor? Have him ready his hammer for battle, please. Thank you, Dark Steven said, tossing the two shields towards the Azure Vortex. At that moment, two more sentinel robots emerged from the vortex, only to be instantly severed by the unforeseen shields. Bai Ze stood in astonishment, witnessing the destruction wrought by Dark Steven's thrown shields. Wait, when did you learn to wield shields like that? It's a technique I developed during moments of boredom. Now, could you please assist in getting that fallen brute up? Dark Steven replied dismissively, continuing to focus on the blue vortex. Fine, I had intended to help, but it seems this task has fallen to you. That brute, I believe his name is Thor, right? Never mind. He looks rather heavy. Good luck with that. Carter, with a smile, patted Bai Ze on the shoulder with his left hand, then brandished his shield and approached the Dark Steven, commencing the task of clearing the sentinel robots that emerged from the azure vortex. Observing this, Bai Ze awkwardly turned his head to glance at Chala and Eric, who were spectating from behind. However, the moment Bai Ze's gaze met theirs, they exchanged a knowing look and, in unison, advanced past Bai Ze to assist Carter and the Dark Steven in their endeavor against the sentinel robots. Stunned, Bai Ze watched as they bypassed him, joining the effort. Seriously? Is this how it's going to be? Can't anyone lend a hand? Resigned to the situation, Bai Ze approached the still-seated Thor, urging, "Hey, stop watching and get up to help." He extended his right hand towards Thor, intending to pull him up. Just then, his spider sense buzzed ominously, prompting Bai Ze to instinctively leap backward in a somersault, narrowly evading a laser that shot from behind. What on earth is happening? Upon landing, Bai Ze beheld the bar top, punctured by the laser, and turned to witness the frantic emergence of sentinel robots from the blue vortex, alongside the visibly straining Dark Steven and his companions. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Bai Ze hurried to assist, momentarily dismissing his concern for Thor. Meanwhile, Thor, still on the floor, watched Bai Ze depart in a daze, when a hand extended beside him, offering, "Shall I help you up?" Curious, Thor turned to see the observer, hand outstretched towards him. Thanks," he replied. Grasping the observer's hand, Thor was effortlessly lifted to his feet. "All right, now go help out." "I think I need to rest for a while," the observer remarked. Thor, momentarily perplexed by the statement, found himself bewildered as the observer vanished from sight. He stood there, stunned, gazing at the spot where the observer had been, when suddenly, Dark Steven's voice broke through, snapping Thor back to attention. "Stop dawdling and come help." Turning toward the sound, Thor saw Dark Steven being clutched by a group of half-bodied sentinel robots, swaying precariously. "Ha ha ha, you look absolutely ridiculous. Reminds me of my party. Let us have a wild time," Thor shouted enthusiastically, extending his right hand. The enchanted Mjolnir, resting on the floor, sensed the call and, after a brief tremor, soared into Thor's outstretched palm. Grasping Mjolnir, Thor raised it triumphantly above his head, eager to summon lightning. Yet after a moment of anticipation, nothing occurred. Upon witnessing the scene, Thor gazed in bewilderment at the ceiling above, unable to comprehend the situation. At that moment, Dark Steven, who had successfully freed himself using a magical whip, noticed Thor's perplexed expression and promptly elucidated. This is a nexus formed from a universe that has been utterly destroyed. In simpler terms, this universe is devoid of everything, including your lightning. Thor, upon hearing Dark Steven's explanation, nodded in a half-understanding manner, realizing the gravity of the situation. Observing Thor's lack of comprehension, Dark Steven felt a wave of frustration. "Hey, I said you." Just as Dark Steven was about to beckon Thor for assistance, a white figure suddenly zipped past, causing him to instinctively close his mouth and turn his gaze in the direction of the fleeting shadow. Thor, noticing this, followed Dark Steven's line of sight, and together they beheld the side of Bai Ze, who had crashed into the wall, leaving a dent and becoming stuck. "Oh, my heavens. I feel as though my cervical spine has snapped." Bai Ze squinted in pain, and after regaining some composure, he slowly descended from the indented wall, using the adjacent, intact wall for support. Upon standing, he noticed the two bewildered individuals staring at him, which instantly filled him with embarrassment. Your wall isn't exactly top-notch, haha." As Bai Ze stood there, unsure of how to proceed, the spider sense suddenly tingled again. Instinctively, he ducked, narrowly avoiding a laser that struck the wall just above his head. Goodness, that was close. Raising his head once more, Bai Ze observed the charred mark on the wall, still shaken, and patted his chest in relief. Thor, noticing the commotion, looked toward the source of the laser and spotted a sentry robot with its hand raised. Well, it seems these creatures are not exactly benevolent. What? Dark Steven, hearing Thor's words, turned to him in utter confusion. However, Thor paid no heed to Dark Steven's bewildered expression and instead thrust his hammer forward toward the sentry robot. Subsequently, a multitude of lightning bolts erupted from the hammer, striking forward like venomous serpents seeking their prey, rapidly targeting all the sentry robots present. In response, the sentry robots succumbed to the onslaught of Thor's lightning, short-circuiting and subsequently exploding into heaps of metallic debris. The author has something to express. Surprise. I have returned. To be honest, I nearly forgot about this work, as my mind was consumed with thoughts of what new novel to write. Upon reflection, I discovered this piece still existed. After much contemplation, I have resolved to steer the protagonist away from the hypothetical universe and instead immerse them directly into realms akin to the Ultimate Spider-Man or Venom universe. My intention is to empower the protagonist, allowing them to fully embrace the anti-hero persona rather than remaining an incomplete version. Furthermore, I may explore the protagonist's descent into darkness, as maintaining an exclusively virtuous image seems rather monotonous. Additionally, and most importantly, I do not plan to adhere to the original storyline wherein Tony meets his demise. However, I encourage you to ponder and craft your own narratives, speculating on who might take Tony's place in the aftermath of his passing. Chapter 38. The transformation of the anti-venom suit after the complete detonation of the Sentinel robots. A dense cloud of smoke spread across the area. Cough, cough, my heavens. You are truly, cough, cough, cough. Bai Ze attempted to voice his grievances regarding Thor amidst the smoke, but as he opened his mouth, a large volume of dust was inhaled, causing him to cough uncontrollably. As Bai Ze struggled to regain his composure, a voice suddenly pierced through the haze. Hey, everyone, cough. Are you all right? Where are you? Upon hearing the voice, Bai Ze was about to shout his location, but before he could utter a word, a swirling blue vortex appeared beneath him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was swiftly engulfed by the vortex. What the As he was on the brink of being completely consumed by the whirlpool, he instinctively shot a thread of web towards the ceiling, hoping to halt his descent. However, before the web could adhere, the blue vortex abruptly closed, severing the thread. Damn it! No sense of fair play. Once the blue vortex had fully shut, the dissipating smoke gradually cleared. When everyone regained their visibility, they discovered that Bai Ze had inexplicably vanished. Hey, has anyone seen, the little white fellow? Chala awkwardly inquired, having been engaged in conversation with Eric and entirely unaware of Bai Ze's name. Don't look at me. I have no idea, Dark Steven innocently shrugged, indicating his ignorance. The others then turned their gazes towards Thor, who was still wildly flaunting his hammer. After all, the only individuals present capable of wielding magic, aside from Dark Steven, were Thor himself. However, witnessing Thor's rather foolish display, they all shook their heads, dismissing their initial thoughts. With a resigned expression, Dark Steven turned to the still open blue vortex. He then formed a delicate gesture with his hands, crossing them over his chest before slowly separating them. The eye of Agamotto followed his movements, revealing the time stone contained within. Upon the stone's revelation, Dark Steven swiftly raised his left hand towards the blue vortex, ancient green runes materializing on his left arm. Gradually, Dark Steven began to rotate his left hand in a clockwise motion, guiding the blue vortex to close under the influence of the time stone. Alright, this matter is settled. I've also reinforced the concealed magic here. Ultron should temporarily be unable to locate this temporal anchor. Just as Dark Steven was addressing the group, the observer materialized out of thin air, startling everyone. However, once they regained their composure, they noticed that the observer was accompanied by a young girl clad in golden armor with green skin. Wow, did you go out to pick up girls? An extraterrestrial. No less. Thor exclaimed, astonished yet earnest in his inquiry. Yet, at that moment, everyone regarded Thor with expressions of sheer bewilderment. Upon noticing the peculiar gazes directed at him, Thor scratched his head in confusion and inquired, what is the matter? However, the untainted curiosity reflected in his eyes led everyone to abandon the notion of explaining anything to him. Meanwhile, in a certain universe of the multiverse, a swirling blue vortex abruptly materialized above New York, from which a white figure plummeted, a figure known as Bai Ze. As soon as Bai Ze emerged from the blue vortex, it vanished into thin air, disoriented and nauseous, as if he had just disembarked from a roller coaster. Bai Ze struggled to regain his composure. The buzzing of his spider sense jolted him back to alertness, prompting him to shake his head vigorously to clear his mind. Looking downwards, Bai Ze recognized the Boston Bridge, a sight he was all too familiar with, teeming with vehicles. In a rush, he attempted to shoot out webbing to secure himself to the bridge, but to his horror, he discovered that his web slinging seemed to be malfunctioning. No way. Why now of all times? Panic surged within him as he desperately tried to shoot his webs. Yet no matter how he tried, his anti-venom suit refused to cooperate. Realizing he was drawing dangerously close to the bridge surface, he steeled himself and aimed for the ocean below. Struggling against the turbulent air currents, Bai Ze found it difficult to open his eyes to ascertain his position. Nevertheless, just as he was about to crash onto the bridge, he managed to latch onto its structure, plunging into the sea with a splash that would go unnoticed by anyone above. Once submerged, he hastily attempted to swim to the surface, but as he flailed his limbs, panic struck him. He couldn't swim. Gulping down copious amounts of seawater, his consciousness began to fade. Just as he teetered on the brink of drowning, the anti-venom suit began to writhe and transform. The suit tightened around his body, expelling the ingested seawater, while the mask morphed into a diving mask, supplying him with oxygen. The seawater he had swallowed was expelled through his metabolism, either by sweating through his skin or by other bodily functions. As Bai Ze sank to the ocean floor and his posterior collided with a rock, he was jolted awake. He sprang up, rubbing his sore backside, exclaiming, "Ouch!" What was that? Once the pain subsided and he opened his eyes, he found himself staring at a small fish swimming nearby. A fish? The author wishes to convey a small addition to the narrative. The Anti-Venom, although currently a work in progress, possesses the remarkable ability to adapt its combat suit according to the surrounding environment. It can also alter its form during battles to enhance its chances of victory. However, as it is still in its semi-finished state, it can only make changes based on the imagery transmitted from the host's mind. Once it reaches its complete form, it will be able to autonomously perceive its environment and modify its shape for superior combat effectiveness. Nevertheless, it is not invincible. The transformation process may lead to a diminishment in certain abilities to amplify others. For instance, in aquatic combat, it would be unable to shoot webs, and its speed would not rival that of land battles. Conversely, its spider sense would become significantly more potent, allowing for unrestricted breathing underwater without time constraints. Additionally, the author has a small grievance to share, having recently played the mobile version of Call of Duty, Warzone. They often find themselves at a disadvantage due to blurry graphics and the difficulty of sniping. Consider this a minor lament from the author. Chapter 39. The new ability of Anti-Venom. Bai Ze gazed at the fish gliding past him and instinctively surveyed his surroundings. Am I truly at the bottom of the sea? He pondered, suddenly realizing the peculiarity of his situation. Wait, this can't be right. How is there air at the seabed? As confusion enveloped him, he glanced down at his attire. Goodness, why does this Anti-Venom feel even tighter? It resembles a bodysuit. But why do I have the strange sensation of something lodged in my mouth? Curiosity piqued. Bai Ze cautiously probed his lips and encountered an object akin to an oxygen tube. What is this? I should remove it and see. Without hesitation, he extracted the item from his mouth, resulting in a torrent of seawater flooding into his oral cavity. Overwhelmed by the sensation of suffocation, he promptly reinserted the oxygen tube. Much better. While Bai Ze fervently inhaled the air, a sudden flash of light darted past him from behind. Intrigued, he turned to investigate and beheld a circular structure nestled at the ocean floor, its glass surface intermittently sparkling. What on earth is that? They can actually construct buildings underwater? After a brief contemplation, Bai Ze resolved to approach the mysterious edifice. However, a sudden realization struck him. He seemed to lack the ability to swim. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he rested his chin in his hand and, with resignation, positioned himself on a jagged rock, preparing to inch his way over. Just as he took a step forward, a white identification card slipped from the Anti-Venom on his back and landed on the reef, unnoticed as he continued his advance. On his journey toward the structure, Bai Ze occasionally tugged at the Anti-Venom adorning him. Had it not been for the superior quality of the Anti-Venom, he would have surely succumbed to drowning by now. Before long, he arrived at the circular building, staring in awe at its towering height, seemingly 10 times his stature. Goodness, this is astonishing. Is there a ventilation duct? Wait. A ventilation system for an underwater structure seems rather odd. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to create an entrance. Yet, unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to the effects of the seawater, he impulsively aimed to shoot silk at the wall of the building. Instead, he unleashed a glob of an unfamiliar white liquid. What is this? Surely the Anti-Venom hasn't malfunctioned. Where's the silk I intended to produce? Undeterred, Bai Ze attempted several more times, but each effort resulted in the same inexplicable white substance. It appears I must resort to manual labor. Bai Ze, somewhat agitated, approached the wall of a building, pressing his hands against it before forcefully tearing down a substantial section. However, he had not anticipated that the interior of the structure was hollow, resulting in him being swept away by the surging seawater, along with the wall he had just pulled down, which fortuitously sealed off the hollow area, preventing further water ingress. At that moment, within the building, Bai Ze found himself bewilderedly sprawled on the ground, surrounded by the flood of seawater that had rushed in moments before. The Anti-Venom he had been wearing had reverted to its original battle suit form upon entering the building. To his dismay, he thought, how could I have overlooked the fact that there was no seawater inside? Struggling to rise, Bai Ze pushed himself off the floor, only to look up and behold a myriad of devices adorning the walls. Goodness, why are there so many devices? Have I stumbled into Tony's lair, or the hideout of Dr. Octopus? While Bai Ze marveled at the equipment, a series of heavy thuds resonated from the distant elevator. Startled, he quickly scrambled up a wall to the rooftop. After a brief wait atop the roof, the elevator door slid open, revealing a mechanical octopus tentacle familiar to Bai Ze that thudded heavily onto the ground. Shortly thereafter, another tentacle emerged, followed by none other than Otto Octavius, the infamous Dr. Octopus himself. Upon exiting the elevator, Otto made his way directly to the control panel. inputting a sequence of letters while Bai Ze quietly observed from above, memorizing the characters being entered. Before long, Otto completed his input and pressed the enter key, prompting a storage cabinet beneath the control panel to pop open, revealing a plethora of test tubes filled with a crimson liquid. Otto surveyed the contents before commanding his mechanical tentacles to retrieve 3 vials. He then directed the remaining tentacles back toward the elevator, while one tentacle gripped the cabinet door, preparing to close it. Just as the cabinet was about to shut, Bai Ze quickly shot a web to latch onto the edge of the door. At that moment, Otto remained oblivious to whether the cabinet was fully closed. Retracting the tentacle that was about to seal it, he approached the elevator and pressed one of the buttons, causing the doors to close behind him. Once Otto departed, Bai Ze relaxed and leapt down from the rooftop, making his way to the control panel. He bent down and grasped the partially closed cabinet door with his right hand, exerting force to tear away the web he had shot, successfully reopening it. As the cabinet swung open once more, a multitude of test tubes filled with the vibrant red liquid came into view. Curiously, Bai Ze extended his right hand, retrieving several vials for closer inspection, only to discover labels adorning them. Are there even labels? He mused in astonishment. Dr. Octopus had affixed this peculiar object, which appeared to bear inscriptions, PIM particles, replicas. Bai Ze stared at the label in astonishment, blinking in disbelief. After confirming that he was not mistaken, he found himself utterly bewildered. What? How could PIM particles be here with Dr. Octopus? What on earth is happening? Just as Bai Ze grappled with the confusion, the large screen mounted on the wall suddenly flickered to life. Noticing something amiss, he instinctively turned his gaze towards the screen, only to behold a blueprint resembling a design for 2 cannons aimed at one another. Bai Ze stared at the schematic, and the more he observed, the more familiar the device appeared. How strange, that content didn't seem to be what was displayed moments ago. Why does this design feel so familiar? Wait a moment. This isn't the collider created by Miles from that universe, is it? Damn. Upon this realization, Bai Ze swiftly lowered his gaze to the control panel, only to discover that his finger had inadvertently pressed the enter key. Now I understand how this blueprint has been summoned, but what I truly wish to know is not this. Bai Ze quickly withdrew his hand from the control panel, glancing at the myriad buttons before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of confusion. I suppose Dr. Octopus must have designed a stop code, right? Contemplating the buttons, Bai Ze ultimately decided to take a chance, hoping to stumble upon a solution by mere serendipity. However, as soon as he placed his hand over the buttons, the anti-venom on his fingers began to stir with alarming vigor. Bai Ze, bewildered, stared at the lively anti-venom on his fingers, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, the anti-venom sprouted several slender tendrils that slipped into the crevices of the buttons. Almost instantaneously, the screen displaying the blueprint began to flicker rapidly, and before long, the tendrils retracted, leaving Bai Ze holding a white USB drive emblazoned with a black spider emblem. What the hell? The anti-venom possesses this capability? How had I not discovered this before? Gazing at the USB drive in his hand, Bai Ze surrendered to the chaos of thought. After integrating several vials of replica PIM particles into his anti-venom combat suit, he turned his attention to the nearby, closed elevator doors. Thus, Bai Ze commenced his crawl through the elevator shaft, while the closed doors, previously distorted by an unknown white spider making its ascent, were amiably secured with strands of silk. Chapter 40. The uncontrolled collider. After Bai Ze descended to the bottom of the elevator shaft, he landed atop the elevator itself, crouching down to affix his hands to the metallic surface above. With a swift motion, he tore off a piece of metal. My proficiency with this ability is becoming increasingly adept. However, I wonder if Carter and the others will be safe in my absence. After pondering for a moment, Bai Ze shook his head, dismissing the thought. What does it matter? I should focus on resolving the immediate predicament first. Muttering to himself, Bai Ze set the piece of metal aside and leapt gently down. Yet, as soon as he landed on the elevator floor, the entire contraption began to sway. Goodness, this elevator feels rather unstable. Feeling the tremors, Bai Ze hurriedly bolted out, and just as he did, the elevator plummeted deeper into the abyss. Phew. I'm fortunate to have escaped in time. However, before Bai Ze could relax, Otto's voice echoed nearby. What was that sound? Who's there? Upon hearing Otto's voice, Bai Ze sensed danger and leapt upward with force, adhering to the ceiling, quickly locating a ventilation shaft to crawl into. Just as he entered the duct, Otto arrived at the very spot Bai Ze had occupied moments before, scanning the area without detecting anyone. Is there no one here? Could I have misheard? After ensuring the vicinity was clear, Otto departed, and as soon as he left, Bai Ze swiftly emerged from the ventilation pipe. He left rather quickly, which is uncharacteristic of Otto. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ze ascended to the ceiling to follow. Not long after trailing Otto, Bai Ze arrived at a doorway. Otto pushed the door open and stepped inside, prompting Bai Ze to navigate through the ventilation duct above. However, upon glimpsing the scene beyond the door, Bai Ze was taken aback. The room was an enormous laboratory filled with numerous individuals clad in white lab coats, fervently typing code at their computers. At the forefront of the lab stood a colossal glass wall, revealing the collider, an apparatus Bai Ze knew all too well. Honestly, I cannot believe Otto possesses the financial means to construct a collider. Furrowing his brow, Bai Ze gazed at the collider beyond the glass, then glanced upward, searching for a ventilation duct to access. Yet, despite several thorough scans, he found no trace of such an opening. Damn. How can there be no ventilation ducts at all? Don't movies always feature peculiar little passages? While Bai Ze lamented this lack of access, the main door swung open once again, and a balding, rotund man in a black suit entered. Bai Ze instantly recognized him as the notorious Kingpin from the Marvel Universe. Well, I should have known, aside from Kingpin, no one else would have the capability to create such a collider. At this moment, Ji Bing slowly advanced forward, his right hand incessantly tapping a ballpoint pen, while he hummed a rather peculiar tune. Oh, what are you all doing? Yes, causing destruction, run fast, Spider-Man is coming. Ji Bing's carefree humming resonated throughout the entire laboratory. However, upon hearing Ji Bing's song, Bai Ze instantly frowned and covered his ears with both hands, muttering to himself, honestly, his singing leaves much to be desired. At that moment, Otto, having heard Ji Bing's melody, turned to look in his direction. From a distance, he spotted Bai Ze leaning against the wall and exclaimed, "It's Spider-Man. Quick, catch him." Upon hearing Otto's shout, Bai Ze reacted promptly, leaping off the wall and shooting out webbing to swing away. Observing this, Otto quickly maneuvered his mechanical tentacles, attempting to intercept Bai Ze. Yet, just as the tentacles were about to reach him, Bai Ze released his grip on the webbing, allowing him to land safely on the ground and evade the mechanical appendages. Once on the ground, Bai Ze sprang to his feet and dashed toward the glass barrier, crashing through it with his body. He immediately shot out webbing, propelling himself to the ceiling above the collider. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Ji Bing and Otto shouted at the personnel inputting the codes. Hurry, activate the collider now. The coders, spurred on by their frantic cries, hastened their input. The collider code is complete and ready for activation, they reported. Activated immediately, Ji Bing bellowed. Upon hearing his command, the personnel swiftly initiated the collider. As it powered up, the ceiling above opened, revealing an object resembling a radio that gradually descended to the center of the two colliders. The colliders then began to rotate in opposite directions, subsequently unleashing two powerful beams of light that collided with one another. At that moment, Bai Ze, observing the spectacle from the ceiling, felt a foreboding sensation, his spider sense buzzing intensely in his mind. As he took in the awe-inspiring scene, he quickly regained his composure, closed his eyes, and began to use his spider sense to scan the ceiling for any control panels. Typically, such large machines would have a concealed shut-off mechanism. After thoroughly examining the ceiling with his heightened senses, he successfully located the hidden control panel. With determination, Bai Ze delivered a powerful punch to the ceiling, which then opened to reveal the control panel inside. Seeing this, he promptly retrieved a USB drive from his possession and plugged it into the panel S port. Upon insertion, a blue interface emerged, gradually displaying the message, "Data loading in progress, mission accomplished. Now, we simply await completion." After a brief moment of anticipation, the data on the panel was successfully loaded. Simultaneously, the collider that was initiating below gradually ceased its rotation. Just as it was about to come to a complete stop, a beam of light erupted uncontrollably, scattering in all directions. At this juncture, Bai Ze's spider sense began to resonate wildly, alerting him to the impending danger. Though he instinctively sought to evade the threat, he had scarcely acted when a beam struck perilously close to him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a vibrant wormhole materialized at the spot where the beam had hit. Bai Ze gazed at the wormhole, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Yet, before he could recall its significance, the wormhole emitted a strong gravitational pull. Recognizing the urgency, Bai Ze attempted to distance himself, but the force was so overwhelming that it relentlessly dragged him back, rendering his strongest efforts futile. Damn, this pull is utterly excessive, he thought in desperation. In a frantic struggle, his footing faltered, and he plummeted into the wormhole. As he fell, the wormhole began to close slowly. But just as it was on the verge of sealing, another laser beam shot into it. Meanwhile, within the wormhole, Bai Ze was spiraling downward in a chaotic descent. Damn it! What the hell? He screamed in panic. Suddenly, a new opening appeared in the direction of his fall, and he successfully tumbled through it. The laser that had entered the wormhole found its way into another rift. Concurrently, in a living room on Earth in a distant universe, a boy who bore an uncanny resemblance to Bai Ze entered through the door. He approached the coffee table, picked up the remote, and settled onto the sofa, eager to watch television. It's been ages since I watched Spider-Man. Time to relive my childhood, he mused. After searching for Spider-Man, he selected the latest movie and began watching. However, before he could immerse himself in the film, A laser beam unexpectedly shot through the open window into the living room. Before the boy could react, a wormhole abruptly opened beside him, engulfing him entirely. The wormhole closed instantly afterward, as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 41. A new universe. In the midst of a bustling street in a certain universe as New York, a vibrant, circular portal suddenly materialized in midair. Consequently, a white figure was propelled forth, ricocheting wildly between the skyscrapers. Ultimately, the individual collided with an advertisement board, thereby managing to halt the chaotic descent. This figure was none other than Bai Ze. To be candid, this experience was far from pleasant. I sincerely hope there is a restroom nearby, as I feel an overwhelming urge to vomit. After expressing his discontent, Bai Ze gradually began to slide downward. Observing this, he swiftly grasped the advertisement board with both hands, halting his fall. Should I plummet from this height, I would surely become a mere pancake, though I have not been bitten by a spider. Bai Ze glanced upward and was astonished to discover that he was indeed in New York. Yet, what perplexed him was the sudden onset of Christmas in New York. When did this occur? Well, it seems I have traversed into another timeline. Otherwise, how could New York be celebrating Christmas so soon? I wonder if this timeline harbors extraterrestrial beings. No, the thought of that image makes me feel nauseous. Shaking his head to dispel these strange notions, Bai Ze leapt into action, shooting webs towards the towering edifices, beginning to swing through the air. After a brief period of swinging, Bai Ze landed directly atop a residential building, where his attention was captured by a television broadcasting the news. The female anchor, glancing at her notes, spoke in a sorrowful tone. Dear residents, this is a grave topic. Our hero, the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, who has long safeguarded this city, sacrificed himself in the battle against evil yesterday. The true identity of Spider-Man is that of a child raised by a lonely, elderly man. His name is Peter Parker, and I mourn for him. What on earth? Peter is dead? Bai Ze stared incredulously at the images displayed on the television. How could this be? Spider-Man cannot possibly be dead. Aside from Venom, Peter's spider sense is nearly infallible. Just as Bai Ze grappled with this shocking revelation, a cacophony of sirens erupted from the streets below. Curious, Bai Ze peered down, witnessing a procession of police cars racing by, pursuing. Wait, not one, but two individuals swinging between the buildings with webs. An extraordinary duo. Could there be a new Spider-Man? Never mind. I shall follow and see for myself. With a flick of his hand, Bai Ze leapt from the residential building, shooting webs towards the other structures to swiftly pursue them. After a short while of traversing between the skyscrapers, Bai Ze caught up with the two web-swinging figures. Specifically a young boy with dark skin cradling an unconscious man whose wrist emitted webs. Wow, indeed a remarkable pairing. I thought I had misjudged the scene. Just as Bai Ze marveled at the duo ahead, he suddenly noticed the train track bridge ahead gradually illuminating. Oh no. Stop immediately. Bai Ze hastily released the silk strands he was holding and swiftly shot two more strands towards the towering buildings on either side. With a powerful tug, he propelled himself forward, directly seizing the two individuals who were recklessly advancing. Stop right there. Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, the small boy with dark skin, clutching the unconscious man, turned with a mix of terror and confusion. His gaze fell upon Bai Ze, who was adorned with a white Spider-Man mask. A monster. Hurry, stop. There's a train ahead. Bai Ze shouted urgently at the boy, but the lad, seemingly paralyzed by fear, flailed his arms wildly, rendering Bai Ze unable to assist in severing the silk strands. Just as Bai Ze was on the verge of losing patience, the boy suddenly placed his hand upon Bai Ze's chest. Before Bai Ze could react, his spider sense blared to life. He glanced down to see the boy's hand veins glowing ominously. Suddenly, a surge of terrifying static electricity erupted from the boy's fingertips, sending Bai Ze flying backward. What the? After being flung away, Bai Ze quickly adjusted his position mid-air, shooting a silk strand towards one of the buildings. He swung towards the wall, hanging on with one hand, perplexed as he looked in the direction of the boy and the unconscious man, only to discover that their figures had vanished, electricity from his fingers. Could he be Miles? After pondering for a moment, Bai Ze shook his head, dismissing the strange thought. He then shot a strand and swung into an empty alley, landing on the ground and retracting his anti-venom suit into his body before stepping out. Meanwhile, the small boy, Miles, clung to the unconscious man, stuck to the train and screaming in fear. Eventually, the strand attached to the train snapped, flinging them off, while the remaining section of silk successfully adhered to a nearby lamppost, spiraling down to the ground. Miles, the boy in question, looked around, urging the pedestrians crossing the road. Excuse me, could you please move your feet? Thank you. He glanced at the unconscious man beside him, then up at the snow falling from the pitch-black sky. At that moment, Bai Ze walked through the crowd, observing the snowflakes and the festive decorations that adorned the streets, reminiscent of Christmas. It looks quite beautiful. This is my first Christmas, albeit in another dimension. After strolling for a while, Bai Ze stepped into a deserted alley, intending to climb onto a rooftop for a brief rest. However, as he reached halfway up the wall, a dazzling array of colors erupted from his body, akin to the static of a malfunctioning television. At that instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of pain, causing his grip on the wall to loosen, and he fell heavily to the ground, losing consciousness. Yet, in the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Bai Ze beheld a pair of delicate legs clad in ballet shoes approaching him, before he finally closed his eyes and succumbed to a complete state of unconsciousness. Chapter 42. The White Dream. In a room of an abandoned house, Bai Ze lay on a tattered bed with his eyes closed, his brow occasionally furrowing as if he were enduring immense suffering. At that moment, in Bai Ze's dream, he found himself sprinting frantically down a desolate street. Yet no matter how fast he ran, he encountered not a single passerby. Is anyone there? Please, this is rather frightening. After running for quite some time, exhaustion overtook him, prompting him to lean against a wall to rest. Huff, huff, why is there not a soul in sight? As Bai Ze rested, a sudden tingle from his spider sense resonated in his mind. Instinctively, he rolled forward, only to turn and discover nothing behind him. What is going on? There's clearly nothing here. Why is my spider sense alerting me? Puzzled, he clenched his fist and tapped his head. Could it be malfunctioning? How do I fix this? Just as Bai Ze remained in a state of confusion, a nearby alleyway suddenly opened up, revealing countless pairs of crimson eyes. Startled, he instinctively recoiled, and as the eyes noticed his retreat, their owners gradually emerged from the shadows. To Bai Ze's astonishment, he realized that they were a horde of humanoid monsters transformed from Anti-Venom. Good grief. First Venom, and now Anti-Venom? What is next? A massacre. After a moment of exasperation, Bai Ze attempted to summon his Anti-Venom suit. However, just as he prepared to strike, he discovered that the suit had not materialized around him. What? Where's my suit? He stared incredulously at his hands, and then glanced at the poised Anti-Venom creatures before him. So, the weather is quite lovely today. Have you all eaten? Bai Ze awkwardly addressed the Anti-Venom monsters, who slowly advanced towards him, drooling grotesquely. Haha, it seems you haven't eaten yet. Well, I haven't either. I'm rather lean and not worth the trouble. I think I'll be going now. Bye. With that, Bai Ze promptly turned and bolted down the street. The Anti-Venom creatures, letting out a fierce roar, immediately pursued him. Bai Ze sprinted forward, glancing back occasionally. However, upon doing so, he was nearly struck dumb by the sight before him. A multitude of Anti-Venom monsters were in hot pursuit, some racing along the ground, others swinging between buildings using webbing, and a few even running directly along the walls of the structures. Goodness, is this even fair play? Quickly turning back, Bai Ze hastened towards a narrow alley. As he entered, a swarm of Anti-Venom creatures followed closely behind. Yet, upon entering the alley, they were met with an empty wall, oblivious to the securely fastened manhole cover on the ground. In the depths of the sewer, Bai Ze lay beneath a manhole cover, seeking respite. The noxious stench of the sewer compelled him to pinch his nose, lest he be overwhelmed by the foul odor. After a brief interlude, Bai Ze rose to his feet and surveyed the paths on either side. Splendid, both directions were shrouded in obscurity. He would choose one at random. After a moment's contemplation, he selected a path and began to walk. However, not long into his journey, he sensed an unsettling gaze upon him from behind. Who goes there? Show yourself. I see you, Bai Ze exclaimed, turning around with vigilance, yet found nothing amiss. Could it be a mere figment of my imagination? He scratched his head and resumed his walk. Just as he did, a pair of white eyes emerged from the shadows behind him. The instant the eyes revealed themselves, Bai Ze swiftly turned back. I knew it. I have great faith in my instincts. He regarded the pair of white eyes with confidence, though the dim light obscured the figure's details, leaving only a vague silhouette. With trepidation, Bai Ze observed the mysterious figure as it approached him step by step. As the figure drew near, he discerned a spider emblem emblazoned on its chest. Spider-Man? Just as Bai Ze uttered his astonishment, the enigmatic figure lunged forward, seizing his collar with a firm grip and casting him upward with considerable force. The bricks above shattered under the weight of the throw, propelling Bai Ze out of the sewer and onto the ground below with a heavy thud. Cough, cough. That hurts. Such strength. Bai Ze grimaced against the pain, struggling to rise. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, he spotted two white tendrils extending from the gaping hole above, firmly anchoring themselves to the ground. Gradually, a figure adorned in white, with a black spider emblem upon its chest, was drawn up by the tendrils. What? This seems strangely familiar. You are Anti-Venom. No. Who are you? Bai Ze stood upright, fixing an intense stare upon the white Spider-Man, now grounded. Are you questioning me? Or perhaps yourself? What purpose do you serve outside? Allow me to take your place. I can do it better, for I am Anti-Venom Spider-Man. The voice of Anti-Venom Spider-Man echoed Bai Ze's own. Yet this did little to assuage Bai Ze's vigilance. He could not fathom the existence of another being identical to himself. Observing the wariness in Bai Ze's eyes, Anti-Venom Spider-Man recognized that his words had not instilled any belief. It appears I must simplify my expression. With that, he retracted the tendrils into his form and slowly raised his arms, his fingers sharpening ominously. Bai Ze, sensing the shift, swallowed hard with trepidation and began to cautiously retreat step by step. In response, Anti-Venom Spider-Man mirrored his movements, advancing toward Bai Ze with deliberate strides. Bai Ze nervously glanced around, desperately searching for an escape route. Just then, he noticed a monstrous anti-venom creature lurking on a nearby path. With determination, he thought to himself that even if he failed, he could rise again in 18 years. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted toward the direction of the anti-venom creature. The anti-venom Spider-Man, observing his movement, quickly followed suit. However, Bai Ze's speed paled in comparison to that of the anti-venom Spider-Man, and before long, the latter was perilously close behind him. As the anti-venom Spider-Man closed in, Bai Ze was suddenly enveloped in a flurry of colorful snowflakes. At that moment, pain etched itself across his face, causing him to falter and crash to the ground. Simultaneously, the anti-venom Spider-Man, poised to strike with his claws, was also caught in the dazzling display of snowflakes, losing his balance and being thrown back. Once the snowflakes ceased their shimmering dance, Bai Ze gradually recovered from his momentary agony. Upon lifting his head, he noticed the anti-venom Spider-Man rising from the ground and approaching him. However, before the anti-venom Spider-Man could take more than a few steps, he was abruptly seized from behind by a massive anti-venom creature. Though it seemed the creature could easily overpower the slightly smaller Spider-Man, the latter suddenly sprouted a multitude of sharp spines that pierced the anti-venom creature, leaving it riddled with holes akin to a beehive before it collapsed backward. Goodness, could it be that these monsters are ineffective against him? Bai Ze thought, panic gripping him as he attempted to rise, only to find his legs numb and powerless, just as he resigned himself to his fate. Closing his eyes in anticipation of death, the expected pain never came. After a moment of uncertainty, he cautiously opened his eyes, focusing on the anti-venom Spider-Man, who was now engaged in battle with a horde of anti-venom creatures. However, this was less a fight and more a massacre. Those attempting to attack were dispatched with ease, some dismembered, others decapitated, and some torn asunder. Yet, as the anti-venom Spider-Man eliminated one wave of adversaries, another wave would immediately take its place. The fallen creatures transformed into pools of white liquid, reconstituting themselves to continue the fight. Witnessing this spectacle, Bai Ze sighed in relief. Phew. I almost thought it was the end for me. After resting for a moment and regaining his composure, he attempted to stand and flee. However, as he rose and turned, he lost his footing and fell to the ground, plunging into darkness. In reality, Bai Ze, who had fainted, suddenly opened his eyes and sat upright, his expression filled with the terror of his recent dream. Phew. 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 Hey, you're awake? A serene and melodious female voice reached Bai Ze's ears. Once he recovered from his initial fear, he turned his head in confusion and beheld a slender young girl, her figure elegantly flowing. She donned a long-sleeved school uniform, her golden hair cascading down, and her clear blue eyes sparkling with curiosity. On her feet were ballet shoes, and the fabric adorning her legs resembled not so much black stockings as a form-fitting uniform. Chapter 43. The Silver Symbiote. Who are you? Bai Ze inquired, gazing at the girl before him with a look of suspicion. Shouldn't one introduce themselves before questioning others? The girl crossed her arms, her eyes coldly fixed on the boy. Upon hearing her words, Bai Ze was momentarily taken aback, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Just as he was about to utter his name, a peculiar sensation, akin to a spider's instinct, suddenly alerted him. In an instant, Bai Ze instinctively summoned his anti-venom suit, enveloping himself entirely. He aimed to shoot webs at the girl before him, but before he could release the strands, she swiftly delivered a kick to his wrist, intercepting his movement. Bai Ze had no time to retract his hand, and the web he intended to shoot veered off, striking the ceiling instead. Simultaneously, an intense pain radiated from his wrist. Ouch. That hurts. Reacting to the sharp sensation, Bai Ze instinctively withdrew his hand. At that very moment, the girl extended her own hands towards him, mimicking the gesture he had intended for shooting webs. Before he could protest, he found himself ensnared by the very web she had launched, silencing him completely. Now, can we converse properly? The girl observed with interest as he struggled against the bindings. Bai Ze attempted to respond, but his mouth, ensnared by the web, could only emit muffled sounds. Realizing the futility of verbal communication, he opted to nod instead. The girl, satisfied with his response, smiled and pulled the web off his mouth. Now, let us have a proper introduction. How should I put this? I am Bai Ze, not a villain, rather the antithesis of one. Moreover, I originate from another universe as the second Spider-Man. Do you believe me? Particularly since you can also shoot webs. Bai Ze retracted the helmet of his anti-venom suit, revealing his true visage. The girl regarded him thoughtfully, nodding before she lowered her gaze and traced her fingers thoughtfully. I am Gwen Stacy, and I, too, am a Spider-Man. Just as Gwen was about to elaborate further, Bai Ze interrupted her. Wait, I think I understand now. So, you are the Spider-Man of this universe? His curiosity piqued. He sought to confirm, pondering the potential for a butterfly effect. Especially since the Marvel universe he had traversed had already encountered Dr. Octopus. Gwen paused to consider his question, opening her mouth to respond, but suddenly, her body was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, akin to a television screen malfunctioning, and she collapsed to the ground in agony. Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Ze was equally startled. He quickly extricated himself from the webbing that ensnared him and hurriedly approached Gwen, intending to assist her. However, upon seeing the anguish etched across her face, he hesitated, uncertain about how to proceed with the kaleidoscopic snowflakes surrounding her. How can we resolve this? Is there any way to halt it? Bai Ze anxiously inquired, but Gwen was unable to respond. Just as he rose to search for anything that might aid them, he suddenly slipped, crashing to the ground. What on earth? Bai Ze grimaced in pain, feeling the sting in his lower back as he squinted. Supporting himself with one hand while sitting up, he turned to investigate the object he had slipped on, which turned out to be a canister of red liquid that had fallen from him earlier. Curiously, he picked up the canister. This seems familiar. Oh, this must be a replica of Pym particles I retrieved from Otto's cabinet. If I recall correctly, Pym particles possess the ability to stabilize time and space. He gazed at the vial in his hand, then glanced at Gwen, who was still shimmering with the iridescent snowflakes. After a moment of internal conflict, Bai Ze decided to stow the Pym particle replica back into his antitoxin suit. At that moment, the vibrant snowflakes surrounding Gwen ceased their dance. Observing this, Bai Ze quickly approached her, cautiously helping her to her feet. Are you all right? You looked quite terrifying just now. I thought I might lose you after finally finding you. I even contemplated whether to take you to the hospital, but I feared they might dissect you. As he spoke, he gently laid Gwen back onto the mattress. Is there another mattress nearby? I'd like to find you a clean one, considering how you appeared earlier. Just as he was about to turn and seek out a mattress, Gwen called out to him. There's no need. I'm fine. Bai Ze, still concerned, turned back to see Gwen panting heavily on the mattress. You seem to be in considerable pain. Are you sure there is nothing seriously wrong? Rest assured, this occurs periodically. As long as I endure the pain, it will pass, Gwen reassured him, her forehead glistening with the cold sweat of her earlier distress. Bai Ze observed her with concern, then absent-mindedly touched the vials of Pym particles at his waist. He was uncertain whether these replicas could be safely injected into a human body, so he refrained from using them, not wishing to inadvertently cause harm through his negligence. Seeing Gwen's condition improve slightly alleviated Bai Ze's anxiety. Well, as long as you're okay, he sighed in relief. How about I tell you a joke to lighten the mood? He proposed to Gwen. Gwen looked at him quizzically. You can tell jokes? Hey, don't underestimate me. I can tell jokes too, Bai Ze replied, feigning indignation at her skepticism. Upon witnessing this, Gwen could not help but smile and said, all right, do tell. Bai Ze, encouraged by Gwen's response, thoughtfully rested his chin on one hand and began. Once, a dove and a crow attended a wedding together, but the dove was soon cast out. Do you know why? Gwen pondered the inquiry for a moment, then shook her head in defeat. I do not know. Pray tell why? Because the dove is a freeloader, Bai Ze exclaimed, eagerly anticipating Gwen's reaction. However, Gwen felt a chill run through her and shivered slightly. Haha, quite amusing. But you mustn't tell such jokes again. Upon hearing Gwen's words, Bai Ze's previously expectant expression drooped instantly. What? It seemed rather decent. By the way, is there a place to sleep here? He glanced around at the dilapidated walls of the house, questioning Gwen with curiosity. Gwen, in response, pointed towards the bedroom. The living room of this ruin has a sofa that can accommodate one person. So, where do you wish to sleep? Gwen awaited Bai Ze's reply, but he simply headed towards the door. I'll take the sofa. The mattress should be more comfortable than the sofa. Watching Bai Ze leave the room, Gwen could only shake her head in resignation before lying down. Meanwhile, Bai Ze, now in the living room, felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. A cold wind blew through the broken windows, sending shivers down his spine. Achoo. Goodness, is this derelict living room so cold in winter? He clasped his hands together, generating warmth through friction to stave off the chill, his breath barely warming his hands. Hastily, he made his way to the sofa and lay down. Wary of retracting his anti-venom suit into his body, he feared that doing so in such frigid weather would lead to his demise that very night. In a different setting, within a small alley in downtown New York City, a man dressed in a winter coat, carrying a toolbox, was trudging homeward, grumbling, "It's freezing tonight. I must hurry home, or I'll freeze to death outside." Just then, a meteor came crashing down from the sky, landing precisely in front of the man, who had just produced his keys to unlock his door, obliterating his house into ruins. Staring at the scene unfolding before him, the man felt his legs weaken with fear. Collapsing to the ground. What in the world? Is that a meteor? As the smoke from the wreckage dissipated, a silver meteor embedded in the floor became visible. The man, still trembling, cautiously pushed himself up and approached the meteor with trepidation. Had that struck me, I would surely have perished. Right, the fire department's number. Once the uncle regained his composure from the earlier fright, he swiftly retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket, intending to dial 911. However, before he could even make the call, a silvery liquid creature emerged slowly from the meteorite, revealing itself to be a symbiote. As the shimmering symbiote slithered toward his feet, the uncle pressed the call button for 911. Yet, just as the phone rang a few times, the symbiote swiftly enveloped him before he could react. "Ah, a monster! Help!" The uncle screamed upon witnessing the writhing silver creature at his feet, causing him to stumble backward and fall to the ground. His phone, still attempting to connect to 911, tumbled away, but he showed no inclination to retrieve it, instead scrambling away in the opposite direction. The silver symbiote, however, offered him no respite, accelerating to completely envelop him within its form. As the creature fully consumed the uncle, his cries abruptly ceased, coincidentally coinciding with the call being answered. "Hello. This is the fire department. How may we assist you?" A melodious and gentle female voice resonated through the line, yet no response came. Instead, a colossal silver foot crushed the phone into oblivion. Moments later, a muscled creature, entirely silver with striking white eyes, rose from the ground, its gaze brimming with a thirst for carnage and dominion. I am called Riot. Author's note. Dear readers, I plan to have characters from my other novels make cameo appearances. Suggestions are welcome and will be considered. Chapter 44. The terror of the uprising as dawn broke the following morning, the cold night receded, yielding to the gentle ascent of the sun, its warm rays piercing through the remnants of darkness and illuminating the earth. Within the dilapidated living room of the ruined house, Bai Ze curled up on the sofa, his arms wrapped around himself, his body shivering slightly, clearly affected by the chill. The warm sunlight streamed through the broken window, casting its glow upon Bai Ze's face. Feeling the warmth upon his skin, he furrowed his brow and slowly opened his bleary eyes. How blinding! Is it morning already? After squinting to allow his eyes to adjust to the brightness, he rose to his feet. It's freezing. Thankfully, I haven't caught a cold. Once he regained his composure from the cold, Bai Ze made his way toward the bedroom. However, upon opening the door, he found no sign of Gwen. Only an empty mattress and a small note resting upon it. Curiously, he approached and crouched down to pick up the note, reading, Bai Ze. By the time you see this note, I will have gone to school. There exists another person in this universe with my name, and I am temporarily attending classes in her stead. I didn't take a leave of absence for bringing you here last night, so I'll surely face reprimand upon my return. Note, Gwen. Bai Ze gazed at the note with a hint of resignation before crumpling it up and tossing it aside. Leaving so early? Never mind. I should find something to eat. It's uncomfortable to be hungry. He stretched his arms above his head in a languid yawn, then summoned his anti-venom suit to envelop his head. Without hesitation, he leaped out of the window, utilizing webbing to swing into the air. The derelict building where Bai Ze had spent the night was situated among towering structures, eliminating any concern for cover. He glided between the buildings with ease, while below, residents caught sight of his shadow and, filled with curiosity, gazed upward, some believing they were hallucinating or witnessing a ghost, causing quite a stir. After swinging for a while, Bai Ze noticed a small vendor below, peddling ham. The currency in this universe should be similar to that of the Marvel Universe, right? Alas, even the film plots I once recalled have faded. Why can't the anti-venom enhance my brain? Bai Ze lamented as he tapped his head, then released his grip on the webbing, diving toward the ground. As he neared the ground, he swiftly shot a strand of web toward a nearby building, executing a rapid swing to snatch the ham that the vendor was holding aloft. Before the vendor could react, Bai Ze shot a dollar bill from his own attire, hitting the vendor squarely in the chest. No need for change. Upon realizing what had transpired, the vendor was taken aback. Is that Spider-Man? Didn't the news say he was dead? Mamma mia, I've seen a ghost. As Bai Ze swung away using his webbing, he glanced back at the vendor of the small stall, though the expression on the vendor's face left him perplexed. After a brief moment in midair, Bai Ze arrived atop a towering skyscraper. Perched at the edge, he retracted the antitoxins from his mouth and began to indulge in a hot dog he held. However, upon taking a bite, the condiments splattered across his face. It was evident that he was still unaccustomed to this food, and it seemed a tad cold. In this frigid weather, he found himself reminiscing about the warmth of hot pot. Gazing at the half-eaten hot dog in his hand, Bai Ze let out a sigh. But the tautness of his abdominal muscles prompted him to cast aside such thoughts, and he quickly devoured the remainder of the hot dog. Having finished his meal, it was time to engage in some exercise, but he pondered what activity to pursue. Licking the remnants of the sauce from his lips and reapplying the antitoxins, He stood up from the edge of the rooftop, resting his chin on one hand while contemplating his next move. Just as he struggled for inspiration, the sound of police sirens erupted from below, instinctively drawing his gaze downward. He spotted 3 or 4 police cars racing past in pursuit of a black transport vehicle. Oh, I believe I know what I ought to do, he mused. Taking a deep breath, he was abruptly interrupted by the biting cold, causing him to sneeze. Achoo! It's so cold, I shouldn't have inhaled that. After a brief shiver from the chill, Bai Ze leaped powerfully from the edge of the skyscraper, shooting webbing towards the nearby buildings to swing after the black transport vehicle being pursued by the police. Inside the transport vehicle, a middle-aged man clad in work attire, his eyes rolling back, was at the wheel, while a headless corpse occupied the passenger seat. Ignoring the sharp turn ahead, the man pressed the accelerator to the floor. Just then, the roof of the vehicle suddenly caved in as if struck by a heavy object, prompting the driver to instinctively glance upward. Hey, buddy. Keep your eyes on the road. Don't get distracted. A young, unfamiliar voice called out from the driver's side window. The man turned to see Bai Ze, his head shrouded in a white hood. A friendly reminder, there's a turn ahead. Remember to slow down, Bai Ze exclaimed, shooting 2 strands of webbing towards the driver's hands on the steering wheel. With a powerful tug to the left, the man's hands were yanked in that direction. The black transport vehicle, caught off guard by the sudden maneuver, lost stability and began to roll on the ground. As the vehicle toppled towards the earth, Bai Ze swiftly leaped from the roof, shooting webbing to the buildings on either side to cushion his landing, allowing him to descend safely to the ground. After landing steadily on the ground, Bai Ze swiftly unleashed a series of silken threads towards the tumbling transport vehicle ahead, effectively anchoring it mid-air between the buildings. Congratulations to the driver inside. Your license has been revoked. Perhaps you'll have the opportunity for reform in prison, along with the chance to retake your driving test. Bai Ze jested. However, upon hearing the increasingly near sound of police sirens behind him, he intended to shoot out his threads and make an escape. Before he could do so, the transport vehicle, suspended in midair, suddenly emitted a deafening crash. Bai Ze was drawn to the noise, and to his astonishment, he witnessed the door of the driver's seat being propelled high into the air, only to crash down heavily onto the ground. Wow, what immense force! He exclaimed, gazing in surprise at the fallen door. Moments later, 2 enormous silver claws emerged from the transport vehicle, followed by a silver behemoth, towering almost as tall as the Hulk, climbing out and standing atop the vehicle. Wow, that's colossal. This feels ominous, Bai Ze thought, staring at the silver creature. The creature then emitted a roar that rivaled that of the Hulk. The sheer volume of the roar forced Bai Ze to cover his ears in discomfort. Stop, stop, stop. Please, no more roaring. My eardrums can't take it. Whether the silver creature understood his plea is uncertain, but it ceased its roaring, introducing itself with a thunderous declaration. I am Riot. A sense of familiarity washed over Bai Ze upon hearing this name. This feeling. Are you a symbiote? He pondered, incredulous as he gazed at the silver Riot. Yet, Riot offered no time for contemplation, launching itself towards Bai Ze with a powerful leap. Bai Ze's spider sense erupted, prompting him to instinctively retreat. However, the shockwave from Riot's collision with the ground sent Bai Ze flying, rolling several times before barely regaining his footing. Cough, cough. This is far more challenging than Venom, he remarked, struggling to rise with his hands pressed against the ground. Yet, Riot showed no mercy, thrusting its hands into the earth and uprooting a large section of concrete, which it hurled directly at Bai Ze. Bai Ze's spider sense blared once more, and he swiftly dodged to the side. However, upon turning back, he was horrified to see the massive chunk of ground smash into an approaching police car, causing it to flip and explode, resulting in the inevitable demise of its occupants. No, Bai Ze gasped, eyes wide in shock as he witnessed the destruction. And Riot seized the opportunity, charging rapidly towards him with powerful strides. At that moment, Bai Ze's spider sense suddenly resonated, awakening him from his stupor. He swiftly turned around, only to see a massive hand reach out and seize him firmly, forcefully slamming him against the ground, which erupted in clouds of dust. Once the chaos subsided and the swirling dust settled, Bai Ze found himself in a rather disheveled state, lying on the concaved earth. Cough, such a familiar sensation. It feels as though 3 of my ribs are fractured. Observing Bai Ze's agonized struggles on the ground, the Rampage seized the opportunity to strike, pressing a heavy foot onto Bai Ze's chest, causing the ground to sink further beneath the weight. Bai Ze, overwhelmed by the searing pain radiating from his chest, nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. The Rampage, witnessing Bai Ze's agonized cries beneath his foot, showed no hesitation in increasing the pressure. Intent on extinguishing his opponent's life, ant that hinders me, perish in despair. Despite the excruciating pain etched across his face, Bai Ze gritted his teeth and cast his gaze toward the direction of the exploded police car, spotting the charred remains of its exterior. Hey, big guy, How do you intend to treat a concussion? The rampage interpreted Bai Ze's query as mere death throes. However, Bai Ze shot a strand of silk towards the nearby wreckage of the police car. Once the silk adhered to the car's shell, he bore through the pain, concentrating all his strength into his hands, and with a mighty tug, sent the police car's shell crashing down. Just as the rampage was about to deliver a fatal blow to Bai Ze, he was unexpectedly struck by the descending police car shell, which sent him tumbling across the ground before he managed to regain his footing. Meanwhile, Bai Ze, aided by the rapid healing properties of his anti-venom suit, struggled to rise from the ground, cautiously eyeing the rampage. Chapter 45. Overwhelming. Bai Ze remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the recently steadied figure of the rampage, unwilling to let his guard down. After all, the rampage had nearly claimed his life moments ago. The rampage, observing Bai Ze, smirked wickedly as it seized the shell of a nearby police car, effortlessly tearing it asunder with a forceful motion, and hurled the shattered remnants towards Bai Ze. Reacting swiftly, Bai Ze leaped into the air, evading the incoming debris by slipping through the gap created by the torn police car shell. However, before he could land, the rampage propelled itself forward with a single powerful leg, swiftly closing the distance to Bai Ze. It reached out, ensnaring Bai Ze within its grasp. Bai Ze struggled to free himself, but his strength paled in comparison to the rampage's formidable might. "Could you refrain from striking my face?" he jested. The rampage, clutching Bai Ze within its palm, revealed a sinister grin. Sensing the impending danger from that smile, Bai Ze braced himself. In a sudden burst of movement, the rampage leaped towards the wall of a nearby store, and before Bai Ze could mentally prepare, he was thrust against the wall with tremendous force, crashing through it and tumbling into the shopping mall beyond, rolling several times before coming to a halt. The rampage followed suit, crashing through the wall and landing in the mall, causing panic among the ordinary patrons who immediately fled in terror. Unperturbed by their flight, the rampage approached the still-down Bai Ze, seizing him by the head and lifting him effortlessly. "Truly, your strength is astounding. I can only imagine the discomfort your mother must have endured during your birth," Bai Ze quipped. Yet no matter how he strained, he could not escape the rampage's grip. With a disinterested gaze fixed on the struggling Bai Ze, the rampage hurled him towards a massive chandelier hanging above. Caught off guard, Bai Ze was propelled through the air, colliding with the chandelier and sending it crashing to the ground. Cough. That was indeed rather unpleasant, he gasped, struggling to rise from the floor. But the pain coursing through his body rendered him helpless. In that moment, he noticed the exposed wires from the damaged light fixture beside him. An idea sparked. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Bai Ze reached for the wires. Just then, the rampage landed heavily behind him, causing the ground to shatter and sink slightly beneath its weight. Losing interest in Bai Ze's struggles, the rampage reached down, intending to devour his head whole. "Big guy, do you enjoy a tingling sensation?" Bai Ze remarked, seizing the opportunity to swiftly insert the electrified wire into the rampage's open mouth. The rampage, taken aback, felt an unexpected numbing sensation wash over its mouth, causing its movements to falter momentarily. The tumultuous movements of the berserk body did not escape the notice of Bai Ze. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Ze deftly manipulated the antitoxic suit, unleashing a multitude of antitoxic tendrils that erupted from his body, striking the berserk unexpectedly and causing it to instinctively release its grip. Upon landing on the ground, Bai Ze swiftly shot out webs, creating distance between himself and the berserk. Once the berserk recovered from the initial assault, it glared angrily at Bai Ze, who had distanced himself. "You insignificant insect, how dare you toy with me?" After letting out a furious roar, the berserk charged directly at Bai Ze, who fixed his gaze on the oncoming threat. As the distance between them diminished, Bai Ze quickly darted to the side, intending to exploit his speed and agility to evade the berserk. However, just as he was about to succeed, Bai Ze noticed the berserk abruptly halt, leaving a long, deep gouge in the ground. In the next instant, the berserk retaliated with a powerful punch, and Bai Ze's spider sense tingled. Yet he had no time to evade, absorbing the full force of the blow and being sent flying into a clothing store, crashing through the glass and rolling on the ground several times to mitigate the impact. Before Bai Ze could rise, the berserk barreled in, seized him from the ground, and hurled him against the wall. Bai Ze crashed through the wall, landing in the corridor outside. The berserk, offering no respite, followed suit, crashing through the wall to Bai Ze's side, raising its fists and preparing to deliver a punishing blow to the prostrate Bai Ze. At this moment, even the thought of resistance was futile. The disparity in their strengths rendered Bai Ze's every effort utterly powerless. The ground beneath them began to crack under the force of the berserk strikes, and Bai Ze felt immense pain radiating from his chest with each blow, as if a truck were mercilessly crushing him. After yet another hammering strike, the ground beneath them could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed, sending both Bai Ze and the berserk plummeting to the first level of the mall. Upon reaching the first floor, the berserk ceased its assault, gazing greedily at the nearly lifeless Bai Ze sprawled on the floor. Bai Ze's consciousness was already fading, his limbs devoid of strength, the injuries within him preventing the antitoxic liquid from healing him. It felt as though another blow from the berserk would seal his fate. The berserk, observing Bai Ze, reached out and lifted him slowly, then opened its mouth, preparing to devour Bai Ze's head. At that moment, a seductive voice echoed in Bai Ze's mind. If you wish to survive, surrender your body to me. You are stifling your own desires. At the moment the sound resonated, Bai Ze's consciousness was transported to a realm that was half white and half black. In this space, he beheld the source of the voice echoing in his mind, the Anti-Venom Spider-Man, the very figure who had sought to end his life in a previous dream. Such formidable power, yet you still succumb to your opponent. How utterly pathetic, the Anti-Venom Spider-Man mocked, prompting Bai Ze to retort, though he was abruptly interrupted. Surely you do not intend to argue that he is too strong? How laughable. If you were to perish now, those pitiful ants devoid of any abilities would also meet their end. Surrender your body to me, perhaps those insignificant creatures might survive. Do not even entertain the thought that another Spider-Man would thwart that monster. You have already witnessed its power, have you not? Listening to the Anti-Venom Spider-Man's taunts, Bai Ze clenched his fists tightly. Do you truly believe you can defeat that creature? Such absurd words. Let us wager on it, shall we? After all, if you do not relinquish your body to me, neither you nor those ants will survive. The Anti-Venom Spider-Man regarded Bai Ze with an air of arrogance. As Bai Ze absorbed the implications of his words, he found himself struggling against the binds of fate, yet time was not a luxury he could afford. Very well. I concede, take my body. The moment Bai Ze uttered those words, countless chains materialized within the space, and the once divided realm was gradually engulfed entirely by darkness. Meanwhile, in reality, Anti-Venom had positioned Bai Ze's head within his maw, poised to sever his neck. However, just as he attempted to clamp down, an excruciating pain shot through the back of his skull, as if something had pierced it. Instinctively, he released his grip on Bai Ze, who collapsed to the ground in a half-kneeling position. Once the chaos subsided, Anti-Venom felt the back of his head, discovering a gaping wound. Simultaneously, Bai Ze, still kneeling, slowly opened his eyes and rose to his feet, the injuries on his body swiftly mended by Anti-Venom's powers. Round 2, let the battle commence. Chapter 46. The application of Anti-Venom. Upon hearing the voice of Bai Ze, the Fury cast an indignant glare his way. However, this time, Bai Ze's eyes bore no trace of the earlier caution. Instead, they sparkled with a hint of mockery. Curse you! Fury shouted in a fit of rage, charging directly at Bai Ze. Yet, Bai Ze exhibited no intention of evasion. Just as Fury drew near, Bai Ze unleashed a strand of webbing aimed at Fury's foot, causing him to stumble and crash to the ground. Hey, big guy, don't just lie there. Get up! Bai Ze taunted, looking down at the fallen Fury. Provoked by Bai Ze's derision, Fury quickly rose to his feet and swung a fist at Bai Ze. However, instead of striking a solid target, he was met with an excruciating pain. Bewildered, he glanced down, only to discover that Bai Ze's hand had transformed into a sharp spike, piercing through his fist. You brought this upon yourself. You can't blame me, Bai Ze remarked with a cheerful tone. Realizing the predicament, Fury attempted to retract his hand, but before he could, Bai Ze's anti-venom suit sprouted several tendrils that ensnared Fury's arm. Big guy, if you're going to fight, let's make it fair, Bai Ze stated, and with a swift motion, he flicked his hand upwards, sending Fury's arm soaring before it fell heavily to the ground. Fury, noticing this, hastily retreated, creating distance between himself and Bai Ze. The severed arm quickly transformed back into a symbiotic entity, crawling back to his body and swiftly regenerating. Bai Ze observed the scene without interference, instead activating his anti-venom suit. Fury watched in astonishment as Bai Ze's form began to twist. His white visage was gradually overtaken by darkness, his physique burgeoning with muscle, hands elongating into sharp claws, and his eyes transitioning to a crimson hue. I am called Anti-Venom. With a fierce roar, Anti-Venom lunged at Fury, who met the challenge without fear, charging back at him. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. While Fury's strength was formidable, Anti-Venom's inherent brutality surpassed it. As they clashed, Anti-Venom executed an unexpected maneuver, opening his mouth to bite into Fury's body, forcefully tearing off his arm and devouring it. In response, Fury swiftly transformed his other arm into a blade and thrust it toward Anti-Venom's chest, though the blade pierced through before Fury could revel in his momentary triumph. Anti-Venom seized Fury's bladed arm with both hands and yanked it down with tremendous force. The tumultuous chaos evoked a sense of trepidation within the character of Riot. Yet rather than fleeing, he swiftly harnessed his formidable regenerative capabilities to restore his severed arms. He then employed his strength to subdue the Anti-Venom. Following this, he commenced a barrage of punches directed at Anti-Venom's visage. However, scarcely had Riot managed to suppress him when a sudden, sharp protrusion emerged from Anti-Venom's chest, piercing through him. The unexpected surge of pain coursing through Riot's chest momentarily delayed his assault, granting Anti-Venom the opportunity to counterattack, pinning Riot beneath him and beginning to rend at his form. Riot, undeterred by the agony of being torn, retaliated with a decisive strike to Anti-Venom's head, momentarily staggering him. Seizing this chance, Riot executed a swift maneuver to turn the tables, pinning Anti-Venom beneath him once more and renewing his relentless punches to the latter's head. After a few strikes, Riot ceased his flurry and grasped Anti-Venom's body, lifting him overhead. Yet, just as Riot intended to hurl Anti-Venom away, a multitude of sharp spikes erupted from Anti-Venom's form, impaling Riot through and through. Upon feeling the excruciating pain, Riot was compelled to relinquish his grip, promptly lowering Anti-Venom to the ground. Anti-Venom quickly regained his footing and lunged at Riot. In response, Riot deftly redirected his momentum, countering by pinning Anti-Venom beneath him yet again. He seized Anti-Venom's jaw and upper mandible, attempting to wrench his head apart. However, Anti-Venom denied him this opportunity, thrusting his arm into Riot's body. Realizing the peril he was in, Riot attempted to extricate himself, but Anti-Venom forcefully yanked outward, extracting Riot's host from within him and, without hesitation, decapitating and consuming it whole. Bereft of his host, Riot swiftly devolved into a feeble symbiote. After discarding the headless corpse onto the ground, Anti-Venom turned his gaze toward the now weakened Riot symbiote, reaching for its core with intent to devour it. At that moment, vibrant, multicolored snowflakes erupted from Anti-Venom, and an intense wave of pain compelled him to release his grip on the Riot symbiote. Without hesitation, the Riot symbiote attempted to flee, yet Anti-Venom, undeterred, bore the pain to seize him once more, frantically consuming him. The Riot symbiote struggled in vain against the assault, ultimately reduced to a mere remnant. Just as Anti-Venom prepared to finish off this last scrap, his body began to convulse uncontrollably, with countless tendrils surging outward. Finally, Anti-Venom collapsed to the ground, seemingly drained of strength, gradually reverting to his battle suit, exclaiming in frustration, "You deceived me. You shall not escape the consequences." In a fit of rage, Bai Ze unleashed a torrent of curses. Yet, within the confines of his mind, the space that had been entirely engulfed in darkness began to transform, reverting to a harmonious balance of black and white. Standing in the white expanse, Bai Ze gazed at the Anti-Venom Spider-Man, who resided in the Black Realm. "I never suggested I would relinquish my body to you, so reclaiming it is entirely justifiable," he asserted. The Anti-Venom Spider-Man glared fiercely at Bai Ze, yet found himself impotent to retaliate. "We shall see next time," he threatened, his voice dripping with malice before he gradually faded from the space. In the realm of reality, the arrogance and ferocity in Bai Ze's eyes slowly dissipated, replaced by the kindness and joy he once embodied. As he basked in the elation of regaining control of his body, he felt a peculiar writhing sensation in his palm. Curiously, he opened his hand to reveal a symbiotic entity, now reduced to the size of a bean. Pondering over its transformation, Bai Ze attempted to rise. However, the moment he moved, a searing pain coursed through him. What the hell? That hurts too much. Never mind. I'll wait until my body has recovered before searching for a container." Just then, as Bai Ze awaited his recovery, a stone suddenly plummeted from the second floor of the mall, striking a green garbage bin perched precariously on the edge of a hole. The bin toppled downwards, its lid flinging open midair, and it landed squarely atop Bai Ze's head. "Damn it, what on earth? It reeks." Author's note: a 3-chapter explosion of updates. Feel free to leave any suggestions in the comments. I will consider them for future use. Chapter 47: An Unusual Encounter. Once Bai Ze regained consciousness, he swiftly procured an empty water bottle from the shopping mall and unceremoniously deposited the chaotic symbiote within it. He promptly sealed the cap and departed from the dilapidated mall, which bore the scars of recent turmoil. Not long after Bai Ze's exit, several police vehicles arrived at the scene, and the officers quickly established a perimeter using caution tape while calling out to those inside through loudspeakers. Meanwhile, Bai Ze, utilizing his webbing, swung himself onto the wall of a nearby residential building. "All right, this place appears to be deserted," he mused to himself. After confirming that the area was clear, he shot out another strand of webbing, anchoring it to the wall, and gradually lowered himself towards the ground. At that moment, the window of one of the residential units abruptly swung open, and a dark-skinned child along with a fair-skinned man emerged, inadvertently locking eyes with Bai Ze, who was suspended mid-descent. A silence enveloped them, thick with an awkward tension. "Hey?" The dark-skinned child broke the silence, offering a stiff yet polite smile as he waved at Bai Ze. "Thief?" Bai Ze queried, regarding the child and the man with a hint of confusion. Upon hearing his words, both the child and the man quickly shook their heads in protest, eager to clarify, but Bai Ze offered them no opportunity. With a gentle swing, he landed deftly in front of them. In a swift motion, the sound of fists striking flesh resonated, accompanied by the whir of webbing being deployed. The dark-skinned child and the fair-skinned man found themselves ensnared in Bai Ze's threads, hanging upside down like dumplings. Leaning casually against the railing, Bai Ze surveyed his captives, a stout man with a beer belly and a child of darker complexion. "Do you happen to have a phone on you?" "I could use one," he inquired. However, as soon as the words left Bai Ze's lips, the fair-skinned man erupted in indignation. "Hey kid, I advise you to release us immediately, or I'll break free from this webbing and knock your teeth out." Bai Ze chuckled at the man's bravado. "All right then. You'd best manage to escape before I locate a phone, or else you might find yourselves in the custody of some rather stern uniformed individuals." With the bottle containing the chaotic symbiote safely tucked within his antitoxin suit, Bai Ze stepped closer, beginning his search for their phones. "Hey, ha ha ha. You can't touch there. It tickles." The fair-skinned man burst into laughter as Bai Ze's hands roamed over him, growing impatient with the man's mirth. Bai Ze shot a strand of webbing directly at his mouth, silencing him. The man's laughter was abruptly stifled, leaving him to emit muffled sounds that were incomprehensible. As Bai Ze found himself unable to locate a phone on the fair-skinned uncle, he shifted his gaze to a darker-skinned child nearby, contemplating that perhaps he might find it on him. The darker-skinned child, noticing Bai Ze approaching, became visibly agitated and began to struggle, exclaiming, "Wait, we are not thieves. This is my home. You are mistaken." However, Bai Ze remained unconvinced, for who would believe the claims of two suspicious individuals? Just as he was about to search the darker-skinned child, a small object resembling a USB drive fell from the strands of web entangling him, landing on the ground with a pinging sound. Upon hearing the noise, Bai Ze instinctively looked down and discovered a damaged red USB drive lying on the floor. The darker-skinned child panicked at the sight, while the fair-skinned uncle began to thrash violently, yet no amount of struggle could free him from the web binding him. Ignoring both, Bai Ze bent down and picked up the fallen USB drive, and as he examined it closely, he recognized the familiar red spider emblem emblazoned on it. This emblem belonged to Spider-Man. Why then had it fallen from this child? Furrowing his brows in confusion, Bai Ze turned his attention back to the struggling duo. He then approached the suspended fair-skinned uncle and forcefully tore apart the web that ensnared him, causing the struggling uncle to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Without allowing him a moment to regain his composure, Bai Ze squatted down and ripped open the uncle's outer garment, revealing the classic red and blue Spider-Man suit beneath. "Who are you? Peter is supposed to be dead in this universe." Bai Ze glared sternly at the fair-skinned uncle, swiftly seizing his collar. The uncle, noticing the intensity of Bai Ze's demeanor, raised his hands in surrender. "Hey, kid, wait a moment. We've already established that we are not the bad guys. And what do you mean by your earlier statement? Are you from another universe too?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ze confirmed that this individual was indeed from a parallel realm. "All right, I have one last question. What is your name?" The fair-skinned uncle quickly replied, "Calm down, young man. My name is Peter Parker, though technically, I am not the Peter Parker of this universe." Just as Peter Parker finished speaking, a kaleidoscope of colorful snowflakes suddenly erupted around him. Alarmed, Bai Ze instinctively released his grip on the uncle's collar, only to find that his own body was now enveloped in the same vibrant snowflakes. Soon, an overwhelming agony coursed through him. As Bai Ze writhed in pain, collapsing to the ground, beads of cold sweat began to form on his body. Meanwhile, the darker-skinned child, still suspended, could only watch anxiously as the two writhed in distress, powerless to assist. The colorful snowflakes ceased their shimmering after a brief moment, and the two individuals who had been groaning in agony moments ago began to regain their composure, gasping for air. Ha, ha. "I will momentarily accept that you are from another universe," Bai Ze declared, breathing heavily. After the torment subsided, he swiftly retracted his headgear into his body, inhaling fresh air with a hint of weakness in his voice, beads of cold sweat still lingering on his cheeks from the earlier pain. Ha. "I told you I am from another universe. Kid, you can endure quite a bit. It seems you also hail from a different realm. That dark-skinned fellow is named Miles, and he belongs to this universe," Peter Parker said, panting yet unable to resist responding to Bai Ze's earlier comment with a teasing tone. Once his strength was restored, Bai Ze rose from the ground and untied the web that had been suspending Miles upside down. Miles, caught off guard, tumbled headfirst to the ground. "Wow, are you all right? I thought you would react in time," Bai Ze said apologetically, extending a hand to help the fallen Miles. Noticing the gesture, Miles instinctively reached out, allowing Bai Ze to pull him up. "I'm fine. It wasn't intentional. Besides, I'm still in the process of learning how to become a competent Spider-Man," he replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Ze, with a puzzled expression, rested his chin on one hand as he regarded Miles, then glanced back at Peter Parker, who had just risen from the ground, looking rather portly. "So, he is your mentor?" Bai Ze inquired, gesturing towards the newly upright Peter Parker. Peter, upon hearing Bai Ze's words, hurriedly interjected, raising his hands in protest. No, no, no. I am not his teacher. Well, perhaps I am somewhat of a mentor, but right now, all I want is to return home, to my own universe, to my little abode. Saving the world is something I have long since abandoned. Observing the seemingly despondent Peter Parker before him, Bai Ze felt a sense of incredulity. I am Bai Ze, with white as in the color, and Ze with 3 dots beneath it. Seriously, what have you been through? Look at that belly. You have forsaken those enticing abs for a beer belly that most people disdain. My goodness, he remarked, disdainfully patting Peter Parker's almost bursting abdomen. Perhaps you should consider shedding a few pounds. At this point, Bai Ze had nearly forgotten all the Marvel films, retaining only a few classic scenes that occasionally resurfaced while scrolling through videos, with no plot details remaining in his memory. Concerning Miles' universe, he could barely recall which Spider-Man existed. All right, let us return to the main topic. Can someone explain this flash drive to me? Bai Ze said, brandishing the damaged USB drive before Peter Parker and Miles. The two exchanged glances before they began to elucidate the matter to Bai Ze. Allow me to elaborate. This item was bestowed upon me by Spider-Man, specifically Peter Parker, not the one you may know, but rather the Peter Parker of my universe. Its purpose is to thwart a machine known as the Collider. However, due to certain unforeseen circumstances, the Spider-Man of my universe, Peter Parker, perished in battle, having entrusted me with this device, albeit in a damaged state. As Miles recounted his tale, his initial fervor gradually gave way to a somber demeanor. Observing Miles' despondency, Bai Ze approached him compassionately, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I believe he entrusted this to you because he had faith in your abilities. Yet, it seems we are once again confronted with the Collider. Peter Parker, who had been silently listening, immediately grasped the significance of Bai Ze's words. Upon receiving the inquiry, Bai Ze nodded affirmatively. Indeed, prior to my arrival in this universe, I stealthily infiltrated Dr. Octopus's laboratory, where I discovered a collider capable of opening the multiverse. Unfortunately, while attempting to intervene, I was inadvertently transported here. Both Peter Parker and Miles nodded in understanding as they absorbed Bai Ze's account. The objective was now crystal clear, to repair this USB drive and utilize the collider to return home. Peter Parker stepped forward and decisively seized the damaged USB from Bai Ze's grasp. Do you know where we can get this repaired? Bai Ze inquired skeptically, eyeing Peter Parker. In response, Peter Parker donned a determined expression. Naturally, there is a place, but first, you must stow away your battle suit. I believe there are spare clothes in this lad's room to cover you. Bai Ze, perplexed by Peter Parker's demeanor, complied and retracted his anti-venom suit, leaving both Peter Parker and Miles astonished. Wow, you can control your suit's appearance and retraction? Peter Parker marveled at Bai Ze. While Miles eagerly began to examine Bai Ze's form, his eyes brimming with curiosity and surprise as if he were beholding a rare specimen. If we consider this a suit, it resembles more of a living organism, a symbiote of sorts, perhaps. Now, please, lead the way. But why must I conceal my suit? Can't we swing to your mentioned location using webbing? Bai Ze questioned Peter Parker, puzzled. Peter Parker shook his head in response. Rather than swinging about with webbing, I have a more efficient method. At this, Bai Ze exchanged a bemused glance with Miles. The scene then shifted, revealing Bai Ze, Miles, and Peter Parker seated on a moving bus. Besides Peter Parker, both Bai Ze and Miles wore expressions of bemusement. See, I told you it would be more efficient. I wasn't misleading you, Peter Parker declared, wearing a triumphant grin as he regarded Bai Ze and Miles. Miles now feels nothing but disappointment and speechlessness, while Bai Ze is tempted to deliver a punch to the face of this Peter Parker. For it is indeed the first time he has encountered a Spider-Man in such a state of dejection. Chapter 48. Infiltrating the laboratory not long after setting off, Bai Ze and his companions exited the vehicle. As he gazed upon the dense thicket and the vast expanse of snow blanketing the ground, a flicker of doubt crept into his mind. Are you certain this is the place? Absolutely. But before we proceed, we must fly a bit further, Peter Parker replied, jesting as he unfastened his outer jacket, revealing the Spider-Man suit beneath. Observing this, Miles quickly followed suit, shedding his own jacket and lowering his pants to reveal the iconic blue trousers of Spider-Man. Soon after, Bai Ze watched as both of them simultaneously donned their masks, obscuring their identities, and stood shoulder to shoulder. With hands on his hips, Peter Parker struck a pose, while Miles crossed his arms, both of them presenting a united front. However, Peter still wore his long leather pants and was barefoot, whereas Miles sported Nike sneakers, his mask featuring 2 conspicuous eye holes. Feeling as though his dreams of heroism were crumbling. Wait, was my aspiration to be a hero? Never mind, I'll ponder that later. Bai Ze shook his head, casting aside his chaotic thoughts. He summoned the anti-venom suit, enveloping himself in its protective embrace. Just as he stepped forward, he noticed a peculiar yellow cape floating behind Miles. What on earth is that? Upon hearing Bai Ze's inquiry, Peter Parker glanced quizzically at Miles, then spotted the cape. Hey, Heroes don't wear capes. Really? I think it looks pretty cool, Miles shrugged, somewhat perplexed. In response, Peter Parker promptly yanked the cape from Miles's back. Get rid of it. It's embarrassing. Spider-Man doesn't wear capes. Watching the playful banter unfold between the two, Bai Ze covered his face, shaking his head. These two will surely sell me out one day. After disposing of Miles's cape, Peter led them to conceal themselves behind a rock. As they crouched behind the boulder, Bai Ze caught sight of an imposing structure ahead, reminiscent of a research facility. That building is enormous. How do you pronounce the letters on it? Our focus shouldn't be on the letters, but rather on how we can replicate Peter's work, Miles inquired, somewhat confused. That's an excellent question, Peter replied before quickly crouching down. Miles hastily followed suit, while Bai Ze remained standing, observing them with a bemused expression. Will anyone really notice us from this position? Bai Ze pondered, resigned, before finally crouching down as well. Once in a semi-squat position, Peter supported his chin with one hand, contemplating their strategy. If I were myself, what would I do? Miles, watching Peter's actions, mimicked him, placing his hand thoughtfully on his chin. Just as Miles had just mastered the movements, Peter Parker abruptly clapped his hands, startling Bai Ze, who was observing the two. Goodness. You nearly scared me to death, Bai Ze complained, but Peter Parker paid no heed to his remarks, continuing to articulate his plan. First step, infiltrate the laboratory. Second step, locate the chief scientist's computer. The woman riding the bicycle is the one. I've seen her in a documentary at school. Miles introduced the chief scientist to Peter Parker. What woman? Bai Ze queried, looking at Miles with confusion, but just as Miles was about to elaborate, Peter Parker interrupted with a renewed focus on the plan. Excellent. Third step, temporarily set aside gender biases. Fourth step, hack into her computer. Well, it's not exactly hacking. Before Miles could finish his thought, he was cut off by Peter Parker. All right, don't interrupt my train of thought. Fifth step, download the crucial information. You'll know it when you see it. Then, sixth step, grab a bagel from the cafeteria and make a quick escape. As Peter Parker outlined his plan, he moved towards a nearby birch tree to warm up. So what are we supposed to do? Miles inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Upon hearing this, Peter Parker glanced at both Miles and Bai Ze. Seventh step, you two keep watch here. It's crucial. Upon hearing Peter Parker's arrangement, Miles felt a wave of discontent wash over him. Listen, buddy. You need to teach me some Spider-Man skills so I can assist you. After expressing his thoughts, Miles looked at Peter Parker with anticipation, yet Peter seemed oblivious. Climbing up the tree to stretch, his joints cracking as if he hadn't exercised in ages. After his warm-up, Peter shot a web towards a branch and swung away. All right, take note, kid. I'll be back to quiz you. Watching Peter swing away, Miles promptly lay down on the rock, feeling somewhat despondent. Why am I stuck with this old, washed-up Spider-Man? Just as Miles finished his lament, he suddenly heard Peter Parker let out a cry, followed by a chunk of rock shattering nearby. New skill? Bai Ze looked at Miles, feeling utterly speechless. Enough already, kid. Just stay put. Why? I'm a Spider-Man too. I can help. Miles protested upon hearing Bai Ze's intent to leave, promptly rising to his feet in displeasure. However, Bai Ze simply shoved Miles aside. You wouldn't understand. This isn't child's play. Bai Ze climbed onto a rock, glanced back at Miles, then turned and shot a web, swinging away. Just moments after Bai Ze departed, Miles suddenly heard the sound of an approaching vehicle. Miles listened to the distant sound of a vehicle parking, perplexed as he peered out once more. He soon spotted a large black car halting in front of the building, and then a portly man in a suit descended from it. In an instant, Miles recognized him as Kingpin, the very figure responsible for Spider-Man's demise. Kingpin. Upon seeing the villain enter the edifice, Miles was seized by panic and hastily sought a route to escape, muttering to himself, "What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing?" Meanwhile, Peter Parker was slowly navigating through the ventilation system. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from behind him. Startled, Peter turned to see White Venom, clad in his anti-venom suit. "What brings you here? Wasn't I clear that you were to stay with that kid?" "Indeed, staying together would have been preferable, but had I not endured so many battles, I might have heeded your advice. Alas, I have entered my rebellious phase." After responding to Peter's inquiry, White Venom forged ahead. Peter could only shake his head in resignation. Children are indeed troublesome. With that, he resumed his crawl forward. However, they had scarcely advanced when familiar shouts rang out behind them. "White Venom! Peter! White Venom! Peter!" Upon hearing the calls, both turned to see Miles also traversing the ventilation duct. "What are you doing here?" Peter's voice held a note of faint reproach. "Kingpin has arrived." "You two should move aside," Miles replied, pushing forward. "Hey, don't push ahead. This space cannot accommodate so many," White Venom remarked, exasperated by Miles' obstinacy. Yet Miles paid no heed, pressing onward, which forced White Venom closer to Peter. Amidst their commotion, they eventually found themselves crammed into Peter's embrace. "I must commend your audacity," White Venom remarked upon witnessing the impending argument between Miles and Peter. In a swift motion, he shot strands of webbing at their mouths, rendering them incapable of speech, only able to emit muffled sounds. Much quieter now, White Venom sighed, and, uninterested in the pair's antics, ascended further into the duct, confident in their Spider-Man abilities to handle any unforeseen crises. Chapter 49. The female octopus Bai Ze crawled through the ventilation ducts for a short while and had already glimpsed numerous research laboratories before finally locating a tastefully decorated and unoccupied room. He gently opened the ventilation duct and leapt down, landing gracefully and silently on the floor. After scanning the surroundings to ensure there were no people or surveillance cameras, his gaze shifted to the computer within the room. This must be the device, he thought, hoping it wasn't password protected. Approaching the computer, Bai Ze pressed the power button on the main unit, and the screen gradually illuminated. However, instead of the desktop, a prompt demanding a password appeared, just as I feared. Am I truly a harbinger of bad luck? Just as Bai Ze stared at the screen in frustration, he suddenly heard the voice of Peter Parker behind him. I bet you're wondering what the computer's lock screen password is? Upon hearing the voice, Bai Ze instinctively turned around to see Peter Parker standing just behind him. When did you arrive? That is not important. What matters is that I just saw the password while in the ventilation duct. Step aside, allow me. Peter Parker pushed Bai Ze aside and began typing the password on the computer screen. At that moment, the chandelier hanging from the ceiling emitted a creaking noise, causing both Peter Parker and Bai Ze to quickly glance up. There, clinging to the chandelier and unable to descend, was Miles. Hey, quick question. My hands are stuck up here. How do I get free? Upon hearing Miles' inquiry, Peter Parker felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Are you serious? Hurry down. If you make too much noise, you'll attract those two. What two? Bai Ze asked, looking puzzled at Peter Parker. Goldman and the chief scientist of this room, Peter Parker replied, continuing to input the password. Miles and I just saw them in the ventilation duct. After finishing his sentence, Peter Parker hastened his typing. As Bai Ze observed Peter Parker working on the password, he began to idly fiddle with the assorted trinkets scattered around the room. How long has this desk been untouched? What is this hammer for? Bai Ze wondered aloud, feeling overwhelmed by the clutter. Just then, Miles, still perched on the chandelier, began to tug at it back and forth, causing it to sway and emit a cacophony of clattering sounds, startling both Bai Ze and Peter Parker. Keep it down. They'll be drawn to us. Peter Parker scolded Miles in irritation, but Miles didn't cease his antics. I have to get down. I'm stuck up here. Just as Miles voiced his frustration, he lost his balance and performed an unexpected flip, successfully becoming stuck beneath the chandelier while still failing to free his hands. At that moment, Bai Ze suddenly noticed two shadows, one tall and one short, emerge from behind the glass door. The distinct outlines of the shadows clearly belonged to Jean Bing and the chief scientist previously mentioned by Miles. Stop shaking. There are people outside. Be careful not to be discovered. You need to relax, and once you do, it will come naturally. Bai Ze attempted to reassure Miles. However, upon hearing Bai Ze's words, Miles became even more agitated. No. Calm down. Think of something that can help you relax. Anything will do. Bai Ze patiently guided Miles. And upon receiving his counsel, Miles successfully composed himself. Yet, just as Miles had settled down, he suddenly began to hum a tune. What are you doing? Humming my favorite song helps me calm down. Oh my goodness, that's quite impressive. Using humming to regain composure. Bai Ze gazed at the still humming Miles in disbelief, wanting to intervene but unsure how to justify it. Hey kid, quiet down. If you keep this up, those two outside will hear you. Peter Parker chided Miles with mild frustration. However, Miles did not cease his rhythmic humming. His fingers began to slip off the chandelier and sync with the melody. When the last finger finally detached, Miles plummeted downwards, crashing onto the central round table with a resounding thud. Fortunately, Jean Bing had already left after giving instructions, leaving only a female chief researcher behind. Bai Ze observed the shadow of the female chief researcher slowly approaching the door and quickly leaped up to cling to the ceiling. Meanwhile, Peter Parker, who was still inputting the password, grew frantic upon hearing the commotion. What have you done? We need to find a place to hide. Just as Peter finished speaking, he noticed Miles' body suddenly becoming translucent, and then he vanished from sight. Hey, where did you go? Peter Parker curiously rubbed the spot where Miles had just stood, only to hear a pained cry from the air. Oh, that's my eye. It hurts. Oh, my apologies. Are you invisible? That's fantastic. Why can't I do that? Peter Parker lamented with dissatisfaction. At that moment, the door to the room began to creak open. Seeing this, Peter Parker discarded all other concerns and hurriedly relayed the computer password to Miles. Remember the password. Uppercase DGFMPS Sandy. Slow down. Miles exclaimed, struggling to keep up with Peter's rapid-fire delivery. Yet, Peter showed no signs of slowing down. Then it's 4, 3 to 5, 8-7-6-5, 3454535. I need to write this down. Miles' mind raced as he sought paper and a pen to jot down the password, but time was simply not on his side. Having completed the password entry, Peter Parker proceeded to download the design schematics. He swiftly handed the USB drive to Miles, who, momentarily taken aback, pondered his next move. Upon hearing Miles' inquiry, Peter turned with a confident smile, declaring, "Now, watch me work my charm." He then leaned against the table, striking an ostentatious pose. As the door swung open completely, the female lead researcher entered the room and was immediately taken aback by the sight of Peter Parker leaning casually against the table. "Spider-Man?" she exclaimed. Peter, upon hearing her voice, rose with a self-assured demeanor, addressing her. "Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Wow, I must admit, you startled me. I mean, you were supposed to be dead." The female researcher gazed at the astonishing figure of Spider-Man, her face a canvas of confusion and excitement. Peter, sensing the moment, feigned surprise with an exaggerated expression. "Yes, quite the twist, isn't it?" However, before he could finish his thought, the female researcher stepped forward and lifted Peter's mask, revealing his face. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Peter protested, "Okay, this is a bit much. I'm not used to this." Despite his discomfort, the female researcher remained undeterred by his words, exclaiming, "This is simply incredible." As she excitedly examined his face, Peter remarked, "Well, that is indeed my face." Her grasp on his cheeks made his words slightly muddled. Observing this peculiar scene, Bai Ze watched with a wary eye, noting the female researcher's unusual reaction to encountering someone presumed dead. Rather than fear, her response was one of exhilaration. An entirely different Peter Parker, albeit with a slight pouch, perhaps a consequence of spatial distortion, she mused, shifting her focus to his physique and playfully rubbing his abdomen. In defense of his honor, Peter quickly chimed in, Yes, I was much slimmer before the crossover." After a moment of contemplation, the female researcher concluded, "It appears that time travel may induce cellular degeneration. This is clearly a regression." Bai Ze, having absorbed her every word, was now convinced that she possessed knowledge beyond the ordinary, as few could comprehend the intricacies of time travel. Just then, Bai Ze noticed the computer on the desk levitating and turning towards Peter Parker, exclaiming, "Good heavens! Is this for real? If anyone sees this, we could be in serious trouble." At this moment, Peter Parker had become as attentive to the turned computer screen as Bai Ze, albeit with a clearer view than the latter, allowing him to effortlessly discern the two missing digits of the password. "Hey, how old are you? You look no more than 35. Seizing the opportunity to compliment the youthful female chief researcher, Peter discreetly raised his hand above his head to signal 35. Upon noticing the gesture, Miles promptly rotated the computer screen back and entered the final two digits of the password. Meanwhile, the female chief researcher remained oblivious to any irregularities. Continuing her conversation with Peter, "They all say I'm crazy. Tell them you're not." Peter repeatedly echoed her sentiments, while the female researcher circled around him as if admiring a rare artifact. After sufficient observation, she extended a hand to grasp Peter's wrist. This might hurt a bit. Before Peter could react, she forcefully pushed him forward, causing him to fall back precisely onto the chair behind him. As soon as he settled into the chair, mechanical handcuffs emerged, restraining his limbs. Bai Ze, watching from above, had yet to process this turn of events when he saw the female researcher produce a long cotton swab from an unknown source. She swiftly approached Peter, lifting his face with one hand. "I just need to collect some samples." Without hesitation, she inserted the swab into Peter's mouth. Observing this, Bai Ze silently lowered his wrist, which was ready to shoot webs, and continued to watch the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Miles, having accessed the computer, encountered a minor dilemma. Can't she organize the desktop a little? He gazed at the cluttered screen filled with scattered folders, feeling a headache coming on. At that moment, the female researcher, having collected the saliva sample, moved to the microscope, placed a droplet on the slide, adjusted the lens, and began examining the cells within Peter's saliva. Soon, several cells flickered erratically, reminiscent of a television screen malfunctioning, before abruptly perishing. The cells within your body are undergoing decay. This has never happened before. The female researcher stared incredulously at the results, while Peter, unfazed, merely stared at a mainframe and computer levitating towards the door. "What are you doing?" "Taking the data with us," Miles replied as he attempted to move towards the exit. However, before he could step forward, a strand of webbing struck him, yanking him upwards to the ceiling. Bai Ze gazed at the floating computer and mainframe in his hands, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. "Come on, you're Spider-Man. If you swagger around with a phone and a computer like that, do you really think a crowd won't instantly surround you?" Upon hearing Bai Ze's critique, Miles awkwardly revealed himself, still clutching the mainframe and computer. Before he could utter a word, the female chief researcher abruptly turned her chair to face Peter Parker with a serious expression. Witnessing this, Bai Ze swiftly shot a strand of web toward Miles. instructing him to remain quiet and watch. If any danger arises, you must escape with the mainframe. The computer is actually unnecessary. Miles nodded obediently in response. At that moment, the female chief researcher addressed Peter Parker, stating, clearly, you are malfunctioning. Malfunctioning? No. Peter Parker wished to deny it, but before he could articulate his thoughts, his body began to flicker, resembling a character experiencing a glitch. Why do you say that? Peter Parker feigned composure. Yet the colorful flickering snowflakes emanating from him betrayed his facade. Observing this, the female chief researcher offered her explanation. You have lingered in this space for too long. Your body is disintegrating. Can you fathom the pain it will cause, Peter Parker? Oh, I don't know, Peter Parker replied, shaking his head without a moment's thought. The female chief researcher continued, you cannot possibly imagine, while I am eagerly anticipating witnessing that moment. Upon hearing her words, Peter Parker, bound to his chair, Bai Ze suspended from the ceiling, and Miles were all momentarily stunned. What did you say your name was? Peter Parker felt a disconcerting premonition wash over him as he incredulously inquired of the female chief researcher. Upon hearing the question, the female chief researcher removed her glasses, rose from her chair, and unabashedly declared her name, Dr. Olivia Octavius. After introducing herself, Olivia shed her outer garments, revealing an octopus-themed combat suit beneath. She slowly extended her hands behind her, elevating her hair, as four transparent, tentacle-like mechanical appendages emerged from her back. One of these mechanical tentacles reached out and seized a pair of green glasses from the table, placing them upon Olivia's eyes. Subsequently, she commanded one of the mechanical appendages to grasp Peter Parker, who was helplessly bound to his chair. The tentacle tightened around his neck, forcefully slamming him to the ground, creating several cracks in the floor. I presume your friends call you Dr. Octopus? No, my friends call me Liv. Only my enemies refer to me as Dr. Octopus. Olivia gazed at Peter Parker with a triumphant expression, as if surveying her prey. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Peter Parker swiftly rotated his wrist and shot a strand of webbing towards the fingerprint lock on the door. The webbing struck the lock, and the door was instantly unlatched. Leave this to me. You all hurry and escape, Bai Ze exclaimed, promptly tossing Miles out through the door. Miles, caught off guard, tumbled several times upon landing before regaining his balance. However, as he lifted his gaze, he spotted Bai Ze at the entrance, swiftly using the webbing to slam the now-open door shut. Hurry, run. Peter and I can handle this, Bai Ze urged. Upon hearing Bai Ze's voice, Miles turned without hesitation and fled. Once the sound of retreating footsteps faded, Bai Ze steeled himself and turned to Olivia. Now, it's time to warm up properly. Oh, is this your friend, Peter? Olivia inquired, her gaze fixed on Peter Parker ensnared by mechanical tendrils. Without a hint of mercy, she hurled him towards Bai Ze. In response, Bai Ze instinctively leaped aside, narrowly evading the incoming Peter Parker, who, propelled by inertia, collided forcefully with the door, leaving his shadow pressed against it. That looked painful. I'm fortunate not to have been struck, otherwise, I would have been in dire straits. Watching Peter Parker crash against the door, Bai Ze couldn't help but pat his chest in relief. Chapter 50 Encounter with Gwen. After patting his chest, Bai Ze turned to Olivia and said, honestly, can't you try to change yourself? Perhaps by becoming a better person? Listening to Bai Ze's words, Olivia couldn't help but chuckle. Sure. But before I become a good person, why don't you offer me your life? Controlling her four mechanical tentacles, Olivia charged at Bai Ze. In response, Bai Ze swiftly rolled to the side, successfully evading the onslaught of the mechanical appendages. However, before he could catch his breath, his spider sense suddenly tingled. Instinctively, he lowered his head just as the tentacles whipped by, followed by a thunderous crash. When Bai Ze raised his head, he beheld the shattered remains of the glass door. Goodness, if I had been struck, I would have felt like I was in a carnival ride. Bai Ze gazed at the fragments of the door, still shaken, while the thwarted Olivia retracted her mechanical tentacles, which were now adorned with shards of glass. Interesting. I'll keep these as my little guinea pigs. Let me witness the moment your body completely deteriorates. Olivia extended her hand forward, but before she could command her mechanical tentacles to attack, Peter Parker, unattended nearby, swiftly shot a web at Olivia's face. Blinded, Olivia began to panic as her tentacles flailed wildly. Observing this, Peter quickly crawled backward, only to see one of the mechanical tentacles slam down heavily where he had just been, causing cracks to appear in the ground. The spot where the tentacle struck was precisely where Peter had been before retreating, and this sight startled him. Whoa, that was a close call. Meanwhile, Bai Ze, who was dodging the erratic attacks of the mechanical tentacles from a distance, caught sight of the scene. Hey, can you get up and run already? Just as Bai Ze shouted to Peter, his spider sense buzzed ominously. Reacting swiftly, he turned, only to find a green, hose-like object before him. With a resounding crash, Bai Ze's body broke through 3 walls. I feel like all my bones are shattered. lying on the ground in agony. Bai Ze was buried beneath the debris of the collapsed walls. Struggling, he pushed himself up and managed to stand, shaking off the fallen fragments. At that moment, Olivia successfully tore the webbing from her face. "Peter, you truly are a disobedient child." She turned to scan the ground, but saw no sign of Peter. Noticing Olivia's confusion, Bai Ze realized that Peter had managed to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Ze quickly jumped into the ventilation duct. This should be safe for the time being. I hope it leads outside. After muttering to himself, he crawled forward. As Bai Ze had not been climbing for long, he was suddenly startled by a cacophony emanating from the ventilation duct. Though initially disinclined to heed the noise, a thunderous shout abruptly seized his attention. "It's Spider-Man. Capture them." Upon hearing this, Bai Ze promptly ascended to the vent's opening to peer down, where he beheld the fleeing Peter Parker alongside Miles, who had mysteriously joined him. Hot on their heels was a throng of individuals clad in black suits. What on earth compelled me to accompany them here? Bai Ze mused, shaking his head in disbelief as he covered his face with one hand, yet he proceeded to leap down through the ventilation shaft. Upon landing on the ground, the pursuers momentarily halted, taken aback. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Ze commanded the anti-venom coursing through his being, extending 2 tendrils behind him. He swiftly swept them across the crowd, catching them off guard and sending them sprawling to the floor. With his tendrils retracted, Bai Ze pivoted to flee, only to find Peter Parker and Miles staring at him in bewilderment. "You two didn't run?" he inquired, astonished. At his question, Peter and Miles exchanged glances before nodding in unison. "Are you all right? I knew you could handle this on your own," Peter offered, approaching with concern. Yet Bai Ze remained unimpressed by his attempts at comfort. "For heaven's sake, let us move," he exclaimed, swiftly grasping Peter and Miles by the wrists and darting towards the exit. Just then, a resounding crash echoed behind them, and without a second thought, Bai Ze recognized it as the pursuit of the female Dr. Octopus, Olivia. As anticipated, Olivia was indeed in pursuit, her mechanical tentacles propelling her rapidly toward the trio. Bai Ze dared not glance back, hastening his pace even further. Once outside, he finally paused to catch his breath, glancing anxiously at the dense birch forest ahead. "You can use webbing, right?" he asked Miles. Miles, upon hearing the inquiry, felt a pang of uncertainty. I'm not very good at it yet." Just as he uttered this, Peter placed a finger gently on Miles' lips, urging silence. "Shoo, kid, this isn't the time for chit-chat." After speaking, Peter removed the web shooter from his left wrist and tossed it to Miles, who caught it with alacrity. "How do I use this?" Miles asked, curiosity evident in his demeanor. Observing his confusion, Peter took hold of Miles' right hand and affixed the web shooter to his wrist. "All right, now follow my lead. Place your middle and ring fingers on the trigger." Peter Parker, while speaking, snatched the device from Miles' grasp, then shot a strand of web towards one of the birch trees in the grove, swinging away immediately. "Remember, just tap twice to cut the web." As Peter's reminder echoed, Miles inadvertently pressed the trigger, releasing a strand of web that continued its course without Miles even realizing it. Bai Ze, observing Miles' bewildered expression, felt a wave of exasperation. Yet he understood that this was not the moment for teaching Miles how to shoot webs. Time was of the essence, and lessons could wait. Bai Ze swiftly grasped the back of Miles' collar and shot a web towards the birch tree. Once secured, he pulled the web, swinging both himself and Miles into the air. Wait, I'm not ready." Miles screamed in panic, flailing his limbs, but Bai Ze paid no heed to his terrified cries. "Stop yelling. This is not the time to teach you how to shoot webs, especially if you don't want to be caught again," Bai Ze admonished, causing Miles to cover his mouth with his hands and fall silent. After a brief swing, Bai Ze spotted Peter Parker ahead, navigating through the birch grove with his webbing. They had caught up. Just as Bai Ze finished his thought, a voice echoed from behind, affirming his statement. Startled, Bai Ze turned to see Olivia, deftly maneuvering through the birch trees with her mechanical appendages. "Honestly, you seem more like a spider than an octopus. If it comes to that, let us be spiders instead. I'm afraid I have no desire to become a swinging insect," Olivia retorted, directing one of her mechanical limbs towards Bai Ze in a swift attack. Bai Ze quickly dodged to the side, narrowly evading Olivia's assault. However, Peter Parker, who was swinging ahead, was unfortunate. While turning to glance back, he was ensnared by a mechanical limb that severed his web, sending him plummeting towards the ground. Just as Peter Parker was about to make an unscheduled rendezvous with the earth, a black and white figure leapt from a nearby branch. In an instant, Peter was struck by a web shot to his leg, yanked upward, and saved from imminent collision with the ground. "What just happened?" he exclaimed, holding the device in his left hand, bewildered by the sight of the birch trees now inverted around him. Meanwhile, Olivia, in pursuit of Bai Ze and Miles, suddenly sensed an ominous presence. Before she could comprehend the situation, a web struck her face, obstructing her vision. Before Olivia could remove the webbing from her face, for strands of silk suddenly shot from the birch trees, ensnaring her mechanical tentacles and binding them to the trunks. Thus, Olivia found herself suspended in midair. Just as she managed to tear the web off her face, a figure clad in a white hooded costume descended behind her, delivering a swift strike that rendered her unconscious. The hooded figure then leapt powerfully to a nearby branch. Bai Ze, who was preparing to flee, turned back and witnessed this scene, causing him to cling to a birch tree with one hand, watching warily as the hooded figure perched on the branch. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" he inquired. "Are you addressing me? Shouldn't a gentleman introduce himself before questioning a lady? Moreover, it seems that I should be the one asking that question," came a melodious voice from beneath the white mask, retorting. At that moment, both Bai Ze and Miles experienced a sudden resonance in their spider sense, syncing with the presence of the hooded figure. "Is this resonance? Well, at least I can ascertain you're not some kind of robot," Bai Ze remarked, prompting the hooded figure to feel somewhat speechless. "All right, a child and a fool. I thought the world's Dr. Octopus was chasing a major fugitive," the hooded figure mused, removing the mask to reveal a short mane of golden hair. Gwen. Bai Ze was utterly flabbergasted upon recognizing her. Their unexpected reunion left him momentarily speechless. "Didn't you say you were going to some university?" he stammered, retracting the anti-venom from his head and revealing his own visage. "Oh, it's you. Well, let us just say I'm here to learn. This Olivia, who is pursuing you, is the subject of my studies," Gwen explained, clarifying Bai Ze's confusion. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, Bai Ze was suddenly interrupted by the voice of Peter Parker, calling out, "Is anyone there? Could someone please get me down? I beg you." Bai Ze, Gwen, and Miles exchanged bewildered glances at Peter's plea. "Your friend?" Bai Ze awkwardly averted his gaze, reluctant to admit that the person dangling in the distance was indeed his acquaintance, feeling it was too embarrassing to acknowledge. He is Peter Parker. Sort of my mentor in becoming Spider-Man." Miles raised his hand, offering an explanation for Peter's predicament. Listening to Miles explain to Gwen, Bai Ze felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. "Indeed, discussions about this tend to bore me. It's almost akin to a teacher lecturing." "Wait, who was my teacher again?" Bai Ze squinted, attempting to recall memories, but to his dismay, he found his mind enveloped in a void, devoid of any recollections from his childhood. Not even the memories of his formative years surfaced. What is happening? Why can I not remember anything? Am I destined for dementia at such a young age? Author's note: I plan to redefine Bai Ze's identity moving forward. Moreover, I have noticed that some readers perceive Bai Ze as weak, suggesting he cannot even defeat a master of imitation. I wish to pose a question. How can an ordinary person contend with a seasoned operative? Where lies the weakness in that? Even the formidable Black Widow struggles against the techniques of a master imitator, let alone Bai Ze. Additionally, if anyone believes Bai Ze is incapable of utilizing the antidote, I urge you to reconsider. He has only possessed it for a few days. Rest assured, his capabilities will be enhanced in due course. Chapter 51. The conversation between Miles and Gwen. After waiting to lower Peter Parker from the web, Gwen began to elucidate her circumstances to the trio. "I am Gwen. Gwen Stacy, hailing from an alternate reality. Well, not just one, but two. All right, everyone, allow me to clarify from the beginning. I am Gwen Stacy, bitten by a radioactive spider. And over the course of the ensuing 2 years, I became the sole female Spider-Man. The rest, as you are aware, involves my joining a band and saving my father. Yet I was unable to save my dearest friend, Peter Parker. Thus, I vowed to rescue others and resolved to avoid forming friendships, steering clear of any distractions. Then, one peculiar day, something truly strange transpired. I found myself transported back to last week. No exaggeration, I returned to New York, albeit not my New York. My spider sense guided me to the vision school for reasons unknown, until I encountered you." Gwen recounted her story with meticulous detail. At that moment, Miles unexpectedly flashed an awkward smile. "I like your new hairstyle." Upon hearing Miles' comment, Gwen's expression instantly soured. "How dare you say that?" Observing the sudden change in Gwen's demeanor, White and Peter Parker exchanged bewildered glances before simultaneously shrugging. Suddenly, Gwen donned her mask and, seizing the web shooter, propelled herself in a designated direction. "All right, let us go." Witnessing Gwen's departure, White swiftly controlled the anti-venom to envelop his head. "How many Spider-Men are there?" Miles remarked as he watched Gwen retreat. Peter Parker, puzzled by Miles' comment, scratched his head. "You should check it out at the anime convention." After finishing his sentence, Peter turned and shot a web in pursuit of Gwen's departing figure. Miles, perplexed, tilted his head. "What is an anime convention?" "Enough pondering. It's time to teach you how to shoot webs, or else I'd rather not carry you," White advanced, yanking the headpiece off Miles' forehead to cover his head. "Aim for the building, then press your middle and ring fingers against the center of your palm. You should be pressing the trigger." I recall Peter mentioning that tapping it twice would sever the connection. Just as White prepared to demonstrate for Miles, the spider sense suddenly tingled. Realizing the impending danger, White swiftly grasped the back of Miles' collar and shot out a web, propelling them away from their position toward Peter Parker and Gwen, who were swinging off in the distance as countless lasers erupted from where they had just stood. Meanwhile, on the balcony of the black experimental building, Kingpin gazed at the snow-laden birch trees, his automatic pen incessantly clicking, his eyes filled with sorrow, as if lost in thought. Yet in the next moment, Kingpin gripped the pen with force, crushing it in his hand. The sorrow vanished, replaced by an expression of coldness and cruelty. At that moment, four mechanical tendrils suddenly emerged from beneath the balcony, gripping its edge, as Olivia meticulously adjusted her glasses and gradually ascended. Subsequently, she gracefully clasped her hands behind her back and alighted onto the balcony floor, quietly observing Kingpin before her. The bodyguard clad in a suit, who accompanied Kingpin, instantly transformed his gaze into one of ferocity upon witnessing this. This bodyguard, known as Tombstone, possessed gray skin and an exceptionally robust physique. Tombstone swiftly drew dual firearms from the pockets of his suit, aiming them at Olivia, yet before he could pull the trigger, Olivia commanded one of the mechanical tendrils to swiftly constrict around Tombstone's neck, hoisting his iron head high into the air. Though Tombstone experienced a choking sensation, he did not relinquish his aim at Olivia. However, she paid no mind to the iron head suspended in midair, instead directing the remaining 3 mechanical tendrils to lift her until she reached the same height as Kingpin. "I clearly killed Spider-Man. Why are there now 3 more?" Kingpin inquired, challenging Olivia. She regarded him with no hint of fear, but rather an excited smile, extending a hand to signify 4, to be precise, 4. Upon hearing Olivia's words, Kingpin's brow furrowed even more deeply. Observing his reaction, Olivia hastily clarified, "No, this is a good thing, exceptionally good. It signifies that your objective has been achieved. My collider is functioning. Now, all we must do is eliminate those spiders, and your family will return to you. Whatever you desire will be yours." After a moment of contemplation, Kingpin cast a glance at Tombstone, who was still suspended in the air, and upon receiving the signal, Tombstone obediently holstered his weapons. Seeing this, Olivia commanded the mechanical tendrils to release Tombstone's neck. Once Tombstone landed on the ground, he returned his firearms to the pockets of his suit, while Kingpin turned to leave the balcony, stating, "Activate my collider tomorrow." Olivia nodded in response, but promptly corrected him, "It is our collider." Meanwhile, on a bus, Gwen sat in her seat, gazing at the damaged USB drive in her hand. "Did he break it?" she pondered aloud. Miles, seated beside her, quickly affirmed, "Yes. He feels quite embarrassed about it. So let us just pretend it didn't happen, shall we?" As he spoke, he gestured with his thumb towards Peter Parker, who was sleeping sprawled between 2 seats. White, sitting next to Miles, looked at him in disbelief after hearing his words. The lie was far too implausible. How could a seasoned Spider-Man possibly ruin something so significant? Yet Gwen chose not to expose the falsehood, merely chuckling softly, "I know where to get a new one. This time, he won't break it." After Gwen spoke, she cast a meaningful glance at Miles, yet he remained oblivious, awkwardly chuckling to himself. Observing this, Bai Ze lost all interest in their conversation, turning away to close his eyes in preparation for slumber. However, just as he shut his eyes, the sound of Miles and Gwen's exchange reached his ears. "I am truly sorry about your friend," Miles said, his tone heavy with sorrow, as if mourning the situation. "Thank you, Miles. I understand how challenging it is to face this alone. Knowing I am not entirely alone is quite comforting. Indeed. If there comes a day when you wish to make friends, I would be honored to be the first. I will let you know when that time arrives." All right. Listening to their dialogue, Bai Ze felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, prompting him to use venom to block out the sound. After all, he had spent his entire life alone, without a single friend, and the conversation between Miles and Gwen had pierced his heart with a chilling sense of loneliness. However, where there are those who despise, there are also those who cherish. Peter Parker, feigning sleep in the back row of the bus, was quite spiritedly eavesdropping on Miles and Gwen's gossip, occasionally breaking into a knowing smile. Chapter 52. The unfathomable memory. After the bus came to a halt, Miles attempted to rouse Bai Ze, but no matter how many times he called out, Bai Ze remained oblivious, his eyes still closed. "Bai Ze, it's time to wake up. We've arrived." Frustrated by Bai Ze's deep slumber, Miles was at a loss. At that moment, Peter Parker, who had already risen, approached Miles from behind and patted him on the shoulder. "Oh, it seems you can't wake him. Allow me to demonstrate." A sense of foreboding washed over Miles at Peter's words, yet he stepped aside. Peter, wearing a mischievous grin, extended 2 fingers and pinched Bai Ze's nose shut. Just a few seconds later, Bai Ze's face flushed crimson, and he jolted awake. "Ah, what is going on?" Peter quickly withdrew his hand, relieved. "Fortunately, you're not a nosebleed risk, or I would have had to wash my suit again." As Bai Ze regained his composure from the suffocating surprise, he stared blankly at Peter and Miles. Realizing the cause of his earlier distress, he declared, "Oh, so that's how we're playing it? Let us see just how formidable Spider-Man's defenses truly are." Peter felt an unsettling sensation wash over him upon hearing Bai Ze's words. Moments later, the four of them disembarked from the bus, though one of Peter's eyes now sported a dark bruise, and his face bore slight swelling. So, where exactly have we arrived? Bai Ze inquired, scratching his head as he surveyed the rows of houses. Upon hearing his question, Gwen did not respond directly. Instead, she walked towards a house adorned with Spider-Man merchandise. Bai Ze, Miles, and Peter quickly followed suit. As they reached the front of the house, Peter instantly recognized it and grew visibly uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he aimed a web shooter at the doorbell. After a brief wait with no response, Peter contemplated leaving. Perhaps we should just go. Gwen, perceiving his reluctance, guessed his thoughts immediately. Peter, we're already at the door. Upon hearing Gwen's words, Bai Ze and Miles exchanged knowing glances with Peter. However, Peter ignored them, turning away to leave. This is a terrible idea. Absolutely dreadful. Calm down, Gwen said, launching a web at Peter's back, ensnaring him and preventing any further retreat. Peter sighed in resignation and turned back to the group. Just then, a frail female voice emerged from the house's entrance. Thank you for your concern, but I'm not receiving fans today. Thank you. As the sound faded, the door creaked open, revealing an elderly woman within the house, none other than Aunt May. Just as I imagined, she said. All right, Peter. Sometimes facing it may be the better course of action. You must summon your courage. After all, you are Spider-Man. After delivering her words, Bai Ze stepped behind Peter Parker and gently nudged him forward. Peter took a few hesitant steps, voicing his reluctance. I'm not quite ready for this. He cast a reproachful glance back at Bai Ze, who, unfazed, simply turned away and began to whistle. Seeing this, Peter had no choice but to turn his gaze toward Aunt May, who stood at the fully opened door, rooted in place. Aunt May, gazing at the familiar figure before her, inadvertently let go of the broom she was holding, causing it to clatter to the ground. With tears of sorrow glistening in his eyes, Peter looked at her, while Aunt May, in disbelief, descended the stairs, slowly approaching him. Peter? She called softly. As she reached Peter, she extended her hand, yearning to touch him, yet hesitating for fear that he might vanish upon contact, a mere figment of her imagination. Observing her trepidation, Peter's heart swelled with a tumult of emotions. Hey, Aunt May, he greeted. Upon hearing his voice, her fear dissipated, and she reached out, finally making contact with his being. I know this sounds a bit insane, but I actually come from. Peter began to utter the final words, yet he faltered, unable to continue. Sensing his hesitation, Aunt May spoke the unvoiced truth. You come from another dimension. Peter was momentarily taken aback by her words, but ultimately did not deny them. Indeed, he admitted. You look exhausted, Peter, Aunt May observed, her eyes filled with concern. Peter, noticing her worry, managed a faint smile. Well, I must confess, I am quite tired. A bit older, with some scars on my face. And I've put on a few pounds, he replied. Aunt May gently pulled back his outer coat, revealing a slight belly underneath. Yes, someone has mentioned that before. Peter quipped in jest. However, Aunt May disregarded his light-hearted banter, her gaze fixated in disbelief on his loose-fitting pants. Goodness, are those baggy trousers? She exclaimed, watching their interaction. Gwen chimed in, yes, they are indeed baggy. I was there when Peter left, and I truly apologize, Miles said, approaching with a heavy heart while cradling a gaming console in one hand. Aunt May turned her attention to the melancholic Miles, offering a gentle smile, harboring no ill feelings toward him. From which dimension do you hail? She inquired. Upon hearing the inquiry, Miles candidly revealed his place of residence, Brooklyn. Peter, is there anywhere we can redo this? Miles asked Aunt May while retrieving a broken USB drive from his pocket. Noticing this, Aunt May accepted the USB drive from Miles and examined it closely, commenting, what a trinket. Hearing Aunt May's term for the device, Bai Ze was momentarily bewildered. What on earth? He gazed at Aunt May, who had moments ago been radiating warmth, now transformed into a figure of resolve. Am I seeing things? Such a rapid change in demeanor? Aunt May disregarded Bai Ze's bewilderment and fixed her determined gaze on Miles, instructing, follow me. The group then followed Aunt May into the house, and upon reaching the back door, she kicked it open with a decisive motion. Bai Ze, witnessing this display, widened his eyes in disbelief. Is this really an elderly woman? Unfazed by Bai Ze's astonishment, Aunt May led the others toward a small wooden cabin in the backyard. Once Bai Ze recovered from his shock, he hurried to catch up. Peter Parker, observing the cabin, jested to Miles. Well, I have a place like that too, a little shed for storing my gear. Following behind, Bai Ze felt a twinge of envy. As he was acutely aware of his financial constraints, he didn't even have a proper place to store combat equipment, only a rented accommodation. How frustrating. I'm not sure if my rental has expired after being away for so long. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ze shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts. It's pointless to worry. There's nothing of great importance in that place anyway. At that moment, Aunt May arrived at the small cabin and produced a key from her pocket. She inserted the key into the lock on the door and turned it gently in a clockwise direction, as if activating a hidden mechanism. The lock emitted a brilliant white light, which swiftly illuminated the cabin's door, radiating outward until it formed a white spider emblem. Shortly after the emblem glowed, the cabin door swung open in all four directions. Aunt May glanced back at the four and gestured towards the cabin. Seeing this, the four stepped inside the small cabin, marveling at its spaciousness. "This place is incredibly expansive," Peter Parker remarked as he entered and took his position. Once everyone had entered, the door closed automatically, and the ground began to descend slowly, akin to an elevator. Bai Ze, intrigued by the gradual descent, leaned out to peer below, where he was greeted by a series of lights illuminating the path. "Wow, this is remarkably advanced." Upon hearing Bai Ze's words, Miles, cradling the mainframe with one arm, curiously leaned forward to gaze below, only to be astounded by the array of illuminated vehicles and gadgets. "Wow, buddy, this is truly magnificent." Once the ground had settled, an experimental platform came into view for all to see. "Is yours similar to this?" Miles eagerly inquired of Peter Parker. Peter, feeling a twinge of awkwardness, averted his gaze slightly. "It's somewhat similar, though devoid of jeeps and aircraft. Imagine it as a miniature version of this." As Peter spoke, he strolled around, observing the various equipment. "And there are more mattresses. The youth of today are quite something." Just as Peter was animatedly recounting tales of his time-warped gear in a quaint cabin, a multitude of glass display cases suddenly illuminated, showcasing an array of vividly colored spider suits. However, just as Peter was about to continue, he noticed a picture frame atop the experimental platform. He hurriedly approached and lifted the frame, revealing a photograph of Mary Jane smiling. Meanwhile, Miles had approached a brightly lit display case and turned back to Peter, about to say something, but upon seeing Peter's solitary figure clutching the frame, he fell silent. At that moment, Bai Ze remained oblivious to Peter's emotions and approached another display case, resting his hand upon it. Gazing into the case, Bai Ze was overcome by an indescribable sensation, catching his reflection in the glass. Just then, a feeling both foreign and familiar surged into his consciousness. In a vivid memory, countless red lights pulsed amidst the blaring of alarms as towering containers shattered. In the center of the chaos stood a man clad in red, his back turned to Bai Ze, while a woman in a lab coat slumped before him. Her eyes were wide with terror, her lips moving as if pleading for mercy. Yet no sound escaped her. In the next instant, the man placed his hand upon the woman's head, and her eyes widened in horror, as if witnessing a dreadful monstrosity. Suddenly, a swarm of silver particles erupted from various vents, swiftly enveloping the woman. When the silver particles dissipated, nothing remained of her, as though she had vanished entirely. At that moment, the man in the center turned and looked directly at Bai Ze, who then recognized the man's visage. He bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Chapter 53. Spider-Man Across Different Universes. As Bai Ze gradually emerged from the sudden influx of memories, he instinctively recoiled a few steps, drenched in cold sweat. Who was that person? He pondered the visage of the individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, feeling a wave of disorientation wash over him. Just then, a hand unexpectedly landed on his shoulder, startling him into a swift turn, as he instinctively enveloped himself in a protective layer of anti-venom. Upon recognizing the hand's owner to be Gwen, he regained his composure. "Hey, Bai Ze, what's wrong?" Gwen inquired, her voice laced with concern. Bai Ze, noticing her worry, waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I'm feeling great. Nothing amiss, haha." As he spoke, he retracted the anti-venom into his body, wearing a sheepish smile. Gwen observed his demeanor with a hint of curiosity, but chose not to press further. At that moment, a voice filled with excitement broke through. "Hey, look at this." Reacting instinctively to the sound, Bai Ze and Gwen turned to see Miles and Peter Parker standing before a massive spider web. The two approached Miles, and as they drew near, Bai Ze noticed an array of villainous photographs suspended within the web. "Wow, he even has an intel network." Indeed, Peter was acutely aware of the perilous nature of his mission, yet he understood that only Spider-Man could thwart that villain. Aunt May, standing behind the four, gazed sorrowfully at the assortment of villain images adorning the web. "Goldie knows we will come looking for him, but alas, we are outnumbered," Miles remarked, a hint of dejection in his tone. However, Aunt May, having heard his words, revealed a determined smile. "Not necessarily. You might find this useful." From her pocket, she produced 4 small cards and 4 pencil-like devices, extending them towards the group. Yet, before the others could grasp them, the spider sense of the 3, excluding Bai Ze, suddenly activated. Noticing the expressions on Peter, Gwen, and Miles' faces, Bai Ze immediately sensed something amiss. As if compelled by an instinct, the trio collectively turned to gaze upwards. Bai Ze, perplexed, followed suit and looked up. "What are you all staring at?" "It's just darkness above." Just as his words hung in the air, 2 pairs of white eyes and a pair of virtual red eyes suddenly opened within the inky blackness. You didn't think you were the only ones who would think to come here, did you? Aunt May smiled at the bewildered quartet. At that moment, the dark expanse above was illuminated by a faint light. A Spider-Man clad in a retro gray and white ensemble, swinging down with one hand while removing his hat, greeted the four below. Hey folks, how's it going? Is he black and white? Miles queried, looking at the others in confusion. Bai Ze, upon hearing Miles' question, felt a sense of exasperation. Anyone who isn't colorblind can see that. In the subterranean realm, a curious Peter Parker pondered the absence of wind. Above him, the black and white Spider-Man, clad in a billowing coat, hung from a wire, casting a shadow of intrigue. Regardless of the place, a chill breeze accompanied them. A breeze that would inevitably transform into rain. Just as the black and white Spider-Man concluded his statement, a playful voice echoed from above. Hello, everyone. Upon hearing the voice, the group turned their gaze in its direction, revealing a girl perched atop a spider-like mech. Clad in a school uniform, her expression radiated charm and mischief. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet and leapt downward, landing effortlessly upon the ground without a hint of distress. The mech descended simultaneously, yet landed with such grace that not a speck of dust was disturbed. Greetings, it's a pleasure to meet you, she announced. Peter Parker stood before the petite figure, feeling utterly perplexed. Could you possibly be any more eccentric? Just as he voiced his thoughts, a bipedal pig, adorned in a red and blue Spider-Man suit, approached him step by step. There's even more eccentricity, the pig declared, extending a dripping hand toward Peter. I just washed my hands. That's why it's wet, nothing more. As the pig spoke, the spider sense of everyone, save for one, resonated in unison, prompting a shared look of disbelief among them. Are you all like me? They collectively expressed their confusion. White Zephyr, overhearing the simultaneous inquiries, felt a wave of perplexity wash over him. What are you all talking about? As the two parties continued their silent standoff, Aunt May stepped forward to break the tension. Why don't you both introduce yourselves? The black and white Spider-Man took the lead. Very well, I am Peter Parker. I was bitten by a radioactive spider. In my universe, it is 1933. I am a renowned private detective, fond of egg cream and dedicated to combating Nazis. Sometimes, I let a match burn down to my fingertips just to feel something. Following his introduction, the petite girl chimed in. I am Penny Parker. I was bitten by a radioactive spider and hail from New York in the year 3145. My father's robot houses a spider, with whom I share a telepathic bond. We are lifelong friends. After Penny concluded her introduction, the pig began his own. I am Peter Parker, bitten by a radioactive pig. I am a photographer for the Howler Daily. When not resting, I dig for sensational news like a dog, singing, dancing, and shaking my behind. Peter B. had yet to finish his sentence when Bai Ze silenced him with a strand of webbing, stating that further introductions were unnecessary. I have a question. How did you all arrive here? Peter Parker inquired, stepping forward with a hint of confusion. Upon hearing his perplexity, Noir Peter tilted his head slightly, responding, well, that's a rather lengthy tale. Subsequently, Noir Peter, Penny Parker, and Peter B. recounted their experiences in succession. Perhaps it isn't as long as I thought, Noir Peter mused, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the bittersweet memories. Now, all we desire is to return home, Penny Parker declared earnestly, her gaze sincere. The robot standing behind her appeared to empathize, displaying a crying expression on its screen. The sole means of returning home lay in the collider, yet the pressing issue remained. Noir Peter's thoughts were interrupted as Peter B. suddenly interjected, completing his sentence. One of us must stay behind to destroy that machine. As soon as Peter B. finished, everyone raised their hands in unison, exclaiming, let me do it. Miles, observing their reaction, quickly interjected, no, you don't understand. Understand what? Penny Parker queried, just as the group began to flicker erratically, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors. Bai Ze felt a sudden, excruciating pain coursing through his body, causing him to kneel, nearly losing consciousness. Fortunately, this malfunction lasted only a few seconds, and the group swiftly recovered from their distress. Seizing the moment, Miles implored, you all cannot stay here. If you do, you will perish. I should be the one to disable that machine. I will wait until you return before I act. I promised him, and I must keep that promise. Upon hearing his words, the others turned their attention to Miles. Who are you? Noir Peter inquired, puzzled. His name is Miles. He will save the parallel universe, Peter Parker explained to Noir Peter and the other Spider-Men. However, Bai Ze was disinterested in Peter Parker's introduction of Miles. After a brief pause, he stood up and retrieved several vials of PIM particles from beneath his t-shirt. I don't fully understand this, but it should be useful. While Peter Parker was introducing Miles, Bai Ze approached Penny Parker without delay. Penny noticed Bai Ze's presence beside her as he promptly handed over all the PIM particles he had. These seemed to stabilize the human body against temporal rejection. I'm unsure of their efficacy, but could you assist me in calibrating them? Penny accepted the vials, examining the crimson liquid within. All right, but it will take some time. Chapter 54. Excessive preaching. Bai Ze observed as Penny Parker took hold of the PIM particles, rising to his feet. At that moment, Peter Parker's boastful voice regarding Miles reached Bai Ze's ears. This kid can turn invisible. Just watch, he can do it right now. After Peter made his proclamation, he stepped aside, eagerly awaiting Miles' demonstration. Following Peter's enthusiastic remarks, Miles closed his eyes and clenched his fists, prepared to showcase his ability to vanish. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not render himself invisible. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, bemused by the grimace on Miles' face. Eventually, Miles ceased his efforts and cautiously opened one eye. Upon seeing his still visible skin, his previously confident expression faltered into disappointment. I can't just vanish on command. Witnessing this, Peter Parker quickly interjected to highlight another of Miles' abilities. Although he can't disappear at will, he still possesses remarkable skills. Show them the electric shock, Miles. Upon hearing Peter's words, Miles glanced down at his hands, assuming a similarly strained expression. After a moment, observing his unresponsive fingers, he awkwardly glanced at the group of Spider-Men watching him. I can't just summon it at will. Did you hear that? He can't just summon it at will, haha. Peter Parker initially intended to praise Miles but caught himself, retracting his words with an awkward smile directed at the crowd. Noticing the bemused expressions directed at him and Miles, Peter pondered his next words. It's fine, he has other skills, like, what else does he have? Miles, feeling somewhat dejected and awkward, raised two fingers. Only these two. Just these two. Peter Parker, embarrassed, faced the crowd, struggling to maintain composure. Peter B. Parker shook his head at the awkward display. Oh, buddy. At that moment, Gwen, standing beside Penny Parker with her arms crossed, spoke up on Miles' behalf. Listen. I've seen his abilities. He truly has potential. He can get us home. Bai Ze, standing at the back, reflected on Gwen's words and recalled the moment he had just arrived in this universe, where Miles had sent him flying with an electric shock. All right, I concur. He does have potential. Everyone needs time to learn. Upon hearing Bai Ze's comment, the crowd, who had been observing Miles, turned to look at him. Bai Ze, feeling the weight of their gazes, blinked in confusion. Didn't you all arrive in a similar manner? As Bai Ze posed his question, the group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Well, my fair-skinned friend, you make a valid point, yet we can no longer afford to dwell on such matters. By the time this young man of color truly matures into a Spider-Man capable of standing on his own, will we truly have the opportunity to intervene? The black and white Peter posed this rhetorical question to Bai Ze. Listening intently, Bai Ze fell into a contemplative silence. Recognizing the undeniable truth of the statement, there would be no refuting it. If they waited until Miles was ready to take on the mantle, it would indeed be too late. Observing Bai Ze's silence, the black and white Peter chose not to press him further, but instead turned his attention to Miles. All right then, it's your turn, young man. Kingpin will undoubtedly dispatch numerous formidable foes to confront you, each more challenging than the last. Are you prepared to face them all at once? As he spoke, he clenched his fists and demonstrated a boxing stance before Miles. Miles instinctively mirrored the gesture, tightening his fists in response. Well, to be honest, I haven't actually fought anyone yet. In an unexpected move, the black and white Peter seized the moment while Miles was caught off guard, stepping forward swiftly and executing a sweeping kick. Miles had no time to react and was knocked to the ground by the force of the blow. Before he could recover from the impact, Penny Parker, perched atop a robot's head, approached him holding a circuit board and tossed it to Miles. Are you going to reassemble the motherboard while under fire? Catching the board, Miles was momentarily baffled. What did you just say? He rose from the ground, confusion etched across his face. However, as soon as he stood, the black and white Peter delivered a punch that landed squarely on his face. Caught you off guard. Stumbling back to the ground from the blow, Miles was again met with Penny Parker's urging voice. Hurry up, let me see. Irritated, Miles opened his eyes only to be confronted by Gwen, arms crossed, persistently questioning him. Can you float gracefully in midair like a dancer? Before Miles could respond, a barrage of inquiries from the black and white Peter, Aunt May, and Peter B. Parker followed, each more perplexing than the last. Can you sever your humanity, feeling no guilt for your violent actions? Can you assist your aunt in registering for a dating site, allowing her the occasional outing? When the aroma of delectable food wafts through the air, can you drift in bliss? Miles, bewildered by these strange demands, could only respond with a look of confusion. What? At the back, Bai Ze listened to the barrage of questions directed at Miles, equally perplexed and unable to comprehend how these inquiries related to saving the world. Before he could interject, yet another round of rapid-fire questions was unleashed upon Miles. With no opportunity to speak, Bai Ze could only worry for Miles, who found himself in the midst of this relentless interrogation. Are you capable of being merciless? Are you disciplined enough? As Miles listened to the barrage of questions directed at him, a palpable fear compelled him to inch back slightly. I don't know, he replied, his voice tinged with trepidation. Yet, the crowd showed no mercy towards the boy, relentlessly pressing him further. What about telepathy? Show your courage, soldier. The absurdity of these demands prompted Bai Ze to feel a sense of disquiet. Wait, this is utterly ridiculous. This is neither a lesson nor training. Cease at once. Regardless of Bai Ze's desperate pleas from behind, the crowd continued their tirade, undeterred. At that moment, Gwen suddenly bent down and grasped Miles by the arm, yanking him forcefully to his feet. The most important thing is, no matter how many times you are knocked down, can you rise again? Before Miles could respond, Gwen delivered a swift kick to his chest, sending him crashing to the ground once more. Barely catching his breath, Miles was yanked up again, subjected to yet another round of relentless blows from the multitude of Spider-Men. Amidst the onslaught, the cacophony of questions echoed in Miles's ears. What should you do when Spider-Man falls? What if you can't hold on any longer? Stand up, Miles. Get up, Miles. Get up. Hurry, Miles, stand up. Come on, Miles, you can do it. Observing this scene in silence, Peter Parker felt the crowd's behavior had crossed a line. Guys, enough. But no matter how loudly Peter called out, the crowd remained oblivious, continuing to urge Miles to rise. Get up, Miles, you can do it. Hurry, Miles. Please, Miles. Stand up. Quickly, Miles. Seeing the crowd's excessive fervor directed at Miles, Bai Ze, who had been ignored at the back, could no longer contain himself. Enough. Everyone shut up. With his thunderous shout, the anti-venom suit swiftly enveloped Bai Ze's body, and numerous anti-venom tendrils instantly emerged from the back of the suit, lunging towards the unruly crowd. The absence of any reaction from their spider sense resulted in the crowd being ensnared before they could react, their mouths covered, and they hung upside down in midair. Author's note. Once this book concludes, I plan to select either Kamen Rider or Ultraman for my next fanfiction. Readers are welcome to choose which one they would prefer to see, as there will be cameos in either case. Chapter 55. The Identity of the Wanderer. Bai Ze gazed at the individual suspended upside down by his anti-toxicity tendrils and took a deep breath to regain his composure. All right, can everyone please calm down so we can discuss this rationally? Upon hearing his words, the suspended individuals nodded in agreement. Observing their response, Bai Ze skillfully maneuvered the tendrils to gently lower them back to the ground, retracting the appendages afterward. Now, let us converse amicably, refrain from arguing, and avoid placing too much pressure on Miles. He is still just a child. After addressing the group, Bai Ze turned his attention toward Miles, only to be met with an expanse of empty space. Miles? Hello? Puzzled, Bai Ze stepped forward and reached out, but his hand met only air. At that moment, the group suddenly noticed the elevator beside them springing to life. As the elevator ascended, confusion washed over them until Peter Parker, regaining his wits, stepped forward to elucidate. That's Miles, see? He really can turn invisible. The crowd, reassured by Peter's explanation, nodded in acceptance. Meanwhile, Bai Ze watched Miles depart, a flicker of concern igniting within him. I hope he remains safe. Not long after, the vibrant lights of nighttime New York illuminated the streets as Miles walked with his head down, absorbed in a voice message from his father. He inhaled deeply and clicked to listen. The voice of his father resonated through the recording. Miles, what's going on? We haven't heard from you. What is your situation? If you're hiding something from us, confess immediately. Call me back, right away. As Miles listened, he traversed various streets before veering into a narrow alley. Meanwhile, a police car stationed beside a hospital housed a dark-skinned officer, who frowned at yet another missed call on his phone. The contact was none other than Miles. Beside him in the passenger seat sat a dark-skinned woman. Together, they were Miles's parents. Concern etched on her face. Miles's mother looked at his father and inquired, "Has he still not answered?" Miles's father nodded silently, then flipped through his contacts to locate his friend, Miles's uncle, Aaron. After selecting Aaron's name, he awaited the connection. However, after a few seconds of ringing, only a recorded message responded. "This is Aaron. I'll be out of town for a few days. I'll call you when I return. Goodbye." Hearing this, Miles's father slowly spoke into the phone. "Aaron, it's me, Jeff. If you have any news about Miles, please call me immediately. He has always trusted you, but we've lost contact with him. If it weren't urgent, I wouldn't reach out. I hope all is well." After Jeff finished his conversation, he hung up the phone and took a deep breath. His wife, standing nearby, looked at him with a hint of concern in her eyes. Meanwhile, Miles had already entered Alan's home through the staircase by the window. Inside, he searched for a watercolor pen and a piece of paper to begin writing a letter. "Dear Uncle Alan, I have to complete something, but I am unsure if I can do it. I am very frightened. Uncle, I am tired of disappointing everyone. You are the only person I can confide in, and I truly wish you were here." As Miles penned these words, he suddenly heard a noise from outside the window. Upon glancing up, he was startled to see a mysterious shadow slowly approaching. When the shadow reached the window, a pair of hands clad in sharp mechanical gloves grasped the frame and gradually pushed the window open. Miles was taken aback by this scene and, regaining his composure, quickly grabbed the paper and pen, retreating behind the television. At that moment, the shadow entered through the window, and Miles, hidden behind the sofa, caught a glimpse of the figure through the space between the television and the table, illuminated by moonlight. To his horror, it was the stalker that had previously pursued him. Terrified, Miles recoiled and hastily donned his hood as the stalker began to pace through the living room. Miles pressed himself against the table, barely daring to breathe, as the stalker passed by the television. Just then, the stalker's head suddenly emerged from beside the television, squinting suspiciously at the empty space behind it. In disbelief, the stalker bent down to investigate further, while the invisible Miles, feeling an acute anxiety, covered his mouth and nose, watching the stalker scrutinize the area around him. Using the ultraviolet equipment on his hood, the stalker checked meticulously, and after confirming that no one was present, he lifted his hand to his ear and pressed the device. "Hello, Mr. Fisk. I obtained the surveillance footage from the tunnel. As long as he remains here, I will find him." As Miles listened intently to the stalker's words, he began to slowly crawl backward. However, in the next moment, the stalker suddenly straightened up and removed his hood, revealing Alan's face. Gone was Alan's usual amiability. His expression was now cold and ruthless. "You know me, sir. I never give up," he stated, moving to one side. Miles, who had witnessed the entire scene while remaining invisible, was wide-eyed in disbelief. After regaining his composure from the shock, he quickly stood up and stealthily climbed out of the window. Yet, as he did so, he accidentally brushed against a potted plant beside the window. Hearing the rustle of the plant's leaves, Alan, who had moved to the table, swiftly turned his head, immediately donned the stalker's hood, and hurried to the window. The Wanderer, peering through ultraviolet vision at the seemingly empty exterior, promptly activated the thermal imaging of his headgear. To his astonishment, he discerned the silhouette of a young boy clad in a Spider-Man costume, originally invisible in that space. Upon this revelation, the Wanderer swiftly vaulted through the window, eager to pursue. Miles, realizing he had been detected, hastened his pace, racing downstairs while glancing back to monitor the Wanderer's position. However, the Wanderer's speed outstripped Miles by more than double, allowing him to ascend to the floor above in no time. Faced with this dire situation, Miles steeled himself, leaping onto the railing and vaulting across to cling to the opposite wall. Yet, the Wanderer was relentless, gripping the railing with one hand, preparing to leap after him. Sensing the imminent danger, Miles hastily thrust his hands toward the ground, fortuitously landing in a refuse bag below. He quickly extricated himself from the foul-smelling debris, racing towards the alley's exit without a backward glance, while the Wanderer leapt over the railing, crashing heavily to the ground. Miles sprinted through the alley, but suddenly, a violet glow flared behind him. Drawn by the light, he glanced back, only to be terrified by the sight of the Wanderer soaring into the sky. Frightened, Miles hastened his escape, turning sharply at a corner to continue his flight without pausing. The Wanderer, utilizing his high-tech footwear, dashed between walls with the agility of Spider-Man, relentlessly pursuing Miles. Upon exiting the alley, Miles' invisibility dissipated instantly, and in his momentum, he collided with a taxi. Ignoring the pain, he swiftly turned to flee. The streets were crowded with pedestrians, and in his frantic escape, he occasionally bumped into passers-by, but he dared not stop to apologize. As he raced past an alleyway, a sudden beam of light illuminated the entrance, revealing the Wanderer on a purple motorcycle, charging directly at him. Instinctively, Miles ducked, narrowly evading the motorcycle's collision. Undeterred, the Wanderer executed a stylish drift on the road, revving towards the fleeing Miles. As the gap between them closed, poised to capture him, Miles leapt onto a nearby streetlight. Then, without hesitation, leaped onto the road just as a car approached, successfully landing atop its roof. Meanwhile, the Wanderer nearly collided with an ice cream truck emerging from the alley. Within moments, he resumed his pursuit on the motorcycle, and Miles glanced back to see the Wanderer hot on his heels. Miles watched as the pursuer drew ever closer, his heart racing with fear as he hastily scrambled down from the roof of the car. In a desperate leap, he propelled himself towards a nearby truck, successfully grasping its cargo area. However, the pursuer suddenly revved the motorcycle's engine, closing the distance between them once more. Sensing imminent danger, Miles quickly ascended to the top of the truck. At that moment, the pursuer, now traveling at the same speed as the truck, revealed the sharp mechanical gloves adorning his hands. With a vicious swipe, he clawed at the truck's side, effortlessly tearing a gaping hole as if it were mere paper. Witnessing this scene, Miles nearly lost his grip and fell, but he swiftly regained his composure and scampered towards the front of the truck. Just then, the traffic light at the upcoming intersection turned red. Yet, before the truck driver could hit the brakes, the pursuer, due to a sudden decrease in motorcycle power, inadvertently slashed the rear tire of the truck. Consequently, the truck, unable to halt in time, left a long, dragging mark on the ground as it careened through the intersection. Suddenly, two taxis, unable to stop in time due to the truck's abrupt passage, collided violently. The truck, with its compromised rear tire, crashed into the two taxis, forcing them to a halt, while Miles was propelled forward by the sheer force of inertia. The pursuer, witnessing this, attempted to maneuver the motorcycle to brake forcefully. However, the earlier acceleration had generated such momentum that the motorcycle could not stop in time, crashing into the two taxis and overturning. Miles, flung from the impact, rolled across the ground several times before he noticed the tumbling motorcycle hurtling towards him. In a fright, he raised his arms to shield his head. Miraculously, the overturned motorcycle landed beside him, rolling away harmlessly. After confirming his safety, Miles quickly pushed himself up and glanced back at the scene of the crash, only to find that the pursuer had vanished. After scanning the area a few times, he felt assured that the pursuer was gone and wasted no time in fleeing, fearful of being hunted down again. Meanwhile, perched at the edge of a nearby building, the pursuer crouched low, intently watching Miles retreat into the distance, choosing not to pursue him further. Extra Chapter 1. The synthetic being in a parallel world, within the vast expanse of a forest. A remarkably futuristic structure stood silently amidst the trees. Within the confines of the building, an array of advanced technological instruments operated autonomously, while numerous humanoid robots, armed with rifles, patrolled the premises with the precision of well-trained soldiers. At the very heart of this edifice stood a mature woman clad in a white research suit, quietly gazing ahead. Her name was Sivia, the proprietor of this entire establishment and the researcher overseeing all the robots and instruments within. Before her lay a colossal container, adorned with dozens of conduits. Inside this vessel swirled a mysterious azure liquid, through which one could discern the presence of a strikingly handsome man with dark hair. He was clad in a tight black suit, his back and limbs embedded with slender black conduits, resembling a marionette at the mercy of its puppeteer. As Sivia observed the man within the container, a flicker of sorrow crossed her eyes. "Not, my child, I shall bring you back to my side," she vowed. At that moment, a floating sphere glided silently behind her, emitting a cold, emotionless electronic voice. "Madam, energy levels have reached 100. Memory infusion can commence to awaken the artificial life." Sivia nodded at the sphere's announcement. "Commence memory infusion immediately." "Understood, madam," the floating sphere responded, promptly activating the instruments throughout the building. In the next instant, the conduits connected to the container began to glow a deep purple, as if the liquid within was coursing through them. Simultaneously, the man's tightly shut eyes furrowed in discomfort, and the slender conduits adorning his body became tinged with purple as well. Sivia gazed at the man's furrowed brow, a scene that felt eerily familiar. However, the electronic voice of the floating sphere interrupted her thoughts once more. "Madam, energy and memory transmission rates have reached 100. The system indicates that the instruments are overloaded and must cease infusion immediately, or the artificial life has a 98% probability of self-detonation due to excessive strain." A glint of cold determination flashed in Sivia's eyes as she listened to the sphere's report. "Continue the infusion. Do not stop. Increase the transmission rate to 200. Nothing shall deter my resolve to bring him back." The floating sphere, though perplexed by her command, complied without question, elevating the transmission rate to 200. As the rate surged to 200, the man inside the container began to writhe in agony, as if subjected to unspeakable torment. Sivia, observing the unfolding scene, shook her head in dissatisfaction, raised the transmission rate to 1000. The floating sphere hesitated, contemplating her directive. According to the data within the system, if the transmission rate is increased to 1000, the probability of artificial life self-detonating will surge to a staggering 99. 9. Are you questioning my command? You are merely an unnamed artificial intelligence that I have created. Immediately elevate the transmission rate to 1000. Sivia commanded fiercely towards the floating orb. Upon hearing her, the orb dared not utter another word, and promptly complied with Sivia's directive. As the transmission rate reached 1000, all the instruments operating beyond their limits could no longer bear the strain and began to emit sparks. The man within the container also commenced a more violent struggle. Racked with immense pain, the slender tubes connecting him to the container began to snap one by one due to his frantic movements, and the glass cover of the container manifested multiple fissures. Just as the last slender tube embedded in the man's body broke apart, he, propelled by inertia, shattered the glass cover of the container, crashing to the ground along with the enigmatic blue liquid. Sivia gazed at the man sprawled on the ground, a mix of concern and hesitation flickering in her eyes. At that moment, the man slowly opened his bewildered eyes and, upon seeing Sivia before him, uttered the word, "Mother." After voicing those two syllables, he felt a sudden heaviness in his head and promptly lost consciousness. Hearing the man refer to her as mother left Sivia momentarily stunned, and she instinctively moved to embrace him. However, just as she took a step forward, The electronic report from the floating orb reached her ears. Your Highness, the prince's memory transfer failed. The artificial life retains only fragments of worldly knowledge. Upon hearing the orb's words, Sifia halted her advance towards the man, the warmth in her gaze evaporating in an instant, replaced by disdain. So he is merely a failure. Your Highness, shall we proceed with disposal? The floating orb inquired. Sifia, contemplating the orb's question, hesitated as she gazed upon the unconscious visage of the man. Very well. Document the results and process of this experiment. Then, find a suitable house at the forest's edge and secure it for him, she instructed before turning to depart. The floating orb, witnessing Sifia's exit, promptly issued commands through the system for 2 patrolling robots to come and carry the man away. Chapter 56. The Villain's Intrusion. Meanwhile, in Aunt May's underground storage facility for Spider-Man's equipment, Penny Parker leisurely operated a spider robot, meticulously repairing a USB drive. Occasionally, she would pop a piece of candy from a pocket into her mouth. A nearby laboratory table housed test tubes filled with a crimson liquid, which emitted steam as it simmered. Once Penny Parker imprinted the final Spider-Man emblem onto the USB drive, her task was thoroughly completed. At that moment, in Aunt May's home, Spider-Man Noir and Peter B. Parker reclined comfortably on the sofa, with Spider-Man Noir examining a Rubik's Cube intently. Is this purple? No, Peter B. Parker shook his head, dismissing Noir's guess. Blue? Spider-Man Noir continued to speculate about the colors of the cube. Once again, Peter B. Parker mercilessly contradicted him. No. Seeing his companion's frustration, Spider-Man Noir resignedly set the cube down. Meanwhile, White Tiger, who stood beside Peter B. Parker and Gwen, felt a wave of boredom wash over him. He reached into a seemingly bottomless bag of chips, only to discover it was completely empty. No way. Did we finish them already? Slightly incredulous. White Tiger shook the bag upside down, but still found nothing. Seriously, how could there be so few? Hearing White Tiger's complaints, Gwen and Peter B. Parker glanced at the 2 empty bags of chips in the trash. Just then, Penny Parker entered through the back door, confidently handing the repaired USB drive to Peter B. Parker. Upon receiving the USB drive, Peter B. Parker examined it while Gwen inquired about Miles. Do we have any news on Miles? He just needs some time to himself. I know that kid, he can handle it. Peter B. Parker retained his faith in Miles. White Tiger, listening to Peter B. Parker's words, shook his head with a hint of exasperation. I hope the kid is all right. By the way, Penny, have you made any progress with those vials of, red liquid I gave you? Oh, that. While I was repairing the USB drive, I also conducted some research on it. The liquid contains a unique element that stabilizes the user's DNA factors, so I developed a few gadgets, just enough for all of us, Penny Parker explained, retrieving several bracelet-like objects from her bag and distributing them among the group. White Tiger accepted the bracelet from Penny Parker, examining it curiously. What is this thing for? In response to White Tiger's inquiry, Penny Parker elaborated on the bracelet's function. Wear it on your wrist. Inside is a stabilizing liquid enhanced with the substance you provided. As long as the liquid lasts, we won't experience the physical instability we had before. Listening to Penny Parker's explanation, the group nodded in tentative understanding before each donned the bracelets on their wrists. Almost immediately, the surface of the bracelets illuminated, revealing a small screen that displayed a gauge akin to a battery life indicator. Is this display, resembling a battery indicator, indicative of the remaining stabilizing fluid within the bracelet? Peter Parker inquired curiously of Penny Parker. Upon hearing this, Penny nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this display represents the storage capacity of the remaining stabilizing fluid. While the group remained engrossed in their examination of the bracelet, Miles abruptly burst through the door, his face a mask of distress. The others turned at the sound. And without a moment's hesitation, Miles hastily divulged, "My uncle." "Hey, wait, where have you been?" Peter Parker asked, perplexed by Miles's urgency. However, Miles, his expression frantic, disregarded Peter's question entirely, exclaiming, "My Uncle Alan, he's the Prowler. Take your time, Miles." Peter Parker attempted to soothe him. Yet, Miles remained agitated. "He's working for Kingpin. He wants to kill me." At Miles's revelation, the Noir Spider-Man, seated on the couch, could not help but exclaim, "This plot is rather simplistic and brutal." In response to his comment, Penny Parker, leaning against the couch, gave him a gentle nudge. "It's all right. We'll figure this out." Peter Parker continued to strive for Miles's calm. Just then, a voice cut in. It was White Tiger questioning Miles. "Wait, if your Uncle Alan, the Prowler, intends to kill you, how did you manage to return? Did he let you go?" Listening to White Tiger's words, the group turned their attention back to Miles, who seemed to have an epiphany. At that moment, their spider senses tingled simultaneously. As they felt the familiar sensation, they collectively turned towards the entrance. Peter Parker and Gwen quickly donned their masks, while White Tiger, noticing their readiness, swiftly enveloped his head with anti-venom and assumed a combat stance. Seeing this, Miles hurriedly put on his mask as well. Just as he secured it in place, the doorbell chimed outside. Chapter 57. Fierce battle in the instant the bell rang. A mechanical octopus tentacle burst through the door, knocking over the wooden tray held by Aunt May, who had just emerged from the kitchen. This place is quite delightful. Truly warm. Olivia stood with her hands clasped behind her, as the mechanical tentacle gracefully replaced her legs and slowly entered the room. Aunt May gazed at Olivia, her expression instantly transforming into one of displeasure. Ah, splendid. It's Liv. Liv? Is that her name? Bai Ze inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Aunt May. Noticing his confusion, Aunt May shrugged. That's how Peter introduced her before. Bai Ze, still scratching his head in bewilderment, muttered, whatever. By the way, you are Olivia Octavius. Correct? You remember quite well, little white spider. Therefore, I shall reward you by making you my first experimental subject. Olivia gently maneuvered the mechanical tentacle to raise her hand, smiling at the assembly of Spider-Men. Upon witnessing this, Peter Parker hastily waved to Miles behind him. Quickly, Miles. Miles, hearing the urgency, immediately dashed towards the kitchen. However, before he could enter, he was abruptly confronted by the imposing figure of Tombstone, his skin a silvery gray and clad in a black suit. You've landed yourself in quite a predicament, kid. You've been careless. Tombstone strode into the living room, followed closely by Scorpion, whose skin was a rich brown. Upon spotting the gathering of Spider-Men, Scorpion brandished his sharp, venomous tail. Look at these pitiful little spiders. Peter Parker, observing the peculiar creature that resembled neither man nor scorpion, ventured a guess. Let me take a wild guess. You're a scorpion, and we're spiders, distant relatives, I suppose. Do you mind taking this outside? Aunt May suggested, pointing towards the door and glancing at the intruders in her home. We never choose our battleground. Tombstone firmly declined Aunt May's proposal. Ah, splendid. This feels rather like a party. Do you have tickets? Bai Ze quipped. Hearing this, Olivia revealed a poised smile. Of course, we certainly have our tickets. With a swift motion, Olivia commanded two mechanical tentacles to lunge at Bai Ze. Realizing the imminent danger, Bai Ze immediately rolled away. No need for such theatrics if I don't have tickets. The tentacles, having missed their target, instead smashed through the walls, creating gaping holes. Witnessing the chaos, the others quickly engaged their respective opponents, initiating their battles, albeit at the expense of Aunt May's home. Scorpion, eyeing Peter Parker and Miles, wasted no time in launching his stinger. Peter and Miles' spider sense tingled, prompting them to leap away just in time to evade the attack. Come on, little ones. Prepare to meet your doom. Scorpion swiftly adjusted his stance and aimed his tail at Miles. Seeing this, Miles attempted to dodge, but at such close range, he could not react in time and instinctively raised his hands in defense. The cushion, unknowingly adhered to his hands, successfully blocked the attack. Yet Miles was still toppled by the sheer force of the impact. What is this? When did this get stuck to my hands? Ridiculous sofa cushion. Seeing that the strike had missed its mark, the scorpion swiftly retracted its tail. However, the tail, ensnared in the cushion, lifted both the cushion and Miles into the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Penny Parker quickly leaped atop the spider robot. Upon sensing her presence, the robot's crimson electronic eyes flickered to life. Without a moment's hesitation, Penny Parker executed another jump, successfully entering the cockpit of the spider robot as she descended. Observing the buttons within the cockpit, she rapidly began to press them, maneuvering the robot to rise and face the scorpion, transforming her left hand into a whirring chainsaw. Not far away, Bai Ze deftly evaded Olivia's mechanical tentacle assaults, occasionally firing webs at her. Yet, each strand was effortlessly deflected by Olivia's other mechanical appendage. You're quite adorable, little spider, but too bad you're alive, Olivia remarked, her tone laced with annoyance. Just as Peter Parker maneuvered behind her, Olivia, anticipating his move, swiftly commanded her tentacles to grab him, pinning him against the wall. Don't rush. Once I've dealt with that white one, it'll be your turn. Remember not to get distracted during battle, Bai Ze cautioned Olivia. Upon hearing this, Olivia turned to Bai Ze, only to find herself ensnared by a white spider web. Not this annoying web again, she muttered, grasping at the web that clung to her eyes, attempting to tear it away, yet she was astonished by its strength and stickiness. Seizing the moment while Olivia struggled, Bai Ze darted to Peter Parker's side and grasped the mechanical tentacle constricting his neck, applying steady pressure until it was wrenched free. Thanks, Peter Parker said, rubbing his sore neck in gratitude. Bai Ze smiled in response. If you truly wish to thank me, how about treating me to a meal? I think I'll pass. Peter Parker declined, waving off the suggestion. Just then, two mechanical tentacles lunged at them, grazing their cheeks before crashing into the wall and retracting. Following the trajectory of the tentacles, Bai Ze observed that Olivia had lost control over them, now careening wildly. I can see that, Peter Parker replied to Bai Ze, just as their spider sense began to tingle ominously. Without a moment's hesitation, they both leaped aside, narrowly evading the sudden assault of the two mechanical tentacles. At that moment, the black and white Spider-Man, engaged in a fierce battle with Tombstone, found himself cornered in the cramped space, receiving a formidable punch from Tombstone, who was wearing brass knuckles. The force of the blow sent him crashing against a cabinet, causing a vase atop it to topple and shatter into countless pieces upon hitting the floor. Aunt May, standing in the center of the living room and witnessing the havoc that had befallen her once orderly space, picked up a baseball bat leaning against the wall in a fit of rage, swinging it down upon Tombstone's back. "I told you to take this outside," she exclaimed. Feeling the sting of the blow, Tombstone instinctively bent forward, but before he could fully react, Aunt May swung the bat again, this time striking him in the stomach. The impact sent him reeling towards the door, but in his haste, he misstepped and tumbled down the stairs. Meanwhile, in the living room, Olivia finally managed to tear the webbing off her eyes, her face contorted with fury as she directed two mechanical tentacles toward White Tiger. White Tiger, noticing the impending attack, rolled to the side just in time to evade the mechanical appendages. "Remember, don't forget what's behind you during a fight," he cautioned. Olivia, as if grasping the significance of his words, turned her head around, only to have a strand of webbing shoot past her cheek and adhere to the wall behind her. Almost immediately, she saw Gwen, stuck against the wall, tugging at the webbing, propelling herself toward Olivia with a fierce punch. Caught off guard, Olivia could not evade the strike, which turned her head aside. However, the assault did not cease there. White Tiger swiftly shot out a strand of webbing, anchoring himself to the opposite wall, and with a powerful pull, launched himself like a cannonball toward the still reeling Olivia, delivering a forceful blow to her face that sent her head snapping back. As Olivia recovered from the pain, her expression transformed into one of rage directed at White Tiger. At that moment, however, her peripheral vision caught sight of Miles in the corner, holding a USB drive. "I found it," she exclaimed. Olivia commanded her mechanical tentacles to swiftly pursue Miles, who, sensing the imminent danger, hurriedly dashed aside. Yet the tentacles, seemingly equipped with a tracking system, relentlessly followed him. As the tentacles drew closer, Miles hastily threw the USB drive toward Gwen. Olivia, noticing the tossed drive, intended to command another tentacle to intercept it midair. However, before she could do so, Gwen intercepted the tentacle, seizing it and redirecting it away. Simultaneously, White Tiger shot a strand of webbing at the USB drive, catching it deftly in his grasp. "I've got it," he declared. "Hand over that USB drive," Olivia shouted, disregarding the tentacle now captured by Gwen, as she directed a third mechanical appendage toward White Tiger. Sensing the imminent threat, White Tiger sprinted toward Olivia, executing a slide just as he was about to collide with the mechanical tentacle. Bai Ze intended to slip past Olivia, but just as he had made it halfway, another mechanical tentacle suddenly lunged at him, tightly gripping his waist. "Ouch, that hurts," it exclaimed. "Then hand over the USB drive to me, and perhaps I shall grant you a swift end." Olivia reached out, eager to seize the USB drive from Bai Ze's grasp. However, before she could extend her hand, Bai Ze swiftly hurled the USB drive toward the window in the direction of the door. "Miles, catch," he shouted. No sooner had Bai Ze's words left his lips than Miles, who had been cloaked in invisibility beside the window, suddenly became visible and caught the USB drive midair. Yet, just as he landed, a shadow darted past the curtain of the window behind him. Sensing an unusual presence behind, Miles quickly turned to look, but saw nothing at all. Chapter 58. Destined Fate. Miles gazed through the window, the spider sense buzzing incessantly, his body flickering in and out of visibility. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a shadow darting past the open door, and almost immediately, the wraith crashed through the window, charging into the room. Realizing the peril he was in, Miles swiftly crouched to evade the wraith's clawed assault. The wraith, executing a mid-air somersault, dug its iron claws into the ground, leaving a long scar behind before landing gracefully. Fearful, Miles retreated as the wraith slowly rose to its feet. Just then, the voice of Peter Parker echoed from behind him. "I've got this, buddy." The wraith turned sharply at the sound, revealing Peter Parker clinging to the wall. Seizing the moment, Miles tossed the USB drive to Peter. Upon catching it, Peter leaped forward, tackling the wraith to the ground. "Don't touch that kid." However, the wraith was not to be underestimated. With a powerful thrust, it flipped over and pinned Peter down, raining punches upon him. Witnessing the chaotic brawl unfold, Miles gasped in horror. No, no, no. Just then, the wraith slammed Peter's head against the wall, causing the USB drive to tumble to Miles' feet. In a rush, Miles picked up the fallen drive, only for the wraith to snap its gaze toward him. As Miles looked up, he locked eyes with the wraith. In those tense seconds, Peter adjusted his position, shooting webbing at the walls on either side and pulling hard. Instantly, he delivered a powerful kick to the wraith, sending it crashing through the wall beside Miles and out into the open. As Peter landed, he turned to Miles urgently. "Get out of here, buddy." No sooner had he spoken than a mechanical tentacle lunged at him, knocking him aside. Before Miles could react, Two mechanical appendages swung toward him, entangled with the spider bot, hurtling in his direction. Realizing the imminent danger, Miles dodged to the side, but the force still knocked him to the ground. At the moment the wall was breached, Gwen seized the opportunity to leap forth, soaring toward the rooftop of another building. Hot on her heels was the menacing scorpion. Just as the scorpion was about to land on the rooftop where Gwen had been, she sprang to the roof ahead. While her previous position was obliterated by Scorpion's tail strike. Recognizing the urgency of her situation, Gwen continued to leap across the rooftops, with the relentless scorpion in pursuit, determined not to let her escape. After Gwen leaped onto yet another rooftop, she swiftly turned around, timing her jump perfectly as the scorpion approached her. Upon their mid-air encounter, she delivered a powerful headbutt directly to the scorpion's forehead. The impact sent a sharp pain coursing through both their heads, and they plummeted downwards together. Inside the house, Miles pushed himself up from the ground, but at that moment, a colossal shadow suddenly loomed over him. He quickly turned his head to see the menacing presence of the wraith, its eyes narrowed and exuding an overwhelming aura. Just as the wraith advanced towards Miles, Bai Ze burst forth from a pile of wooden debris, delivering a swift kick that sent the wraith crashing against the wall. "Hurry up, don't just stand there," Bai Ze urged Miles. However, at that very instant, Miles' spider sense tingled, prompting Bai Ze to glance back, only to witness the wraith launching a clawed attack. Realizing the peril, Bai Ze immediately leaped backward, adhering to the wall and narrowly evading the strike. Yet, the wraith, undeterred by its missed attack, surged forward with astonishing speed. Pivoting to deliver a kick aimed at Bai Ze swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly escaping the wraith's recent assault. However, upon glancing back, he was left in shock as he beheld the wall, which had been struck by the wraith, now stripped of a layer of its surface. The wood behind it rendered in tatters. "Seriously, do we have some deep-seated grudge? Is this necessary?" Bai Ze quipped, directing his sarcasm at the wraith. In response, the wraith activated its magnetic shoes, launching another kick towards Bai Ze, who quickly bent backward to evade yet again. Unbeknownst to Bai Ze, the wraith's true target was not him. Just as Bai Ze exhaled in relief from avoiding the attack, the wraith crouched down and propelled itself swiftly towards the hole in the wall. As it neared the breach, the wraith extended its claws, seizing Miles' head, who was attempting to become invisible and sneak away. With a forceful shove, the wraith slammed Miles' head down against the ground. "Oh no, Miles," Bai Ze exclaimed, reacting instinctively and directing his anti-venom tendrils towards the wraith. At that moment, the wraith raised its left hand, claws poised to end Miles' life. Just as it was about to strike, the wraith felt something tugging at its raised arm. It turned abruptly to see white tendrils wrapped tightly around its wrist. Before the wraith could comprehend this unexpected development, several more anti-venom tendrils emerged from the hole in the wall, ensnaring its entire body and forcefully pulling it inside. Due to Bai Ze's growing anxiety, he failed to maintain a safe distance, resulting in the tendrils of the countervenom ensnaring him entirely. The Wanderer, having pulled him back into the house, knocked him to the ground. Upon witnessing this, the Wanderer swiftly unfurled its metallic claws and deftly sliced through each tendril of countervenom, leaving Bai Ze aghast as he observed his tendrils severed into several segments. Those claws are rather sharp. Where might one procure such a thing? Perhaps a link?" The Wanderer, regarding Bai Ze, seized him forcefully and hurled him against the nearby wall. "Ah, no need to be so dramatic if you want to share the link," Bai Ze shrieked as he crashed through the wall, tumbling out and rolling twice on the ground before coming to a halt. Inside the house, after propelling Bai Ze away, the Wanderer turned its gaze towards the direction of Miles, only to discover nothing there. Narrowing its eyes, the Wanderer activated its thermal imaging, which clearly revealed Miles clinging to the wall and attempting to ascend. Sensing something, the cloaked Miles glanced down at the Wanderer, locking eyes with it for a few fleeting seconds before hastily resuming his climb. The Wanderer, observing this, crouched down and forcefully smashed through layer upon layer of ceiling as it leapt upwards. When the invisible Miles reached the rooftop's edge, a clawed hand extended towards him. Instinctively, Miles placed his hand upon it. "Thanks." However, just as he uttered his words of gratitude, he suddenly realized the situation. Slowly lifting his gaze to meet the narrowed eyes of the Wanderer, his cloaking now dissipating. "Hi, how have you been lately?" "Haha." The Wanderer, uninterested in Miles' chatter, swiftly yanked him up, gripping his neck and gradually moving him to the rooftop's edge. To avoid dangling precariously, Miles had to stand on tiptoe at the precipice of the roof. "You have no escape," the Wanderer rasped, its electronically altered voice echoing ominously. Panic flickered in Miles' eyes as he regarded the Wanderer, who slowly raised its right hand, unveiling its sharp claws. Sensing imminent danger, Miles hastily removed the hood from his head, revealing his face. Upon seeing Miles, the Wanderer was momentarily taken aback, disbelief etched across its features. "Miles." "Uncle Alan," Miles gently replied. Hearing that familiar voice, Alan swiftly removed the Wanderer's mask. No, no, no. Please, Uncle Alan, Miles pleaded, his eyes filled with desperation. Alan, wavering at Miles' words, was interrupted by a voice crackling through his earpiece. Wanderer, what are you waiting for? Hint him. Remember, you owe me. Breathing rapidly, Alan listened intently to Kingpin's instructions through his wireless earbuds. He glanced at his beloved nephew, Miles, and after a moment of internal struggle, slowly extended his hand to gently pull down the hood that Miles had lifted. Subsequently, he released his grip around Miles' neck, raising both hands and gradually stepping back. Below, seated in the back of a private vehicle, Kingpin observed Alan's actions and comprehended his choice. Kingpin, unyielding towards traitors, was determined to act similarly this time. He opened the car door, exited, and drew a handgun from his pocket, aiming it at Alan atop the building. Just as he squeezed the trigger, preparing to unleash destruction, a sharp, clear voice suddenly pierced the air, warning, watch out. In that instant, both Alan and Miles saw White Tiger hurtling toward them with astonishing speed. However, as White Tiger tackled them to the ground, a bullet struck him in the side, blood gushing forth like a blooming crimson lotus. With no stable ground to stand upon, the three of them tumbled from the rooftop into the courtyard below. Kingpin, noticing that Alan had survived, intended to take another shot, but before he could pull the trigger, a web shot out, snatching the gun from his grasp, followed swiftly by another web that struck his back. Then, Peter Parker, moving with remarkable speed, delivered a powerful kick to Kingpin's back, sending him sprawling. Miles, having landed painfully in the yard, struggled to rise and quickly turned to his uncle, Alan. Uncle Alan, are you all right? He asked anxiously. Upon hearing Miles' concern, Alan shook his head, responding, I'm fine. Hurry and check on your companion. He has been shot. Nodding in understanding, Miles immediately turned to White Tiger. White Tiger, how are you? Wake up, don't scare me. He shook White Tiger urgently, but no response came. Just as panic began to grip him, White Tiger suddenly coughed and awoke, exclaiming, cough, cough. It hurts my side, ah. Thank goodness, White Tiger, you're alive. Miles exclaimed, his voice filled with emotion as he embraced White Tiger. Taken aback, White Tiger awkwardly patted Miles on the back. It's all right, it's just a minor wound. I'll heal in no time. Alan, having risen to his feet, observed this poignant scene, sensing a subtle atmosphere enveloping them. However, at that moment, he noticed the blood pooling beneath White Tiger. Instinctively crouching down, he dabbed his fingers in it, bringing them to his nose for a sniff, only to discover it bore no metallic scent. This isn't blood, but why? I distinctly saw him get shot in the side. As Alan pondered this perplexity, Gwen's voice suddenly resonated from above. Hey, how long are you two going to hug? The bad guys have been chased off. But I saw a police car passing by on my way back. If we're discovered, there will be no way to explain. Upon hearing Gwen's words, Miles released his embrace of Bai Ze and nodded toward her, then turned to his uncle, Alan. Uncle Alan, you? Alan observed the hesitation in Miles and couldn't help but chuckle softly. How about I join you in hiding? I have already unequivocally betrayed Jean Bing, even if I return. He would certainly eliminate me to silence my treachery. Moreover, I possess detailed intelligence regarding the collider. Really? That is splendid news. Miles exclaimed with excitement, gazing at Alan. Alan gently brushed his nose, smiling back at Miles. However, at that moment, Miles and Bai Ze's spider sense suddenly activated. Before they could react, they witnessed Alan's eyes widen in shock, and then he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Panic instantly enveloped Miles and Bai Ze. Miles anxiously looked at Alan sprawled on the floor, his eyes filled with dread. Uncle Alan, what happened to you? Uncle Alan. He shook Alan vigorously, while Bai Ze, gravely injured, noticed the trickle of blood slowly seeping from beneath Alan's body. How could this be? I took that bullet for him. Why is there still? Bai Ze's breathing quickened, struggling to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, on a rooftop far removed from Aunt May's residence, a man clad in a white suit, with golden hair and eyes of a striking golden hue, bearing pupils marked with a black cross-like imprint, held a sniper rifle, its barrel smoking from a recently discharged shell. Flawlessly executed. I eagerly anticipate your next performance, but please refrain from altering the script. Otherwise, I shall find it quite troublesome. Bai Ze. No, I should call you Knox. Special Chapter 1. New Year in New York. The Stark Tower was adorned with vibrant red lanterns, and the elevator leading to the top floor was embellished with red couplets inscribed with auspicious phrases. May all your wishes be fulfilled. Wealth from all directions enters the home. Good fortune throughout the 4 seasons. Are these lanterns to be hung here? Tony, clad in his Mark 7 armor, soared through the air, cradling a red lantern in his hands. Yes, just there, hanged a lantern in that spot. Bai Ze, holding 2 large red envelopes, directed Tony in the decoration of the lanterns as he approached the elevator. Upon reaching the elevator, Bai Ze affixed the large red envelopes onto the doors, and as they unfurled completely, They revealed two red-faced guardian deities. Now it truly feels like the new year. Hearing Bai Ze's words, Tony descended beside him after placing the last lantern. Your celebrations are indeed vibrant and lively. Bai Ze chuckled softly at Tony's remark. You may say what you wish. But what about the others? Did you not claim to have sent them invitations? Patience. It seems they've been assigned a task, but they should return shortly. Tony patted Bai Ze's chest before moving to the corner by the basket. Tony gazed at the stickers in the hoop and extracted a few. This Fu character sticker is meant to be affixed to glass, correct? He inquired. Bai Ze, hearing Tony's question, cast him a bemused glance. Where else would one place such a thing? Other than on glass? Tony, upon receiving Bai Ze's reply, glanced about and shrugged. Well, if you desire, I could place it on the floor or the ceiling, just a jest. He turned, holding the Fu sticker, and approached the glass, affixing a few to its surface. Observing this, Bai Ze shook his head, quickly stepping forward to remove the Fu stickers from the glass. These should be placed upside down, symbolizing that fortune has arrived. Is that so? That's quite a lovely symbolism. Perhaps I should get one as well? What do you think? He asked Jarvis, who resided within the Mark 7 armor. No, sir. According to my research, the Fu character stickers used in Bai Ze's native Huagua have a history of over 3,000 years and cannot be easily replaced, Jarvis replied. Tony pondered Jarvis's words for a moment, then nonchalantly shrugged. Very well, do as you please. Humming a tune, he picked up another Fu sticker and, following Bai Ze's instructions, affixed it upside down on the glass. Now that is correct. I must admit, it does look much more pleasing. Bai Ze, hearing Tony's childlike tone, chuckled helplessly, but suddenly recalled that he had yet to purchase food for the new year. Oh no, I haven't bought anything for the holiday feast. The sticker adorned, Tony casually remarked. You'd best hurry and buy something. Just a friendly reminder, they should be returning soon. Upon hearing Tony's reminder, Bai Ze hastily grabbed his wallet, preparing to leap out the window. However, just as he took a step, it struck him that he might be out of money. Tony? Could you lend me some? Tony hesitated for a moment before walking behind the counter, retrieving a bank card. Here, take this. If the food you bring back is not to my liking, you'll owe me double. If it's delicious, you need to repay me. Bai Ze paused for a second at Tony's words, but then swiftly shot out a web, yanking the bank card into his grasp. Thanks. I promise the food will satisfy your palate. After loudly expressing his gratitude, Bai Ze summoned the anti-venom to envelop himself and leaped from the balcony. Such haste, Tony remarked, then casually retrieved an exquisitely bottled liquor from behind him, followed by a crystal wine glass from beneath the counter. After uncorking the bottle and pouring the fine wine into the glass, he took a sip. This wine is delightful. Jarvis, make a note of this and ensure we stock up on it in the future. On the other side, after Bai Ze leaped from the balcony of Stark Tower, he swiftly glided down with his webbing, arriving at the entrance of a rather large shopping mall. Finding a secluded spot, he retracted his anti-venom suit into his body before hastily entering the mall. He casually grabbed a shopping cart, placing one foot on the crossbar while using the other to propel himself forward, soon soaring along on the cart. Bai Ze did not meander aimlessly through the mall. Instead, he had a clear objective and headed straight to the meat section. After parking the cart, he promptly opened the freezer door, retrieving several frozen meat packages and glancing at the price. $1.29. That would suffice. He quickly grabbed 5 pieces of frozen meat and placed them in the cart before closing the freezer, then hurried off to procure other ingredients. As he roamed through various sections, he meticulously selected several items, albeit subconsciously gravitating towards the more affordable options. This behavior was unavoidable. Bai Ze was indeed quite impoverished. And even with Tony's credit card, he instinctively opted for the cheapest produce. While the items he selected were economical, they were all intended for hot pot. Yet some were unavailable in the American market, leaving Bai Ze unable to find everything he desired. Once he had gathered all his purchases, he pushed the cart towards the checkout line. However, upon witnessing the long queue at the cash register, a shiver of apprehension coursed through him. Yet he dutifully joined the line. After nearly 10 minutes, it was finally his turn. Bai Ze placed all his items on the counter, and the cashier scanned each one meticulously. After completing the scans, the cashier announced the total. Sir, your total comes to $1,620. Bai Ze nodded in acknowledgement, then retrieved Tony's credit card from his pocket. Please swipe the card. Certainly, sir, the cashier replied, taking the card and performing the necessary operations before returning it along with the receipt. Upon receiving the 2 items, Bai Ze glanced at the receipt. This is equivalent to half a month's salary for me. He carefully stored the receipt and card, placing his items back into the cart. Sir, do you need a plastic bag? The cashier called out to him. Bai Ze waved his hand dismissively. No, thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ze pushed the cart away at a brisk pace. After steering the cart to a deserted area, he swiftly summoned the anti-venom to envelop his entire being, then promptly utilized his webbing to package the purchased ingredients before dashing out with the cart. Once he returned the cart to its original spot, he intended to leave with his groceries in hand. At that moment, a youthful voice suddenly emerged from behind. Yes, you are the second Spider-Man who appeared online. I am your fan. As Bai Ze listened to the voice, he slowly turned around to behold a robust young man with dyed blonde hair, clad in a blue t-shirt. Hi. What is your name? Bai Ze raised his hand awkwardly in greeting. However, the strong youth, rather familiar, attempted to step forward for a hug. Observing this, Bai Ze immediately extended his hand in refusal. No. I have urgent matters to attend to. We can chat another time. He hastily concluded his words and swiftly shot out a web, propelling himself towards Stark Tower. After a brief interval, Bai Ze successfully traversed the balcony and re-entered Stark Tower. At that moment, Tony, who had completed his tasks, sat leisurely in a chair at the bar. You're back. Care for a drink? As Tony spoke, he raised the glass containing liquor in his hand. Bai Ze, noticing this, waved his hand dismissively. No, thank you. I don't enjoy drinking. Holding the ingredients he had purchased, Bai Ze placed them directly on the sofa. All right, now we can begin preparations. Tony, do you have a large round pot and an electric heating stove? Tony, contemplating Bai Ze's description while resting his chin on his hand, casually waved his hand. I believe we have those. Just wait a moment. What does wait a moment mean? Bai Ze pondered, somewhat perplexed by Tony's expression. Just then, an Iron Man suit appeared on the balcony, carrying the large pot and electric heating stove that Bai Ze had described. All right, I think I understand now, Bai Ze remarked as he stepped forward to receive the pot and stove from the Iron Man suit. By the way, is there an outlet on the table? Bai Ze inquired again, this time receiving a response from J-A-R-V-I-S. There is, sir. There is an outlet beneath the table. Upon hearing J-A-R-V-I-S reply, Bai Ze curiously leaned down to look under the table and spotted the charging port on the floor. Do wealthy people have such peculiar tastes? Bai Ze remarked as he plugged the socket into the charging port and placed the electric heating stove on the table. Just then, Tony's voice of sarcasm rang out. Oh my goodness, did you really eat only these cheap scraps before? Bai Ze turned to see Tony, who had unknowingly approached the ingredients, examining the price of a frozen piece of meat. With a resigned sigh, Bai Ze walked over and took the frozen meat from Tony's hands. Be careful, or you might find yourself under the thumb of a wife after marriage, with not a penny to your name. Listening to Bai Ze's teasing, Tony pondered for a moment. Perhaps I should consider saving some private funds. Bai Ze, holding the pot, directed the Iron Man suit that had just flown in to assist him. Shortly thereafter, a fragrant hot pot was completely prepared. Tony, catching a whiff of the aroma, leaned in to take a look. Isn't this hot pot? There are restaurants that sell it in Chinatown. Is that so? However, mine is rather authentic. If you prefer the fare of Chinatown, then you need not partake. Bai Ze regarded Tony with a look of disdain. In response, Tony shot back an accusatory glance before plopping down onto a chair. How can that be? I'm the one footing the bill for the ingredients. Observing Tony's stubbornness despite his compliant demeanor, Bai Ze couldn't help but chuckle, then bent down to arrange 7 bowls and forks. At last, it's complete, though regrettably, there are no chopsticks. Someone will have to use forks instead. Soon, Bai Ze took his seat, awaiting the meal, while Tony, seated nearby, found himself unable to resist the urge to grab some food. However, just as his hand reached halfway, Bai Ze smacked it with the back of a fork. No sneaking bites. What if you finish it all by yourself? Feeling the sting of the reprimand, Tony reluctantly withdrew his hand. After a few minutes, the private elevator leading to the top floor slowly opened, and Steve, Natasha, Barton, Banner, and Pepper entered one after another. It seems we received an invitation from a certain little rascal, mentioning something about a gathering, Natasha queried, addressing Tony. Seeing this, Tony, lacking loyalty, pointed at Bai Ze. He said it. The group turned their gazes toward Bai Ze, who, while maintaining a smile on the surface, was internally cursing his ancestors for generations. After Bai Ze clarified the situation, Natasha was the first to take a seat. As an agent, I am quite busy, but I can spare a moment for a meal as a means of replenishing my energy. The others exchanged glances and, chuckling, took their respective seats. At that moment, a vibrant beam of light descended from the balcony atop the building, revealing the Bifrost. Upon witnessing the anomaly, the group immediately sprang into a defensive posture. Once the rainbow bridge dissipated, Thor, wielding Mjolnir, appeared before them. Hey folks, long time no see. Care for a long-awaited hug? Wait, what are you all doing? Thor looked curiously at the ready stance of the group, and Natasha was the first to respond. Shouldn't you explain why you've just arrived on Earth via the Bifrost? Thor casually shrugged. What? Can't the god of thunder take a break? The group continued to fixate on him, and realizing their scrutiny, Thor finally provided the true answer. All right, I merely wanted to slip away unnoticed, and by the way, are you all having a party? Upon hearing this explanation, the group exchanged glances, confirming their understanding, and subsequently relaxed, stowing away their gear. Would you care to join us for a meal? I can have Tony fetch you a bowl and fork, Bai Ze invited Thor. Hearing this, Thor beamed with a smile. Of course, who would refuse a free meal? With a smile, Thor strolled in from the balcony, while Tony, seated at the table, waved his hand in a rather dismal manner, commanding his Iron Man suit to set another pair of utensils upon the table. Haha, I suppose I need to acclimatize to the customs of this era, he remarked. Steve, carefully using his fork to dab at a beef roll on his plate, responded. At least you're not clad in that ridiculous clown-like outfit. Tony teased Steve in return. Meanwhile, Pepper, unaccustomed to indulging Tony, swiftly skewered a rather small, uncooked piece of ham and shoved it into his mouth, insisting, hurry up and eat. All this food won't silence your incessant chatter. Though I wouldn't recommend consuming it cold, a hot pot would enhance the flavors of the ingredients, Natasha chimed in, picking up her fork to submerge a piece of cabbage into the boiling pot. Save some for me, don't finish it all, Barton exclaimed, quickly spearing a slice of beef roll to cook. Wait, does this rolled meat really need to be cooked before consumption? Thor inquired, curiously holding a half-eaten beef roll. Bai Ze stared bewilderedly at Thor's half-eaten morsel, asking, what led you to eat it like that? Upon hearing the question, Thor pointed to Tony, who was munching on a cold sausage, and said, Isn't he the one who eats it cold? Laughter erupted among the group at Thor's remark. Well, I suppose this old relic of a man hasn't been entirely forsaken by the times, Steve jested, skewering a beef roll and placing it into the bubbling pot. In such a jovial atmosphere, they spent a delightful day together. A peculiar foreboding loomed over New York. The sky fractured like shattered glass, revealing a terrifying, colossal single eye surveying the fleeing populace below. At the Avengers headquarters, Tony dashed into the conference room in a state of panic. Activate defense mode. Shut down all ventilation systems. Banner's voice rang out. Where is everyone? Where are they? On the television, a female reporter held a microphone, narrating the current situation in New York. Residents are urged to seek shelter immediately. A strange purple mist has emerged from the broken sky. Anyone touched by this mist will be attacked indiscriminately, resembling the undead. The Avengers are on their way to assist. Please evacuate to safety. In Queens, the purple mist surged like a tidal wave, engulfing fleeing residents. Spider-Man swung between buildings, exerting every effort to save those in peril. Run quickly. Don't linger. Evacuate to safety. In downtown Manhattan, Bai Ze utilized his webbing to move swiftly between skyscrapers, striving to rescue those on the brink of being consumed by the encroaching mist. In Wakanda, an energy shield enveloped the entire region, blocking the purple haze outside. However, the shield flickered ominously, as if its energy were waning, threatening to vanish at any moment. In the realms of the 1610 universe, the 42 universe, the 65 universe, and other celestial expanses, a shattering phenomenon has emerged, accompanied by a bizarre purple mist. Within the five-dimensional space, the observer stands in a state of despair, suspended in midair, as he witnesses the reflective surfaces of other universes enveloped in purple, with not a single one spared. This may well be the gravest crisis in the annals of all universes. At that moment, a fissure resembling a breaking mirror appeared behind the observer, while a resonant and beguiling voice echoed in his ears. I see you. In a castle in New York, Stephen stood still, quietly gazing at the entrance. What it seeks to consume is not merely the world, but the very timelines of all universes. Atop the Avengers Tower, a mysterious figure with golden hair stood on the edge, looking down upon the streets below. The apocalypse of this world has arrived. Whiteys, you are not exceptional. Kneeling on the ground, Thanos felt a purple crack slowly spreading across his face, as a tear escaped the corner of his eye. I believe I was truly mistaken. In a realm where barriers undulated like ocean waves, various worlds, resembling bubbles, floated around. A colossal purple eye observed a bubble that had developed a minuscule fracture. The bubble was swiftly consumed by the purple eye, yet at that moment, the eye seemed to encounter an unseen obstruction and turned away. It has not yet truly awakened. Therefore, we must be prepared for its awakening, even if it means my sacrifice. Are you truly ready? I was never meant to exist. I merely fulfilled my own desires indirectly. I feel as though I am crying. But how can that be? The gem still exists. My wishes. 6 beams of light in various colors shot skyward as the fractured sky began to mend. The voice of Stephen resonated. We will forever forget you. The voice of a television presenter announced, welcome, residents, to this channel. Mr. Stark has announced that Stark Industries will cease the manufacturing and provision of all weapons from this day forth. A mysterious voice chimed in. Your journey is not yet complete. There are more who require your assistance. Extend a hand to those who are like you. Extra 2. Friends, look, there is such a beautiful house. Let us go inside and take a look, exclaimed a vibrant and youthful female voice. That might not be appropriate, Linya. Besides, isn't this considered trespassing? A concerned and youthful male voice attempted to dissuade the girl named Linya from her proposition. However, Linya seemed to disregard his words entirely, pushing the door open. The door gently swung inward, and the dark interior of the house gradually brightened with the influx of light. This door isn't even locked. Clad in a red dress and sporting twin ponytails, Linya curiously peered inside, observing the sights within the house. "Hello, is anyone there?" Linya called out towards the house, but after a moment of silence, only the echo returned. "Linya, we should summon an adult. Intruding into someone else's home is inappropriate," came a worried voice from behind her. Hearing this, Linya squinted her eyes and pushed the door wide open, revealing a boy clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and a red cap standing just beyond the threshold. "What are you so afraid of? Besides, we've already broken a window in someone else's house with the football we were playing with. If we let an adult come, we'll definitely be caught and reprimanded. If it gets serious, we might even get spanked. Is that what you desire?" Linya questioned the boy directly, leaving him momentarily speechless. Observing his reaction, Linya smiled triumphantly at him. "Beijing, it was your idea to sneak out today. You wouldn't want your family to keep enforcing study time. So we absolutely must not let any adults find us. Let's go. While the house is empty, we should hurry and retrieve the ball." Beijing hesitated upon hearing Linya's words. He looked up, wanting to advise her, but as he did, Linya had already dashed inside. Concerned for Linya's safety, Beijing glanced around nervously before hastily following her. The two ascended to the second floor, cautiously peeking around the corner. Once they confirmed that no one was present, Linya immediately approached the closed bedroom door. Beijing, noticing this, could only follow her apprehensively, casting fearful glances at the dark surroundings. "Linya, perhaps we should turn on a light. It's too dark here." Linya shot him a look of exasperation upon hearing his suggestion. "No way. What if there are still people or pets in this house? Turning on the light would surely disturb them." She rejected Beijing's plea, then turned back, tiptoeing to grasp the doorknob. With a gentle tug, the bedroom door creaked open. Their eyes fell upon the football lying amidst a sea of shattered glass. "It's the football we were searching for," Linya exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards it. Beijing attempted to seize her arm, but it was already too late. Linya entered the bedroom, carefully nudging the glass shards aside with her foot as she approached the ball, bending down to retrieve it. "Beijing, look, I've got the football." Linya turned to flaunt her find, only to see Beijing staring fearfully at something to his right within the room. Sensing something ominous, Linya stiffly turned her head in that direction. There, half sitting on the floor, was a figure clad in striped clothing that shimmered with a blue glow, their face obscured by the shadows. Linya was startled by the sight, instinctively retreating, but in her fright, she failed to notice the glass shards beneath her feet. As a result, she slipped and began to fall towards the ground, where more shards lay scattered. "Linya, be careful." As Beihai let out a cry, a figure in the darkness suddenly opened its eyes and swiftly rose to its feet. Like a specter, it darted to Linya's side in the blink of an eye, gently cradling her head and waist. Linya felt a warm sensation emanating from her head and waist, rather than a painful sting. Cautiously, she opened her eyes and beheld the man who was supporting her. His face remained shrouded in darkness, yet the proximity allowed Linya to discern his handsome features. The man then spoke slowly, his voice steady and magnetic, instantly reaching Linya's ears. "Are you all right?" 3 hours later, the curtains of the second-floor bedroom were drawn open, sunlight streaming onto the reflective wooden floor. Linya and Beijing sat back to back on the ground, exhausted, while the man stood nearby, looking at them with curiosity. "Are you two all right?" Upon hearing his concern, Linya mustered her strength and waved her hand dismissively. I'm fine, but, big brother, just how large is your house?" The man contemplated her question, resting his chin on his hand before shaking his head in uncertainty. "I don't really know. You are quite strange, big brother, knowing nothing. As if you just appeared in this world out of thin air," Beijing panted, gazing at the man in disbelief. At that moment, Linya suddenly stood up and spoke. "Let us be friends." Both the man and Beijing tilted their heads in confusion at Linya's words. Seeing their bewilderment, she hurried towards the door. "Wait here, I'll be right back." The man and Beijing exchanged glances and shrugged in unison. After a brief wait, Linya returned, jogging, seemingly holding something in her right hand. She extended her hand and opened it, revealing 3 rings woven from grass, which caught the eyes of the man and Beijing. "Are these rings?" Beijing asked curiously, and Linya nodded in affirmation. "Yes, these 3 rings are friendship rings I just made outside. If we wear them, we'll be lifelong friends." Beijing and the man picked up the rings, and the man brought one to his nose, inhaling a refreshing fragrance emanating from it. "This scent is mint," Beijing exclaimed with delight. Linya nodded in response and promptly slipped a ring onto her middle finger. Upon seeing this, Beijing followed suit, also adorning her middle finger with a ring. The man, initially intending to place the ring in his mouth, quickly withdrew it upon observing Linya and Beijing's actions. and then mimicked them by putting it on his middle finger. All right, we three shall be friends for life, Linya exclaimed joyfully. Just then, Bai Ze interjected, addressing the man. By the way, big brother, we still don't know your name. Linya, realizing this as well, chimed in, yes. We should ask big brother for his name. The man listened intently to the conversation between the two, deep in thought, yet ultimately shook his head in resignation. I'm sorry, but I can't recall my name. Bai Ze gazed at him with confusion. You can't remember? Could it be amnesia? If so, let us bestow a name upon our big brother, Linya suggested. What shall we call him? Bai Ze inquired with curiosity, while the man looked at Linya with anticipation. Linya, feeling triumphant, declared, my name is Linya, and he is Bai Ze. If we combine our surnames, then our big brother shall be named Lin Bai. Upon hearing this name, Lin Bai nodded with intrigue. However, Bai Ze began to protest. Why is my surname last? Don't adults always say that surnames should follow the male? Linya shot him a fierce glare in response to his objection. Because I am the eldest sister, and you are not an adult, so I am the one who decides. Bai Ze, contemplating Linya's words, struggled to formulate a convincing rebuttal. But the thoughts of a child eluded him, and he could only lower his head in frustration, fidgeting with his fingers. Oh no, it seems quite late now. Bai Ze, we must hurry back, otherwise, the adults will worry, Linya exclaimed, grabbing Bai Ze's hand as they dashed out of the house, kicking a soccer ball as they ran into the distance. Goodbye, big brother Lin Bai. Let us play together next time. Linya's voice echoed in Lin Bai's ears as he watched the two small figures recede, reluctantly waving his hand. Until we meet again. Chapter 59. A belief. What could this possibly mean? Bai Ze wished to assess Alan's condition. Just then, the blaring sirens of a police car pierced the air. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Ze hoisted the sorrowful Miles onto his back and swiftly shot away with a web. Meanwhile, Jeff had arrived at his destination, parking the police vehicle before emerging cautiously with his handgun, making his way into Aunt May's yard. Upon entering the yard, Jeff's eyes immediately fell upon the familiar figure sprawled on the ground, prompting him to rush forward in alarm. However, upon seeing Alan's face, panic engulfed Jeff. No. Alan, what has happened to you? Alan, wake up, don't sleep, Alan. Tears welled up in Jeff's eyes as he struggled to contain his sobs. At that moment, a glimmer in his peripheral vision caught his attention, strands of webbing adorning the wall of the house. Rising to his feet, Jeff approached the web, grasping it in an attempt to tear it down. Yet, despite his efforts, he found it unyielding, and a sense of determination began to crystallize within him. Pressing the walkie-talkie strap to his shoulder, Jeff spoke with a voice tinged with sorrow and anger. All units, be advised, a new Spider-Man has emerged in New York. Full-scale manhunt for the new Spider-Man. Hours later, in Miles' dormitory, his emotions spiraled out of control as he hurled every book within reach. Even the cherished Spider-Man comics were seized and flung against the wall. Just as Miles prepared to continue his rampage, a web shot through the window, ensnaring his hand. Turning to see the source, he found Bai Ze perched by the window. You need to calm down, Bai Ze urged. In response, Miles picked up a book from the floor and threw it at him. Bai Ze effortlessly caught the book in his outstretched hand. Then, he leapt down from the window, and shortly after, Peter Parker, Gwen, and the other Spider-Man began to crawl in through the same window. They approached Miles slowly, who, despite his heartache, stubbornly wiped away the tears threatening to spill. Hey buddy, are you alright? Peter Parker inquired, observing the conflicted emotions etched on Miles' face, feeling a profound sympathy for him. Bai Ze watched the poignant scene unfold from the back, a wave of sadness washing over him. Perhaps you should console him, Bai Ze suggested, finally managing to voice his thoughts before shooting a web onto the doorknob of the dormitory. Peter nodded in agreement and placed a comforting hand on Miles' shoulder. Life and death are part of nature. We have all experienced it. I lost my Uncle Ben, Peter shared, his voice laden with emotion. At that moment, the hand of the Spider-Man from the Noir universe rested on Miles' other shoulder. I lost my Uncle Benjamin, Penny Parker followed suit. I lost my father. I lost my best friend, Gwen added, her voice filled with sorrow. Miles, what is most difficult for us to accept is that you cannot save everyone every time. Peter Parker sat on a chair, offering counsel to Miles. Yes, Miles, we all comprehend that anguish. I once witnessed a trusted individual being murdered, and I was powerless at that moment. Bai Ze, feeling despondent, leaned against the wall, the recent atmosphere evoking memories of Agent Coulson. This is all my fault. You cannot possibly understand. Miles, suppressing his sorrow, turned his head away. Miles, I believe we are the only ones in this world who can truly understand you. Gwen continued to persuade him, but just then, the dormitory door began to shake violently. The person outside seemed intent on opening it, yet the lock remained unyielding due to the webbing Bai Ze had shot earlier. Voices of Miles' roommate echoed from beyond the door. Hey, is the lock broken? Why can't we get in? After a few more shakes, the dorm door finally stilled. Well, if the lock is jammed, it seems we must seek out a teacher. As the footsteps outside faded, Miles finally relaxed, only to turn and find that only Peter Parker, Bai Ze, and Gwen remained in the room. Gwen was already perched by the window. "What is wrong with you all?" Gwen hesitated at Miles' inquiry, casting a fleeting glance in his direction. "Goodbye, Miles." Miles, puzzled by Gwen's farewell, watched as she leapt from the window. At that moment, Bai Ze approached and placed a hand on Miles' shoulder. "Miles, I am much like you. We both abruptly became heroes. I am uncertain how to comfort you, but one thing I am sure of is that perhaps neither of us is ready yet." After speaking, Bai Ze jumped out the window. Following Bai Ze's words, Miles seemed to grasp something, casting a disbelieving look at Peter Parker. Peter then articulated the purpose of his visit. "Miles, I came to say goodbye. We can part ways at the Collider." Miles replied in a joking tone. "You don't understand. You need to stay." Peter Parker continued to urge him, but Miles appeared stubbornly resolute, insisting, "I must stay so that you all can return." Observing the obstinate Miles, Peter could only take a deep breath and persist in his persuasion. "It is they who must return home, Miles. I need to stay behind alone." Upon hearing Peter's words, Miles turned to him in disbelief. "You want to take my place? If you stay, you will die?" Peter understood the concern in Miles' voice. "I must complete what I need to do. I hope I have learned this clearly from you. What about Mary Jane?" Peter fell silent for a moment in response to Miles' question. Not all matters yield a resolution. Peter Parker extended his hand towards Miles. "I need that little gadget." Miles regarded Peter Parker, slightly retreating. "Please don't compel me to seize it from you." Upon hearing Peter's words, Miles could no longer contain himself. "But it's unjust. You must tell them I can do it." Peter Parker observed Miles, whose emotions were spiraling out of control once again, and placed a hand over his chest, speaking with an air of indifference. "This is not their decision." Realizing Peter was serious this time, Miles quickly shifted his focus. "I intend to make King pay. You must allow me to seek vengeance." Peter's demeanor shifted from indifferent to grave upon hearing Miles's declaration. "What you're proposing is tantamount to courting death. But I am prepared, I assure you." No sooner had Miles uttered his words than Peter executed a swift sweep, sending Miles soaring into the air. Seizing the opportunity before Miles could descend, Peter leaped up, anchoring himself to the ceiling with one hand while grasping Miles by the collar with the other. "Now, either contact me or conceal yourself, vanish as you wish, and simply walk past me." Miles glared at Peter with a furious expression, fists clenched. Yet he still failed to unleash his electric powers or become invisible. Outside the window, Bai Ze and the other Spider-Man waited silently for Peter Parker. Inside, Peter set Miles down. "But you are not ready." After stating this, Peter shot a web at a nearby object, and with a gentle tug, Miles found himself toppled into a chair. The webbing spun the chair around several times, binding Miles tightly. For safety, Peter shot additional webs to reinforce the bindings during the rotation. "I apologize." Peter approached Miles from behind, confiscated the USB drive from his grasp, and strode towards the dormitory window. "Peter, how can I know when I am ready?" Miles hastily inquired of Peter, who had yet to depart. Peter swiftly affixed a web over Miles's mouth. "You will never know. It is a matter of faith." "It is that simple, Miles, faith." After uttering these words, Peter turned without a backward glance, leaped out the window, donned his mask, and shot a web, departing from Miles's dormitory. Before following Peter, Bai Ze glanced back at the bound Miles. This fleeting glance ignited a surge of activity in the chaotic symbiote stored within the Anti-Venom suit. Chapter 60. Infiltration of the Collider. As night fell, a bus came to a halt near the venue of the memorial event for Spider-Man, organized by Kingpin. A group of Spider-Men emerged from the bus, each swiftly shooting webs to swing onto the crane nearby. Kingpin possessed a private elevator that connected directly from the top floor to the Collider. Penny Parker shared the intelligence currently at hand, while the more Spider-Man observed the opulent crowd below, unable to suppress his sarcasm. To their surprise, an audience had indeed gathered. "We should check the remaining stabilizing fluid," remarked Bai Ze. The group glanced at the readings on the bracelets adorning their wrists, which indicated only 3 units left. Upon seeing this, Penny Parker promptly set an alarm within her Spider-Bot. "The remaining stabilizing fluid will only sustain us for 10 minutes at most. If we encounter combat, we must act swiftly and decisively." Her words prompted nods of agreement from the others, and together they shot their webs, soaring towards the rooftop of the Gala Hotel. Upon reaching the rooftop, they all pressed against the glass, incredulously gazing at the scene below. What a joke! The hotel lobby was filled with elegantly attired high society, with tombstone-like figures in tuxedos patrolling as security, while Kingpin stood on a raised platform delivering a speech. "Thank you. It is an honor to commemorate Spider-Man with you all tonight. We were great friends," he was like. The Spider-Men atop the roof listened to Kingpin's fabrications, feeling a collective sense of disbelief. Bai Ze couldn't help but comment, "I feel like the Oscars owe him a little golden statuette this year." Gwen, inspired by Bai Ze's lead, chimed in, "What a buffoon. Hey, I can't hear you." Peter B. Parker interjected, slightly offended as he glanced at Gwen. However, before he could elaborate, the noir Spider-Man interrupted him, pointing at the waitstaff below. "Look at those servers' outfits." Upon hearing his words, the others turned their attention to the servers' attire, spotting that each wore a Spider-Man mask atop their heads. What a lack of taste, but it can't be that easy, can it? After a brief moment, the Spider-Man disguised as servers successfully blended in. It was that simple. Peter Parker pushed a cart, while Bai Ze contemplated the mechanical spider legs beneath it. "This is far too easy. Many thanks to Mary Jane Parker for attending our gala tonight." Kingpin continued his speech on stage, his previous statement successfully capturing Peter Parker's attention. "Mary Jane?" Peter Parker gazed dreamily at Mary Jane as she rose from her seat and gracefully approached the stage. Just then, Gwen abruptly blocked Peter Parker's view. "Focus. That is not your Mary Jane. Peter, do you understand?" Gwen said, pushing Peter Parker away as he intended to leave. However, Peter Parker seemed entranced, still yearning to find Mary Jane. "Wait for me. I shall return momentarily." Upon witnessing this, everyone quickly obstructed Peter Parker's path. "No, Peter, trust me, I've been through this. And we have less than 10 minutes remaining. Once those 10 minutes elapse, our bodies will revert to a state of disarray. Just for a moment, with her." Peter Parker paid no heed to the warnings and turned to seek Mary Jane, but before he could run, he collided directly with her. "Hello," Mary Jane greeted first. Yet Peter Parker found himself at a loss for words. "Could you please add some bread to table 12? Upon hearing Mary Jane's request, Peter Parker instinctively nodded. "All right." Behind him, the trio of Bai Ze watched with bemusement. "I want to express my sincere apologies." "No need to apologize, it's merely bread." Mary Jane assumed he was apologizing for the bread. However, Peter Parker seemed to have an endless stream of words on the tip of his tongue. "When you needed me." "I failed to." Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Bai Ze hurriedly stepped forward and covered his mouth. "Haha, my apologies. This fellow can be rather nonsensical at times. The bread for table 12 will arrive shortly." With that, Bai Ze pulled the still chattering Peter Parker along with Gwen and Spider-Man towards the exit. "All right, do not be disheartened. We have less than 10 minutes left, and we cannot afford any further delays." At that moment, a man in a suit suddenly noticed the breadbasket on the table, which was now shaking uncontrollably. Meanwhile, deep beneath the gala, a group of scientists sat before computer screens, continuously typing away at code. In the database, Olivia controlled two mechanical tentacles adjusting the instruments, while she herself typed the activation code, initializing primary ignition sequence. As the electronic voice resonated, the collider began to illuminate gradually. At that moment, Kingpin, having concluded his speech, proceeded directly to his private elevator. The two bodyguards at the entrance opened the door, and once Kingpin entered, they closed it again. However, as the guards shut the door, two strands of webbing shot down from above, pulling them up to the ceiling. The Spider-Man above swiftly incapacitated the two guards and then descended to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, the spider robot forcefully breached the door of Kingpin's private elevator. The elevator door was blasted open, plummeting downwards. Without pausing for breath, everyone leaped into the elevator shaft, descending further. When the elevator doors opened, Kingpin stepped out slowly. "Initiate the program." Upon hearing the command from Kingpin, the scientists immediately sprang into action, uploading the genetic sequences of Vanessa Fisk and Charlie Fisk while initiating the search for spatial matches. At that moment, Olivia placed her palm on the screen to commence the activation. Secondary ignition countdown begins 5-4. As the Spider-Men raced toward the collider, they heard the ignition sequence commence. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly shot out their webs, swinging toward the collider. 3, 2, 1. Just as the Spider-Men reached the apex of the collider, it activated, unleashing a colossal beam of light at the speed of light, colliding within the rift of space-time. However, the opening of the time-space portal caused various temporal disruptions on the ground. Traffic lights, bridges, and even skyscrapers began to flicker, displaying signs of temporal collapse. Bai Ze observed the activation of the collider, feeling an inexplicable, slight ache in his head. At that moment, his spider sense suddenly tingled, soon followed by the other senses chiming in unison as a wave of danger emanated from the collider's light speed. Before they could react, a yellow beam erupted from the collider's spatial collision, obliterating everything above it. This light speed is... Before Bai Ze could finish his thought, a figure he recognized all too well soared forth from the chaos. It was none other than Ultron, the 6 Infinity Stones embodiment. Hovering in midair, he surveyed his surroundings like a deity. "It appears I have arrived in yet another universe. I shall bring absolute peace to this realm." Meanwhile, behind the bulletproof glass, Kingpin gazed at Ultron floating above, puzzled. "What is that robot?" Hearing Kingpin's inquiry, Olivia swiftly pushed aside a scientist inputting code, using the other S computer to investigate the issue. "The collider's technology is unstable. It seems we have inadvertently opened a portal to another universe. No, I cannot afford to fail this time. Immediately dispatch Tombstone and the others to confront that flying robot. Kingpin bellowed at Olivia. I will arrange it at once. Olivia, seeing Kingpin's fury, hurriedly set about making the necessary arrangements. Chapter 61. The Battle of Cooperation. We must swiftly reboot the system. If we allow this individual to leave, the universe shall face annihilation. Bai Ze swiftly unleashed his webbing towards Ultron, but the other Spider-Men were already too late to intervene. Suspended in midair, Ultron suddenly turned his gaze toward the approaching Bai Ze. The spider sense in Bai Ze's mind buzzed frantically, yet there was no time to evade. Ultron raised his hand, the space stone glowing ominously, and Bai Ze found himself utterly powerless, drawn directly before Ultron. It has been quite a while. Can we avoid the face slapping? Ultron regarded Bai Ze, momentarily recalling their previous encounter. I remember now. You seem to be one of the chosen ones. Alas, that will soon change. For I shall grant you eternal silence and peace. The Mind Stone embedded in Ultron's head began to glow, and Bai Ze's spider sense intensified, buzzing incessantly. Surely, you do not believe I am alone? Just as Bai Ze finished speaking, a strand of webbing shot from the side, latching onto Ultron's arm. Feeling the tug, Ultron turned to see Peter Parker. Release him. Ultron was disinterested in Peter Parker's plea. Instead, he activated the Time Stone, accelerating the time of the webbing clinging to his arm, which dissolved within the blink of an eye. Peter Parker, witnessing the web disintegrate in his grasp, looked at Ultron in shock. You can manipulate time? You should have mentioned that sooner, my friend. Before Peter could finish, Gwen suddenly swung in from the side, delivering a forceful kick to Ultron's head. Let us see how your defenses hold up. Upon impact, Gwen felt her leg go numb from the shock, while Ultron barely flinched. What? Realizing her attack had little effect, Gwen quickly shot out webbing, using her other hand to grasp the immobilized Bai Ze and swing away. Once Bai Ze was freed, the control over him dissipated. Thanks. The two swung to a nearby wall, where the other Spider-Men had also positioned themselves, forming a circle around Ultron. Do you wish to play house with me? I am more than willing to oblige. The space stone glowed, emanating a wave of blue energy from Ultron, rapidly extending outward. At that moment, the collective spider sense of the group resonated, compelling them to leap from the wall just as it shattered, debris floating in midair. Wow, if this were a demolition team, you'd definitely be the foreman. Bai Ze quipped as he landed atop the collider. Upon seeing the assembled Spider-Men, Ultron's power stone ignited. But before he could act, a mechanical tentacle suddenly lunged, seizing his arm. What? Ultron turned to find himself face-to-face with a scorpion tail adorned with deadly spikes. However, before the scorpion tail could strike Ultron, he merely waved his other hand, and the space stone illuminated instantaneously. The scorpion tail, along with its master, was sent flying out, crashing through the tempered glass and directly colliding with Jean Bing on the staircase. Upon witnessing this, Jean Bing swiftly swung his arm, sending the scorpion away and knocking a nearby staff member to the ground. Capture him. Jean Bing shouted furiously at Olivia. I am in the process of doing so. Olivia replied, once again commanding two mechanical tentacles to seize Ultron. Upon noticing this, Ultron raised his hand. In that very moment, the mechanical tentacles that had been advancing towards him halted abruptly, and those gripping his arm released their grasp as well. What? How is this possible? Olivia exclaimed in disbelief, when suddenly she felt a severance of control over the four mechanical tentacles. Ultron offered no response, merely issuing commands to the tentacles. Go, attack. Upon receiving the order, the mechanical tentacles swiftly redirected their aggression towards Olivia, and those clinging to the ceiling also relinquished their hold. Olivia cried out as she plummeted downward. Just as she squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for impact, a warm hand unexpectedly grasped her waist. Hey, could you kindly remove that attacking tentacle from your back? Upon hearing the voice, Olivia opened her eyes to see Bai Ze, whose face was ensnared by a mechanical tentacle. Oh, my apologies. Olivia quickly pressed a few buttons on her wrist, causing all the mechanical tentacles on her back to detach. Observing this, Bai Ze immediately commanded the Anti-Venom to expand against the tentacles that had ensnared him. Wow, is your suit under your control, or is it sentient? Olivia inquired of Bai Ze, yet both were oblivious to Ultron raising his hand behind them, aiming at the duo. However, before Ultron could launch his attack, a strand of webbing shot forth, deflecting his hand and causing his assault, powered by the Power Stone, to miss entirely. Pointing fingers at others is hardly polite. Upon hearing Peter Parker's voice, Ultron turned to look, but before he could discern the figure, a large wooden hammer suddenly struck from the side, knocking his head askew. Do not forget, even a cornered pig will attack. Ultron glared angrily in the direction of the assault, only to be met by a large gray head. Here is your delivery. Gwen's voice reached Ultron's ears, but he had no time to react. The Tombstone S had collided directly with the Mind Stone on his forehead. as the Mind Stone connected to Ultron's neural pathways. This impact sent a jolt of pain through the entire robotic form. The tombstone plummeted swiftly, while the black and white Spider-Man swung out on a web, seizing the tombstone's collar and soaring above the collider. Quite the coordinated effort. The monochrome Spider-Man offered a compliment to the tombstone, yet the latter remained utterly indifferent. This was merely a fleeting moment. We remained adversaries. During the exchange between the monochrome Spider-Man and Tombstone, Penny Parker piloted her Spider-Bot, swiftly launching a web towards Ultron, who was clutching his forehead in pain. The Spider-Bot extended its limbs, ensnaring Ultron's arms and effectively restraining him. Success! Gwen shouted in exhilaration upon witnessing this scene, but suddenly, the voice of White Tiger echoed ominously. No, he can control machines. Penny, run. As soon as White Tiger's warning fell, Penny Parker anxiously observed the error messages flashing across the Spider-Bot's control panel. No, how could this happen? Before Penny could react, the projection on the Spider-Bot's face flickered and ultimately vanished, causing the entire machine to release Ultron and plummet toward the collider's beam below. No, a chorus of Spider-Men cried out in unison. Yet, at that moment, the Spider-Bot unexpectedly altered its trajectory, landing atop the collider. To the astonishment of the onlookers, a Spider-Man clad in a black suit gradually appeared beside the Spider-Bot. It was Miles. Upon hearing Peter Parker call his name, Miles turned slowly and waved. Miss me, guys? Just in time, Peter. You go shut down the collider. We'll hold Ultron off. White Tiger completed his sentence and prepared to charge forward, but suddenly, his body began to flicker, and he collapsed to the ground in agony. From within his anti-venom suit, a vial filled with a white liquid fell out, rolling directly to Olivia's feet. Cough, cough, what just happened? After a moment, as the flickering ceased, White Tiger hastily examined his wrist, discovering that his bracelet had somehow broken. No way, why is my luck so terrible? Suppressing the pain coursing through his body, White Tiger rose and raised his hand to shoot a web. But at that moment, Olivia abruptly pulled him back. Wait. Confused, White Tiger turned to her. What is it? I need to help them now. Upon hearing his inquiry, Olivia immediately produced a water bottle containing a writhing symbiote. Your suit should be alive, right? If so, I would like to conduct a small experiment. If successful, it would benefit both of us. Chapter 62. Turning the tide high above the collider, Ultron looked down upon the vermin below with a disdainful gaze, akin to that of a deity. Behold, Miles swiftly became invisible, using his agile form to approach Ultron with astonishing speed, aided by his webs. While the other Spider-Men followed suit, launching their own webs in pursuit. Utterly futile resistance, Ultron lowered the visor of his helmet, revealing a long spear materializing in his right hand. He aimed the spear at the assemblage of Spider-Men, the Power Stone glowing ominously as several crimson lasers erupted from the tip, hurtling towards them at breakneck speed. The Spider-Men, leveraging their nimbleness, evaded the incoming lasers with remarkable precision. At that moment, Miles swung around to Ultron's rear, preparing to pounce. Now's my chance, watch this. Yet, just as his hand was about to touch Ultron's back, the Space Stone ignited, and Miles was flung through the air, crashing against the wall. Miles, Gwen cried out in alarm, her voice drawing Ultron's attention. Perhaps you should worry about yourself first, he retorted, leveling the spear at Gwen as the Power Stone began to glow once more. In that instant, a web shot forth, skewing Ultron's aim. The red laser struck the wall beside Gwen instead. Who dares? Ultron spun around, only to be met by a silver arm wielding a long blade. The strike landed squarely on his head, sending his helmet flying. As Ultron regained his composure, he recognized his assailant, Bai Ze, clad in a suit that was half silver and half white. Upon realizing his attack had only dislodged Ultron's helmet, Bai Ze swiftly retracted his arm and shot away on a web, landing on a reinforced glass surface. That was close. I nearly took his head off. He mused. Hey, buddy, what is your situation? Inquired the black and white Spider-Man as he joined Bai Ze. Not much, Bai Ze replied, just partaking in a little experiment with a mad scientist. Presently, I am the Riot White Spider. All right, still don't quite get it. The black and white Spider-Man shrugged, launching himself towards Ultron on a web. Well, it's time for me to test my new abilities, Bai Ze declared, leaping into the air and shooting a web towards Ultron. Meanwhile, Ultron continued to fire his spear indiscriminately, yet failed to hit any of the Spider-Men. Hey, look to your right. A voice called out, prompting Ultron to instinctively turn. What met his gaze was a web that ensnared his eyes, obscuring his vision. What is this? He exclaimed, grasping at the webbing in a futile attempt to remove it, just as Bai Ze's voice echoed. It's your turn, Miles. Upon hearing the sound, Ultron immediately abandoned the task of tearing away the webbing from his eyes, furiously unleashing red lasers from the power gem towards his surroundings. Just then, Bai Ze descended swiftly from above. Ultron's soul gem sensed Bai Ze's intentions, yet it was too late to take any further action. In the blink of an eye, Bai Ze's left hand transformed into a colossal hammer, striking down directly and disarming Ultron of the spear he wielded. At that moment, Miles, having deactivated his invisibility, lunged forward, pressing a hand against Ultron's chest. "Please exercise caution with electricity," Miles declared. No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous surge of electricity erupted from his fingertips, coursing through Ultron's body, causing him to topple downwards, directly into the beam of the collider. Observing Ultron fall into the collider's beam, the group waited a moment, ensuring he would not emerge, before collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. "Phew, we have finally resolved this significant nuisance. Peter, how are things on your end?" Bai Ze inquired, turning toward Peter, who was sprawled across a white panel. Upon hearing the calls from his companions, he rose to his feet. "Everything is proceeding smoothly, my friends, but regrettably, your resistance is destined to fail." Upon hearing Peter's words, the group immediately sensed something amiss, as the surrounding environment began to rapidly deteriorate. What had been a tranquil setting was suddenly transformed into a scene of devastation, with debris occasionally plummeting from above. The collider's beam, which ought to have been stable, revealed towering structures pulsating with flickering lights as the illusion dissipated. The control room behind the tempered glass was engulfed in flames, and the whereabouts of Gold remained a mystery. At the spot where Peter Parker had stood, he vanished, only for Ultron to appear, gripping the collar of the battered Peter Parker with one hand. "How's that? Should I allow you to celebrate a little longer?" The group felt a wave of tension as they gazed at Ultron. In response, Ultron casually tossed Peter Parker towards them. Bai Ze rushed forward to catch Peter Parker. "Peter, are you all right?" Upon hearing Bai Ze's voice, Peter Parker slowly opened his eyes. "Cough, cough, I'm sorry, cough, cough. I couldn't succeed." "No, you performed admirably," Bai Ze replied, carefully placing Peter Parker on the ground before swiftly rising to face Ultron. Observing this, Ultron donned a sorrowful expression. Hey, don't look at me with such eyes. Even though you treat me this way, I shall bring you peace. How noble and selfless I am. You ought to be grateful. Let us go." Bai Ze, uninterested in Ultron's ramblings, issued a command, and the multitude of Spider-Men charged toward Ultron. In response, Ultron shook his head slightly. The time gem ignited, freezing the approaching Spider-Men in their tracks. "How will you confront a being intent on delivering eternal peace to the world?" Ultron slowly approached Bai Ze, the Power Stone gradually illuminating as his right hand clenched into a fist. Upon reaching Bai Ze, he slowly raised his fist, declaring, "Let me bestow upon you eternal peace." Just as Ultron was about to strike, a mechanical arm suddenly swung in from behind. Sensing the impending attack, Ultron utilized the Space Stone to halt the mechanical limb a mere centimeter from the back of his skull. "Brave, but limited to this, little sister," Ultron said, turning around to face Penny Parker, who was clutching the mechanical arm. "I will not allow you to harm them." Ultron observed the unwavering determination in Penny Parker's eyes, shaking his head in resignation before gradually raising his hand toward her head. "Then let me grant you permanent peace." Just as Penny Parker was about to be seized, an unexpected snap echoed from an unknown source. A silvery tentacle shot forth from behind Ultron, swiftly entangling his raised arm. "What?" Ultron exclaimed in shock as he turned to see Bai Ze, now restored to action. "Stop." Bai Ze concentrated all his power into a clenched fist and struck Ultron squarely in the face, causing him to stagger backwards several steps before regaining his footing. "This is impossible. The calculations are entirely wrong." At that moment, Ultron's analysis of Bai Ze was frantically malfunctioning, yet Bai Ze showed no signs of halting his assault. While Ultron was still bewildered by the erroneous analysis, Bai Ze charged forward with great speed. Another powerful uppercut, fueled by all his strength, sent Ultron flying, rolling several times on the ground. With no time to await the system's recalibration of Bai Ze's data, Ultron hastily activated the Power Stone, seizing a long gun to fire several red lasers at Bai Ze. The lasers struck the ground, raising clouds of dust, but from within the haze, the silvery anti-chaos tentacles surged forward, aiming directly at Ultron. Realizing the threat, Ultron quickly raised his arm, activating the Space Stone to freeze the attacking tentacles in midair. However, before he could relax, Bai Ze emerged swiftly from the smoke, leaping powerfully to position himself before Ultron. Sensing danger, Ultron hastily lowered his helmet, while Bai Ze seized Ultron's head with both hands, relentlessly ramming his own head against Ultron's helmet. With each impact, Ultron's helmet sustained visible damage, while Bai Ze's forehead healed instantaneously due to the combined effects of Anti-Venom and Chaos. "This is impossible. The analysis indicates your strength is continuously increasing." No sooner had Ultron spoken than Bai Ze delivered another headbutt, shattering the helmet into fragments and sending Ultron crashing backward. Just as Bai Ze sought to capitalize on his advantage, Ultron swiftly utilized the Time Stone to immobilize him. Observing Bai Ze, once again rendered motionless, Ultron gradually rose to his feet. "You are an anomaly, a harbinger of destruction and chaos, and you must be dealt with," he declared. Ultron raised his arm, intent on swiftly eliminating Bai Ze, yet before he could unleash his strike, all the gems embedded in his armor's chest suddenly dislodged and fell to the ground. A small pool of silvery symbiote writhed forth from the cracks where the gems had been set. What? When did this happen? Ultron pondered, perplexed by the emergence of the chaotic symbiote, a possibility that had never surfaced in his system analysis. He hurriedly glanced at the motionless Bai Ze, and in the next moment, Bai Ze lunged forward, snatching the power stone from the ground and gripping it tightly in his hand. Realizing the peril of the situation, Ultron sought to evade, but it was far too late. Bai Ze, empowered by the strength of the stone, delivered a powerful punch directly to the Mind Stone embedded in Ultron's forehead. Cracks began to spiderweb from the point of impact where the Mind Stone met Bai Ze's fist, rapidly expanding. In the following instant, the Mind Stone shattered, scattering into fragments, and Ultron collapsed to the ground, utterly lifeless. Bai Ze, breathing heavily, gazed at Ultron's fallen form. His eyes filled with fatigue. "Chaos, anti-venom, disengage fusion," Bai Ze uttered, and the chaotic symbiote obediently detached from him. In that moment, an overwhelming weariness washed over Bai Ze. Just as he was about to succumb, a pair of arms suddenly appeared, supporting his body. "Hey, are you all right, buddy?" Miles inquired of Bai Ze, who then recognized that it was none other than a group of Spider-Men who had come to his aid. "This is not the time to rest. We must address this remaining predicament," Gwen remarked, casting a glance at the collider that was still in operation, signaling to the others. Bai Ze, regaining his composure, retrieved the chaotic symbiote into a container. "I say, fellows, have you seen where Kingpin and his entourage have gone?" Peter B. Parker asked curiously. The group glanced around, but found no trace of Kingpin or his henchmen. "Perhaps they were once again scared off by us. Our immediate priority is to shut down the collider. Let us locate the controller," the Spider-Men agreed, nodding in unison. Meanwhile, atop the gala building, a striking man with white hair, donned in sunglasses and a white suit, smiled as he adjusted the white ring on his middle finger, with Kingpin and his henchmen bound behind him. "It seems this affair is nearing its conclusion. I must take my leave, but I cannot allow you to remember me," he mused. The white-haired man turned around and snapped his fingers at the bound Jean Bing and his cohorts, who had been glaring fiercely at him moments before. With widened eyes, they swiftly succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing the fallen Jean Bing and his group, the white-haired man yawned leisurely before snapping his fingers once more, causing him to vanish from the rooftop of the building. Meanwhile, in the Collider experiment site, Bai Ze was cradling Penny Parker as he meticulously corrected the code on the panel. However, the device connected to the panel was not the USB drive crafted by Penny Parker, but rather Bai Ze's Anti-Venom USB. It was done. Penny Parker smiled and signaled an OK gesture to her companions. Upon witnessing this, the Spider-Men also broke into smiles, for it signified that they could finally return home. One by one, the Spider-Men leaped to the edge of the Collider, with Miles standing at the back, bidding them farewell. Just then, Peter Parker turned around, approached Miles, and patted him on the shoulder. "Thank you. Without you, I fear I would never have found this courage again. I believe you are indeed ready." After Peter finished speaking, Gwen stepped forward, looking at Miles with a sense of pride. "You've grown so quickly. Thanks to you, Miles, we made it through. You all are quite sentimental. But we owe you our gratitude, Miles," said the black and white Spider-Man as he approached, tossing a cube in his hand. Even through the mask, one could feel the approving gaze. "Indeed, our journey will continue alongside our companions, and you are no exception, Miles." A small spider perched on Penny Parker's index finger, the very spider that had bitten her and was now the core of the spider robot. "Miles, I gift you this hammer as a keepsake. You may find it useful in the future." Peter B. Parker rummaged through his pants and produced a wooden hammer larger than himself, handing it to Miles. "Miles, I sincerely thank you, but I have something for you to keep safe. Can you do that?" After a moment of hesitation, Miles nodded at Bai Ze's words. "Don't worry. Leave it to me. I can handle it." Seeing Miles nod, Bai Ze entrusted him with a bottle containing the chaotic symbiote. "Remember, don't let this little fellow escape. He is quite a nuisance." Just as Bai Ze finished speaking, Miles curiously pointed to the lifeless Ultron lying on the ground behind him. "What should we do about that robot named Ultron?" "No worries. Once the crisis is over, he will return to his own universe, and in his current state, he will likely just be a heap of scrap metal," Bai Ze reassured Miles, who then relaxed. "Hey, we should get going," called Peter B. Parker, leaping first into the beam of the Collider. "All right, I suppose it's time for me to return as well." The black and white Spider-Man leaped into the abyss, accompanied by a moment of camaraderie. "I shall cherish the thoughts of you alongside my dear friends. Farewell." Penny Parker affectionately rubbed her small spider against her fingertip before plunging downwards. "Well then, Miles, perhaps we shall meet again," Gwen declared before executing a graceful leap into the void below. This New York is entrusted to you, Miles. It seems I must also summon my courage. Peter Parker approached the edge of the collider, turning to face Miles as he gradually inclined his form downwards. It appears we are left with but the two of us. I am uncertain of what words to impart, yet in my eyes, you have emerged as a capable hero. There is no need to cloak yourself in the legacy of the fallen Spider-Man. You are uniquely yourself, Miles Morales, not Peter Parker. As Bai Ze sauntered to the collider's edge, he glanced back at Miles with a wink. And remember, do not be as careless as Peter Parker, lest you damage something vital. Had my USB drive not fortuitously been transmitted by the collider, I might have struggled to return. After jesting about Peter Parker, Bai Ze leaped into the depths. Miles, witnessing the departure of his companions, felt a tinge of melancholy wash over him, yet he swiftly regained his composure, shooting webs towards the control panel to prepare for shutting down the collider. At that precise moment, in a neglected corner of New York City, a blond man gazed intently at the images displayed on the screen and spoke slowly. Interdimensional capture. Upon finishing his statement, the blond man raised his right hand. Simultaneously, the lifeless Ultron and the scattered gems upon the collider flickered several times before vanishing from their original location, materializing before the blond man. Excellent. The gems are now assembled. We can proceed to the third phase of the plan. Meanwhile, within the temporal portal, Bai Ze soared forward at remarkable speed. Suddenly, an opening appeared, and Bai Ze had no time to react as he was propelled through, colliding headlong with a solid iron wall and painfully crumpling to the ground. Cough, cough, what is happening? Bai Ze attempted to rise and survey his surroundings, but before he could stand, a piercing pain surged through his head, causing him to lose consciousness. Chapter 63. The trap. As time slowly elapses, after an indeterminate duration, Bai Ze gradually opens his eyes, enduring the throbbing pain in his head as he rises slowly. Where am I? Bai Ze surveys his surroundings, feeling an unsettling blend of strangeness and familiarity. At that moment, an operation console in front of him suddenly captures his attention. Bai Ze approaches with measured steps, noticing the palm unlocking symbol on the console. Instinctively, he retracts the antitoxin liquid that enveloped his left hand and places his exposed palm on the surface. Ding, fingerprint recognition successful. Welcome home, Prince, as the electronic voice concludes. The grand door before him swings open. Is it successful? Bai Ze glances at his palm in confusion, then carefully rewraps it with the antitoxin liquid and cautiously steps through the doorway. The moment he crosses the threshold, the door slams shut behind him, and the lights in the passageway gradually illuminate. Yet, for reasons unknown, some lights are damaged, flickering erratically or remaining dark. The walls of the corridor exude a sense of advanced technology, though Bai Ze might have appreciated it more had they not been marred by gash-like scars. An unsettling premonition gnaws at him. Bai Ze mutters about the damaged lights and the scratches on the walls, but his body obediently continues forward. Hello? Is anyone there? If you are, please make a sound, though it might be better not to. This environment unnerves me. Just as Bai Ze finishes speaking, a sudden thud echoes from behind him. The sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground. Quickly turning to investigate, Bai Ze sees the path he had just traversed collapsing toward him. No way. This isn't how it should go, he exclaims, then hastily spins around and shoots out a web, propelling himself forward. Not long after, he spots a closed door ahead, with a ventilation shaft above it. Without a moment to spare for contemplation, he shoots another web, launching himself towards the vent. With a forceful impact, he breaks through, successfully escaping to the next corridor just before the collapse could catch up to him. Phew, that was close. Fortunate that I reacted swiftly. Bai Ze glances around the new corridor, only to discover it bears little difference from the previous one, and is even more dilapidated. What on earth happened here? Bai Ze strides cautiously forward, unaware that in a nearby corner, a camera is observing his every move. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure sits leisurely in the monitoring room, bemusement dancing across their face. Unexpectedly, old friend, you have returned to this place. At that moment, a display screen beside the enigmatic individual showcases an analysis of Bai Ze's fingerprint. Fingerprint analysis successful. File name: Nortz. Identity: unknown. Access level: highest. Information: unknown. Suddenly, the mysterious person is struck by a playful idea and presses a yellow button on the console. The mechanical sentinels, tasked with eliminating intruders, were on high alert. At that moment, Bai Ze was traversing the corridor when the spider sense began to buzz ominously. Reacting instinctively, he leaped into the air, executing a graceful 360-degree spin, deftly evading all the bullets that were fired from the door ahead, landing safely on the ground. Well, what is this all about? Bai Ze uttered, and as soon as he spoke, the door, riddled with bullet holes, swung open automatically, revealing two humanoid robots armed with assault rifles, stepping forward with deliberate slowness. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ze instinctively braced himself. There is truly no need for such a warm welcome, though it appears you're not here to greet me. ignoring his words. The two mechanical sentinels raised their rifles and commenced firing. Bai Ze swiftly rolled to the side, utilizing his spider sense to evade the incoming projectiles, and retaliated with two strands of webbing that adhered to the eyes of the sentinels. Blinded, the robots froze in place, entering standby mode. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Ze leaped above them, launching two strands of webbing aimed at their heads. Upon landing, he yanked the webbing forcefully, causing their heads to detach and tumble to the ground, sparks still sputtering from the exposed wires within. Phew. Thankfully, these two were relatively easy to deal with. Bai Ze glanced back at the severed heads on the ground before proceeding toward the next door. However, as soon as the door opened, he was momentarily paralyzed. For in the corridor ahead, several mechanical sentinels wielding assault rifles and Gatling guns patrolled back and forth. Upon hearing the door open, they all turned in unison, yet saw nothing, promptly resuming their patrol. Unbeknownst to them, Bai Ze was stealthily crawling along the ceiling above. That was close. Thank goodness I can climb walls, or I would have been riddled with bullets. After observing the area before the door and confirming the absence of ventilation shafts, he shot out a strand of webbing for support, allowing himself to hang upside down and descend gradually. Once he reached a distance where he could swing directly into the doorway, he fired a strand of webbing at the control panel, causing the door to open. Bai Ze swiftly launched himself into the corridor beyond the door, then turned back to fire multiple strands of webbing at the door, which was now halfway open, effectively sealing it shut. Mission accomplished, he thought, confident that the robotic sentinels could no longer pass through. However, the next instant, compartments in the ceiling above suddenly opened, revealing a barrage of machine guns that emerged, their infrared sights locking onto him without hesitation. Bai Ze instinctively attempted to dodge, but the buzzing of his spider sense compelled him to halt his movements. Well then, if my guess is correct, should I move even slightly, I would truly become a mere toy for the mechanical minions? As soon as Bai Ze's words fell, a sudden barrage of impacts erupted from the door behind him, ensnared by web-like threads. Moments later, the once pristine automatic door was reduced to a double door, shattered by force. One by one, armed mechanical sentinels strode into the room. Haha. Could you perhaps spare my life? Bai Ze cautiously inquired of the mechanical guards. Yet, they merely advanced without a word, seizing his wrist and forcefully restraining it behind his back. After a brief interval, electronic shackles materialized around his wrists. Come with us, His Highness wishes to see you. Upon hearing the sentinel's words, Bai Ze felt a flicker of confusion. So, you can speak. Might I inquire who this esteemed prince is? I would like to prepare myself accordingly. If necessary, I could be released to brush up on my etiquette. Before Bai Ze could finish his sentence, the ominous muzzle of an assault rifle appeared before him. Silence. Speak another word, and you shall be rendered mute forever. This is the will of His Highness. Faced with the menacing black barrel, Bai Ze could only obediently nod. However, his hands were restlessly attempting to wriggle free from the shackles. To his astonishment, after struggling for a while, he realized the impenetrable hardness of the restraints was utterly absurd. He could not break free with his current strength. Advance, commanded one of the mechanical guards wielding a Gatling gun. Following the directive, two sentinels armed with assault rifles stepped forward, seizing Bai Ze's wrists and guiding him onward. Chapter 64. Another self. Bai Ze was escorted into a dimly lit room by two mechanical guards. At that moment, a sharp snap echoed through the air, and the lights flickered on, revealing a mysterious figure in a mask seated quietly, observing him. Well, this is quite the predicament. A botched kidnapping, perhaps? Bai Ze jested. But the enigmatic figure rose and approached him with measured steps. It has been a long time. Your wit has certainly sharpened since we last met. You are quite different now, the mysterious man remarked, leaving Bai Ze utterly bewildered. Hey, if my assumptions are correct, our previous relationship was not particularly amicable. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sent these robots to greet me. So who are you? The masked figure stood before Bai Ze, lifting a hand to touch his mask. This cumbersome headpiece is unnecessary. You never wore such things before. Bai Ze stared at him curiously. Well, it seems you are in charge now, and I am aware of my own handsomeness. However, I truly do not recognize you. Would you kindly introduce yourself? The mysterious man let out a cold laugh at Bai Ze's inquiry, then removed the mask from his face. Bai Ze was instantly taken aback, as the visage before him bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. Goodness, this is almost unbelievable, Bai Ze thought, as he felt the antidote coursing back into his system. Do you remember now? Lin Bei. No, I should refer to you as Nox now, the figure spoke with a venomous tone. Bai Ze, recovering from the shock, replied, What? Lin Bei? Nox. I truly cannot recall. Could you please enlighten me about yourself? The figure paused, then smirked coldly. Very well, remember this, my name is Adel. No sooner had Adel spoken than he drew a dagger from his sleeve, lunging at Bai Ze with alarming speed. Bai Ze swiftly arched his back to evade the attack. But the unfortunate mechanical guard behind him was pierced through the neck and collapsed to the ground. Wow, you are indeed ruthless, even to your own kind, Bai Ze quipped. Then performed a backflip, skillfully kicking Adel's dagger from his grip and catching it deftly in his own hand. This dagger feels rather impressive. Who gifted it to you? Or did you craft it yourself? If so, you possess remarkable talent, Bai Ze mused, feeling the blade's sharpness. Just then, he noticed that the shackles binding his wrists had fallen to the floor. What? When did that happen? Adel stared at Bai Ze in disbelief. Bai Ze, seizing the moment, raised his hands. Oh, my apologies. This contraption shouldn't be of great importance to you, right? I merely took advantage of your distraction to destroy its internal structure with the antidote. Should I offer compensation? As Adel listened to Bai Ze's words, his expression immediately turned to one of fury. He seized the chair behind him and hurled it towards his adversary. Bai Ze, quick to react, leaped upward, evading the chair's assault, and in a fluid motion, encased his head once more in a protective layer of venom. The mechanical sentinels that had been behind Bai Ze were sent crashing through the door by the force of the thrown chair. Wow, you possess considerable strength, Bai Ze remarked cautiously, observing the mechanical guardian that had been ejected. At that moment, Adel snapped his fingers, and a cacophony of crashes erupted from the ceiling. The spider sense tingled sharply, prompting Bai Ze to leap down from the ceiling. Upon landing, he witnessed an overwhelming swarm of mechanical insects swiftly emerging from the now broken ceiling. Oh no, my fear of clusters is kicking in. Is there a restroom nearby? Bai Ze exclaimed. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he shot forward along the corridor, propelled by a rapid stream of webbing, with the relentless swarm of mechanical insects in fervent pursuit. Seriously, is this necessary? I can forego the restroom. Bai Ze continued to chatter nervously as he noticed a corner ahead and swung towards it. The pursuing mechanical insects followed closely, but upon rounding the corner, they found that Bai Ze had inexplicably vanished. After a brief pause, the swarm divided into 4 groups, scouring the various passages for their quarry. Meanwhile, Bai Ze found himself in a room just beyond the corner, the door tightly sealed by strands of webbing. Phew, what have I done to deserve this relentless pursuit? He grumbled, turning around only to be astonished by the array of instruments and formulas displayed on the chalkboard within the room. This resembles a laboratory, but what are they researching here? Bai Ze approached the table, examining the various reagents, then turned his attention to the chalkboard filled with perplexing equations and data. What on earth is this data? I can't make heads or tails of it. Just as Bai Ze pondered the chalkboard, his spider sense rang out once more. What? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the adjacent wall was suddenly torn apart, and the swarm of mechanical insects, moving with terrifying speed, crashed through several walls, ultimately halting in the power supply room. Cough, cough. I think I've broken a rib, Bai Ze groaned, sprawled on the floor. From the debris of the broken walls, Adel emerged, advancing with a menacing glare. How does it feel? Would you care to see how disheveled you look? It's far more amusing than my own predicament, Adel taunted as he approached Bai Ze, who was struggling to prop himself up. All right, I concede. I truly do not remember you, Bai Ze replied, attempting to negotiate. Adel stepped closer and delivered a kick that sent Bai Ze sprawling back to the ground. Is that so? Then allow me to refresh your memory. Adel retrieved a circular mechanical device from his pocket, directing a swarm of mechanical insects to tear open a gash in the anti-venom suit on Bai Ze's chest, exposing the skin beneath. He pressed the device firmly against the wound. This was a memory extraction apparatus. Regardless of one's recollection, it could unearth the deepest memories within. Simultaneously, it would inject a lethal dose of antimatter into the body. Suffer through the pain as you recall, he commanded. As Adel's words faded, a green energy bar illuminated on the device affixed to Bai Ze's chest. An unbearable agony surged through his head, accompanied by a cascade of blurred memories flooding his mind. In that moment, Bai Ze found himself standing motionless, confronted by a faceless, fragmented puzzle before him. Where was this place? As he gazed at the puzzle, his peripheral vision caught sight of pieces scattered on the ground. Bai Ze bent down, picked up a fragment, and inexplicably began to assemble it. Gradually, a joyful, smiling face emerged, and with it, a series of hazy yet familiar memories surged forth. The visage of a little girl smiling flashed before his eyes, ephemeral and disorienting, causing him to falter in his task. How much longer will you evade? A year? A decade? Or perhaps a lifetime? A voice, identical to Bai Ze's, echoed from behind. Turning, he beheld the anti-venom Spider-Man standing there. The anti-venom on the figure began to recede, revealing yet another individual who bore his likeness. Who are you? Bai Ze inquired, and the man slowly responded, I am Lin Bai, I am Nox. And I am the past you shall never confront. As Lin Bai's words resonated, the surroundings transformed into a conflagration, a searing inferno consuming the earth and structures alike. With Bai Ze and Lin Bai standing amidst the chaos, watching the flames rage around him, tears streamed uncontrollably down Bai Ze's cheeks. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of fatigue, he felt himself slowly toppling backward, plunging into an endless sea. You must be weary. Rest well here, and all shall pass. A voice whispered in his ear as his consciousness blurred, and his eyelids grew heavy.